Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 42. Megumi could swear that the woman was a fraud. He observed her, even as he stood in the corner of the room, his attention fixed on her like an eagle watching its prey. She reminded him too much of his father, a hulking mass of muscle and scars, half asleep on the visitor's couch. For Toji Fushiguro, calling it sleep was subjective. He had seen the men go from dozing off to killing 3 men in a second. But it wasn't their lethality that drew his comparison, it was their shared sense of nonchalance. They both exuded an aura that said if the world would come crashing down, they would shrug off the weight before lighting a cigarette, in the woman's case, or wandering off to find a horse racing station that had somehow survived the apocalypse in Toji's case. Clack. He turned his head to the window and saw a crow, not just any crow, but one he could sense was packed with cursed energy. It was a legitimate cursed spirit with multiple eyes with a similar pair of wings. The sound that drew his attention was its beak hitting the window pane. It cocked its head at him in a human-like motion, and he was forced to note the red in the black bird's eyes. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and the crow was gone. A hallucination. He hadn't slept for 3 days now, too fired up while planning and executing the kidnapping of the supposedly strongest healer. He could feel the toll it was taking on his body. Unlike his father, Megumi was more studious, refusing the oblivion of unconsciousness, especially with the woman hovering over his sister's still form. The woman remained hunched over, eyes closed, hands over his sister's head. He wasn't sure what she was doing, part of him suspected she was just wasting time. His senses picked up a shift in her cursed energy, possibly her activating a technique, which kept him from calling her out just yet. Knock knock knock. The sound drew his attention away from the woman, and his gaze drifted to the shut door. The nurses had been explicitly instructed not to interrupt them, especially since Toji had made it clear, and he doubted they would defy the scarred man to his face. Even in the supposed safety of the hospital, Megumi couldn't relax. His father's training had ingrained a deep vigilance into his very bones. Knock knock knock. The repeated knocking echoed through the room, twisting the healer's face into a frown. That was enough to spur Megumi into action. He couldn't let the woman use this interruption as an excuse for failing her task. He was on the verge of seeing his sister smile again. He remembered Sumiki's scolding voice and the furious pout when she returned from school to find the living room in disarray or plates piled in the sink. Her scowl alone could motivate a lackadaisical Toji Fushiguro to tie an apron around his neck and scrub dishes with only a grumble. Megumi crossed the room and opened the door, ready to tell off whoever was disturbing them. His words caught in his throat as he realized the visitor, whom he initially mistook for a nurse at the wrong patient room, was actually a teenage girl. She couldn't have been much older than him, dressed in a matching blue turtleneck sweater and a short skirt. Her wide black eyes met his with surprise, her hand frozen midair where it had been poised to knock again. Megumi was momentarily entranced by the innocence in her expression, her big black eyes, her long black hair flowing down her back. He might have lingered longer on her appearance if his attention hadn't been drawn to her other hand and what she held, a sheathed katana. Realization dawned on him, widening his eyes, just as hers flicked into the room before narrowing back on him. In an instant, she moved, striking like a darting snake with a swing of her still-sheathed sword. Reacting instinctively, Megumi stepped back and rolled, his hands clapping together to form a seal as he called out, uncaring for collateral damage at that moment. 10 shadows, max elip dash. His shadow surged and flowed as the Shikigami began to form, but he had underestimated the girl's speed. She moved with zero hesitation, uncaring of the technique he had activated. She slipped past his still-forming Shikigami and swung the sheathed blade toward him. As he struggled to roll to his feet, he knew he wouldn't be fast enough to evade the blow. The blue-laced wooden sheath of the blade stopped inches away from the side of his head, halted by a massive hand that had grabbed it. In less than a second, Toji had woken up, crossed the room, and intervened in the fight. Ignoring the fact that his father was a monster in his own right, Megumi swiftly shifted his hands. His original summon had been interrupted, but he still had enough curse energy for another summon. Toji stared down at the girl with uncaring, yet slightly curious eyes. She seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall why. It was a shame because he usually remembered women better than men. Regardless, it wouldn't save her here. He lashed out with an axe kick aimed at her head, but before it could connect, someone appeared in front of her, catching his leg with a forearm and stopping the blow from pulverizing her into the ground. The miniature crater that formed beneath the white-haired boy who caught Toji's foot testified to the strength of the blow, accompanied by a shockwave that shattered the room's windows and shook the building's foundations. Toji grinned as he stared into familiar, malevolent red eyes once more. Only this time, the owner returned his gaze with a thin smile. "Oh," Toji drawled as he looked at Gojo. "Long time no see, brat." He knew he had grown, and with that knowledge, finally believed himself a somewhat physical match for the monster that was Toji Fushiguro. If he pushed his reinforcement to the highest level, allowing his cursed energy to permeate the very essence of his being, he should have stand a chance. He had estimated the man's strength to be somewhere around the 3rd or 4th gates, but he was drastically wrong. It was closer to the 6th or 7th. The levels in strength that came with every gate release were not incremental. They were exponential. Toji finally lifted his leg and took a step back, staring down at Jiki with a mix of curiosity and amusement. That single blow had nearly flattened him to the ground. He was certain his limb bore microfractures despite how much he had enhanced it at the exact moment the blow landed. But Jiki didn't show any pain. Instead, he slowly lowered his hands to his sides, stilling the limb to stop it from shaking. Toji was like a shark in water, any hint of blood or weakness and the man would strike. Dismissing the discomfort as a mere illusion, Jiki reminded himself that pain, like all things, was transient. His mind replayed the strike. It had been a killing blow, despite Toji's apparent nonchalance. The man hadn't held back the same way he did when they fought the first time. Toji had planned to kill Emi with that blow. It was a deviation from his usual methodical approach, implying a significant reason behind it. His gaze shifted to the sickly girl on the bed whom Shoko was trying to heal. Was she Toji's daughter? No, she lacked the predatory Zenin features that the younger boy shared. But whatever their connection, it had forced Toji to act in a way that was out of his psych profile. Which proved she was the aberration that caused the shift from his usual method. Standing centimeters apart, both exuded nonchalance with vague smiles, yet were primed for violence. Jiki poised to attack, Toji ready to evade, a curious juxtaposition until Jiki glanced at Toji's left hand. A hand that should have been lost, but like everything about the men, his heavenly restriction had turned his regeneration up to 12 and had restored it. Jiki had faced opponents with immense regeneration before, each with a weakness, lack of cursed energy/chakra to keep it up or vulnerability to intense flash bursts of heat that cauterized whatever injury. He wondered, what was Toji's? You've grown taller, Toji remarked, not that the compliment mattered much, considering the men still had at least a head over him. You've grown a hand, Jiki countered, and he watched the other man lift the limb to flex superhuman muscles that defined his physique. It wasn't easy, he admitted. Can you regrow a head? Jiki mused, observing the movement reflected in Toji's eyes. Emi moved from behind him, unsheathing her sword, a direct response to Toji's earlier intent to kill her. She aimed for the younger boy, who was quickly shaking off the surprise that was his presence. Toji's eyes tracked her briefly, solidifying his thought of a familial connection with the boy. Emi posed no threat to him, so his attention hinted at a protective instinct for another. Allowing his gaze to momentarily drift, Toji lashed out with a backhand strike, a blur even to Jiki's Sharingan. Emi, anticipating the blow, positioned her blade between herself and Toji. The impact should have sent her flying, but she uttered a single word. Lock. She froze in place as Toji's fist halted upon contact with her blade, yet the force of the blow continuing unabated, shattering the wall beside her and revealing the night sky bathed in moonlight. The impact must have triggered a circuit, as the room's lights flickered and then went out. The new hole in the wall was dangerously close to the unconscious girl, prompting Shoko, unflappable as she was, to hastily disconnect her from the multitude of drips and connections. Jiki blinked, his mind racing to decipher what he had just witnessed. Emi should have been dead, punished for her audacity. Yet here she stood, still frozen. Instead of dwelling on it further, Jiki acted. He launched a flying knee at Toji's face, but the man recovered faster than expected, catching Jiki's knee aimed at his throat with his palm. Get this out of here, Toji, the unnamed boy behind Toji shouted out, and a smile crept onto Toji's face. In that moment, Jiki realized his mistake. He was the one caught midair without leverage this time. Toji adjusted his grip, seizing Jiki by the ankle, and Jiki instinctively relaxed the muscles in his body, knowing what was coming. Toji pivoted and flung Jiki out of the gaping hole in the wall like a professional shot putter. Jiki shot through the air, his body spinning as he sailed toward the nearest building. But even midair and disoriented, his Sharingan calculated the distance to the nearest building and the best angle to land, aided by his slowed perception of time. As he approached, he twisted in midair and tensed his body, his muscles ready as he slammed into the opposite building feet first, with the soles of his feet sticking to the cracked surface with his cursed energy. Despite gravity's pull, he crouched on the vertical surface, defying physics through chakra wall walking, a skill he had reverse-engineered since his rebirth and mastered since his first confrontation with Toji. Raising his head, body perfectly horizontal against the building's surface, Jiki stared back through the gaping hole from which he had been hurled. Toji met his gaze, surprise giving way to a predatory grin before the scarred man took a running stance and moved. Each thunderous step cracked the ground as he charged, ignoring the now unfrozen Emi. The force of his leap left another crater in the ground behind him, further compromising the building's structure, but he didn't care as he shot after Jiki with a grin that was all teeth. Jiki's Sharingan heightened his perception, allowing him to think and calculate faster than a regular sorcerer. He timed the moment perfectly, recognizing the speed at which Toji moved, too fast for Amaterasu, the black flames he could conjure, though now was not the time to unleash them. He had been using his Mangekyo rapidly over the past few days, and Goro-san's interruption of his conversation with Shoko had prevented his regular checkup. Already, he could feel a throbbing at the back of his eyes. He hadn't reached the stage of being cursed with blurry vision yet, but he wasn't far off. Relaxing his body, Jiki shut off the flow of cursed energy to his leg and allowed himself to fall, just as Toji sailed over him. Swiftly, he gripped the man's leg, feeling his muscles burn and bones strain under the weight of halting Toji's monstrous momentum. With a powerful effort, he swung down, using gravity and a pinpoint application of Tsunade's strength technique to push his arm to its limit, sending Toji crashing to the street below like a thunderbolt sent from the heavens. Toji's senses were as inhuman as Jiki's, perhaps surpassing him in some aspects, but his eyes lacked the precision of the Sharingan. Helpless, Toji plummeted like a falling comet, smashing into the ground with earth-shaking force, obliterating everything around him in a cloud of dust. The scarred man disappeared into the dust and debris his fall created. With any luck, the blow had been enough to kill him. Yet not even Jiki believed he could be that lucky. Meanwhile, Jiki landed atop a street lamp, dismissing the futile task of searching through the swirling dust cloud for Toji. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the room from which he had been forcefully ejected. Inside, Emi and the unnamed boy were engaged in conversation, an unexpected sight amidst the turmoil. Shoko stood between them, cigarette dangling from her lips, radiating an eerie calm amidst the chaos of battle and youth. Whatever they were discussing didn't seem to be going well, but before Jiki could attempt to decipher their conversation by lip-reading, the sound of footsteps in the settling dust diverted his attention. Toji had survived the brutal fall. Not unexpected, yet Jiki couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to decisively end the fight early, but Toji's resilience only reinforced the man's reputation. Suppressing his feelings, Jiki locked eyes with Toji as he emerged from the dissipating dust cloud, moving with deliberate and ominous intent. His hands were at the back of his neck as he tried to work out a kink on his shoulders, and a smear of blood was drawn from the side of his lips to his cheeks. For all the scarred mercenary seemed unbothered, he could not have gotten away without a scratch, especially not with the utilization of Tsunade's technique. A familiar segmented purple curse with a baby's face was wrapped around Toji's torso once more. He had discarded the shirt he had on a couple of minutes ago, revealing his scarred and muscular physique, only held back by the muscle shirt he wore underneath. "You've grown stronger," the man noted with some surprise in his voice. "And you still refuse to die, despite my best efforts," Jiki replied. The man acknowledged the statement with a sharp smile before he swung something that Jiki was only just noticing from his other hand. A chain. The chain streaked through the sky, nearly invisible against the darkness of the night. Jiki crouched to avoid it as it whistled overhead, narrowly missing him before lashing out towards the building behind him. With the immediate threat past, Jiki straightened to his full height, staring down at Toji, who seemed unfazed by the missed attack. Why was the scared man still so confident? The scrape of metal against brick rang out behind him and Jiki jerked into action. Instinct took over as he moved before his brain fully registered the danger. He darted sideways, intending to leap off the pole, but the attack caught up with him faster than he anticipated. What should have pierced his back and possibly his heart instead found his left back. The blade anchored at the end of the chain tore through a light gash through his skin, slipping past his reinforced flesh and embedding itself into his scapula, perilously close to his heart. Ignoring the pain and trauma, Jiki jerked his body free from the blade, landing heavily in a crouch on the paved ground. He glanced back at the chain and blade, now coiled around the building. It seemed impossible. Despite the darkness obscuring his vision, he had calculated the chain's length, but it had still caught him off guard. It didn't take him much to figure it was a cursed tool, a chain capable of extending its reach, akin to the third Hokage's adamantium bow staff, albeit lacking its powerful summon. A special grade curse tool. Just how many of these heavenly defying treasures did the man have tucked into the inventory curse? He had been saved by experience, his mind had flashed back to a familiar memory. It was a land perpetually shrouded in rain, where his ANBU squad ventured under whispers of a godlike ruler now in control of the country of eternal rain. They had moved with caution through the dense foliage, alert to every rustle and shift in the air, knowing they were in enemy territory. Then, without warning, a sickle and chain swung silently from a tree, its deadly arc slicing through the air with unexpected precision. The ambush had been swift and lethal, catching them off guard from an angle they hadn't anticipated, nearly claiming his life. Jiki remembered the panic that had coursed through him then, the desperate fight to evade the deadly chain, the sickle flashing in the darkness like a shadowy specter and striking from an unpredictable angle, around a tree. Already, his mind raced towards formulating an optimal counter for the attack. With a deft tug, the chain and blade were swiftly retracted back to Toji, the scarred man's control over his cursed tool evident in the fluidity of the motion. Jiki's attention shifted between his own injuries and those inflicted upon Toji. Despite the pain and the wounds they now shared, Jiki acknowledged the tactical gambit Toji had executed with a sober and respectful nod. They stood now on equal ground, both marked by the exchange. Despite Jiki's usual reluctance to find joy in combat, a faint smile tugged at his lips, reflecting Toji's unrestrained grin. Was he beginning to find some perverse enjoyment in this fight? Somewhere in the recesses of his mind, a place that bordered the impure world, he could almost hear Kisame's laughter echoing faintly. In a dimly lit room illuminated only by a single lantern at its center, elderly men and women gathered, their faces obscured behind seal-etched curtains as they discussed grave matters. I don't think we can deny it anymore. The boy is the real deal, the first voice began cautiously. Surely there's nothing to fear, it might. There was no mistaking that, another voice cut in sharply. We cannot bury our heads in the sand any longer. We all felt it. A heavy silence fell over the room, the weight of truth settling upon them as they all turned instinctively in the same direction, a synchronized gesture that spoke volumes. He's growing too quickly. At this rate, he'll become a greater threat than even Satoru. We know what to expect of the Six Eyes and Limitless, but the boy is unnatural, unconventional, someone muttered, their concern palpable. So what do we do? We're still in the dark about what exactly we're dealing with. None of us are old enough to have faced the old ones, another voice reasoned. I have, a voice, devoid of emotion, interjected, drawing all attention. It belonged to the oldest among them, not an official elder but respected nonetheless. The meeting took place in the owner's domain, and that act granted it the authority to speak, one it rarely used but when it did, it used it decisively. I know the secrets of what they truly are. I walked the earth at the fall of the epoch when antediluvian curses so powerful they were regarded as deities and gods began their eternal slumber, it continued, its voice commanding attention despite its lack of volume. The room grew even quieter, anticipation hanging in the air as she spoke again, unaffected by their unease. So listen carefully when I tell you, ignore the boy. Turn your eyes away from his form, and resist your greed and fear. He is not what you'd expect from a sorcerer of this age. If he truly draws the attention of things best forgotten and sealed, he should be ignored lest he is forced unknowingly to wake that which has grown fat off worship and obeisance. With its message delivered, the presence in the room gradually receded, its departure lifting a weight from their collective shoulders as they felt its attention shift elsewhere. However, the old men and women remained seated in the dimly lit room, their minds and hearts guarded, deep in contemplation and strategizing. They plotted heedless of the words of one older than their sum total. Chapter 43. Surrender now. I don't want to have to hurt you. The girl spoke up behind him, and he ignored the cold feeling of steel resting on his shoulder, so close to his neck. He regretted being distracted by her beauty earlier. He had been stupid and running of teenage hormones. Her voice had a soft cadence, lacking any hint of malice, with even a touch of compassion. Most of the sorcerers he had encountered in his short existence were curse users, unregulated sorcerers who couldn't fake that particular emotion even to save their lives. Yet he was doing this for something greater than himself. For someone more important. All he had to do was get out of here, track down the healer and wherever she had wheeled Tsumaki to after their brief talk, and get them out of here. Toji could take care of himself. The first step was getting past the girl and the sword she had on his shoulder. Instead of replying to her, he focused on his cursed energy, the flow of negative energy, and the innate technique imprinted into his very being. With his back to her and his hands obscured, he locked his fingers into a great triangle shape and whispered, "Toad." With the moonlight casting his elongated shadow, it stretched naturally behind him, enveloping his opponent's own. The amorphous black shape on the ground undulated and coiled. Before the girl could react, a tongue shot out from his shadow, swiftly wrapping itself around the hand that had held the blade to his throat, freezing it in place. In an instant, 4 more tongues darted out from different obscure corners of the room, seizing her remaining limbs and immobilizing her. He pivoted sharply and unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, a devastating kick to the side of her ribs, an elbow crashing into her jaw to dislocate it, and finally a roundhouse kick aimed at her head that sent her hurtling through the doorway and into another patient's room. The startled screams of onlookers reminded him of a glaring fact: they were fighting in a hospital, right in the heart of a bustling district. The local law enforcement might be useless when it came to apprehending curses, but bullets killed sorcerers as easily as regular humans, he would know. It was only a matter of time before they showed up. As he dropped his still outstretched leg to the ground, a thought began to creep up on him as he sped his way past the broken door in search of Tsumaki, while ignoring the room he had sent the girl through. The last kick had felt strange. Unlike most Shikigami users, his mostly useless lord of a father had trained him to discard the feeble nature that came with depending on Shikigami for battle. He had hit wooden training dolls and people enough times to know when a hit landed perfectly. It was that nagging thought that saved him, even as he turned away from the fallen form of his opponent and nearly lost his head for it. He was saved by the sudden outburst of caution. So when he felt the hairs at the back of his neck rise, he reflexively ducked, the sound of a blade singing in his ear as it sailed above him and parted the few strands of hair that had been too slow to escape its wrath, barely audible amidst the chaotic clamor of the panicked patients in the other room. The moment he rose to his feet, he was greeted by his opponent's back. She had dashed past him and tried to take off his head in one blow. She slowly turned to face him again, and he noted something different. He could see bruises from where his first two attacks had landed, but she acted like there wasn't a third. At least crashing through the door alone should have hurt her, so how did she do it? Then he suddenly remembered how she had simply tanked Toji's blow instead of turning into a broken mess, and his hands locked together and changed shape, while the girl's eyes hardened as she shifted her stance. It didn't matter in the end. She was simply an obstacle, one that had gotten in his way twice now. And he would do anything to remove her. The technique was brought to life as two familiar hulls rang out in the otherwise quiet night. His shadows bubbled and rolled as he called out with a hardness to his voice. Demon dog. You owe me a blade, Toji remarked with a casual tone as he continued to twirl the chain at his side. His stance was solid and grounded, with his feet spread out. It rooted him to the ground and allowed him to swing the chain around him so fast that his figure was a barely perceptible blur hidden by how fast the chains were moving. Already, the men had worked out a way to counter Amaterasu. Even after facing it only once, Toji understood that he needed a clear target before manifesting the heavenly flames upon it. Yet the man's counter was redundant. He could not use the flames, not after unleashing Kagutsuchi barely days ago. Missed checkups with Shoko for weeks meant the consequences of those actions had accumulated and were rapidly catching up to him. Already, he was forced to let his eyes shift into the neutral third stage of the Sharingan, as the Mangekyo sight was too blurry. Instead of dwelling on that, he allowed the scarred giant of a man to speak, all the while calculating optimal trajectories to get past his whirlwind defense. And you're not fully healed from your bout in Shinjuku, Toji noted, and Jiki caught the strange tone in the man's voice. It almost sounded like sadness. Jiki felt his brow scrunch at that observation before he replied, you were there. Even though the man was barely visible within the whirlwind created by the chain that separated them, Jiki noticed the movement, a shrug. I had to see how much you've grown. I was not disappointed. It was the second person watching him grow. The weight of expectations would have been overwhelming if this were the first time, but instead, he let it slide off his back. So he had seen Kagutsuchi then. That was one trump card lost already. His eyes tried to follow the chains, and it didn't take him long to realize it was a fruitless endeavor. They had no fixed length, instead, they extended and retracted as the user saw fit. Why did you take her? He questioned the men with curiosity. He already knew the sorcerer killer hadn't taken Shoko because of his hand, he had seen how fast Maki healed. It couldn't have taken him more than a few weeks to regain that particular limb. That left only one other option, the girl with brown hair and the boy with black. It was the most ridiculous option, and the sheer thought almost brought a laugh to his lips. Toji Fushiguro. Sorcerer killer. The most wanted person in Jujutsu society after Geto's demise. Sole hyper-lethal class human. Father. The reply he got was the chain lashing out in an arc aimed at his head. Instead of standing still, he turned immediately as he saw the chain leave the circle of protection and began racing to the side, circling Toji's still form. The chain gathered enough speed to tear through everything in its path, its metallic links ripping through the car he raced past, separating the roof from the rest of the body. The building behind the car was torn and wrapped as the chain ripped through it horizontally, maintaining its relentless pursuit while Jiki sprinted for his life. It was a gamble and a plan, one that if it worked. He continued to run, circling Toji as the chain barely lost speed and strength, slicing through buildings horizontally. The moment Jiki began to feel an immense burn in his calves and thighs, he knew this was as good as he was going to get. He ground himself to a halt, ripping up the road in his effort to stop completely. When he finally did, he raised a hand, and the chain caught up with him. Like an anaconda denied its prey for too long, it violently wrapped itself around his limb. However, its strength had waned after tearing through multiple buildings to reach him. He stood where he began, opposite Toji once more, staring the men down. The chain twisted and squeezed, causing his hand to grow paler as it was deprived of blood. But that was all it did, instead of turning his limb into a broken mess. I win, Jiki stated softly, as Toji watched with a raised brow and teeth still bared widely. The scarred men looked confused until the groaning of multiple buildings filled the air. The silence of the night shattered as chaos erupted. A cacophony of snapping steel and cracking concrete surrounded them as 8 buildings began to give way, their structural integrity compromised. A horizontal line had torn through the buildings, a path carved by the rampaging chain that had sought his life. Slowly, realization dawned on Toji's face as he stood in the middle of the crumbling structures. The initial fractures grew into a deafening roar as the massive structures began their descent, concrete meeting ground with a thunderous crash that echoed like an earthquake. High-pitched symphonies of shattered glass filled the air, debris clattered against collapsing ruins, and dust billowed upward. It created an overwhelming explosion of force that engulfed everything. Toji was swallowed by the destruction that followed, buried beneath multiple buildings worth of bricks and rocks in an avalanche of his own making. Jiki's last glimpse of the men was a mad grin and a whisper he could only hear by reading his lips, well played, before he vanished into the dust and debris kicked up. If it had been any other opponent, Jiki might have turned away satisfied with a job well done. Fortunately, the hospital was out of range of the disaster. It had mainly affected office buildings and a few scattered residential or retail structures. With luck, they were as empty as the offices. Jiki would have been on his way back to secure Shoko and rendezvous with Satoru. If Geto was truly dead, he wouldn't leave his older cousin alone to grieve that loss. The chain still wrapped around his arm suddenly tightened, prompting a frown on Jiki's features. The absurdity of a heavenly restriction akin to Toji's own was incredibly annoying. The man's durability matched that of special-grade cursed spirit's regeneration, an irritation that he was growing tired of. He could hear subtle creaking from the mountain of debris ahead, and the subtle sound of shifting stone. Unwanted but once again expected. If Toji got out and Jiki was still down a hand, it might as well be a death sentence. He pushed more cursed energy into his eyes, feeling it morph once more. 3 separate spinning tomo seamlessly merging into one Fuma shuriken shape. The enhanced clarity and rush that came with the activation was tinged by something else this time, pain. He sharply looked down at his hand, a few meters from the limb itself and the chain that anchored him to the human-shaped monster beneath the mountain of rocks. Amaterasu. Like a hot rod had been shoved into his head and through his cornea, he could feel hot, sticky blood slip past his eyelids and trail down his face. As always, the pain was excruciating, making every activation feel like his eyes were being gouged by molten daggers. He cut off the cursed energy flow to his eyes completely and looked at the world for the first time in months, if not years, with his completely mundane gray eyes. Everything looked dull and lacked color and life. Toji's chain had taken out the electricity in the surrounding area, and he had not realized it due to the increased clarity his Sharingan bestowed him. The cursed energy-enhanced links of the chain fell victim to the black fires and dropped to the floor, followed immediately by an explosion from the debris and a blur racing out. Even in the midst of everything, he noted how the detached parts of the chain had sped back to the owner. If he had still been attached to it, he would have either lost the hand or been forced to face a pissed-off Toji Fushiguro head-on. He couldn't say what was worse. He flipped back as Toji launched out of the dust and debris, a laugh tearing its way past his throat and echoing in the previously quiet night. Toji Fushiguro's laughter was a deep, resonant thing that echoed through the night, filled with a mixture of genuine amusement, pain, and an underlying menace. His eyes glinted with a wild, almost feral light, and his mouth curled into a predatory grin. It was a laughter that sent chills down spines. A laugh that would have made any sorcerer turn and run. Jiki answered it with an unimpressed raised brow as he shook blood back into the limb. Toji pounced again, and instead of the futile act of trying to match the scarred man's strength for strength once again, he let his body fall back, and he looked up. Placid gray stared into feral black as Toji sailed above him. The purple curse still wrapped around the man snapped its mouth open, and out came something that Jiki vaguely recognized, a weird round projectile that had a pin removed as it fell toward him. His eyes shifted once more, and he endured the hot iron burning its way through his optical nerves as he whispered once more. Tsukuyomi. His target was not the empty space in the fabric of the world that was Toji Fushiguro. It was his greatest asset and weakness all in one. The purple segmented curse wrapped around his frame with barely opened slits for eyes, but that was all Jiki needed. The brief glimpse at the optical organ was all it took for the technique to sink into the cursed spirit psyche. Its eyes widened, revealing a beautiful blue on par with Satoru's own before slipping shut as the curse went unconscious, trapped in that twisted world of darkness. That should stop the scarred man from pulling out another outrageous heaven-defying weapon from his living arsenal. Jiki immediately snapped his eyes shut, his hand to the ground while his right foot lashed up instinctively, regardless of the pain he felt, and as the man and his curse sailed over him, he batted the grid projectile to the sky. The resounding explosion that followed highlighted the fact that it had not been dropped carelessly. He flipped back to his feet a second later and forced blurry eyes open to see that Toji had already managed to halt his momentum. Judging by the furrow the man had dug into the ground and the rock sailing towards Jiki's head, Toji had done it with his hands. The scarred man was already sprinting after him seconds behind the thrown projectile once more, and Jiki frowned in response. Close combat wasn't optimal. His eyes were blurry to hell and back. One arm was temporarily out of commission, even if he could feel life coming back into it slowly. His bandages hidden under his Haori were already beginning to leak blood once more, considering the stress he had put them through. His Sharingan might be usable, but the Mangekyo itself was out of commission. Regardless of its availability, neither the Susanoo nor the Amaterasu were particularly viable techniques to use in an occupied city. On the flip side, Toji was hurt. The older man was slower. Jiki had seen how fast the man could move when he wasn't holding back. He would be fast enough to run on water just off his pure strength. That he had not gotten to him yet was proof of the damage that dropping 8 buildings on him had caused. They were both at a disadvantage, and he smiled with that knowledge. He had been fighting with a disadvantage all his life as Itachi Uchiha, and even then, he had been lauded as a genius, a prodigy. This would be no different. He tilted to the side as the stone sailed by and grabbed it, allowing its momentum to spin him 360 back in place before slapping his hands together over the scattered rocks that had been pressed together into a solid shape and began blurring his way through hand signs. The sequence ended in a modified single ram hand sign as his cursed energy flexed and twisted. Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. The now broken down projectiles shot off and tore their way toward the still grinning madman. Halfway to the brute, the technique took effect and the multitude of scattered projectiles caught fire and slammed into the man like a point-blank shotgun blast and sent him flipping legs overhead. That was not enough to take down that monster, and his hands had already begun to blur their way through another set of hand signs. A longer set that should obliterate anything ahead of him, regardless of the opponent in the way. Toji burst out of the dust and debris once more with pockmarked injuries on his chest. Even his ever-present grin had a hint of pain in it, yet his eyes still blazed with madness. In one hand was the two-pronged blade that had cancelled Satoru's Limitless and tore his back. The other empty and cursed spirit missing from his torso. He must have figured out his curse was out of commission then. So was the blade already out before the curse was hit with Tsukimi? He discarded his unfocused thoughts and cut the technique short and immediately flipped ideas. The blade would cancel out any active curse technique, rendering his great flame annihilation useless by creating a space enough for the men to slip through. Instead, Jiki flexed his cursed energy, moving it to his fist and priming it, total concentration as he felt his lips split as the technique began to blossom. Tsunade Thousandman strength was the brute force to end all, and he had primed it accurately as he swung his hand toward the ground. Ready to blow the road and the path forward that Toji sought to use to get to him, nothing but dust. He was a split second away from creating a crater and remodeling the sewers below the city when a shout rang out. That's enough. And somehow, they both listened to reason and halted just shy of a simultaneous blow that might have left them both dead or gravely injured at least. Even the sheer act of drawing their momentum to a halt and stilling themselves was enough to cause shockwaves that clashed in their stead, as gray eyes stared at black from meters away. Jiki saw himself reflected in those eyes, and the dissonance was shocking. He almost couldn't recognize the figure that stared back at him from the reflection in Toji's eyes. His lips were spread wide in a grin, his eyes held a light, one that he only ever saw when he spent time with Aiko. Was this what Hikari talked about? I don't like you. A strangely mature boy with a budding mustache spoke from his place at the door. The older teen had barged into the room seeking a fight, particularly against the newest special grade. Jiki's response had been a flat, empty stare. What kind of men remained so dispassionate at the prospect of a fight? Of competing, sparring to determine strength? The boy entered the classroom fully, marching toward Jiki's table with firm, restrained anger evident in his rigid movements. Yet Jiki continued to regard him with an apathy born of multiple lives and experiences far beyond the younger boy's understanding. The boy, a perfect embodiment of youthful defiance, positioned himself opposite Jiki's desk, staring him down. Jiki couldn't muster any reaction beyond maintaining his idle stare. Hikari. He vaguely remembered a written challenge he had barely glanced at before lighting on fire. You're skilled. I've heard plenty about you. Kirara has been watching too, and she agrees. But you approach everything with such detachment. You don't revel in it, don't see the thrill of battle. So tell me, Gojo Jiki, where is your passion? His continued silence was answer enough, an indication of how little he cared to engage with the boy's personal fixation. He had no reason to indulge him, and the boy despised him for it. Fists clenched so tightly they whitened, muscles coiled with tension, the boy stared down at Jiki. Jiki could almost anticipate the half-formed thoughts, a table kick to trap his hands, followed by a flurry of haymakers in an attempt to pummel him. Hikari, Satoru-sensei is coming, another second-year student called from the doorway, their attention focused solely on their classmate, as if the rest of the room didn't exist. Maki had already started to rise. The idea that he posed a threat to Jiki began to spread among his classmates, igniting a spark of determination within them, a flame of camaraderie stronger than anything Jiki had ever felt himself. In a way, Jiki had brought the will of fire with him, and it burned brighter in his classmates than it ever did in himself. Old man Sarutobi would have been proud. Suddenly, the boy relaxed, exhaling a single puff of breath before turning and walking away with a simple challenge. When you find it, find me. Was this it, this barely realized feeling of euphoria brought about by battle? Was this fever? Already, he could feel himself growing dispassionate as the thrill faded, his heart rate slowing, and the rush of blood through his body subsiding. He released a slow breath as the pain began to creep in, aches from the tear on his back and the minor injuries bandaged but not fully healed. Another breath escaped him, eyelids drooping halfway before he straightened to his full height. He could feel Toji's disappointment as the change washed over him. The men frowned down at him, a scowl contorting his face into something almost unrecognizable. Instead of dwelling on Toji's disapproval, he redirected his attention to the person who had halted the fight. Shoko-san, how are you? He asked the healer, his gaze scanning her form, searching for any injuries or signs of injury. She waved off his concern with a dismissive gesture, one hand on the wheelchair holding a strapped-in girl. I'm not the one leaking like a faulty faucet, she retorted, eyes trailing the bloodstains peeking from under his kimono. Her gaze roamed his form before meeting his eyes. Her expression wrinkled with concern momentarily before smoothing out as she turned her attention to Toji without saying more. Curious about what had unsettled her, he followed her gaze to the dried blood marking his attire, his hand instinctively touching the area where he felt discomfort. Toji Fushiguro, I have a deal for you, Shoko started with a smile as she brought a cigarette from her coat. Realizing she was without a lighter, she looked at him forlornly before sighing and putting the cigarette back into the coat. Toji, in response, only tilted his head to the side and rocked on his feet. Jiki recognized the movement for what it was. The muscular man was preparing himself for high-speed movement, his interest in Jiki gone as he stared at Shoko and the girl she held, either as a hostage knowingly or not, judging by the look he could pick up in the woman's eyes. Shoko knew exactly what she was doing. The sound of battle suddenly rang out meters away, sword clashing against something else and the howl of a wolf into the moon. Underneath all of that, the blaring sound of a siren tore through the night and rapidly picked up in volume as it made its way to them. The three of them raised their brows with some level of synchronicity as the battle drew closer before Emi came flying out of the window of the closest building. She rolled on the floor and got back to her feet unsteadily, her breathing rough and her cursed energy non-existent despite the few injuries he could spot. The black-haired boy followed after her, brimming with refined aggression and violence, and two wolves at his side as the two teenagers clashed once more, blind to the fact that things had changed. Shoko raised her second eyebrow before giving Jiki and Toji pointed looks. How about you calm down your squabbling kids first, then we can get out of here and talk like civilized people. Chapter 44, Chapter 44. He took slow, calming breaths while Shoko stood behind him, her palms flat on his back as her cursed technique went to work. Once again, Jiki found himself trying to follow the patterns and flow of her cursed energy. The reverse curse technique was still one of the things he found difficult to copy. Coupled with Shoko's borderline useless explanations and descriptions, he found himself floundering at something for the first time. Unlike Irionin, the positive energy from the reverse curse technique did not so much as heal as it seemed to work like turning back time for his eyes, reversing the damage to his optical nerves caused by each activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It had not taken him long to realize that he was not truly the source of the problem. Nonetheless, the first time, his past life knowledge served as a handicap, creating a bias that hindered his progress. Reverse curse technique and Irionin were as far apart as water was to fire. However, he was self-aware enough to recognize this issue and tried to work around it. Still, he knew there was something more to his difficulty. His inability to master the reverse curse technique seemed to be hard-coded into his very bloodline. The Gojo clan, renowned for their immense cursed energy and powerful techniques, were predisposed to having issues with this particular technique, and old man Tatsumi was the first person to master it in multiple decades, with Satoru coming in second even if his own use of it was limited to himself. A never-before occurrence of multiple Gojos learning the technique in one lifetime intrigued Jiki. He had a theory that it came down to the Six Eyes and Limitless techniques. The Gojo clan members were not predisposed to taking damage. Even a flawed Limitless technique provided immense protection. As a result, they never had to rely on the reverse curse technique, and this lack of necessity had eroded whatever innate talent the clan might have had for it. It was like a metaphorical muscle. In medical terms, it would be a recessive trait that had gone dormant and deteriorated due to a lack of use until it had almost disappeared from the collective Gojo gene pool. The inability to use the reverse curse technique was simply a reflection of this dormant gene, atrophied from generations of neglect. In the end, it was all a theory. Despite the emphasis jujitsu sorcerers placed on the purity of blood, they had nothing on the well-crafted and rigidly controlled eugenics that were the hallmark of the clans of the elemental nations. The structured breeding programs and selective pairings of the elemental nations clans made the Gojo clan's approach seem almost haphazard in comparison. A grunt, followed by the movement of a hand towards a knife, and even with his eyes closed, his body healing, and the engorged pathways in his eyes reducing and mending, Jiki focused his attention on the man opposite him like a laser. He brought the full weight of his enhanced senses and his impressive ability to sense cursed energy, coupled with his intent, the absolute certainty that he would kill the man if he made a threatening motion. All these factors combined into something that made everyone around the table tense up, even if they were not his target. This palpable aura of lethal intent was a technique that had been colloquially named, killing intent. Yet the men he aimed at barely seemed to care, using the knife to cut what, judging by the sound of steel against meat followed by the grind of steel against ceramics, was likely a piece of steak. Jiki could almost feel the smirk on the man's face at his overreaction, but he was unfazed. He had been promised to bring Shoko Yuri back, and he was never one to renegade on his words. Why are we here? Surprisingly, it was not Toji who finally broke the silence. Jiki shifted the full brunt of his attention towards the boy, and he could almost feel his nervousness in response. You're a Zenin, he questioned softly. Fushiguro, the boy and Toji responded at the same time. The boy's tone was calm, but Toji's had a bite to it. Megumi Fushiguro, the boy responded again, after what Jiki guessed was a short stare between father and son. The loud slurp of Emi taking a sip of whatever drink she ordered broke the silence, followed by her muted apologies. He had not forgotten about her, nor how she had no-sold Toji's blow. But all things had their time. The question itself had been a test. Jiki sought to see if the former Zenin had tried to reconnect with his clan, connections hidden from the rest of the wider world. Judging by their reactions, whatever hatred Toji had for his clan remained. Good. Your father talked about you once. My name is Gojo Jiki, nice to meet you, he greeted the boy with a polite nod. It took a few seconds before the sound of Megumi nodding his head along with a muttered response reached him. They could resume trying to kill each other after this, but a little bit of attempted murder was no excuse to be impolite. A sigh came from behind him as he felt Shoko's technique come to a slow halt, easing itself out of him. Shortly after she lifted her hands from his shoulders, cutting short what he was about to say. Another session left before I can have you trying to render the world to ash once more, she stated with a yawn. He finally blinked his eyes open, and steel gray swiftly transitioned to red and black. The clarity that came with it was dulled by the strange look the two Fushigiros and Emi were giving him. Shoko sat down beside him and continued, taking a sip of her drink before slipping out a cigarette once more and giving him a pointed look. It was routine at this point for him to put his hands under the butt of the cigar and snap his fingers, flexing metaphorical muscles to set the tip alight. She brought the stick back to her lips and took a long drag, and he saw the way her body seemingly relaxed for the first time. He frowned and wondered how he hadn't noticed it before, even if it all made sense now. She had been healing on the battlefield for a couple of hours, only to be kidnapped and taken to heal someone who had been placed into a curse-induced coma. For all her seeming apathy and lack of care for anything, even she was not immune to the stress and mental fatigue the past couple of days must have brought upon her. She must have realized the attention of the two Fushigiros was now on her because she turned to him and continued hurriedly. But if they start acting up again, don't hesitate to set them on fire. Especially the little brat. He spent all day glaring at me. A smile almost slipped at that, but he maintained his apathetic facade with some effort. It would have been an easy thing to resume the fight, but they had both agreed to a truce, and the Fushigiros had a deterrent just as big as his eyes. In the middle of the table and surrounded by a platter of food and drink sat a warped parcel of wires and electronics, a ticking bomb. Its trigger had been in the center of the table as well, resting in plain sight, but from the moment he opened his eyes, Toji had snapped it up faster than anybody but Jiki could react. The threat of mutually assured destruction hung in the air, and it seemed both parties were comfortable with that knowledge. You said you could heal her, but you didn't, Megumi finally broke in once more, his sole focus on the issue at hand, uncaring of the subtle power plays going on right beneath his eyes. I said I would try, Shoko replied with a shrug. And I did, but unfortunately I couldn't bring her out of the coma, same as the last 4 people I tried to help. She's not the first, the boy acknowledged, and Jiki's eyes drifted to the girl still trapped in her wheelchair, noticing the seal etchings on the top of her head. He remembered Satoru talking about people suddenly entering comas weeks ago, but that wasn't the main thing that drew his attention to the girl. No, that was solely one of the seal patterns on her head that seemed oddly familiar. No, she's not. We were never able to truly diagnose what was wrong with them, Shoko continued, before turning to the girl and looking at her once again. But I've never been as motivated as I have been the past few days. She glanced at Toji and continued speaking. I believe something has touched her soul. As one, they all turned to Jiki as he slowly rose to his feet. He felt ice in his veins, a chill born not just of the situation but of the implications stirring within him. Carefully, he walked towards the girl, each step measured, as if approaching a puzzle whose pieces held epiphany. He couldn't shake the feeling that something from his past, a shadow, was haunting this present moment. Yet, he refused to believe that reformed pest could have followed him here. It must be mere coincidence, strange similarities echoing across time. Yes. How did you know? Shoko asked, her curiosity piqued, her voice a contrast to the tense silence that had settled over the table. Jiki finally stopped beside the girl and crouched down, his fingers tracing lightly over the intricate seal markings etched into her forehead. I recognize some of the patterns, Jiki replied softly, a sense of familiarity tugging at his consciousness. The patterns were not just identical, they were echoes of what he had once known, reminiscent of the fuinjutsu used to seal in his previous life. He recalled similar markings on his little brother's neck, a haunting memory that now seemed to resonate now. The realization sparked a flood of questions in his mind, as he began to weave a web of connections between this world and his past. What if this world was a continuation of the elemental nations he once knew? Had the threads of fate woven him back into a tapestry he thought he had left behind? Uncaring or perhaps simply unaware of Jiki's inner turmoil, Toji broke the silence with a direct question. What do they mean? Jiki stood up, his gaze shifting from the girl to meet the eyes of those around him. He could sense their anticipation, their need for answers. With deliberate calm, he spoke, each word carrying the weight of his revelation. It means that the girl, Tsumaki, Megumi's correction sliced through the tension, his voice sharp. Jiki gave a nod before continuing. It means that Tsumiki Fushiguro is not the only one in there. What do you mean? Toji repeated, his tone low and dangerous. Despite the man's outward strength, Jiki could see the uncertainty in his eyes. It was a familiar look, one he recognized from his own past, the same look of doubt and remorse he had once seen in his own eyes when confronted with the consequences of the choices he had forced upon his little brother, and the dark paths he had led him down. The choices he had pushed him to make and the serpent he had made him lay with. Instead of replying immediately, he turned his attention back to the girl and the intricate fuinjutsu patterns etched on her forehead. The sealing arts were not his specialty, but his knowledge was sufficient to discern some elements derived from that snake's work. There was some similarities, but it wasn't a direct replica. Lingua drift overtime preharfs. As he examined the seals labeled soul, other, contain, and trigger, that sense of recognition was confirmed. The girl had some distorted variation of the snake's cursed seal of heaven. She's not the only one in there. There's likely another presence sharing her body, a parasite, Jiki explained, his voice measured, hiding the disgust he felt at seeing that man's work replicated. But judging by her continued unconsciousness, this presence hasn't awakened either. His words hung in the air, carrying the weight of uncertainty. There was a brief silence as everybody stared at him, each face reflecting a mix of emotions as the seriousness of the situation slowly sank in. Even Shoko's usually composed demeanor betrayed a hint of concern, her gaze flickering between each person around the table. Seconds later, the silence was shattered by a low, guttural growl. Get it out, Megumi stated, his eyes red with anger and fear as he gripped the table so hard his fingers dug into the wood. Jiki met his gaze with his usual apathetic expression. The boy moved to surge to his feet, but a hand clamped onto his shoulder and shoved him back into his seat. Toji kept his grip on his son's shoulder as he slowly stood up himself, his uncertainties either masked or drowned out as he matched Jiki's apathetic look with one of his own. So what now? Toji asked in a low tone, his voice betraying the calm look he wore. Jiki found himself without an answer for the men, nothing that would satisfy the duo. He didn't know if his previous method of resolving such issues could be replicated. He was no fourth Hokage or even Jiraiya of the Sannin, Fuinjutsu had never been his greatest strength. Could he risk it? Now we deal with it, Shoko interjected, stepping into the conversation once more and diverting some of the attention away from Jiki. She shrugged off their stares with a matching expression of determination. We now know what to look for, and we're better positioned to work it out. We have experience with dealing with soul-related curses and ailments, so we might be able to help. What's the price for this help? Toji uttered, as if the very idea of paying for the service hurt him. Your cooperation. Huh, came the surprised reply from everyone that was not Jiki. Shoko shrugged as she continued, cutting through their confusion and uncertainty with her typical blunt speech. Things are changing. Satoru is being pulled at the seams, Jiki is a handy replacement and ridiculously competent for a boy, but we can see the writing on the walls. I can see them especially. Something is stirring, special-grade curses banding together, this curse-fueled coma spreading, rogue curse users poking their head out of the gutter since Geto proved that it was possible, and the Zenin acting up. The Zenin? Toji questioned with a scowl. You're still excommunicated, so I guess it doesn't matter, nor are you aware, but they have been acting up, ducking their responsibilities, experimenting with things better left forgotten or ignored. And yet the higher-ups have done nothing to curb their behavior, Jiki replied as he made his way back to his seat, with Toji mirroring him with a grunt of acknowledgement. HN. Shoko continued, surprising him so far, so he relaxed and let her continue as she resumed her sales pitch with uncharacteristic seriousness. There are too many enemies, and these are just the ones we can see. There are still unseen threats bubbling in the dark. So it's simple. Join us. It won't be something that would be advertised. We can enlist Megumi in Jujutsu High to watch out for Tsumiki and be a point of contact with you while I also start putting Tsumiki through some tests. In return, you help us. We identify threats, and you neutralize them. Toji's face immediately shifted into a scowl, while Megumi was a mess of confusion as he sat bewildered. Everything was happening too fast. It must have felt like they were being railroaded, and Shoko must have sensed it too because her brows began to tighten. You'll get paid for your services, of course, Emi smoothly added. And just like that, whatever tension seemed to have been budding was slowly dissipating as the corners of Toji's lips edged upwards ever so slightly. He had to admit, the civilian-born girl was rapidly coming into her own as an excellent mediator. Emi's perceptiveness and understanding of people were showing its effectiveness, and she continued. An alliance of mutual benefit, not just a one-sided excuse to use each other. Megumi enrolls instead of enlists and can come with us to look after Tsumiki and give you regular updates. He'll just register as a regular student while also refining his innate technique further. The perfect cover. Toji leaned on the table before he finally spoke with a grunt. 1 month, Toji began and he stared deep into Emi's eyes. If you can't get her up by then, what next? Then I'll step in, Jiki declared with unwavering certainty, his tone reminiscent of Satoru's. Toji was forced to shift his attention to Jiki. It would be our final card, but if it comes down to it, I'll take care of it myself. The conviction in his words forced Toji to blink as that shark-like smile began to spread once more. Let us hash out the details. I need my lawyer and handler, Shuei Kong. Jiki and Emi exchanged a look before Emi replied with a tight smile. Of course. They were outside the building, as Emi continued her conversation with the two Fushigiros, reassuring them, while Shoko resumed smoking and Jiki stood beside her and observed. Her expression was weary yet contemplative. I didn't expect that from you, Jiki finally broke the silence, his tone probing. Shoko remained silent for a long moment, exhaling a plume of smoke into the evening air before responding. Her voice carried a weight of regret and introspection. We failed him, you know. Jiki turned to her, his brow furrowing in curiosity. It was rare for Shoko to reveal such vulnerability. She continued, her eyes fixed on the shifting clouds above. Ghetto. We should have seen the cracks in his convictions, in his ambitions. But we didn't. And we lost him because of that. I can see those cracks again, Jiki-kun. This time, she turned to meet his gaze, her eyes reflecting a mix of determination and sadness. They have lessened since you came, but the elders still seem determined to exploit any weakness, she added, her voice tinged with frustration. Understanding dawned on Jiki. Satoru, he murmured. Shoko nodded solemnly before returning her gaze to the sky. I won't watch him go the same way, she stated firmly, her resolve clear in her voice. They lapsed into a contemplative silence, the only sound the distant murmur of the city and the occasional rustle of Shoko's clothing as she adjusted her position against the wall. You need to stop smoking, you know, Jiki remarked after a while. Bah, now you sound like Utamai, Shoko retorted, a faint hint of amusement in her voice despite the seriousness of their conversation. They remained there, two figures under the evening sky, contemplating the uncertain future that lay ahead for them. The car slowed to a stop, and Jiki smoothly opened the door, stepping out with a surprising lack of discomfort or pain, considering the multiple battles he had recently endured. There were some lingering kinks in his muscles, signs of fatigue and rapid healing, but nothing he couldn't handle. Shoko had worked her miraculous healing once again, almost restoring him to perfect condition. Turning back to the car, Jiki carefully lifted the still comatose Fushiguro girl in a bridal carry. He spared a moment to glance at her face, she was slightly older than him, though she appeared much younger. Feeling the weight of eyes on him, he resisted the urge to smile and began walking up the stairs, ignoring the suspicious look from Megumi. I never thought I'd miss this place, Emi remarked, starting the conversation as they ascended. The school still bore the scars of Ghetto's destructive parting blow, even days later. At least it's still standing, Shoko added, her demeanor surprisingly relaxed as they entered Master Tingen's barrier. She hadn't even reached for a cigarette, her hands tucked deep into her coat. Perhaps due to their familiarity with the journey, the typically long and arduous stairs felt shorter than usual. Waiting for them at the top was a white-haired man, lounging casually as if asserting his dominance over the territory. His head tilted in amusement, though the dark shades concealed any signs of fatigue under his eyes. The vibrant blue of his irises drew everyone's attention. Satoru surveyed them with his characteristic playful demeanor, starting from Jiki and the girl in his arms, to the black-haired boy behind him, and finally to Shoko. I have a feeling there's a story behind this. Good thing I have one of my own, he finally spoke, a grin spreading across his face as he met Jiki's gaze. Despite the trials of the past days, Jiki couldn't help but smile back, it was good to have Satoru back. It had taken almost an hour, but like all things that had a beginning, it ended. I see, Satoru stated after Shoko concluded her tale, his gaze shifting to the suddenly nervous form of Megumi. While they had agreed on the basic outline of their plans, Satoru held the ultimate power to decide whether Megumi would stay, especially since he would be sponsoring him. They sat in the depths of Jujutsu High, in a clandestine room designed for binding or sealing special-grade threats. The walls were adorned with talismans and etchings that provided some measure of security and protection, making it difficult even for Satoru to peer beyond its defenses. We can try to sneak you in as a regular sorcerer we found, but the moment you use your technique, that ruse would be up, Satoru began, still studying Megumi intently. I doubt any Zenin worth their salt would fail to recognize the inherited technique that has made them the powerhouse they are. So what? Shoko questioned. Satoru responded with a grin and a casual shrug. So we don't bother trying to hide it. They're going to find out anyway. What about his father's notoriety? Emi interjected unexpectedly, surprising Jiki with her assertiveness. Satoru had trusted him and allowed her to join the discussion. What does it matter? Satoru shrugged again. In the cesspit of corruption and greed that is the foundation of the clans, all that truly matters is power. And Toji Fushiguro was the most powerful thing to come out of that clan in recent times. Satoru attempted to emphasize the seriousness of the situation with a meaningful look over his glasses before continuing. If this truly is the 10 Shadows technique, then the Zenin will want him back, but they'll have to approach it delicately. What about Geto? Jiki finally asked, knowing it wasn't the ideal moment but feeling it necessary to address. There was never a perfect time for such discussions, and he preferred to rip off the bandage cleanly rather than let it fester due to indecision. The mood in the room immediately darkened. Emi, ever observant, noticed the shift and swiftly stood up, addressing Megumi. Come on, Fushiguro-san. Let me show you around before Gojo-sensei takes you to see Principal Yagi, she said, prompting Megumi to follow her lead and quickly leave the trio of Satoru, Jiki, and Shoko behind. After a prolonged silence, Satoru finally spoke with a sad smile, Geto. Geto is dead. One moment, it didn't exist, and in the next, it suddenly did. It was born in a single breath, yet it had been accumulating for a long time, years, decades, centuries. Not even the immoral monster that had put the last few steps in place knew how long the being had been waiting to be born. All it had needed was a spark. Unlike most curses, he was not born solely from the fear of humans. It had also been born from the fear of sorcerers as their control lapsed while they fought a single man, even if most never saw his face. That had been its spark, and it felt its curse technique etching itself on his brain and soul, taking inspiration from both the men that triggered his birth, and pure fear. It stretched pale, stitched hands out of the black ichor that rested on the floor at the depths of a sewer. The physics of how a hand, much less the body it was pulling out of the liquid could fit on a flat surface, should be impossible, was discarded. The curses had slipped past the black ichor that had cradled him for so long, and as its head broke free, it gained an identity, he. With that identity came knowledge. As he stepped out of the ichor that had birthed him fully, he raised his head to the slits in the manhole cover meters ahead and smiled at the moonlight that slipped through the grates. Humans, such fascinating beings, he found himself speaking, his voice modulating and shifting as he slowly decided on one. He flexed rippling muscles as he slowly begun to settle on a body type and feature. Light blue hair drifted in the air behind him as he continued to muse. Now to unravel one would be the most curious thing. Chapter 45, Chapter 45. After the past couple of days, it was one he didn't mind and one he actively enjoyed. Jiki soaked in the tub of warm water, hovering on the capacious edge between bliss and unconsciousness. At least he was until she spoke, her very voice washing away the sleep in his eyes faster than anything else. You've been smiling all day. He tilted his head up to her face, knowing the soft smile she mentioned remained on his face. Should I not? He questioned as they peered into each other's eyes. The eyes were the entrance to the soul, and they stared deeply into each other's. Whatever she found in his made her return the smile with a bashful expression and a deep blush. You don't smile often, she replied before breaking off the eye contact and rolling the sleeves of her black-colored shirt up. She picked up a sponge and a bar of soap before making her way back to his form. Then she glided the sponge through his skin, cleansing it while simultaneously shifting to his white locks and sinking her fingers into them. He relaxed further and began to sink into that unconscious sensation once more before he remembered to reply. I rarely have a reason to. Even with his eyes half-lidded and his awareness barely in the waking world, he noted her pout with a smile. So what's your reason for smiling now? She questioned, and he answered easily. You. Her face heated up so fast that if he took a pan and eggs to it, he would have made fried eggs in a second. Why, you really should smile more. Regardless of the reason, she finally managed to stutter out after a few seconds, but he had already begun to drift into unconsciousness again. His guard was truly down for the first time in months as he immersed himself in her presence. She continued to speak as she watched him, but he had stopped listening. Instead of focusing on the words, he marinated in the soft candor of her voice, allowing blissfulness to take him. Truly everything was right in the world whenever Aiko was present. He sat in Saiza in a very familiar dark cavern. Like every other time he was made to come down here, he was forced to remember the first time he came here, he had been confused. Not frightened, never frightened. But he had just woken up to a new life, and Aiko had led him here with fear in her eyes and a summon from the capricious clan head. Old man Tatsumi finally spoke. The older man had stepped down years ago and was no longer the head of the Gojo clan, but considering Satoru was Satoru, the man had been forced to retake some of the responsibilities that he had happily discarded. Jiki had just finished telling the old man about everything. From the night parade of 1,000 demons to Shoko's kidnapping, his clash with the sorcerer killer, and finally, the agreement they came to. The elders are not aware of this agreement, I take it, the old man questioned as he took a slow drag from his pipe, and Jiki nodded in agreement. He had been ordered to kill the sorcerer killer, and when he came back without a dead body as proof, they had stayed silent for long seconds before dismissing him from their presence. One that he was all too happy to leave. Even as he walked out of the room that day, he could hear the mutters, their fear driving them, untrustworthy, unpredictable, and frightening. It was only a matter of time until they did something unwise. Old men and women with more power than they should wield always made them forget that in the end, what they wielded was political power. An ephemeral thing that only mattered to those who cared or paid it any heed. They forget that compared to people like me, to people like us, they are no different from the regular people they look down upon so much. Satoru's voice came back to him, and just like the first time he heard it, he saw the point. Good, old man, Tatsumi finally replied before blowing another cloud of smoke out. Now, do you know your greatest weakness, Jiki? He questioned as he took another drag, and just like the first question, Jiki didn't waste time thinking about it. My inability to use the reverse curse technique. Jiki had flaws. The acknowledgement of such was unnerving. Correct, the man replied with a sage nod. You're a genius, Jiki-kun. A prodigy that might never again be born, yet you are constrained by something. Your eyes, which are your greatest strength, are also your greatest weakness due to the damage they take with each activation. We have been patient and considerate, hoping you'd pick it up on your own like Satoru did or learn it from him or Shoko, but that has proven to be not forthcoming, which leaves you with a final source of guidance. One that you have not made an attempt to use. The men waited for Jiki to say something, but instead, Jiki remained closed-eyed and waited for the men to continue, and their Jiki had the upper hand, for his patience was a thing of myth. Seeing a lack of response, the old man let out a sad sigh before continuing. Do you truly hate me so much that you'd handicap yourself instead of learning from me? He wanted to stay silent, but he refused to allow the allegations to slide. I do not hate you, Tatsumi-sama. Yet even as the words left his lips, he knew them for false. Not exactly false, but there was a touch of untruth to it, and Jiki was self-aware enough to note it as his eyes opened and his brows scrunched. Even you do not believe those words, at least not totally. Maybe hate is not the right word. So let me use something else. You have not forgiven me for that day. And here Jiki found himself unable to deny it. He thought he had. Assumed it had been washed off his back like all the times he had been forced to lay down his free will on the altar of sacrifice once more for those he loved. But he hadn't, just as he hadn't forgotten that day. Now Jiki was forced to think, forced to recollect vividly. Despite his efforts with reverse engineering the Irionin techniques of his past life, he had failed and had never even bothered to give the old man a chance because of the choice that he had forced him to make. Yet if he never made that choice, he would never have formed the new bonds he would have in this life. Brave and reckless Maki, timid and smart Emi, gregarious and loyal Panda, and finally somber and solid Toge. Without making that choice that night, he would never have been a pillar that Satoru could rely on, and the pressure on his cousin would have been heavier. He would have spent his days living a carefree life, painting and indulging a happier Aiko. And the world would have been lesser and weaker for it. He found himself letting out a long sigh, as his brows smoothed back and his eyes closed once more. Perhaps it was time to let it go. For even if it was a choice he had been forced to make, it was one that he believed he would have made anyway, if only because in the end, Satoru reminded him so much of his brother. The happy boy who had been scarred by Itachi's deeds. So he shifted from his seiza and bowed. His head to the ground and palms pressed flat to the ground as he said, Gojo Jiki requests tutoring from former clan head Gojo Tatsumi. It was time to let go. This was his first holiday and an end to the school year, so when he was not in the depths of the Gojo clan alongside the old men, learning the surprisingly simple act of adding two negatives to create a positive, once again he cursed Satoru and Shoko because just with that single phrase, he was smart enough to put it together and go up in leaps and bounds. That aside, he spent the rest of his time with Aiko. It had been a soothing couple of weeks, and they were merely days away from resuming the new session. And with that resumption came a lot of new challenges. Confirmation of Panda and Toad's health. He had not heard anything about them yet from Shoko. Then there was the recent elder summon he had ignored unabashedly. They still refused to believe his words on Toji's death, which he didn't honestly blame them for. The lie was flimsy, especially without a body. They were scared of the hold they had on him slipping and content in Satoru's presence as a blunt hammer to bash away their enemies. So knowing what the summons were about, he had shrugged it off and ignored it till they tired of it. They had stopped after discovering that one of their own had been missing, their attention shifting to something else. Instead of worrying about them, he focused on better things. They walked down the entertainment districts hand in hand, and Aiko was furiously pointing towards different things. If she was distracted enough, she would drag him into whatever particular store drew her fancy, and they would either take turns trying on new outfits or whatever weird Western food Aiko had heard about. That was how he ended up in an all-black tab-collar shirt with white buttons to match, coupled with a pair of black trousers. She had noted how good it looked on him, and like with all things Aiko, he had succumbed to her will, unable to tell her how similar it was to Geto's dressing before he went rogue. That was how their days usually went. Two people, one relaxing and mending from what he had experienced and the loss he had gotten, while another, more wholesome, more naive to the true cruelties of this world, went about with a constant smile on her face. Jiki glanced at the near euphoric look on her face as she tried a particular Western food, bolognese spaghetti, and he smiled in return. He honestly wouldn't have had it any other way. It was on this day, the sun was down, the night walkers had already begun to walk the streets with their partners, and the shops that preferred the hustle and bustle of daytime had begun to close while the ones that flourished with the nighttime audience had begun to open. They sat inside a restaurant, and Aiko tried her best to devour the plate of spaghetti as fast as she could. She had forgotten the story she had been telling him the moment she took a bite of her meal, and Jiki didn't mind. Instead, he took another sip of his drink as he stared out the window. That was when he saw him, or them, to be more accurate. A young boy walking and talking to himself, or that's what it might have looked like from a regular person's perceptions, but anybody with a shred of cursed energy running in their body would recognize the boy's partner as a curse. A humanoid curse with an extensive patchwork of scars and stitches crisscrossing his body. Jiki watched them walk past from his chair in the restaurant, and just as they were about to walk past the two-way glass, the curse's attention drifted to him. One gray and one blue eye stared at his swirling red and black. It was fleeting, but he recognized the look in the curse's eyes. Curiosity. Like he had seen a new toy for the first time and was wondering how to take it apart, and if it was interesting, put it back together in whatever fashion that made the most fun. A child's curiosity. "Come on, Mahito," the boy called out from ahead of the two-way mirror, and the curse, Mahito, gave him a brief wave and began to walk forward once more to catch up with the boy. The whole scene had left Jiki immensely curious. A humanoid curse, possibly a special grade, and a boy. An unregistered sorcerer. He didn't recognize the boy, nor did he see any clan markings to affiliate him with a clan. Neither were there any obvious bindings or anything that linked the two together, so it was a relationship that had no chains. No masters. So what was a maybe unregistered special grade curse doing with a young impressionable civilian sorcerer? "You've been looking out the window for the past few minutes," Aiko finally spoke, and he shifted the full weight of his attention back to her. She had finished her plate of food, and the sight of sauce on her face brought another soft smile to his lips. "Have I?" he rebutted. "Yeah, you have. You didn't even hear me the first time Hey, why are you smiling?" He took up a napkin and stretched over the table to dab at her lips with a smile. The act caused her to blush furiously as she tried to maintain a coherent train of thought. Realizing it was no use, she instead shifted tracks. "And, anyway, what was I saying earlier?" Jiki smiled again at the attempts to change topics but went along with it with a shrug as he put his elbow on the table and his face in his hands to stare at her better before replying. "You were talking about how one of the maids stepped on old man Tatsumi's robes and forced him to fall down a pair of steps." "Aha." With that exclamation and laugh, she continued the story, and Jiki allowed his attention to drift as he sent the 4 cursed crows that lay perched at multiple strategic locations to follow the strange duo. The original curse had split into 4 over the past few weeks, and it didn't take him long to figure out its technique. It was a good thing that even after it multiplied, he still had control over it. So he shifted his focus back to Aiko as the birds went to sate his curiosity. Ito Emi was uncertain, and not for the first time since she made the choice that changed her life. She woke up with an accelerated heartbeat, which happened at least twice a night. Scared, wide eyes darted around the room as she tried her best to shake off what she knew was a nightmare. She put her hand between her head and rocked herself on her ass as she sat alone on the bed in the otherwise empty and Spartan room. A reminder of the room she had stayed in for years. A room that a suited man had broken her out of. She still remembered it like it was yesterday. "You said you see demons." A rough and gruff voice called out from above her, and she raised her head up from the drawing she was making. She hunched over it as she raised her head to look. Hiding the image of a snake-like monster hovering over a nurse's head. He was a big man. Stern features hidden behind a pair of shades, well-built and dressed in a corporate cream-striped suit and a blue undershirt. One of the senior doctors. She shook her head desperately in denial as she stuttered, I'm cured now. I understand that I was halluci." She could see the way something changed on the man's face, a sadness creeping in before it hardened once more, and he raised a hand up, a hand that glowed bluish-purple a second later. She stared in shock, her well-rehearsed lies falling apart, as she stared at the power wafting off the man's hands. "What is that?" she found herself asking as she stared transfixed. "It is cursed energy, and if you can see it. You're a sorcerer, Ito Emi, and you have no place here." Just like that, she was given a choice. She couldn't return to bed now, so she slipped out of her bed and took off an oversized shirt from the hanger. Slipping her legs into a pair of slides, she found her way out of the room. It didn't take her long to walk towards the door that marked the entrance of the female student dormitory. Her eyes glanced at Maki's door, but just like the rest of the other students, she was not around. It was the holidays, and everyone had gone back home. Most of them still had something to return to. Even Maki had left with a vague note of wanting to see her sister. That left her, the sole student in Jujutsu High, ignoring the resident sorcerers that lived on the campus. That particular group had been cut down drastically both from fear and Geto Sugiru's rampage. For all Jiki spoke highly of him and he didn't aim at killing any of the students, the men had not shown the same restraint with the few sorcerers that had been stationed on campus. She found her way to the entrance and stepped out of the corridor. The stars were bright, she noted. And if she squinted a bit, especially with the darkness, she could ignore the scars that marked the Night of 1,000 parade as they littered the school. She let out another sigh as she remembered how much the stars reminded her of her time back in that hell. When she stared from barred gates and in clothes that strapped her hands to her body, as she tried her best to ignore the gibbering and whimpering of both curses and humans that staggered around the hospital. She had dreamt of the outside world for so long that when the chance came to see it once more, she had not cared. Had not considered what it would mean to be a sorcerer. Instead, she had grabbed the chance, uncaring of what might follow it. Not that she regretted it, she admitted to herself with a smile as she turned back and found her way back into the building. If she never made that choice, she would have never left that room with the barred windows. After all, how was a sane person supposed to prove they were sane when they kept flinching in fear at things that no one else could see? But she had made that choice, taken the hand that had been stretched to her, and she didn't regret it in the slightest. She had gotten to meet Jiki, Maki, Toge. Panda. She felt a sob rack through her, and she put her hands to her mouth to strangle the cry, regardless of the fact that she was alone in the building. She was not a kid anymore, she was no longer the girl in the dark room. The squeak of hinges on a door opening tore through the silence of the night, and immediately she found herself freezing in place. An attack? She doubted. She was not important enough to be attacked. She was not a clan scion like Jiki or Toge, neither had she offended any clan or the higher-ups like Maki and Hikari-san had done. That removed an attack from the probabilities, yet she found it impossible to relax. Instead, she found her eyes drifting to the door of her room and scanning her surroundings. She regretted not stepping out with a blade, yet she knew she was not completely useless without it. She had a technique now, one she had hidden while practicing to show it off to Jiki. Till she was forced to reveal it to survive Toji Fushigiro's blow, and even with that, she barely made it out with her life. Yet it was enough. Enough to survive a single hit from the sorcerer killer, and that reminder was enough to give her the strength and confidence to breathe out easily. Instead of sinking into panic, she cleared her mind as much as possible and let out another breath. A technique Jiki had taught her for clearing her mind and compacting her thoughts, and just like everything he taught them, it worked remarkably well for each of them. The second breath had her straightening up her body as she slowly walked toward the still slightly open door. Curse energy primed and technique ready to be fueled. Yet, the moment she opened the slightly ajar door and walked in, she was floored and subsequently lost control of her cursed energy. Still, she found that she was not scared. Instead, her eyes drifted, and the first thing that left her surprised lips were words instead of a scream. It's bigger on the inside. Yes, it is. That reply brought back all the fear and sense of danger as she found herself taking control of her cursed energy once more and rapidly adopting a combat stance. In the middle of the impossible room sat a figure. Even with the half-formed sensor training that Jiki had put her through, it was enough to let her know there was something eerie about the creature in front of her. The creature possessed 4 eyes with a cylinder-shaped head that featured no hair at all. The rest of its body was further hidden behind a beige robe. What? She stammered out as she stood confused, still in her combat stance, yet the weird figure still sat relaxed, heedless of her readiness to fight. You're not the most curious thing I've seen this century, that spot is taken by that malevolent eye child's birth. She stood stunned, unsure of what to reply, because she understood who she was talking about, Jiki, and once again, she found herself wondering about her teacher. It was not the first time something weird referred to his birth and presence as unnatural. She still remembered that vessel in the depths of the abandoned hospital surrounded by corpses. Yet unlike him, you interest me. Truly interest me. Now how did you, a child of civilian origins, do it? With those words, Emi's heart froze as she realized the creature in front of her knew. Chapter 46. The Enigma sat comfortably under a sparse tree with a low seating table in front of it that held 2 cups of tea, one in front of it and the second in front of Emi. It gestured to the seat opposite it as it gently lifted its cup to its lips once more and closed its 4 eyes, seemingly savoring the tea. Even after 1,000 years, you'd think I've gotten bored of the taste. The cylindrical-headed creature finally broke the silence. Yet Emi remained frozen and cautious, ignoring the gesture to sit down opposite it. Who are you? Where are we? She asked rapidly as she glanced behind and discovered the door she had come in through was missing. All that was left of the entrance was hexagonal panels that seemed to define the boundary of the barrier she had found herself in. It blinked its 4 eyes in an eerie fashion then ignored her first question, instead skipping to the second. We're in a barrier, but you already knew that, didn't you? It acquiesced with a small smile. Yes, she knew, but it was a simplistic explanation. She knew there was more to it. She had just stepped through a regular door and appeared somewhere else. Seeing that the creature still seemed comfortable in the silence as it took another sip of the tea, Emi grew the confidence to speak again. What am I doing here? This time she asked with steel in her spine, forcing the creature to halt its movement and stare at her before it slowly dropped its cup to the saucer on the table. Suddenly she felt the change, the major reason she had been on her guard from the very moment she had set her sights on the creature. It had nothing to do with the creature itself, but in the way it had been acting. Now it had let the human mask and mannerisms fade as it stared back at her once more. It lost the smile, the slouch, the soft cadence in its tone, and its effort to mimic human expressions, and it spoke once more. I had hoped to put you at ease with something familiar, but it seems like it was a waste. It noted in an androgynous tone. I'm one of the 3 most proficient barrier users this world has seen in the past 10 centuries, and my experience has strengthened that. Did you truly think I would not sense what you have done? Especially when you placed so much of the burden on one of my pure barriers. I don't know what you're talking about. She deflected with a lie, but it saw through her with a smile. I must admit, it was quite a novel sight, the creature continued, shifting its attention to the cup in its hand. A specialized mobile barrier that hangs off one of the pure barriers I've maintained across Japan. How did you manage it? I'm guessing a binding vow with numerous rules and a significant sacrifice in cursed energy, it mused. How did I get into this barrier? Emmy deflected again, like a broken record, her heart racing as the creature analyzed her carefully crafted technique. She took a step back, searching for an exit, but found none. Slowly, she realized she was truly trapped in this empty barrier with a strange creature that knew too much. The enigmatic creature waited for her to speak, perhaps to validate its theory, but Emmy remained silent. Eventually, it let out a sigh, contemplating for a moment before gesturing to her with a hand. You asked how you got in. You merely walked in, crossing a threshold that brought you here. Have you forgotten what I said? All of Japan falls within my domain, and no place resonates more with my power than this area. That was when it clicked in her head, and her eyes widened at the implication. The creature had repeatedly claimed that the school and all of Japan were its domain. It had hinted at being ancient, centuries old at least. There could only be one other person who fit this description, the one who rested at the heart of the Jujutsu Society, the sole pillar and security. Yet, she found it hard to believe. Even Jiki had admitted to never seeing the reclusive sorcerer. What could she be doing in front of a being that didn't even acknowledge one of the most powerful sorcerers of recent times? Tengen-sama. She asked, even though she knew deep in her soul. The creature twitched its alien features into what she guessed was another smile before finally replying to her. Depends on how this conversation goes, you might have to refer to me as Master Tengen soon, now come. Tell me about this novelty you've brought forth. The Crete, Tengen-sama finally said as he gestured at the ground before him. Tengen, Sir Dash. Tengen raised up a hand in the universal gesture of halt, and she snapped her mouth shut in response. Ma. She blinked in confusion at the interruption. The creature in front of her was a female. It waved off her confusion once more as it spoke. If you're going to use pronouns, let's clear this up. It's a lengthy and convoluted tale, and it's yet to be decided if you'll ever hear it. Now, sit down and tell me everything. I haven't had the pleasure of discussing novel barrier techniques since Kenjaku. Instead of complying with Tengen's request, she chose to voice a question that had plagued her for months, a curiosity that she finally had the chance to resolve. They say you meet with everyone granted the special grade rank at least once, yet Jiki has always denied ever meeting you. Why is that? She asked, blurting out the question before she had a chance to second-guess herself. Tengen stilled once more, shifting back to that state that she was coming to realize was the woman's natural state as she contemplated on if she should truly speak. The 4 eyes blinked in unison as motion returned to Tengen, signifying she had made a decision. I had anticipated countless questions from you, but I had not predicted this. You inquiring about another person, but I guess I should have. He has been a major sponsor in your time here. I suppose your question is very human. Teijin allowed her to think on the words as she took another sip of the tea before she continued. The simple answer is, I reject him. She felt her eyebrows rise in surprise and confusion at the statement, and she found her lips moving once again to respond before she could think. And the complicated one? Tengen answered her after another deliberate sip, moving with such measured calm that it might have frustrated someone less patient. Yet Emmy recognized this as a reflection of a being accustomed to the slow passage of time. That child is a catalyst for change. His existence is unpredictable. His presence shifts the balance of things and disrupts the natural order. It is not as it should be, and the changes he has made are felt in every corner, altering the course of events in ways you won't understand. Those 4 eyes stared pointedly at Emmy, but the younger girl had lost focus and had begun to think. Are you afraid of him? Emmy asked in apprehension. Teijin looked at her with a mixture of surprise and contemplation in her eyes. Fear is a strong word and an exaggeration, Tengen said slowly. It's not just fear, but a recognition and a keen awareness of the power he wields. It's a healthy dose of caution for the unpredictable variable that is Gojo Jiki. Seeing the confusion on her face, Teijin continued. There is nothing truly new in this world, child. Not heavenly restrictions, not powerful curses or sorcerers, not even the 6 eyes, and limitless being wielded by a single person even if they rarely happen all at once. Everything under the sun has happened before. At least that was true till Gojo Jiki. Do you understand now? He is an impossibility, an anomaly among anomalies. Emi took in the revelation with a mix of understanding and disappointment. The waiting-in reacted to Jiki's presence, a reaction she'd witnessed firsthand in that morgue, now painted a clearer picture of the sorcerer's fears. Yet it was disappointing to see that someone with such power and history was so afraid of change that they preferred to live in self-imposed isolation. Like burying her head in the sand would shield her from the inevitable changes Jiki's presence would bring. She had always yearned to break free from constraints and truly live, whereas Tingen seemed content to remain ensconced in a protective shell, wary of the outside world. Emi refused to accept that this was all the ancient sorcerer amounted to. Surely there had to be more to Tingen than fear and reluctance. I see you do not understand, that is fine. Now I have asked one time too many already. Speak. Was there any other response to that beyond giving a bow and doing as she was told? Emi took a sip of the tea, only to realize with a start that it was not tea but sake. She stifled a grimace, gently setting the cup down before beginning her story. Well, it all started the first time I created a curtain. He threw himself forward with a wordless scream, for few understood the weight and gravity that lay in words as the Inumaki did. The Inumaki clan, both cursed and blessed, was as old as any of the great clans, though they lacked the prominence of the three greats. The first Inumaki was wise and ancient, and with that wisdom came an understanding of the profound power that words could wield. Their unique ability, their innate technique, was born from this first enlightenment, embodying the power of spoken words. Each utterance they brought forth held the potential to heal or harm, to build up or tear down. For them, words were not just simple sounds strung together, but vessels of meaning, intention, and power. Toge Inumaki knew that even better than most, for he had been taught the weight of his words even harsher than most, right from the moment he was born. Few were more dangerous than children of the Inumaki clan, marked by the snake and fangs of their progenitor. They learned the profound knowledge early that words, once spoken, could never be taken back. This awareness made them exceptionally cautious, choosing silence and metonymy over direct speech, and contemplation over haste. His first words had crippled his father. It was the first and last time he ever spoke out of turn, not even grief could make him lose that silence. Yet he wished more than anything to scream. Bereft of that outlet, he hurled himself forward with a furious intensity. The older man deftly redirected his attack to the side, dodging an elbow strike with practiced ease. Toge dropped to his hands and lashed out with a kick at the man's ankle. The older man fell to the ground without a sound, rolling quickly to dodge the next set of blows. He sprang back to his feet and fixed the boy he called his son with a resolute frown. Already his father found it hard to match his physical prowess in a fight. He had been slipping past the older man's guard more and more over the past few months, and with his anger and self-deprecation fueling him, he found himself hitting harder and faster. His newfound physical prowess could only be attributed to one person, Gojo Jiki. Yet, where was he when it mattered? What good was the ability to hit better in the face of the walking calamities that were special grades? Already, Toge could see the rapidly forming bruise on his father's shin, yet his father had taken the strike without a sound. In the House of Snakes and Fangs, they all understood the gravity of their words. The cost they paid was not merely internal. Their silence created a barrier between them and others, a chasm that he had bridged with the aid of the same Gojo Scion. The new communication hand signs Jiki had taught him were easier to use, and smoother, with a wider range of expressions and a speedier signal. It functioned like a system that had been meticulously refined, with all the kinks ironed out. While it had been invaluable to Toge and his family, it hadn't changed the ultimate outcome of that day. Despite this, Toge found it hard to blame the boy. The white-haired scion had already taught them so much. It wasn't Jiki's fault that Toge had lost his first friend due to sheer misfortune and something more sinister. He had arrived at the school friendless and alone, his admission based solely on his lineage. He came with little concern for making connections, harboring no true hopes of getting to know anyone. The barrier imposed by his inability to speak only deepened the distance between him and others. Then, amidst the isolation, came a figure with a mane of black and white and the brightest smile he had ever seen, breaking through the wall of silence and offering a connection he hadn't thought possible. "Would you like to be friends?" The cursed puppet asked, and he stared back at it in surprise before drawing his shaw down and pointing at the mark that sat on the side of his cheeks. He was barely 10, merely going through the motions in preparation for what was to come in a few years. Meeting this cheerful, fluffy ball of fur hadn't been part of his plans. "Oh, an Inumaki. Big sister taught me all about you guys. Don't worry, I'll speak enough for both of us. My name is Panda," the cursed puppet, Panda, declared with pure and innocent enthusiasm. For the first time that day, Toge smiled. Yet that smile was snatched away by the capricious hand of fate. A precisely aimed strike had shattered his friend's first core. The second core was annihilated when Panda sacrificed himself to shield him from the falling meteor. Despite the attack being labeled as restrained, a glancing blow from it was more than sufficient to destroy the second core, yet that had not have been enough to kill the cursed puppet. Alive and barely conscious, he had known his first friend was still alive. He had felt the third core burning and pumping power and had known safety. Even when that man and the curse dug themselves out of the ground and stumbled past him. They had barely paid him and Panda any attention, even knowing they were alive. No, the person who delivered the final blow that killed his best friend and destroyed his third core was not an enemy. Toj could barely remember, but he felt the moment Panda died, the instant the last strike shattered his third core. He knew it hadn't come from an enemy but from one of their own, a sorcerer stationed at the school under the command of the higher-ups. The blow that sent him crashing to the floor came from out of nowhere, lost in his thoughts and memories as he was. His head bounced off the well-matted ground, and he rolled away just as the older man had done a few minutes earlier. Struggling to his knees, he looked up at the scrutinizing face of his father. The older man stared down at him for a brief moment before rapidly firing off hand signs. Strength fueled by anger and negative emotions is powerful but makes you unfocused and erratic. Lose yourself in those emotions you shall, yet it can sharpen your focus and give strength. A paradox, yet so it is. He shrugged off the reproach as he forced himself back to his feet and got into his combat stance once more. His father kept up that reproachful stare before shaking his head and firing out another rapid set of words via hand signs. Spar does not help you, feeds your negative feelings. Enough. He wanted to argue, but before he could, the door to the clan's private dojo slid open, and his mother stepped inside. He turned his head away from her, staring at the floor as if he could burn holes into it with his anger. She walked up to him, clasped her hands over his, and pressed a letter into his grip. With a gentle kiss on the crown of his head, she turned away from him and walked over to his father, gently pulling the older man out of the dojo. Relationship strained, understanding faltered, and loneliness seeped in, a reality well understood by the Inumaki. Even though his mother lacked the snake and fangs that marked a true Inumaki, she had learned to help bear their burdens in her own way. Knowing when he needed her comfort and when he needed to be alone. He sank to the floor, clutching the letter in his trembling hands. It was from Satoru, informing him of Panda's burial. As he read the words, Toj's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, his silent sobs shaking his body as tears streamed down his face. Minutes passed, and the tears gradually ceased, leaving his face set in a mask. Someone had killed Panda, and the killer had not been a curse or one of the rogue curse users. He would find out what happened and why, and when he was satisfied, he was going to avenge his friend. Even if it was the last thing he did. I promise you. He whispered into the stillness of the dojo, curled up with the letter clutched tightly in his hand, his mind drifting to happier memories as he lay in the darkness. The world listened. She stormed out of the room with annoyance, each step a heavy stomp that cracked the wooden floor beneath her feet. Come back here, Maki, the old drunk roared behind her, but she didn't flinch. She had withheld even the bare minimum of what they wanted, for the moment he consented to let her go, he lost his grip on her. Now, they would have to fight, bleed, and sacrifice for every piece of ground they aimed to gain when it came to learning the gates. Considering the blood spill she saw leaking from one of the training rooms she walked past a few minutes ago, they had already started. And that thought brought a very dark smile to her face. Any other time, if she had been any younger or weaker, he might have come after her. Old Nobito was generally a drunk, uncaring mess who wouldn't have given her the time of day. But beneath that facade of indifference lay a lethality that had earned him his special first-grade rating. The gates were that important, a literal game changer, and that alone would have been enough to motivate him. In the past, he might have blurred his way to her front and struck her so hard she'd be vomiting blood for days. But she was no longer that girl, and she was no longer fully under his thumb. The old man knew that if it came down to it, he wouldn't just be making an enemy of her. She had grown stronger, more formidable, but above that, the real reason the old man did nothing other than to yell as she stomped off was because of the two monsters that were the Gojo brothers. Even with the gates, she was not sure if her perception was enough to follow through with how fast the old man and his son moved. At least not yet. She remembered the blow Jiki saved her from months ago. But the Zenin were undergoing something. A change that she did not understand. There had been more tension and she had noticed it from the first step into the clan that she took. Then there were the whispers of he who left it behind returning. Which was a ridiculous pseudonym in her opinion, but she had seen fear in the eyes of the older Zenins when it was mentioned. And sometimes, the slightest amount of that fear was directed at her. Very soon, it would be all her. She came to a stop outside Mai's room. And rested against the door. Eyes closed and hands folded. She stayed silent and brooded till minutes later, the sound of a gun cocking beside her head forced her to frown. Is that any way to greet your twin sister? Mai was not half as sneaky as she thought she was. She had heard the other girl coming seconds ago. They say you killed 1,000 curses at Shinjuku. The voice was so painfully familiar, but she resisted the urge to open her eyes, pivot on the spot, and hug the other girl. The nostalgia of shared memories and lost times washed over her, but she kept her emotions in check. Instead, she simply opened her eyes and turned to face her with a shrug, her expression stoic. An exaggeration, she said, her voice steady. It was closer to 100, and most of them were second and third grade curses. Despite the casual tone, the weight of her words lingered in the air. She could feel the other girl's eyes studying her, searching for any sign of vulnerability. But she remained composed, refusing to let her guard down. The gun remained cocked to her head as she stared down her twin. The girl looked eerily similar to her, the major difference being the glasses perched on her face. Unlike her sister, her cursed energy was too low to see curses without increasing her output using the gates. "Why are you here?" Mai demanded. "I came to check up on you." "Well, you've done so. Now get lost." Mai's voice was resolute, leaving no room for further discussion. Her tone was as cold as the metal of the gun she held. Despite the clear dismissal, Maki stood her ground, unwilling to leave without addressing the deeper issues. "Mai," Maki began, taking a deliberate step forward, but Mai's response was immediate and unforgiving. She jabbed the barrel of the gun sharply against Maki's forehead, her face twisted into a snarl that mirrored her frustration and resentment. "Did you ever pause to consider what it means for me that you've achieved so much? That you're now being considered for a promotion to second grade, and possibly even first? Did you think about how that affects me?" Mai's words cut through the air, each one punctuated by the pressure of the gun against Maki's skin. "No, of course you didn't. As always, you only thought of yourself, your ambitions, and your achievements. You come here, flaunting your success, while completely disregarding how it impacts those around you." Mai's frustration was palpable, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and hurt. "You've seen me now. You've made your point. Now, get lost." With a final shove of the gun, she dismissed her sister, her voice a harsh command that left no room for further argument. The other girl slipped past a still Maki and entered her room, slamming her door behind her with bone-rattling force. Maki was left outside, short of words and lost in thought as she gripped a piece of paper in her hand, a letter she had received and the true reason she had rushed here in a hurry. A letter supposedly from Mai asking for help. Now she knew it was fake. An excuse to get her back here. She stayed outside the door, trying her best to ignore the soft sobs she could hear coming from the other side as she glared at the wooden obstruction. Satoru had said they would try another means, something more subtle, and he hadn't been wrong. She squeezed the letters tighter in her hand as she cursed them with grinding teeth. "Damn you, Nobito. Damn you." The clatter of familiar footsteps drew her attention. She recognized them as her mother's, but this time, she resisted the urge to walk away. She was tired of avoiding her. Instead, she spun in the direction the older woman was coming from. "What?" she barked as soon as her mother came into view, her frustration boiling over. Whatever words her mother had originally planned to say were stifled by the outburst. Instead, the older woman stretched out a trembling hand, holding another letter. "This came for you." Maki snatched the letter from her mother, who turned and began to walk away. She paused for a moment, half turning as if to say something, but thought better of it and continued on her way. Maki opened the letter on the spot and sped through its contents. A heavy sigh escaped her lips as she rested her back against the door, sliding down into a sitting position. The words on the paper blurred through her tears, the weight of the message sinking into her bones. "Fuck," she exclaimed, the word a release of pent-up frustration, sorrow, and helplessness. Tears rolled down her cheeks, mirrored by her sister's tears on the other side of the door. They sat so close yet so far apart, separated by the wooden barrier, each forced to bear the weight of their sadness alone. An invitation to a burial was never an easy thing to receive. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Jiki glanced briefly at the surprising form of Yuta and the dark-skinned foreigner who had fought Satoru during the parade. The team was supposed to have left by now. But he supposed Yuta was here to pay his respects first. Jiki shifted his gaze to Panda's body, lying in a simple yet dignified casket. The flowers surrounding him seemed almost too vibrant, their colors stark against the overwhelming grief that weighed heavily on everyone present. Panda wasn't the only one being buried today. In war, losses were inevitable. But those other losses meant nothing to him. Jiki's attention was fixed on the beloved black and white cursed puppet lying in the coffin ahead. Panda had been laid to rest facing upward, his fur, meticulously groomed for the final time, catching the sunlight with a soft shimmer. It was a small blessing that the devastating attack, which had shattered his body and core, had mostly struck his back, leaving it concealed. They all stood in a solemn circle as they stared down upon Panda's still form, their faces etched with varying levels of sorrow, grief, and respect. Clad in black like the rest of the mourners, this was not the first time Jiki would be burying a comrade. He had grown disillusioned with the act. Having buried friends and families on a monthly basis back in his past life, he should have felt nothing while staring into the casket of the cursed puppet. Yet he found he couldn't take his eyes off Panda's glassy eyes and slightly ajar mouth that showed off his fangs. He remembered how those same features twisted into their perpetual look of joy and glee. Despite his appearance as a cursed puppet and his form as a talking panda, Panda had been the most human among them. He was always quick with a smile or a comforting grin, and his hugs, those magnificent, warm embraces, were something Jiki had seen Maki and Toge melt into, their sadness fading away in seconds. But that warmth was now gone forever. With his death, their class had lost something irreplaceable. They had lost their heart. As he stared at the still form in the coffin, his Sharingan spun in their sockets and etched the dead body of a friend into his brain. One more mistake that should have been avoided. One more death on his hands. It suddenly struck him why Panda's death felt so raw and fresh. Unlike most funerals, Panda hadn't been cremated. This was more than a simple farewell, it was a statement, a display of intent. The one responsible was the towering figure standing at the head of the casket, clad in black, with a pair of glasses somehow even darker shielding his eyes. Masamichi Yaga, principal of Jujutsu High, a grade 1 sorcerer, and the creator of Panda, stood at the head of the grave. His usual confident demeanor was replaced with a solemn air. Then he began to speak, his voice was steady but heavy with emotion. Contrary to what some may have believed, Panda was not just a cursed puppet, he said, his voice thick as he continued to gaze down at the open casket. He was my son, and I loved him just as much as all of you did. His loss is devastating. Yaga continued, his voice shaking for a second. To be killed by what they call sheer bad luck. He let out a bark of laughter, the only hint that he didn't truly believe the words he was saying. It shows the capriciousness of the personal curse every sorcerer faces. Panda is dead, but his will lives on. I want you to remember him, not as he is now, but as he was. The best of us all. With those final words, the Gruffman ended his short speech by gently placing a flower over Panda's chest. Silence followed those words as everyone stood still, lost in their thoughts. Unique memories of Panda's laughter and his infectious joy filled the minds of those present. Every shared moment, every curse exorcised, flooded back as a sharp reminder of what they had lost. That stillness was broken by Toge, stepping out of the crowd. Flower in his tight grip, one he finally relaxed the moment he got in front of the coffin. Then he placed it on his dead friend before moving away without a word. Like a dam that had been opened, Yuta followed behind, openly sobbing as he walked toward the casket, then Maki behind him with tears running down her face despite not letting out a single cry, and Shoko's somber form. The ceremony continued, with each person stepping forward to lay a flower on the still form in the casket as a final gesture of farewell. The sun continued to shine brightly as if mocking their grief with its relentless cheerfulness. As the last flower was placed, the mourners stood in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Jiki felt something drop on his neck. He reached out to touch it before another drop landed on his outstretched arm, and he finally understood what was happening. He looked up at the rapidly darkening clouds, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Not even the heavens could conceal the loss that came with Panda's passing. No, the sky finally gave in, opening up and weeping the hardest of all. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he barked out, before lashing out with an anger-infused blow at the wall beside him. Hanami's grip on him faltered, and he fell headfirst to the floor. The sensation of still healing burnt flesh rubbing raw against the ground sent another wave of agony through him, and all he could do was mutter another curse. That damn bastard. He found himself losing control of his emotions in a way he had never expected. It had all been going to plan. Everything, a script he had been writing for more than 300 years. Things had been coming into place. Like pieces of a puzzle finally fitting in. The men who broke the cycle of fate. The boy conveniently born with the technique to fuel his plans. He had made and discarded many plans, but this had been his finest yet. What happened? What changed? He could not say, but something unknown had caused this, a poke in the wheel of his carefully curated plans. He forced himself back to his feet as his cursed energy worked overtime to shift from negative to positive, and he felt his injuries start healing again. But it was a slow and agonizing process that ensured he would be left with devastating scars that he would never truly recover from. He had gotten this body with the express purpose of gaining an inside view into Jujutsu society, and it had worked. He could have easily slipped past their defenses and whoever they had guarding Geto after the men had been killed in a carefully crafted attack. Yet he had not expected the men to be spiteful. Spiteful enough to drop a meteor on their heads. Not for the first time since the sky fell, he regretted not stepping in when Geto had subjugated the volcano-headed curse spirit. Instead, he had stayed back in amusement, content to let it play out. What did that get him? Only now did he truly realize how powerful the curse spirit had been. Now he was left with nothing but ashes in his mouth, a body that had been rendered useless, and an identity that might have been burnt. Yuta Okatsu had been there. Considering his rapid onset of bad luck, the boy might have seen his face and could probably name him as well. He forced himself to his feet and began to hobble forward, while Hanami followed behind him. The curse had been reticent since they survived the attack, and that had only been due to its presence. It had sent them so deep into the earth and at such speed that if its burrowing technique had been the slightest bit slower, they would have been dead. That was the power of the supreme art of a creature focused on the primal ability of destruction. Another hobbled, pain-infused step led him further into the passage, but he harnessed that pain as he began to think. He was a schemer and a planner. Despite this poke to his plans, he would not be denied his entertainment, his desire to see something new, something interesting. No, the last spiteful act of the deceased man would not be the end of his carefully laid plans. It was simply an obstacle that he had to overcome, as he had overcome the circle of the six eyes and the plasma vessels. His painfully taken steps finally led him to a door. He turned the handle and stepped into a room that would have made the original owner of the body he were balk. The room was a state-of-the-art facility, cold and clinical. The walls were lined with gleaming metal and advanced equipment, humming softly with power. The floor was spotless, reflecting the harsh white lights overhead. The air was cool, almost frigid, a stark contrast to the raw heat and pain he suffered with every breath. He continued to drag himself through the facility. His presence, his bloody and dirted robes were a smear that stained the clinical environment. At the far end of the room lay a state-of-the-art cryogenic pod housing a body. No, he wasn't finished yet. It was too early to deem the plan useless. He might have missed out on Ghetto's body, but that slippery curse was still out there. He only had to find a way to convince it instead of simply brute-forcing it. He paused in front of the pod, gently caressing its surface as its screen flashed to life, the cryogenic pod's mechanisms whirring softly. He stared at the lifeless form inside, a smile crossing his face. She was a beautiful woman with short black hair, her fine features obscured behind frosted glass, yet the scar on her forehead was prominent. He had not lived for so long by being rigid and inflexible. This was not the first time unforeseen complications had arisen. He would adapt, as he always had, and continue his pursuit of the ultimate entertainment. But first, perhaps he had been too greedy, wanting to have his cake and eat it too. Yet, his curiosity remained insatiable. He sought something new, something truly novel, and Gojo Jiki seemed to be the closest thing to that. Those eyes of his that shook and upturned the world. Kenjaku felt a burning need to see what the boy was truly capable of, and for that, he needed to push to see just how far the Gojo would go. A smile crept on his face as he began to scheme once more. Panda's burial had been a sobering thing. Instead of allowing himself to sink into that mire of sadness and other feelings that were better left untouched, he stood up and put on a matching pair of black hakama and kimono as he slipped out of his room. Walking through the hallways of Jujutsu High, he could feel the change that came with the aftermath of the night parade of 1,000 demons. There was a palpable sense of morality in the air now, he noticed, as he watched the few sorcerers that still trusted Master Tengen's barrier. Sorcerers were known to die while fighting curses, but not on a scale like this, and somewhere in the depths of their minds, they knew something had changed. Something had taken advantage of all their fear, hate, and death and had been brought to life. He walked through the passages, mirroring Emi's path from just days ago. His attention was drawn to a door, he almost passed it by but stopped after a moment's hesitation and knocked. There was no answer, so he stretched his senses and noted the lack of a heartbeat coming from the other side of the room. That meant Megumi was not in today. The Fushiguro had been settling in and adapting to the school and new environment better than he expected. The new session had not begun, but Megumi had already been undertaking missions and assignments. So far, he had been tasked with a partner. Mostly Satoru or Nanami, but in a few weeks, he should be going for his first solo mission. The mission served a dual goal. The first was to show some level of loyalty and subservience to the higher-ups. The second was to get a rough idea of where he stood grade-wise. His ability to use the 10 Shadows technique put him as a potential special grade, but so far, the boy had not shown if he held that spark. Jiki had gone to the clan's most restricted libraries after an offhand mention of the 10 Shadows technique and the monster it held by Satoru. A Shikigami that was so powerful, it had most likely killed a wielder of the 6 eyes and limitless centuries past. A Shikigami that, judging by some loose translations, had once been treated like a god in a religion on this same continent. Meihoraga. So far, the boy had stuck to using 5 Shikigamis, and Jiki was certain he was already a prospective grade 2 or even grade 1 sorcerer. The Zenin had found out about him, and only his father's barely hidden presence, accompanied by Satoru and Jiki's support, stayed their hand so far. Although his actions hadn't won him any new allies within the clan, in fact, it seemed to have only fueled their anger and resentment. The lack of insight into the Zenin clan's internal affairs was frustrating. However, he was accustomed to working with such disadvantages. As he cast his gaze toward the cherry blossom tree where he usually sat, he noticed 7 cursed spirits in the form of crows perched along its branches. Leading them was the very crow he had taken control of. He had no idea how it had multiplied, but it was another question to pose to Satoru once he found him. He passed another room, Emi's, and his placid expression shifted slightly as a frown formed. His erstwhile student was still missing. He could sense her cursed energy sometimes. Flickering and shifting, yet whenever he attempted to follow it, it disappeared before he could. Disappeared into passageways he could not see and hardly follow, yet he knew where they led. Down. Down to the Tomb of the Sky corridor and perhaps even further down. That road had been closed off to him since he stepped foot here. The only exception was when Toji had been down there, its erstwhile master had opened the way and allowed him to face the sorcerer killer. Master Tengen. It was only the vague assurance of Satoru on the few times he was able to see him that stopped him from breaking his way through, heedless of the immortal sorcerer's feelings. Yet even with that, if he didn't hear from the girl in the next few days, which left Maki and Toji. The Inamaki scion had refused to return since he departed for his clan. The only brief meeting was a glance at him at the funeral. Toji knew something. Something Jiki didn't know. Something he kept to himself, and that something was eating him up from the inside. However, Jiki could do nothing more until he met with the other boy. This left Maki, the reluctant Zenin. She had sent word that she would be arriving today, which was fortunate for the Zenin clan. Jiki had been prepared to storm the place if he received no further news from his classmate. Satoru would have accompanied him, but the older man was preoccupied with a complex web of responsibilities, hunting the individual and curse responsible for Geto's death, mourning Geto in his own way, and continuing with his own missions. Jiki had been barred from most of the missions Satoru undertook. Despite his capabilities, the higher-ups had consistently rejected his involvement, citing his status as a student. But he understood the real reason he was held so close. After Geto's rampage, they needed one of their weapons close by. Toji Fushiguro was the most promising solution to lighten the burden on Satoru, and Jiki increasingly saw the appeal of this approach. However, Satoru had rejected the idea. The sorcerer killer seemed to serve his purpose better as a hidden blade. Without a body to confirm his death, the tales of Toji's death were a barely disguised lie. Nobody truly believed, yet they were not willing to call him out on it to his face. Instead, they had come down harder on Jiki, scrutinizing him with even greater caution. He found it oddly amusing that, in his past life, he had been the ideal shinobi, subservient to the Hokage and elders, loyal and trustworthy enough to slaughter his own clan for the village's sake. Yet in this life, he couldn't care less. The Jujutsu Society was not the hidden leaf, and he had learned his lessons the last time. He didn't realize how far he had walked or how far his legs had carried him as he was stuck in his thoughts until the sound of footsteps reached his ears, accompanied by a shout. Jiki-san. He raised his head on the spot, his eyes widening the slightest as he recognized the voice. The brown-haired girl stood beneath the red torii gates that signified the entrance into the school with a wide smile and waved at him vigorously as she dragged a bag that looked to be 3 times her weight behind her. Nobara, he replied softly as the girl abandoned the bag and ran to slam herself against him. He spun with the movement, twirling them on the spot and bleeding her momentum before coming to rest once more. It's been years, Jiki noted with melancholy as he dropped her back to the floor. She skipped a step back and looked up at him with a smile. The little girl he had met years ago had grown. Her head barely met his shoulders, but whatever she lacked in height, she made up for in sheer personality. I told Grandma that I wanted to come earlier, but she refused. Can you believe that? Anyway, I convinced Fumi to move to the city with me, and I'm going to visit her soon. The girl continued to speak at such a rapid pace that Jiki was forced to raise a brow, impressed at her ability to keep talking without taking a single breath. Slowly, he felt a true smile slip onto his face. His first since hearing about Panda's death. Their reunion was cut short as the patter of another set of footsteps climbing up the stairs drew his attention once more, revealing Maki. She was dressed in her regular pair of matching blue Jujutsu High uniforms, but her hair had been cut short, now barely reaching her ears. The amber-eyed girl cleared the last step with a harshness in her features that let him know all was not well as she came to a stop as she met them. Her hips were cocked to the side as she rested a hand on the hilt of the soul-splitter blade. The moment she saw Jiki, her scowl smoothed out and the barest traces of a smile began to form on her face. Something about her appearance nudged Nobara wrong because she was the first person to break the silence. "Who is the hussy?" Nobara asked, and for a second Jiki was stunned. Too stunned to speak as he was suddenly reminded of how brash the brown-haired girl could be. The words drew Maki's gaze to Nobara for the first time, her sharp amber eyes narrowing slightly as they locked onto the younger girl. Jiki watched intently, noting the rapid shift in Maki's expression, surprise, amusement, and finally, a mischievous glint that made the corner of her mouth twitch upward. Her eyes darted to the matching pair of blue and blue that Nobara wore. It was so quick that only Jiki's Sharingan could catch the full spectrum of emotion. He knew exactly what was coming. Jiki had barely shifted to the side before Maki disappeared in a blur of motion, reappearing behind Nobara so fast the younger girl had no time to react. With a swift and playful bop, Maki's fist connected with the crown of Nobara's head, sending her crumpling to the ground in a dazed heap. Maki's voice boomed out in a Maki-roic roar as Nobara winced. Semi-grade 1 sorcerer, Maki. Also known as your senpai, you brat. Nobara lay on the ground, rubbing her head and glaring up at Maki, the initial shock giving way to something like grudging respect. Jiki noted the fleeting vulnerability in Maki's eyes as she looked down at Nobara before she turned back to him, her expression quickly smoothing into something more controlled. "Maki, how have you been?" Jiki asked, his tone deliberately gentle. Maki's smile faltered just a touch before she caught herself. Panda's absence lingered like a wound still too fresh to heal. Very good, she replied, the words almost brittle, but she managed to steady herself with a shaky smile. You actually sounded concerned there, she added, arching a brow in challenge. Jiki met her gaze without flinching, his expression as impassive as ever. I've been practicing. For a moment, the air between them was thick. Till Maki finally broke the tension with a snort, the sound oddly comforting in its familiarity. A smile tugged at Jiki's lips, barely there but enough to be noticed. Gojo Jiki has found humor. Curses and unregistered sorcerers beware. Maki teased, her eyes dancing with a rare spark of amusement that had been absent for too long. He let her jibe wash over him, but the warmth it brought lingered. He found solace in Maki's presence, in the way her sharp edges softened just enough around him. Judging by the slight uptick in her smile, she felt the same. A prickling sensation on the back of his neck drew his attention back to Nobara, who was now getting to her feet with a new determination in her eyes. She dusted herself off, the sting of Maki's attack already forgotten in favor of her growing admiration. So, are you busy, Jiki? Nobara asked, her voice laced with a casualness that didn't quite hide her eagerness. He gave the question some thought, calculating the time left until his next obligation. As he looked up at the sky, he gauged that nightfall was still a couple of hours away, leaving him free for the evening. Not exactly, he answered finally, his tone measured. Nobara's face lit up as she latched onto his arm, her excitement infectious as she began to tug him away. Then come and show me around the city. You promised you would, remember? He did remember, but he wasn't about to let her off that easily. I will as soon as you take your bags inside, he countered, his attempt to slow her down half-hearted at best. I'm sure Maki-senpai wouldn't mind watching them for me, Nobara shot back with a cheeky grin, throwing a glance over her shoulder at Maki, who rolled her eyes but nodded. Fine, fine. We're going to be in the same dorm anyway, so I'll do you one better, Maki said with a smirk, lifting Nobara's heavy luggage with a single hand as if it weighed nothing. Nobara's eyes widened in awe, her respect for Maki growing by the second. As they walked away, Jiki couldn't help but feel a small sense of normalcy creeping back in. It was a brief respite from the dark aftermath of the parade. The city awaited them, a place where, if only for a little while, they could pretend to be just like any other teenagers, exploring and laughing together. For tonight, at least, they were simply teenagers. Chapter 48, Chapter 48. It's lively and bright. He noted the faraway tone of her voice and finally turned with a raised brow to observe the joy on her face as her head spun left and right on a swivel, trying to take in everything that she could at once. The image brought to mind Aiko, and he blissfully wondered how her attempt at making the bolognese spaghetti she had fallen in love with was going. He had personally grown disillusioned with the scenery, considering his first sight of them nearly led to Aiko's death, and while he had never spent much time in the city, he was an adaptable sort. The difference between the city and the Hidden Leaf Village was simply down to scale, and after 2 or 3 trips in, the sights had turned mundane for him. He wondered how long it would take for Nobara to feel the same. Another glance at her still spinning head led him to believe it would be significantly longer than it did for him. He turned his focus back to the city, cutting his way through the crowd with an apathetic glare and an aura of menace that served to separate them from the hustle and bustle of downtown Tokyo. How is the old woman? He asked, as it didn't seem like Nobara was getting distracted anytime soon. He might have the patience of a ninja trained since he could crawl, but even he grew tired of being drawn along on shopping sprees by the whims of different women. And somehow, the question got past the veil of joy that Nobara emitted as she stopped her spin. They had gotten to a clothing store, and she had stepped out of the changing room to display what she picked. She turned to him with amusement on her face. Old woman. He realized his mistake a second later and immediately channeled his inner Kakashi as much as he could, slouching on the chair he sat, lazily looking away to show a lack of interest, and finally, a gruff voice that would leave him borrowing one of Toad's throat medicines if he kept it up for long. The old hag, he corrected himself. The duo stared at each other for a short second before Jiki broke his imitation with a smirk as Nobara almost fell to her knees laughing. Ha 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 ha. When she finally regained herself, she wiped away tears from her eyes and sat to join him on the seat. Doing what stubborn old women do, I guess. Living, Nobara finally replied with a smile. I tried to convince her to come with me, you know. Her duty in the village ended the moment you sealed Jorogumo. But you know her. And he did know her. He had not stayed with the older woman for long, but he knew her type. Rare was the shinobi that died old. Rarer was one of them likely to uproot themselves from wherever they had found or made a home, regardless of the bad memories it held. They would hold onto it with the grip of the dead. Jiki let the silence play for a bit before replying. I don't think she would have liked the city, and you still have shopping to finish. We are burning daylight. More importantly, he had a meal being prepared for him. With that comment, Nobara shot back to her feet, melancholy gone like it was never there. I have classmates to impress with my magnificent presents and clothes. She bolted into the changing room once more as Jiki got an alert on his phone. He raised it up and swiped it open to reveal the message, a picture of a pot of spaghetti with a grinning Aiko in the background. Yes, he couldn't wait to finish this and head back home. That same moment, a crow caught as it dived into the store to alight on his arm, gripping the appendage he had raised instinctively with a tight grip. He looked at its eyes and understood immediately. The slippery duo were close by. Junpei's steps were slow, as every movement reminded him of what he had suffered barely hours ago. They had been careful and focused all their hits on the parts his clothes could hide after a teacher had seen his forehead a day ago. But sometimes, they got too enthusiastic, and they slipped up. He tasted iron in his mouth once more and spat it to the side, ignoring the sharp pain that came from his split lips. "You're being awfully quiet," Mahito remarked as he glanced sideways at him. The strange curse remained as carefree as ever, hands clasped behind his head as they headed towards their hideout beneath the city. Still brooding over it. Junpei's eyes remained fixed on the ground as he continued to trudge forward, his voice tired. "Not really, it was just another day," he admitted as he continued to lurch alongside the curse. They still had a bit of sunlight before he had to return back home. Not that his mother was aware he had skipped school halfway. Mahito nudged his side, and he stared at the grin on the patchwork face. "It's only a matter of time. I promised to help you out, didn't I? Don't worry about it. That anger and hate you're feeling opens two real choices for you. You can let it simmer, allow it to boil and seethe within you, or you can simply let it cool." He turned to face the curse as it continued speaking. "Yet letting it cool means you would never have need of it. And if you don't have need of it, why should I bother?" The curse ended with an uncaring shrug. And something desperate entered Junpei's tone when he replied. "I'm not going to." Sensing his desperation leak, he let out a ragged breath and composed himself before continuing. Mahito looked at him with his unnerving heterochromatic eyes. One blue and one gray stared into Junpei's brown till he finally saw what he was looking for, and the curse smiled, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Good, now come on. I want to start experimenting on Dash." "Do you recognize what you're frolicking with?" a calm voice interrupted Mahito's speech as it called out from above them. Mahito's reaction was instantaneous. As soon as he heard the voice, he crafted an extra pair of eyes, their gaze shifting upward with predatory precision. Junpei, slower to react, squinted and blinked his lone visible brown eye, trying to make sense of the new arrival. They had wandered into a narrow alleyway, and the voice that cut through the tense silence belonged to a white-haired teen. The teenager's features were sharply defined, his red eyes were cold and apathetic, yet tinged with a flicker of curiosity as they lingered on Junpei's battered form. The white-haired figure crouched effortlessly against the wall, defying gravity unnaturally. "You're the one I saw a few days ago," Mahito exclaimed with a smile, as he tilted his head up and allowed his features to drift back into a semblance of regular humanity. Yet if the teen had any interest in Mahito at first it had been lost, as his full focus rested once more on Junpei. Yet the teen replied to Mahito anyway, even if his eyes remained focused on Junpei. "It speaks," the teen remarked, his voice dripping with an unsettling calm. Despite the casual observation, there was an underlying edge to his words that sent shivers down Junpei's spine. Junpei blinked again and even made an attempt at clearing his eyes as he tried to rationalize the sight of the boy barely older than him, defying gravity in the way he stood vertically on the wall above as he watched the duo. Finally, he turned his attention away from Junpei and focused it on Mahito, and Junpei staggered back and breathed out. He did not know what that was, but there was a choking pressure that came with the scarlet gaze. Yet it was one that Mahito was handling well enough as he sent a flashing grin up at the intimidating teen. "I knew you looked like fun," Mahito said, his voice filled with a mix of amusement and challenge. Another unregistered special grade. Judging by the fully coherent speech patterns, huge yet unrefined cursed energy. Probably a newly born one. The teen spoke in a clinical tone that sent another chill down Junpei's spine. "I thought your kind was supposed to be rare." "Ha!" Mahito laughed, "And you're a sorcerer. You're supposed to be more common. I wondered when I'd see one of you." The white-haired teen made to reply again before the patter of footsteps rang out, and as one, they turned to see the new arrival. "Jiki-san. You left me with all the bags and ran off alone." The newcomer froze on the spot. Long enough for Junpei to take in her features. Brown-haired, short, and beautiful, he noted with a blush. Then he got to her eyes and noted how hard they were. That was all the sign he got before the girl dropped her bags like a hot potato as a small one-handed hammer slipped out of her sleeve. "Jiki." This time her voice lacked the whining tone it had a few seconds ago. "Don't worry about them. This is only going to take a moment." The chill that Junpei felt at the teen's presence spiked as he suddenly felt like a mouse in a cat's paw. Even Mahito had gone quiet and tensed as the teen stared down at them. "Brrrrrrrrrrr. The next second, a phone rang, and the teen frowned as he slipped the phone out of his pocket and put it to his ear in response. And for a split second, Junpei saw something he thought was anger on his face. Something dark, something apoplectic, something that stopped his heart from pounding for a second. Then it was gone, and the teen's expression was somehow even more empty than it had been before. "Come, Nobara. We're leaving." That was all he said before he disappeared in a blur of movement. The girl looked just as confused as they did before she gave off a nervous laugh, picked her bag up, and pivoted on the spot. Mahito and Junpei stayed together in heavy silence inside that alleyway, each lost in their own thoughts as they processed the events of the past few minutes. Finally, Mahito broke the quiet, his voice unusually subdued. "It seems I'll be accepting that offer from the weirdo after all," he muttered. It took Junpei another second to place what he heard in Mahito's voice, but he knew it, because that was how he always sounded when his bullies cornered him. Fear. Jiki walked through the clan gates, noting that one part of it was barely hanging onto its hinges as it creaked ominously. He pushed it as he stepped past, ignoring the further creak and the heavy thud of the gate falling behind him as it signified it had come to the end of its life. His feet took him through the pockmarked grounds of the clan. His stride was languid. His gaze catalogued everything, the blood splashes on the ground, the still present but rapidly dissolving presence that was the cursed energy-grown wooden spikes. Scarlet eyes roved over the inner parts of the clan, while his eyes drifted over both the still bodies and the moving ones that were making some effort to carry their dead brethren. The sight of so many people with such familiar features, dead or dying, brought back unwanted memories. Memories he shoved into their pit once more as he continued his unhurried pace. He ignored the questioning stares as he finally got past the courtyard and moved further into the clan. The night parade of 1,000 demons had been over weeks ago. There was no reason this had anything to do with it. Yet someone had attacked the Gojo clan. He would have admired the audacity if they had not. He blinked away the sudden enhanced clarity as he tried his best to ignore the sudden freezing of the still-alive clan members. They avoided him like a naked blade, his air of animosity was a heavy cloak around him, even if he had not deigned to express his outrage. It was palpable in his cursed energy. His continued steps brought him closer to his first destination. He would have to pay his respects first. He opened the doors of the mansion, doing the act physically for the first time. He didn't bother wandering and instead began to head down. He arrived at another's battleground, the remains of one, to be precise. The golden Buddhist statues that had decorated the underground cavern had been destroyed and demolished in the fight that had taken place before his arrival. Down in the pits of the clan, he was awaited by someone. But it was not the gray hair and withered old form of Tatsumi. Instead, Satoru stood in front of him, back to Jiki and eyes directed at the ground where a crater had formed and the blood splashes that tore markings on the ground. "Old man Tatsumi," he asked, his voice barely audible even in the silence. "Dead," Satoru replied stoically. Then, as Jiki walked to stand beside him, Satoru pointed at the ground, and Jiki truly looked. The blood splatter had not been as random as he had thought. It had been a writing. He tilted his head as he analyzed what he could observe. Gravy. Gravity. It was incomplete, like a message that the owner had not managed to finish. The old man's work. "Yes," Satoru replied, his gaze still focused on the writing, or more accurately, the warning. "She's back upstairs, in my personal quarters. You should check up on her." Jiki didn't need any further prompt. He glanced back at his cousin and patted his shoulder before turning and taking the stairs back up. Whoever had attacked the clan had been quick, clinical, experienced in creating barriers and isolation. He had seen the work done in the courtyard in Old Man Tatsumi's lair. It had been the work of two different people. One to distract the clan, another to kill the old man. He remembered Yuta's warning about Geto's true killer. The similarities between the wooden stakes present here and the ones that had torn a hole through Geto were not ignored, especially when he remembered how those wooden stakes nearly tore a hole in him, years ago. A sorcerer and a curse. His steps slowed as he entered the building that served as the clan head's personal quarters. As he approached her room, a part of him wished the journey were longer. A deeply human desire to delay the inevitable. But despite his wishes, he found himself standing before her door seconds later. Without bothering to knock, he opened it and stepped inside. The maids inside immediately bowed and left the room in haste the moment they caught sight of him, leaving him alone with her prone form. Aiko was lying on the bed, dressed in a stark black gown instead of her preferred black and white maid uniform. Her features were unmarked and unhurt, save for the scar she'd received trying to save him, the scar from the day that marked his descent into the world of sorcery. She looked peaceful, as if she were merely sleeping, and Jiki might have wanted to believe that was true if not for the glaring sign of that lie etched on her forehead. He stood over her unconscious form, and all he felt was regret. Regret for leaving her alone. Regret for going to Jujutsu High without her. Regret for not spending as much time with her as he should have. Regret was a bitter taste, one he thought he had grown familiar with until now. His eyes imprinted the all-too-familiar seal etched into her head with the clarity the Sharingan was known for. Etched the surprisingly simple face of a girl who had watched after him for as long as he could remember. Her eyes were hidden, yet the scars she had gotten from putting herself in front of a blow aimed at him remained. "Jiki!" Satoru called out as he stepped into the room. His cousin had been the one to call him, and he had made his way as fast as he could, yet it was all for naught. "How?" Jiki replied, his voice empty. "We don't know. I got a distress message from old man Tatsumi, and when I got there, he was dead and Aiko was unconscious." Jiki strangled the impulsive urge to lash out, to say something stupid. Maybe punch the wall to express his anger. But more than others, control was paramount to him. So the only sign of the inner turmoil he was suffering through was in how empty his voice was. Someone had brazenly walked into the clan and hurt Aiko, put her into the coma a lot of people had been falling into, then somehow managed to kill old man Tatsumi. He found himself wondering who deserved this dark, hot rage he could feel in his chest. But before that, he had something more important to do. Scorched earth tactics could wait. He already had a theory, and this person had simply pushed his hand to test it. Where is Tsumiki Fushiguro? The news about the Gojo clan attack had been slow to spread to the four corners of Jujutsu society, but it could not be hidden for long as it shook its very foundation. Even more than the night parade, the idea that one of the three great clans could be so brazenly attacked sent a cold wave of fear through the hearts of many sorcerers. Yet where some worried about the fact that a powerful family could still be vulnerable, in the shadows of a room where the light of fear cast only faint flickers, other sorcerers, those who had long since passed their prime and whose remaining power was not wielded by the strength of their arms nor their techniques, rejoiced and plotted. Resentment had long since festered in their hearts, and now, with the Gojo clan wounded, even if their two scions had yet to be humbled, they saw a chance to reclaim some measure of their lost pride. In the darkness, they whispered to one another, plotting how this upheaval could be turned to their advantage. While even darker thoughts went to the still unknown factor that had caused the damage. Remnants of Geto's allies perhaps. It had taken them weeks to get all the preparations ready. Long weeks where he had spent most of it sitting beside Aiko. Weeks he had spent away from school and ignored summons from the higher-ups. Now here they were at the ancient shrine of Saimai Jinja Shrine, a shrine dedicated to Abe no Saimai, an onmyoji and sorcerer of the mid-Heian period. It was a place that served to repress and weaken curses in its presence. Whatever sorcery the men had done to the shrine outlived him. They were gathered at the very peak, on a bare mountain. It was a gathering of only the most trusted people, sorcerers that could be counted on one hand. Only one person was not as trusted, but she owed them her life, a life debt that she was repaying with her presence in the act of keeping this a secret, Uchiha Lori. Yet that was not the only reason she agreed to come. She had made Jiki an offer, one where he would have to finally answer the summons of the head Miko at the main shrine in a couple of days after this. In the middle of the crowd lay the pale slip of a girl, Tsumiki Fushiguro. Uchiha stood in a corner as she limbered up for her part in the ritual. Megumi was missing. The teen had gone on his first solo mission as an official jujutsu sorcerer, an easy retrieval mission whose true purpose was to keep the boy away. They paid for sending Megumi away with the presence of a very invested Toji Fushiguro. The sorcerer killer stood in another corner, draped in a black muscle shirt and white pants. With the purple curse wrapped around his frame and thin eyes narrowed at Jiki, it couldn't be more clear that the man was primed and ready for violence. Satoru stood in the air, meters above them, hands in his pockets and glasses missing as he stared down at them all like a god elevated above all men. He had been the one to lay the curtain that hung over the shrine. On the other side of the laid-down girl was Shoko, a cigarette in her mouth as she toyed with her phone and cursed when she couldn't get any network. Behind her stood Principal Yagi, a modified curse corpse, one that was as flesh and blood as it was thread and cotton, sat beside him. It lay limp as it rested against the rock. An empty receptacle with the chance of being more. It is time. Uchiha began to dance. Her movements were deliberate and graceful, every step and gesture imbued with her cursed energy. The air shimmering around her. The scarred Miko began to chant softly, her voice a low hum that resonated with the energy of the shrine. Toji shifted his stance slightly, muscles taut and ready for action. The purple curse around him seemed to pulse in time with Uchiha's dance. Meanwhile Satoru watched from above, his gaze was inscrutable. Without his glasses, his eyes were piercing, taking in every detail with a detached curiosity. Shoko continued to fiddle with her phone, but her eyes occasionally flicked up to watch the ritual. Despite her nonchalant demeanor, she was alert, ready to step in if anything went wrong. Principal Yagi stood stoically beside his puppet, his expression unreadable. The puppet itself seemed almost lifelike in the growing light, its empty eyes staring ahead as if waiting for something. The air grew thick with anticipation as Uchiha's dance reached its climax. Her movements became more frenzied, her chanting louder and more insistent. The air around them crackled with cursed energy, a tangible force that set their nerves on edge. Finally, Uchiha came to a halt, her arms raised high above her head as she uttered the final words of the ritual. Jiki and everyone in the range of her cursed technique felt their cursed energy output peak to never-before-reached heights. Now. Satoru's voice was a soft whisper, yet they heard it all the same, regardless of how high up he was. Jiki let out a deep breath as he ignited the spark that was his cursed energy, sending the mercurial flow towards his eyes and feeling it more from its 3-tomo state to its Fuma shuriken form. With a single hand seal, he snapped open his eyes and whispered out. Susanoo. Chapter 49, Chapter 49. Ah, I knew it. The light feels best in the flesh. The sky erupted with a deafening roar as lightning tore through the heavens, followed by the savage rumble of thunder that shook the very earth. The monster halted abruptly, its head whipping toward the distant horizon with such violent speed that, if it was anything less than what it was, Megumi was certain the sheer force of the movement would have snapped its neck. There it is again, is it the same person? The reincarnated sorcerer spoke out loud. There was a certain amount of anticipation in the words. Megumi shook his head and stopped himself from reading meaning into them as he tried in vain to clear his head, but his vision remained bloody while he stayed on the ground. Getting distracted on a job was a rookie mistake. He should have been above. But he had been unable to help it, too focused on what was happening farther away. They had not been as sneaky as they thought. Sending him away on this full mission had been a way to occupy him. Where would he be? How long would it take to get there? Oh, what fun would be had. The sorcerer laughed with joy, but Megumi found it hard to listen or even care, not while he lay bleeding out. Leaving him behind, jokes on them that it had escalated and turned into something else, the return of the most feared sorcerer in history. He was left with two options as he forced himself up, his hands over his stomach as he held his guts inside. Sukuna's focus was on the euphoria he was experiencing at his rebirth, and his interest in something far beyond Megumi. He knew it had something to do with the weird weather even though there was no sign of rain. Whatever it was enough to keep it distracted and its attention away from Megumi's broken form. So Megumi looked at his options, attention drifting as he continued to lose blood. He had focused on subjugating his curses alongside his father, which meant that while he had stronger curses to pick from than his favorite demon dogs, it also meant his actual training in cursed energy and his ability to manifest more than one curse had not grown as much. That was one of the reasons they had agreed to him coming to the school. So he was left with two choices, summon the one curse he had that he knew could heal him, or summon his most lethal curse. Whichever curse he summoned would probably be the last time he could use his technique, as activating it would draw the attention of the reincarnated sorcerer. In another life, it would have been a no-brainer. He wouldn't have had much reason to live on, other than vague promises of waking up his sister. He would have been unmotivated and tired. A boy whose greatest achievement was having the potential to match the strongest. This was not that life. His dream of waking his sister up, and laughing with her once more was not just a pipe dream anymore. It was a reality that he knew was in the process of happening. What did it matter if he won her, and died before he met his sister once again? So when he forced himself to his feet and released his guts, allowing them to fall out and hang to his knees, even as the blood loss forced him to stagger, he slapped his hands together, forming a shape, one hand straight, the other overlapping it in an inverted claw shape. The words that left his lips were, 10 shadows, round deer. Ryaman Sukuna's head turned, and he glared at him with those malevolent 4 eyes, and Megumi matched its glare with one of his own. He was not dying here. Are you sure about this? Shoko had asked him with a frown. There were only 3 of them here, in his room at the darkest hour of the night. They gathered and plotted. He sat on the bed, hands clasped under his chin as he thought. Is there any other way? He finally replied. A question for a question. Her only response was a frown as she turned to Satoru. Hoping his older cousin would disagree or disabuse him of the notion and the risk he was ready to take. Satoru stared at him with those eerie blue eyes, and Jiki could see the calculation going on in them. He watched his cousin weigh the risk and knew the answer he would come to before even Satoru did. So he tilted the conversation another way. He needed a way to tip Satoru's opinion. A way to put their desire for an answer above his own well-being. I'm not simply taking this risk for Toji Fushiguro and the girl's sake. The soul that is leeching off hers can be the answer to whoever this third player is. The person that Yuta saw with the cursed spirit that killed Geto. He saw the minute twitch in Satoru's facial muscles, and it broke his heart to see his manipulation work. Because somehow, Satoru still felt responsible for Geto's death. His cousin was forced to weigh the possibility of what it meant to go through with this against his desire to see his misguided friend avenged. That was what finally set the course in Satoru's mind as his cousin's frown deepened before nodding in agreement. After all, despite his frantic search, he had found 0 clues on the mystery men. It's too risky, Shoko replied, blowing up smoke as she raised her hands over her head in exasperation. Yes, it is, but I'll be there, Satoru finally decided to add to the conversation. His eerie blue eyes hardened. There was a confidence in that proclamation that eased the furrow in Shoko's brow the slightest, but the resident healer could be stubborn when she wanted to. So she changed tack. You said you were not certain it would work. And Jiki kept silent at that. He could not exactly explain to them that he had done something similar in a past life. So instead, he shrugged and answered vaguely. The abilities that come with my eyes are instinctive. There are no manuals or a written guide I can follow. I can only depend on my gut. And it says something can be done. Shoko scowled at his reply as she chewed on the butt of her cigarette. He could see the crease on her brow as she was forced to try to work something out, another angle she could come at it from. And when she found nothing, she brought her eyes up to stare into his orbs of swirling red and black. Bah, fine. Do whatever you want, she said with a raised hand in exasperation as she stood up and began to walk away, leaving the two Gojos to bask in the silence that her presence formed. Are you certain? Satoru's voice was a barely heard whisper, but Jiki heard it all the same. No, he wasn't. Not in the slightest. But this was the only card left to them. This was the only card that would give them some idea of what they faced. The higher-ups were a known factor that could be accounted for. Same with the Zenin, however erratic they had begun to move in the past few months. Which left the sole complete variable, the hidden figure that tipped its hand. Yes, Jiki lied smoothly. His tone, his heartbeat, his pulse. He gave nothing up as he turned to look Satoru in his eyes. It was a perfect lie, more perfect than anything he had ever said. So when Satoru looked him in the eyes, he stared back. Words could hardly capture the revere of calling forth the divine. Susanoo. A familiar and comforting presence descended as the skies darkened rapidly, torn apart by the ferocious dance of thunder and lightning. The wind roared to life, whipping through the area with an almost sentient force, stirring everything in its path. Even Satoru, perched high above, felt its fury as it ruffled his hair, yet the white-haired man didn't blink, his gaze fixed. It began as it always did, the click and clatter of bones forming, a spine materializing and snapping into place behind him. This was swiftly followed by a rib cage that burst forth from both sides, enveloping him in a protective embrace. The final act was the sudden emergence of four massive arms, shooting out from the scapula like the limbs of a spectral giant. A breath later, ephemeral muscle started to weave over the bones, flowing like liquid as they enveloped the gigantic frame. Then, the armor descended. Unlike the gradual formation of bone and muscle, the armor manifested in an instant, with the brilliance of a lightning strike. Jiki stood, now encased within the imperfect Susanoo, noting the speed and the subtle changes in this activation. The Susanoo felt heavy, imbued with a weight he wasn't accustomed to. Yet, it didn't hinder him. As he raised his hands to inspect them, the Susanoo's hands mirrored his and moved with fluid grace, fingers flexing with effortless precision. The relentless thunder and lightning reminded him that something was undeniably different about his techniques. It had begun slowly, first with Amaterasu, then Kagutsuchi, but now this. He couldn't ignore the shift any longer. He stared out of the Susanoo, and straight at Yutahime, who had a rapturous expression on her face, hand clasped together with tears in her eyes as she stared at him. He was suddenly reminded of the second price he would pay for her aid, a meeting with the head shrine maidens. Perhaps they would have an answer for this change. His attention shifted back to the others, each wearing expressions of shock and disbelief. It was one thing to name a technique after a god, it was another entirely to witness its divine birth and creation. The only person unfazed was Satoru, standing with a smile and eyes glowing brightly. That is something, Shoko noted as she recovered faster than the others, already snapping pictures. I'm sure these would sell for a fortune. An elbow to her waist ended her photo shoot as Yutahime replied with a scowl. You are not going to sell these. Principal Yagi chuckled at the scene, with what was probably his first laugh in weeks. You've been hanging out with Mei too much, and it shows. Jiki's attention drifted to the last person, and he was not surprised to see the mad grin on Toji's face. The scarred man stood on the toes of his feet, body coiled like a snake as he stared at Jiki inside his Susanoo. Jiki was forced to remember that Toji was the first person to lay eyes on it, what felt like decades ago. What surprised him was the fact that the heavenly restriction user was able to see it in the first place. I'm ready. And just like that, those two words drained the joviality of the scene as everyone's features hardened with seriousness. The wine bottle that housed the special grade curse sat heavy in the lower right hand of his Susanoo. His left hand remained empty as he had not bothered to call forth the Yata mirror. There would be no true fight here. The upper right hand snapped open, and when he called forth the sword of Tatsuka from the sake jar, the liquid ephemeral blade was all too eager to answer the call. It sprang out of the jar and into his hands, twisting and rolling in his grip. The Tatsuka blade was only a sword in the vaguest sense. A second later, something else blurred out of the jar and landed in front of him. Kikikikikiki. Juragumo laughed as she stretched. Her presence was still a heavy thing that would have surprised the unwary, but after witnessing his Susanoo's manifestation, they ignored it the best they could. Coupled with their preparation, the centuries-old curse spirit was left with a crowd that was not impressed. That was more comfortable than that stuffy straw doll, Juragumo admitted as she tilted her head to look at him with a seductive smile. She was just how he remembered her. Pale white skin, fine features with a dash of red on her lips, and oily black hair that flowed down to her waist. The dots on her forehead remained, giving her an exotic look, but he was not fooled. He remembered them snapping open and revealing eyes, while her luxurious kimono hid the spider leg appendages that almost took off his head. The curse looked around and smiled sickly. She could already feel the effects of standing on sacred and consecrated ground. Her eyes flitted around, taking them all in before she opened her lips once more. A child born of that wretched sorcerer turned curse spirit with the annoying eyes to match. A man unshackled by the whims of fate. And you, my beautiful little impossibility. All for little Joragumo, she said with a voice like silk and stood with a pout and a certain amount of vulnerability. What were they doing? Already, he could see Principal Yaga, Utaheim, and Shoko frown in confusion, and Jiki could understand their sudden reluctance. Were they really bullying this fragile young maiden? Maiden. He blinked. Without much effort, he searched for it and found the thread of cursed energy she had laced into her voice in his own system. An auditory genjutsu. He flared his cursed energy and dissolved it. He blinked again. In that split second where his focus wavered, she vanished, a blur of motion so swift it left the air trembling in her wake. The moment Jiki's eyes shot open, he saw the curse crashing to the ground on one knee and two hands, her second leg severed, sent flying by a devastating strike from Toji, the only one unaffected by her genjutsu. Joragumo let out a sultry laugh, as if losing a limb in the blink of an eye was nothing more than an inconvenience. Her spider leg appendages snapped out, digging into the ground with an audible crack, tension coiling through them like loaded springs before she rocketed away again. But Satoru was faster. He dropped from the sky like a vengeful god, his form a blur of white and blue. His right hand, locked into a knife edge, slashed through the air, aiming for her neck with the precision granted by the six eyes. Yet, at the last possible moment, Joragumo twisted midair, her body contorting in ways that defied the human anatomy she mimicked. Instead of severing her head clean off, Satoru's blow tore a ragged path through her left shoulder, slicing through flesh, bone, and the spider-like appendages that sprouted from that side. But the curse was old and relentless. Even as blood sprayed and muscle tore, her previously severed leg was already regenerating, sinew and bone weaving themselves back together with horrifying speed. She landed heavily, but with feline grace, her movements a twisted ballet of power and desperation. With a snarl, she barely avoided Satoru's returning backhand, the force of his swing cracking the air behind her as she leaped skyward once more. She was running. But this time, she was slower. Her half-regenerated body betrayed her, the effort of healing sapping her strength. She barely had time to react before a red, spectral hand, massive and clad in ethereal armor, slammed into her side. The impact was bone-shattering, the force behind it crushing her ribs and sending a shockwave through her entire body. Before she could react, the hand closed around her like a vice, its grip unyielding, leaving only her head free. Everything had happened in 2 seconds. Ha 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 ha. Joragumo's laughter echoed through the shrine, a wild, unhinged sound that rattled the very stones beneath them. I haven't had this much fun in centuries. Such coordination. Such strength. Her eyes flicked between the two sorcerers and the lone human who had interrupted her escape, but inevitably, her gaze settled on Jiki, who stood within his Susanoo, his expression as placid as a still pond. Only now did Principal Yagi, Shoko, and Utaheim even realize something had happened. I have a deal for you, Jiki's voice cut through the chaos, calm and collected as if the past few seconds had not happened. Oh. Joragumo's tone was laced with curiosity, her six eyes narrowing with interest. And what would that be? A binding vow. The curse raised her brows, the intrigue in her eyes deepening, and Jiki continued. I want to make use of you, your power and your knowledge. In return, what do you desire? He continued bluntly. He was not going to out-subterfuge the cursed spirit with more experience dealing with such things than him. And if I'm not interested? Her voice was almost teasing, but beneath the surface, there was a deadly seriousness. Special-grade curses were monstrous beings, comparable to the weaker bijou he was more familiar with, but Jiki had taken down one already and that was alone. Jiki's gaze swept the battlefield, taking in the positions of Satoru and Toji. They weren't exactly Pain and Kisame, but he knew that the three of them together could annihilate even a centuries-old curse like Joragumo. His eyes locked back onto hers, and the silent threat was clear. Violence then, like a true sorcerer. She laughed. A laughter that slowly tapered out. A sly smile curled her lips as her six eyes snapped open fully, fixing him with a rapturous, almost lustful gaze. I want your heart, she purred, the words dripping with both desire and menace. Jiki didn't flinch, didn't even blink. His Susanoo's grip tightened around her, the spectral hand crushing her bones with ease. He had already anticipated her response, already had an idea of the depths of her want for him. That was why he had released her, because there was a chance. Fine. He answered without any ceremony. The moment the words left Jiki's lips, the atmosphere shifted. The very air froze. The wind that had been howling through the open space just moments before stilled abruptly, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Even the storm that raged above them, thunder rolling and lightning crackling, paused in its fury. For all of a second, then everything resumed. Huh. The curse blinked all of its eyes in surprise. Jiki could care less about what she truly wanted, already his brain was working of how to slip the vow. The grip of his Susanoo slacked just the tiniest bit in good faith as he stared the curse down. My first question. How do you separate two souls? It took her a second but she replied all the same. It's impossible for two different souls to completely join together. Most likely, one is simply overpowering the other and suppressing it. So, an inverse of the Kataka bath of soul subjection should force them both up to the surface, Juragumo replied with a deepening frown, not truly focused on the topic as she remained deep in thought, most likely wondering why he had accepted so easily. The bath. Satoru asked from his returned perch high above with a frown. Judging from the way he said it, Satoru didn't like the sound of it. Juragumo ignored him, waving a hand lazily in response, so Principal Yagi answered instead. Yes, it's most likely the bath. This is the first time I've heard the full name but I've seen it in the archives once. It is a Heian-era ritual, one so evil that the clan that came up with it was slaughtered by the other clans. The only note left of the clan was their cursed techniques that had to do with ice. That is all that is left of the clan, not even a name. Jiki thought about the brief history lesson before asking, the process. Principal Yagi frowned in answer, his arms folded around his chest. I don't know. It is so old that the actual details of the process have been lost to time. Maybe one of the three clans possesses it, but I wouldn't count on that. Well, they did have a repository of ancient knowledge still with them, so Jiki's attention drifted to the still-thinking curse he had in his hands. Feeling the sudden stare of multiple people on her, she turned to face them with haughtiness as she spoke. What? Toji was the one to ask this time, his patience fraying. What is the process? She looked at him like he was stupid before replying, how would I know that? I only heard about it from a pesky meal I ate alive while he screamed before he tried to bribe me with it. Like I would ever be interested in such nonsense. Vessels and whatnot. And just like that, they were reminded that even if the curse could disguise it well enough, at the end of the day, she was not human. Not in the slightest. Which left Jiki with his original last-ditch plan, severing the bond between Tsumaki and the soul in her body. Something he had not truly done. The one time he replicated the feat, he had instead forced Orochimaru to manifest by pushing his brother to the edge of death and almost killing him. Then we'll try it my way, Jiki spoke up once again. It was always going to turn out this way. Are you sure? Toji appeared in front of him, staring him down. Jiki thought about it for a second before deciding to lie once again, an act that was as easy as breathing for him. Yes. The scarred man stared him in the eye for long seconds before nodding and stepping aside. The group watched in unison as Jiki reversed the Tatsuka blade and held it above the still form of Tsumaki. Even Juragumo paused her internal contemplation to take in the scene. With a decisive plunge, the ethereal blade sank into Tsumaki. Jiki felt a peculiar sensation as the blade penetrated her skin without leaving a mark. There he saw two indistinguishable figures that were folded into a fetus shape, and between the two of them, he sensed something. Something he could not make head off, so he refocused on the duo. Just as he had suspected, there were two presences. One carried the weight of age and power, heavy and oppressive. The other was more of a blank slate, young and resilient. And this time when he looked between them, he saw it again. There was a seam, a faint crack, a thin line between the two souls he could feel through his blade. It was a small, elusive thing, barely noticeable. He wasn't entirely sure what he was seeing. But hesitation had no place here. Not in a pseudo-spiritual surgery. With a careful twist, he wrenched the blade sideways, catching the older and twisted soul in the sweep as it continued. The blade's power gripped the old soul and dragged it out. The instant the sword left Tsumaki's body, she arched her back like a feral cat, her scream tearing through the air, only to be echoed by another voice. In a heartbeat, Toji was on her, pressing her down into the floor with effortless strength, while Shoko was right behind him. Jiki let them handle it as he focused on the second scream source, his blade. It looked like a lock of black hair, tangled around his blade as it tried to escape its pull. But Jiki was not worried. Instead, he turned to Principal Yagi, who gave a confirming nod. Jiki buried his sword into the prototype humanoid puppet standing beside the older man, a hollow vessel. Almost immediately, the puppet began to scream, its voice going hoarse before it suddenly stilled alongside Tsumaki. He felt a cold chill run down his spine as uncertainty clouded his thoughts. Had they been wrong? Had his gamble truly failed? What did this mean for Aiko? He grounded his doubts and threw them into a corner of his mind, as he reverted into using apathy as a shield. After what felt like an eternity, a soft voice broke the silence. Toji. The question hung in the air as they all turned to the girl on the floor. Jiki's lips curved into a smile, cracking his mask of apathy. Their gamble had worked. The act of forcibly separating the two souls had jolted them awake. What? Separating two souls manually, and only using the blade of Tatsuka to move one soul to a hollow vessel should be impossible, unless... Jorogumo said, her voice trailing off as she refocused on Jiki. The usual sultry look was gone, replaced by something more hesitant. It tried to be slippery, but Jiki noticed the moment its hand twitched for the first time, and he allowed his gaze to shift back to the humanoid puppet, now struggling to stand on unfamiliar limbs. As it found its footing, its head twisted, taking in the people around it and the sudden attention it had drawn. Well, damn, it muttered, this was not what that creepy bastard promised me. Chapter 50. When the attention of some of the deadliest living beings was focused on you, there were only so many paths to take. So the cursed corpse reacted as Jiki expected. It pivoted sharply, attempting to run. But unlike a true vessel, it was a blank slate, without the instinct or muscle memory to navigate a foreign body. Its limbs flailed awkwardly, sending it crashing headfirst into the ground. It struggled to rise, only to collapse once more, its disjointed movements betraying its lack of cohesion. Jiki's gaze shifted from the pitiful display to Jorogumo. She was watching him, unperturbed by the chaos that unfolded around them. She had lost the caution she previously held. Her red eyes glittered with knowing amusement. She seemed to see through his every thought, as if reading his intentions even before he acted. She laughed, letting out a sound that was sharp and melodic, cutting through the tension. What are you waiting for, beautiful child? Do it. We'll have a better time to talk when we're not surrounded by such boring drab men. He nodded once in silent agreement, releasing his grip on her. She fell through the air, her expression alight with something that bordered on anticipation. Before she could land, the Tatsuka blade pierced her. The rapturous smile that spread across her face as the sword sank deep into her flesh spoke volumes. She relished the pain. As the blade drew her soul into the jar, sealing her within the cursed weapon, he released his grip on his Susanoo and felt something strange. For a fleeting moment, his Susanoo stood tall, its protective shell still wrapped around him, as though defying the inevitability of its own dissolution. It was as if the very essence of the name he called refused to fade. The confusion lingered for only a heartbeat before the Susanoo began to unravel, its form disintegrating piece by piece without Jiki's cursed energy to sustain it. He frowned, his mind racing to understand the anomaly, but quickly allowed his expression to smooth. His attention returned to the cursed corpse, now lying prone with its arm twisted unnaturally behind its back, its face pressed into the ground. Satoru stood over it, his expression calm yet pitiless. He didn't need to look down to know the puppet was done for. Jiki's gaze flickered to the side, where Toji held Tsumaki. The hardened man, usually unreadable, was showing a rare moment of vulnerability, something Jiki had never thought possible. Respecting the intimacy of the moment, Jiki looked away, giving them privacy in the only way he could. He turned toward Yutahime. She caught his eye, giving him a knowing nod. I don't want to know what this is all about, she said, her voice dry with a hint of suspicion. But it smells fishy. It's all right, Jiki replied, his voice calm despite the weight of everything happening around them. We can handle the rest. Just let me know when I'm needed at the shrine. With another nod, Yutahime shot him a small smile before her gaze darted to the still-bound cursed corpse. Without wasting another second, she grabbed Shoko by the arm and dragged her away. Shoko's presence had been as a precaution in case anything went wrong with Tsumaki during the ritual. Fortunately, her skills hadn't been needed. Jiki glanced back to where Toji and Tsumaki had been, but they were gone, vanished into the ether. He wasn't worried. Toji had a way of disappearing, but Jiki had tracked him down before. If it came to that, he would do it again. Now, only the cursed corpse remained, writhing pitifully under Satoru's grip. Principal Yaga stood beside them, silent but watchful. Do we finish this here? Jiki asked, his voice quiet as he addressed his older cousin. Satoru glanced back, frowning slightly. I think we've overstayed our welcome. Principal Yaga interjected, the shrine's already given us more time than the higher-ups would like. Principal Yaga continued, his tone clipped as he uttered the words, the higher-ups. The disdain in his voice made it clear what he thought of the political arm looming over them. It was a rare glimpse into the principal's thoughts, his real reason for helping them, beyond mere loyalty to his former student Satoru. Jiki hadn't forgotten Panda's funeral, nor Yaga's somber speech. The memory still lingered like a fresh wound. He exchanged a glance with Satoru. There was too much happening, too many loose threads they couldn't yet pull together. But they would, in time. Satoru's eyes flickered down to the corpse, his lips curling into a smirk. What do you think about a little cross-country trip? You can't fight like me, brat. Megumi looked up at the towering figure who called himself his father. For once, his father's voice lacked the usual playful tilt. This time, he was as serious as he had ever been. But I can teach you to fight like him. With his right hand gripping his Shikigami's heavy, furred neck, Megumi rose to his feet, sparing a brief glance at his injuries. Cuts and bruises had already smoothed out, his skin mending with unnatural speed. The gaping hole in his torso, which had threatened to end him moments earlier, was sealed shut. He could feel his internal organs slowly shuffling back into place, settling where they belonged. This wasn't the first time he'd been hurt, though it had never gotten this severe. He released his Shikigami's neck, pulling a knife from the pouch strapped to his lower back as he settled into a stance. His feet spread wide, arms apart, with the towering spirit at his back. The stance emphasized counters over aggression. Round Deer remained behind him, not the most combat-capable of his spirits, but certainly not useless. Across from him, Sukuna's baleful red eyes gleamed. The King of Curses watched with a lazy smirk. "Are you done with your futile preparations?" The words cut through the air with a harshness that sent a wave of uncertainty down Megumi's spine, but he shrugged it off, focusing on the threat before him. A single finger. That's all this was. One finger of the strongest sorcerer in history. And if he couldn't survive this, what hope did he have? What would that mean for his future, for the expectations of his nonchalant but ever-present father? He didn't bother with words. Instead, he raised his free hand in a familiar gesture. "Come." This wasn't Ryaman Sukuna, the King of Curses, and the imagined two-faced god. This was a mere fraction of that calamity. A simple facsimile. The incarnated sorcerer's lips split into a grin as he moved. Megumi's eyes widened. Sukuna was fast, blisteringly fast, a blur tearing up the ground as he charged. But Megumi's instincts kicked in, eyes narrowing as a smile tugged at his lips. He had seen faster. The first blow, a straight punch, whistled through the air with lethal precision. Megumi deflected it upward, the sheer force erasing the brief smile that had flashed across his face. Sukuna's four eyes widened in amusement and he compensated instantly, bringing down that same hand in a second blow with ruthless force, an overhead strike that cracked the very air. Megumi braced, attempting to block like he had seen the younger Gojo do effortlessly, but he wasn't Gojo. The impact was overwhelming. His forearm fractured instantly under the crushing force. "You're weak, brat." His father's voice echoed in his mind. "Never try to match a sorcerer in strength. You fight smart. Counters and parries, that's how you survive." The words grounded him as Sukuna followed up with a savage kick aimed at his midsection. Megumi shifted, his body moving on instinct. He caught Sukuna's extended leg with his uninjured hand, driving the knife he had hidden into Sukuna's thigh in a rapid, precise motion, once, twice, the blade sinking deep. The cursed flesh gave way, but the pain barely slowed Sukuna. The muscles flexed and the strength behind Sukuna's leg sent a jolt of pain up Megumi's injured arm, breaking the blade and forcing him to drop it. It clattered to the ground, but he wasn't done. Twisting his hips, Megumi tried to throw Sukuna off balance, his body moving fluidly, seamlessly transitioning from defense to offense. But Sukuna was faster, his raw power finally breaking Megumi's hold with contemptuous ease. A mocking smirk played on the cursed king's lips, and Megumi could hear the unspoken message, "Is this the extent of your drive?" Undeterred, Megumi pressed forward, closing the distance between them, refusing to give Sukuna space to leverage his devastating momentum and strength. He drove a cursed energy-infused blow using only the edge of his knuckles into the narrow gap between Sukuna's ribs, right where the exposed muscles were stretched thin. The hit connected with a dull thud, and for the briefest of moments, Sukuna staggered. But only for a moment. Surprise and unpredictability. That's how you fight sorcerers who are better than you, and after we're done. The only sorcerers better than you would be the monsters. Sukuna's eyes narrowed, his amusement darkening. Like he hadn't expected Megumi to shift from counters to aggression. Nor for the blow to hit with such force, especially from a hand that was meant to be broken. He took a step back, scratching his jaw in amusement as he noticed the antlers of Round Deer pressing against Megumi's back. "I'm certain I broke that arm, and I refuse to believe you have the capacity to heal yourself. So a Shikigami that uses reverse cursed energy. Interesting. Is that all it does, or are you too weak to use it properly?" Megumi ignored the taunt. A flick of his foot sent the broken blade back into his hand, though he knew it was useless. He could pull something deadlier from his shadow, but that would mean killing Itadori. Could he do that? Could he kill the boy who had been so happy, so innocent, with his bright view of the world? It would be easier, and if it were his father, there'd be no question. But he refused to be a complete replica of the men. Unfortunately, Sukuna wasn't giving him many options. "You've got a good foundation," Sukuna remarked, rolling his shoulder as he assessed the damage, "but that's all it is. Potential." Sukuna dropped his hand from his chin, inspecting the bruise on his torso and began to mutter to himself. "Not even the reverse curse technique. Was it just my pinky finger the brat ate? No matter. It's enough for a warm-up before I find him." Megumi's mind raced. His stance lowered, fingers dipping into his shadow. Sukuna's attention snapped to him immediately, the casual tone vanishing as he took a step forward, then froze. What are you doing with my body? Sukuna's lips moved, but the tone had shifted, tinged with disbelief and something deeper. For a second, it sounded like Itadori, but that was impossible. How? Sukuna's voice cracked, laden with confusion and frustration. How is this brat managing to suppress me? This time, the voice familiar once more, bearing that malice Sukuna effortlessly expressed, and Megumi watched in confusion as the incarnated sorcerer took a step back, then another. Slowly, the cursed markings on Itadori's body began to fade. The extra pair of eyes just beneath his regular ones fluttered, struggling to stay open before finally closing shut and smoothing over. It's my body, isn't it? This time, Megumi was sure it was Yuji's voice, calm and unbothered, like he was simply stating the sky was blue. Why would I let you run rampant in it? Megumi's disbelief was palpable. You're fighting back. Itadori glanced down at his chest as the last of the markings vanished. Yeah, I can feel him in there. Creepy dude, for sure. You forgot to mention getting cursed energy comes with a nagging old geezer. Megumi blinked in reinforced confusion, so Itadori continued. Anyway, how about we grab some chicken meatballs after this? I'm starving. Itadori finished with a laugh, casually scratching his head. Megumi hesitantly relaxed his stance, cautiously watching the monster turn boy. Sure. But let me make a few calls first. He pulled out his phone, eyes still on the pink-haired boy. He dialed the most reliable person he knew, Gojo Satoru. The line rang 3 times with no answer. When it finally did, it was to a few words. CK. This is a voicemail, blah 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 blah, I'm too busy. Probably with my cute little Jiki. Disturb someone else, sucker, doubly so if you're a higher up, don't get your pants in a twist, I was just kidding, or am I? The voicemail ended with a diabolical laugh before beeping. Megumi was forced to reconsider reliable tag. He tried his father next, straight to voicemail. He considered calling Jiki, but suddenly a rumble rang out and Megumi was forced back into combat mode. Had all the stress on the building finally damaged something? At least that was his thought process till he noticed Itadori's sheepish grin and realized the faint rumble was coming from his stomach. With a resigned sigh, Megumi dismissed round deer. Fine. Let's find you something to wear first. Itadori's grin widened as he followed Megumi back toward the hole the curse had created when it sent Megumi out of the school corridors. They came across Itadori's classmates, unconscious but stable. Maybe the hospital before food. Itadori suggested with a nervous chuckle. Megumi checked their pulses, relieved to find they were alive. Agreed. A hospital visit comes first, then we can talk about those meatballs. Jiki sat cross-legged, breathing steadily as he slowly restored the cursed energy he had depleted during the summoning of Susanoo. He knew a difficult conversation awaited him, but for now, he chose to tackle the simpler task. He stood and dressed, slipping into a black kimono and hakama. The weight of the white haori he draped over his shoulders felt like the mantle of responsibility. As he exited his quarters, the maids, those who had once worked under Aiko, bowed their heads in respect. Jiki barely acknowledged them, his focus elsewhere. The same went for the clansmen he passed in the corridors, their murmured greetings met with nothing but his purposeful stride. It didn't take long for them to part before him, sensing the gravity of his mood. His destination was clear, Old Man Tatsumi's mansion. Descending the dark staircase that led to the cavern beneath the estate, Jiki emerged into a remodeled space that had once housed the old man's meditation chamber. Now, it had been repurposed, yet still carried the weight of its history. 2 figures awaited him inside. The first was Satoru, seated casually with his chair flipped backward, his arms draped over the backrest, chin resting lazily on his hands. Despite Jiki's silent approach, Satoru spoke without turning. Yo, fully recovered. Satoru's voice carried a teasing edge, with an underlying tone of concern lay hidden within it. His words caught the attention of the second occupant in the room. The cavern was already an unsettling place on its own. Shrouded in darkness, with only the occasional flicker of dim light from old lanterns mounted on the jagged walls. Their spluttering flames, casting shadows that danced across the uneven rock. The room had already been desecrated with Old Man Tatsumi's death, now the sight of the figure in the middle didn't make it any better. The cursed corpse hung in the center, suspended midair by crude iron hooks thrust deep into its shoulders, forcing its body upright in a grotesque display. Chains, etched with binding seals and inscribed with talismans, snaked around its form, immobilizing it completely. Thick ropes tethered its legs to the floor, robbing it of any leverage or hope for escape. Jiki came to a stop a few meters away, his expression impassive. Enough for this, Jiki replied to Satoru, as he came to a halt meters away from the cursed puppet. Has it said? Before he could speak further, a voice interrupted. I'm a woman, you buffoon, the cursed puppet spat, the words dripping with venom. Jiki blinked, not at the insult, it barely registered, but at the dialect. The accent and language were unmistakably old, a version of Japanese that hadn't been spoken in centuries. It wasn't so ancient as to be incomprehensible, but it was distinct enough to reveal that the soul inhabiting the corpse wasn't from their time. He glanced toward Satoru, wondering if his cousin had noticed the same. Satoru remained lazily draped over the back of his chair, barely acknowledging the revelation. As you can see, she's been vocal, he said with a grin. Just not saying what we want to hear. Jiki stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and the cursed corpse. The figure before him was humanoid, vaguely doll-like, its features ambiguous, as if the body itself resisted being fully shaped. This made it harder for the soul to reassert any control, while still offering enough humanity for possession. Who are you? Jiki asked, his voice low, calm. Where am I? The cursed corpse countered, its tone defiant. An answer for an answer. Jiki decided to play along, knowing that its questions were revealing in their own way. You're in Japan, the Gojo clan estate. Now give me a name. The Gojo clan, the corpse echoed, its voice trailing off in thought. Wait, isn't that one of those off-branch clans from the Sugawaras? Where did they find two monsters like you? The mention of the Sugawaras, the same legendary clan from which the Gojo had supposedly descended, was unexpected. The Sugawaras had all but disappeared after the Heian period, and yet, this puppet spoke of them with a familiarity that suggested it had known them personally. But there was something else. It dismissed the Gojo clan as if it were a trivial footnote in history, not one of the three great sorcerer families. Oh, we've got ourselves an old fossil, Jiki-kun, Satoru laughed, quickly picking up on the same conclusion. Jiki's mind raced. A sorcerer from 1,000 years ago, speaking through a cursed puppet, its soul somehow surviving the passage of time. But how? How had a sorcerer's soul been anchored to the present, possessing this form centuries after it should have dissipated? Once again, he was hit with the feeling that they had only scratched the surface of something. It was Orochimaru's plot again, but on a different scale. You. What are you talking about? The corpse asked, confusion flickering across its features. Jiki stepped closer, scrutinizing the cursed corpse's form. He could feel the cursed energy radiating from it, ebbing and flowing like a turbulent tide. Whatever this thing was, it was adapting fast. Too fast. His analytical mind churned through the possibilities. It wasn't the sorcerer's own work, the corpse seemed as confused as they were. This was something deeper, something unknown. Satoru? Jiki asked, his voice carrying the weight of a question. Satoru shrugged. It's still imprinting. Faster than it should, but slower than it would have if she had incarnated in the girl's body like it was planned. So, the sorcerer's technique was struggling to imprint fully on this unfamiliar vessel. If they had allowed the sorcerer to possess the intended girl, the process would have been quicker and more seamless. But now, they had bought themselves time, though not much. The soul was adapting, faster with each passing second, judging by his cousin's words. Jiki's eyes narrowed as he studied the cursed puppet. It had gone silent, clearly trying to regain its bearings. Time to disorient it further. Raising his hand, he formed a familiar seal, his fingers flowing effortlessly through the motions. Tsukuyumi. The words were uttered with such conviction, Jiki was left surprised when a second later they were still in the cavern and the cursed corpses was left looking at him like he was stupid. Bahahaha. Satoru's laugh ripped through the cavern, echoing off the jagged walls as he floated a few meters above, still seated in his chair, defying gravity. Jiki let out a sigh, silently enduring the humiliation. He would have preferred if the earth just swallowed Satoru up, but instead, the untouchable sorcerer hovered midair, his laughter filling the space. Meanwhile, the cursed corpse looked between them in pure confusion. Jiki should have known better. His impatience had gotten the best of him. Of course, the genjutsu failed. The cursed corpse barely had any cursed energy other than the one in its core, and even that little was present in the body was in a flux, coupled with the volatile cursed energy of the incarnated sorcerer. If the technique hadn't fully imprinted on the body yet, then the puppet didn't have full control over its cursed energy, which meant genjutsu was useless, for now. You should have seen your face when it failed, Satoru chuckled, still hovering with a smug grin plastered on his face. Shrugging off the embarrassment, Jiki moved closer to the corpse. Its body hung in midair, suspended by cursed chains. He reached out and grasped its bound leg, holding one of its toes between his fingers. As he inspected it, he marveled at the craftsmanship. Principal Yaga truly was something special. Without hesitation, Jiki twisted the toe and ripped it off. The curse let out a pained grunt, its eyes glaring daggers at him. Satoru's laughter trailed off, and Jiki could feel the shift in the room as his cousin realized just how far he was willing to go. The cursed puppet could feel pain, and unlike the rushed encounter with Shuei Kong, Jiki wasn't in a hurry. He stripped off the top layer of his haori, letting his kimono fall to his hips, standing there in just his tight undershirt. His gaze met Satoru's, and the look they exchanged needed no words. Jiki's glance was a silent question, did Satoru need to be here for this? But the grin on Satoru's face, wry and supportive, was all the answer Jiki needed. His cousin wasn't leaving. Turning back to the cursed puppet, the same realization dawned on it that had fallen over Satoru. This wasn't going to be quick or painless. Torture wasn't exactly my first choice, Jiki mused aloud, though there was a practiced coldness in his voice. He much preferred the precise elegance of genjutsu, but after years of doing dirty work with the ANBU, he was desensitized to this kind of thing. But I quite honestly can't wait for you to grow a conscience and answer my questions. It was almost novel, torturing a cursed puppet. He figured the novelty would wear off soon enough, especially since he would have to relearn the fine line where the person would be in so much pain they would tell you what you wanted to hear, balanced against the truth. What are you doing? Get your grubby hands away from me, you, ahhhhhhh. The screams that followed pierced through the dark cavern, echoing out into the clan grounds. The already quiet and brooding Gojo estate fell into a further silence, and for days after, no one dared speak or even ask of what transpired in that chamber. Chapter 51, Chapter 51. Chapter 52, Chapter 52. He threw a glance at the boy and was immensely amused at how the kid seemed to shrug off the effects of his teleportation. The pink-haired boy didn't even seem to notice it, instead, his wide brown eyes were taking everything in. So, Satoru refocused back on the clan as he pushed the now-replaced gate open. He ignored the rapidly disappearing cursed energy signatures that had been hiding and observing the clan. The Hei and the Akai Heisu. They were the reason he had followed the front entrance of the clan, instead of simply appearing inside. His presence here was a thinly veiled threat and warning. Fuck off. Where are we? Yuji Itadori asked as they walked past the clan gates and began to thread the cracked and broken cobblestones that lined the roads. The Gojo clan, Satoru replied, ruffling the kid's head with a wide grin. You're going to spend the day here, at least till the higher-ups decide on what they should do with you. His words forced the boy to sober up. What do you think will happen? Satoru gave him another glance as they stepped past the courtyard and found their way deeper into the clan grounds. Seeing the seriousness on the kid's face, he decided to lighten the atmosphere a bit as he replied with a shrug. It's still undecided. The council is made up of a mix of the old guards and the major clan elders. We have enough pull, coupled with the presence of me and Jiki, to slow any unfavorable decisions, so don't worry too much about it. But till then, you stay here. Can't allow any overly ambitious elder the chance to act impulsively. He waved a passing maid to a stop and gestured at Itadori before speaking to her. Get him a room in the inner quarters for the day. Then he turned to Yuji, noting the apprehension on the kid's face. He ruffled his hair again. Don't think about it too much right now, kid. Rest your head. There will be enough for you to worry about tomorrow. The kid visibly shook off his apprehension and returned Satoru's grin with a big smile. All right. I'll be off now. Satoru shook his head in amazement at the rapid shift in the boy's tone and composure. He had only known the boy for hours, but somehow he knew that it would take something absolutely extraordinary to make the boy feel down for long. Then his attention turned back to the main house and the ominous air surrounding the building. Everyone stayed clear of it, from the actual clan members to the maids. Few wanted to be so close to the building that reeked of such menace it would not have been surprising to know that a special-grade cursed object was present. Instead, the only two things present last he checked were Jiki and the cursed corpse, both special grades. His point stood. He made his way into the building, pushing the door open and taking in the familiar yet somehow darker path. It felt like even the building had an idea of what was going on in its depths, and it had been irrevocably changed by it. The one thing Satoru was surprised by, even as he took the stairs down to the underground chamber, was the lack of screams. Yet somehow, that made the tension worse, like the world was simply waiting for something horrible. The calm before the storm. He reached the bottom of the staircase and was greeted by the sight of Jiki, backing the still hanging and chained cursed corpse, but this was not the cursed corpse he had left behind. A complex creature, yet simple because the only thing that powered it was the soul that housed it. Yet within the past few hours, it had changed. Keikenjaku. He had made it in time to hear the cursed corpse whisper out a name. In the dark room, the only light came from lanterns at the edges, which gave off a bare amount of light and heat, further enhancing the room's eerie air. The only people left unhampered by the gloom were the two Gojos. Satoru shifted his attention to the unrecognizable cursed corpse. The shape of the soul was already changing the blank cursed corpse, leaving Satoru to once again marvel at what Principal Yaga had created. He knew the olderman was skilled, and his curse technique was malleable. But he had never expected something like this. He could see breasts forming on the chest of the cursed corpse, along with tufts of black hair growing out of its skull, leaving Satoru once again wondering what the hell Yaga had created. Jiki's back remained turned to the cursed corpse, his motions repeated as he washed his blood-stained hand in a basin of water. A flick of those red orbs at Satoru was his cousin's way of informing him he was aware of his presence, even if the cursed corpse wasn't. It continued to repeat the name like a broken record as it hung limply off the hook. All of a sudden, it froze, then slowly twisted its neck to look in his direction. For a heartbeat, Satoru wondered if he had made a mistake, if somehow the reincarnated soul in the cursed corpse had spotted him. Then he tracked the way its head was tilted and the direction. It was looking at something above him, farther into the distance. Yuji. My love, the cursed puppet slurred out. But the longer it stared into the distance, the stronger its voice became as it called out again, delusional and ecstatic. That creepy bastard didn't lie, he brought my love back. The proclamation was followed by a change in its cursed energy. Whatever it had realized, whatever conclusion it had reached, fueled a transformation and change. Suddenly, Satoru watched its cursed energy output surge. His eyes widened behind his eye wrap as he watched her cursed technique rush to fully imprint itself upon both soul and body. Her once placid form grew taut in the bindings, black irises flaring as her body convulsed. In that split second, liquid metal materialized at the points where chains and hooks suspended the cursed corpse, twisting and shaping into blades and spikes. With a deafening clang, the bindings were severed, and the cursed corpse was freed. It dropped from its hook, transforming mid-fall into a supple woman with long, flowing black hair. She landed effortlessly, her feet planted firmly on the ground, calves bunched with tension, arms outstretched for balance. The damage Jiki had inflicted earlier was gone, erased in the process of her change from cursed corpse to a fully incarnated sorcerer. Her body gleamed with newfound strength as the liquid metal began to wrap around her form like a living armor. But she wasn't content to wait for it to complete. In an instant, she pounced at Jiki's seemingly unguarded back, her form already half covered in a grotesque insectoid armor. The liquid metal was fast, but Jiki was faster. Wait for me, my love. We shall be reunited soon. The moment her claws extended toward him, both Jiki and Satoru moved. Jiki pivoted on the spot, his body trailing water as he ducked beneath the outstretched strike. In one fluid motion, he lunged upward, cleaver in hand, driving it into her jaw with a bone-rattling uppercut. The cursed energy-reinforced blade smashed into her still-forming armor, shattering part of the jaw. But even as the damage landed, the cracks were already sealing themselves shut, liquid metal filling in the wounds like molten gold. She glared down at him with a single visible black eye, the left side of her face still unarmored as the grotesque insectoid mask began to cover it. Her grin widened. Jiki remained unfazed. He let the cleaver fall from his grasp and smoothly transitioned into an arm lock, grabbing her outstretched limb. With a swift twist of his legs, he wrapped them around her arm, pulling her down to a knee as she was forced to bear his weight. It was just enough time. Satoru appeared beside her in a blur, two fingers lightly pressed against her head. A grin stretched across his face. Her remaining eye widened in realization. Desperately, she hastened the formation of her liquid metal armor, the shell creeping over Satoru's hand, unable to cut through infinity and take off his fingers. It was forced to make do with trapping his two fingers pressed against her head, leaving his fingers inside her shell. Her insectoid armor completed but with a fatal flaw. Vestigial wings sprouted from her back, twitching as she tensed her legs to leap away. But Jiki tightened his hold, anchoring her in place. He planted his back firmly against the ground, reinforcing and sticking to it with cursed energy. When she tried to lift him, her legs buckled under the weight of not just him, but the very foundation of the mansion. She was pinned, vulnerable. Satoru's smile widened, a feral look in his eyes. Cursed technique reversal, red. At point-blank range, there was no escape. A pulse of raw power erupted from Satoru's fingers with a deep thump, trapped as it was behind the shell. A sound so quiet it barely registered before the world seemed to pause. A heartbeat later, the liquid metal shell began to fracture. Tiny cracks appeared, then spread like spiderwebs, growing faster and faster until the entire armor shattered. A shower of shards exploded outward. Jiki rolled back in one swift motion, avoiding the debris, while Satoru remained completely still. The shards embedded themselves into his limitless field, frozen in midair. With a sickening thud, the woman's body dropped to the floor. Her upper half was missing, blood spurting from where her torso had been, splattering the ground as her remains collapsed from her knees, lifeless. Jiki rose to his feet, dusting off the blood and shrapnel like it was nothing more than an inconvenience. He and Satoru locked eyes, exchanging a silent glance. Satoru's expression shifted, losing that feral edge for his more lackadaisical grin as shards of bone and metal dropped to the ground. I expected more from a Golden Age sorcerer. Jiki's answer was to give his cousin a blank look, his gaze drifting past the special grades remains. The two of us against her, it was never a contest. Jiki's attention drifted once again. Kenjaku, Satoru observed the way the name seemed to roll off Jiki's tongue, as if the younger Gojo was searching for something familiar in it. Kenjaku, not Orochimaru, Jiki repeated, before nodding to himself and turning to face Satoru. I don't suppose we have anything on that name in the clan archives? Jiki asked, and Satoru shot him a wry grin. I'm sure we can check, but before that, I've got someone I want you to meet. Jiki blinked at his cousin's exuberance before sighing and rolling his tired shoulders. Sure, but I'm going to need a bath first, he stated, glancing down at his blood-stained clothes. Then I'll check up on Aiko. His bath had been different. It took him minutes to figure out what had changed, but when he did, a chill settled in his chest. The difference was Aiko, more accurately, her absence. She would never have left him to bathe alone. Ever since he returned to the clan after the parade, she had taken to pampering him in a way that reminded him of his childhood. His mood soured, he slipped out of the tub and walked over to the mirror, snatching a towel on the way. He stared at his reflection. He looked pretty much the same as he had months ago. His hair had grown out again, and the longer he examined his features, the more he saw Satoru's face, but the slant of his eyes was more like Geto's. His hands moved automatically, tying his hair up in Geto's favorite style. The look brought a smile to his face, though it darkened slightly when he saw them. Stress lines, just beneath his eyes. He let out a laugh devoid of humor as he traced the twin marks on his face. Aiko wouldn't like them, he muttered to himself. They were familiar, though. Had he truly been so stressed by Aiko's coma that the marks had returned? Luckily for him, they were still faint, light enough that, with any luck, they'd fade away by the time he woke her up. A shuffle of footsteps from the other side of the door caught his attention. He could sense the maids outside, waiting for him to emerge. Their unfamiliarity, coupled with his recent deeds in the depths of the clan, no doubt put them on edge. He supposed Yorosa's screams must have been loud. Loud enough to reach past the cavern and echo out. Perhaps a barrier would have been wise, something to keep in mind for next time. He froze. Next time. He was already reverting. Shaking off the dark thoughts, he turned to get dressed, a task accomplished in seconds without Aiko fussing over him. He stepped out, walking past the bowed, silent maids. They reeked of fear. Finding Satoru was no challenge, especially when his cousin made no attempt to hide or mask his immense cursed energy. Sensing the boy with him was significantly harder, but not impossible, especially when he already had a feel for his cursed energy. A rough flow, indicating an inexperienced or very young curse user, coupled with the barely hidden malicious intent beneath it. Likely the person Satoru wanted him to meet. Finding the duo would be easy, so Jiki shifted his attention back to his destination as he came to a stop. He took a breath and slid the door open with ease, stepping into the room and making a beeline for Aiko's sleeping form. Unlike the first time he had visited, she wasn't surrounded by maids. He took a seat beside her bed, gazing down at her. She looked as peaceful as ever. A serenity rested on her face that wouldn't be out of place if she were truly sleeping. Yet that seal etched on her forehead remained. Kenjaku, he whispered, the name slipping from his lips with an unfamiliar emotion tainting it. He reached for her hand but stopped halfway, the memory of what he'd done hours ago surfacing. The screams. The pain. His blood-soaked hands. He let out another humorless laugh, withdrawing his hands and locking them beneath his chin as he stared at her. No, she wouldn't be pleased. But it wouldn't stop him. He had done worse for less. So what happens if they reject this offer you mentioned? Yuji asked, turning to the white-haired man, Gojo Satoru. Satoru wasn't paying attention. Instead, his head was pointed toward the distance, toward a two-story mansion built in the clan's old, traditional style. Talking about a clan in 2018 still felt ridiculous. It was like something out of a manga written by a lazy author. If not for how real everything felt. Yuji glanced down at his hand, clenching his fist hard enough to feel his nails dig into his palm. Yup, this was real. I told you not to worry about it, kid, Satoru finally replied. Anyway, he's coming now. Yuji's head snapped up toward the entrance of the courtyard. It was a stone garden. He didn't exactly understand why a place full of statues was called a garden, but he hadn't cared enough to ask. Probably a rich clan quirk. So far, he'd seen 5 members of the clan, 4 of them plain maids, and the 5th was Satoru. Wherever they were, no other member seemed interested in coming closer. Except for the person Yuji saw walking through the archway leading into the clan. Jiki. Over here. Satoru waved exaggeratedly. Gojo Jiki. The teen approached, and Yuji had to admit, he looked good. Ridiculously good, just like his cousin. Was being attractive a sorcerer requirement? Jiki's face was an uncaring mask, his expression apathetic as he stared past Satoru and straight at Yuji. Yuji knew little about Satoru, other than Megumi briefly mentioning he was strong. Yuji hadn't seen it, Satoru always had a carefree smile and a whimsical air about him. But Jiki was different. There was something about him. Maybe it was the red eyes, the calm, collected demeanor, or the way his footsteps made no sound even on the cobblestones. Yuji's eyes drifted to Satoru's smile and he was forced to wonder. How was this rolling ball of barely disguised apathy and menace the cutest little cousin in the whole world Satoru had talked about for hours? All Yuji knew was that Jiki was scary. Satoru, Jiki greeted. What could be vaguely called a smile appeared on his face. How is she? Satoru asked, leaving Yuji to blink in confusion at the duo. Same as when I left her. I don't think anything's going to change anytime soon. Unless we change it. There was a hardness in Jiki's voice that vanished just as quickly as it appeared. Satoru mused, touching his chin before nodding. A few days. Give it that. If partial amnesia is all she sacrifices, we'll do it your way. Jiki hummed noncommittally before asking, and Kenjaku. Satoru scratched his head, letting out a nervous laugh. The record keepers haven't gotten back to me. Anyway, introductions. Satoru pivoted, gesturing toward Yuji, who was still seated and thoroughly confused. This is Itadori Yuji, the resident vessel of Ryaman Sukuna. Yuji Itadori, meet my marvelous little cousin, Gojo Jiki. Yuji waved with a smile, but Jiki merely raised a well-crafted brow in response. A vessel? How did that happen? I swallowed his finger. I think, Yuji admitted with a bashful smile, prompting Jiki's other brow to rise. Why? The question was so blunt that Yuji blinked, then blinked again when he realized the two white-haired Gojos were staring at him. To gain cursed energy, he said, half asking the question himself. Jiki blinked, then shifted his attention to Satoru. How is he in control? The last vessel we encountered was intelligent but still a raving mad curse in a body that was rapidly deteriorating. Yuji wisely ignored the deteriorating part, instead asking, You've met another vessel. Where is he? Satoru was the one to reply, starting with Jiki's question. He's a perfect vessel, Jiki. As for the other one, it's dead. Per jujitsu regulations, its execution was carried out by my marvelous Jiki. Yuji's eyes widened and Satoru burst out laughing at his expression. Don't worry, kid. I like you. Anyway, Satoru turned back to Jiki, I'm leaving him in your care. I have to see the higher-ups, but before I go, I want to test something. Satoru slipped a hand into his pocket, pulling out a wrapped cloth with seals and talismans around it that he deftly tossed to Yuji. Yuji caught it and slowly unwrapped it to reveal a twisted, malformed crimson finger oozing malevolence. Is this? Yes, Satoru replied with a grin. Before I meet with the higher-ups, I need to test something. Which is? Jiki asked. My bargaining chip, Satoru said with a grin, pointing at Yuji. So eat up, kid. Yuji stared at the finger in his hand for a second, equally disgusted and mesmerized. He glanced at the two Gojos, then tilted his head back and swallowed the finger. For a moment, they all froze as Yuji hunched over. Jiki sent a questioning gaze at Satoru, who shrugged in response. A pulse of pure malice surged through the air, and dark markings began to creep along Yuji's skin, snaking up his arms and across his frame like black tendrils. Yuji curled, clutching his stomach. His breath hitched, and for a moment, the world around him warped, muted whispers filled his ears, guttural and twisted, curses and swears. Then, just as quickly as it began, it stopped. Phew, that tasted gross. Yuji lifted his head, forcing a grin as he tried to shake off the lingering disgust. He made a face at the two, wiping his mouth. I thought it'd be better the second time around. Satoru burst into laughter, his voice light and carefree. Ha 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 ha. That settles it, brat. Jiki, however, wore a different expression, a look of quiet contemplation. Anyway, I'm off. Satoru stretched lazily, turning his back on them. His tone was nonchalant, but there was a pointed look in Jiki's direction, a silent message. Jiki nodded in acknowledgement while Yuji was forced to stare at the pair in confusion and realization at the fact that the two Gojos communicated with more than just simple words. With a final grin, Satoru gave them a parting wave and vanished, his voice lingering in the air. Play nice. Yuji let out a nervous chuckle, rubbing the back of his head. What did he mean by play nice? It's not like Jiki would actually do anything to him, right? He turned to face the white-haired boy and froze when he realized Jiki was a hairbreadth away from his face, closing the distance in a split second. Up close, he noticed something he hadn't from farther away. The boy's red eyes weren't just crimson. A dark, intricate pattern swirled within them, like ink in water, shifting and flickering in the light. Those eyes bore into Yuji's, intense and unblinking, as Jiki spoke. Ryaman Sukuna, Jiki murmured, his voice low and calculating. An opportunity. The words hung in the air, heavy with intent. Before Yuji could fully process their meaning, Jiki's gaze sharpened. This shouldn't hurt, much, Itadori-san. A chill crawled down Yuji's spine as his vision began to blur. The edges of his world darkened, closing in. Just before everything went black, the soft, echoing sound of a droplet hitting water reached his ears, a distant, haunting noise. Chapter 53. The differences were more than skin deep. Beyond texture and tone, each body carried its own peculiarities, height, proportion, balance, and even the subtleties of perception. This new form was no exception, and yet, acclimating to it required only hours. Pre-familiarity with it as well as so many lifetimes of swapping vessels ensured he had long since discarded any lingering memory of his original face. Perhaps he had always been a brain, never truly tethered to any particular flesh. The thought curled his lips into a quiet, knowing chuckle. Yuram shot him a frown, her disapproval clear, but he simply waved her off. His musings were his own, private and distant. She didn't care much for him, an indifference he understood well. The frozen star's interest and loyalty were reserved for only one being, and it certainly wasn't him. But Kenjaku didn't mind. He never needed to be the center of anyone's world. He took another sip of his tea, and to the outside world, it seemed like they were just two women on a coffee date. At least, as long as someone only gave them a passing glance. Unlike Kenjaku's more modern attire, Yuram was dressed in white and red monk robes, which drew the attention of anyone who looked more closely. Kenjaku let his eyes linger on her, observing with boredom. Even as they sat and waited, the woman was still plotting, looking for ways to expedite an already prearranged plan. Her cup of tea sat forgotten in front of her, and her fingers tapped the table in anticipation. The first phase of their plan had come to fruition. Even though it had taken 1,000 years, luck, and chance to find that particular man, they had finally accomplished their goal. However, the subsequent phases of the plan were built on much shakier grounds, forcing him to plan countermeasures. His phone rang, such a novel thing. Even though he had watched and contributed to their growth, humanity was always entertaining. It was a pity they had begun to stagnate, to plateau, necessitating his plans. A plan ultimately designed to fuel and alleviate his boredom. He picked up the phone and put it to his ear. "How was it?" he asked. "Just like you said," the bland voice replied, then continued. He incarnated and took over the body, but was suppressed by the child. Uchiha Itachi, his son. Oh, what fun. The child was shaping up just as they wanted. And the strange weather. Kenjaku got back on topic. They had all felt it, after all. That was half the reason Yuram was such an anxious mess, fearing something had happened to her precious lord. Unknown. I'll head to the area where I believe the phenomenon originated. I wouldn't advise that. It would be a shame to lose you. It was hard to find professional rogue curse users. For the most part, this era was filled with foolish curse users, none of whom seemed to have an IQ over 100. No wonder half of them were hiding, and the other half were dying at the Gojo's hands. With his part said, he ended the call and turned to the side, hit by the full brunt of Yuram's attention. The woman had her face pressed close to his, her eyes so near he could pluck one out if he wished. Instead, he grinned and gently pushed his partner back. How was it? How is he? Did my lord like the new body? What next? That's enough, Yuram, he chided gently with a smile. Everything is going according to plan. He had been forced to drag her along to this meeting instead of leaving her with the other disaster curses. If left alone, she would have undoubtedly found her way to the school for a glimpse of her lord. The door to the fine establishment opened, and the waiter looked around but saw no one enter, then refocused instead on serving another customer. But Kenjaku and Yuram saw him. He looked like an adult, but Kenjaku knew he was young, months at least, a year at most. He was also the most human-looking curse Kenjaku had ever seen, which was another curiosity that drew him to the curse. Light blue hair paired with bright blue and gray mismatched eyes, along with stitches along his body. Yes, if humans could see curses regularly, Mahito would have been the closest to living among them. How ironic, Mahito, a name meaning true human. A curse born from the concentrated hate and fear of humanity, with a touch of something else. It was going to grow fast. The curse spotted them and waved with a guileless smile as it walked over. Kenjaku returned the smile and wave. After all, if he was going to make use of the curse's technique, especially without Suguru Geto's body, he would need to gain the curse's complete trust and cooperation. I didn't expect to see or hear from you again so soon, he admitted as Mahito came to a stop in front of the duo and took a seat. The first time he had approached the curse, he had been waved off. The curse hadn't been interested in him in particular, perhaps it would have been different if he possessed that spiteful sorcerer's corpse and its affinity for cursed spirits endeared him to the young curse. Unfortunately, he had been forced to make do. Letting the curse go with plans to approach again, he had been surprised to be the one getting reached out to. Let's just say I've had a change of heart, Mahito replied with a grin, but Kenjaku's keen eye caught the slight tremor in his voice. Something had rattled the curse, fear lingered just beneath the surface. No matter. You mentioned something about a group of disaster curses with a mission to change things. Where do I sign up? Kenjaku smiled and began to respond, but his words caught in his throat as something tore through him. His body seized, and he doubled over, hands shooting out to grip the table, stopping just short of crashing his head into it. His breath came in sharp, ragged gasps as he struggled to contain the violent surge of cursed energy. What in the world? He couldn't hear Uram, her voice drowned out by the roaring in his ears. It took him a second to place it, but when he finally did, a frown crept onto his face. A binding vow had been broken. It was a sensation he had never felt before, but considering how mild the repercussions had been on him, it was clear he hadn't been the one to break the vow. His mind raced, combing through the hundreds of binding vows he had crafted over the centuries. It took minutes to pinpoint the specific one, and when he did, his frown deepened into a scowl, followed by a soft, pained chuckle. He had expected some form of retribution, but not this soon, and certainly not with such precision. "Talk to me, you slippery bastard. What happened to my lord?" Uram shook him aggressively, but he sighed in response. Of course, the single-minded hag thought everything had to do with Sukuna. He placed his palm on her face and pushed her back again. "This has nothing to do with him, but I think I may have miscalculated by the slightest margin," he admitted with a wry grin, leaning back into his seat. The confused duo of incarnated sorcerer and curse stared at him as he relaxed into the chair. He lied. It was hardly a slight miscalculation, the forced incarnation could hardly be called slight when it changed things. But it didn't disrupt his ultimate goals. In fact, he relished the unique thrill of what had just happened. Change, spontaneous, shocking, unpredictable, this was what he sought and he welcomed it with a growing smile, his pulse quickening at the thought. Even the unexpected could be molded into something useful, something fascinating. Kenjaku leaned back further into his seat, allowing the rush of excitement to settle into something far more somber. He turned to the white-haired woman that stared at him with a weird look on her face. "Uram-san. You might have to expedite your search for it soon." Satoru floated hundreds of meters above Jujutsu High, a place that was more than just a school. It was a refuge, a sanctuary, and a testament to the storied history of Jujutsu sorcerers. But most importantly, it was a fortress, or at least, it was supposed to be. Until Geto tore through it like a blender. Unfortunately for Satoru, his old friend had been singularly focused on his objectives. That was a shame because, had he cared to, it wouldn't have taken the other special-grade sorcerer more than 10 minutes to clear out the enclave of higher-ups. Satoru sighed and began to slowly drift down, the breeze shifting his hair while his piercing blue eyes scanned the landscape below. Thinking of Geto always left him feeling complicated. No body had been found, despite how hard he had searched. Yet considering Geto had been at the epicenter of his own suicide technique, it wasn't much of a surprise. Even if it hurt to admit it, there was no changing the truth. Geto was dead. That was the thought echoing in his mind as his feet touched the ground. He had landed some distance away from the higher-ups enclave for two simple reasons: there were fewer things he enjoyed than making those old foggies wait, and he wasn't in any particular rush to head back to the clan. Jiki was with Yuji, which meant that if the pink-haired brat somehow lost control, Jiki could handle it, and Yuji was enough of a handful that he should be able to distract Jiki from darker thoughts and worries. If it had been a fully powered Sukuna, Satoru might have been the slightest bit concerned. But it wasn't, so he shrugged away the thought and continued along the familiar path, past newly cobbled roads and fresh sprouts replacing the greenery caught up in the attack. Months had passed, and they had mostly recovered. The school was operational, at least, it would have been if half the students weren't still away. Jiki's pet project, Emi, was still deep in the Tomb of the Sky corridor, but Satoru expected her to surface soon. The old sorcerer was lucky that Jiki was too busy with Aiko and tracking down Kenjaku, or he would have torn his way down there already. Kinji had been suspended, and Kiera had run off with him. Panda was dead, and Toge was still in mourning. That left the sole student, Maki. Satoru had spotted her earlier, training alone in another room. What little cursed energy she had fluctuated as she trained with those gates that had suddenly become all the rage. Last he'd heard, even the Kamo clan had begun experimenting with the technique, while the Zenin had slowed down their efforts after losing an entire squad of their hay. He smirked at the thought, perhaps that had been warning enough. Unfortunately for him, Satoru reached the red-colored doors of the enclave faster than he wished. He let out another sigh before pushing the door open and stepping into the dimly lit room. An oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily in the air, while an all-too-familiar set of seal-etched sliding frames concealed the circle of elders, the self-proclaimed authorities of the jujutsu world. Politicians all in all. Their faces remained hidden behind the sliding frames, but Satoru could feel their disapproval, like a physical force pressing down on him. He responded to it with an amused smirk, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Despite the tension, he exuded his usual air of nonchalance, standing there in his casual clothes, a stark contrast to the elders in their no-doubt traditional robes. There was, however, a sharper edge to his demeanor today, something darker lurking beneath his playful smile. One of the higher-ups, voice raspy but filled with authority, broke the silence. "Gojo, your insubordination grows tiresome. This meeting was not called for your amusement." "Oh, believe me," Satoru replied, eyes half-lidded, "I'm not here for fun. I wouldn't waste my time with your particular band of sorcerers if I were." His tone was light, but the jab landed sharply. "We tire of your insolence," a woman snapped, her voice sharp. You and your cousin. As if that was not enough, we get reports of a vessel, and an even more curious report, that he still draws breath. Why? You must know the boy's fate is to be executed. Ryaman Sukuna is a threat that cannot simply be ignored. Satoru's smile didn't fade, but the amusement in his eyes shifted to something far more dangerous. Without a word, he took a step forward, closing the distance between himself and the woman who had spoken. Another step, then another, until he was standing right in front of her sliding frame, inches away. His very presence seemed to fill the room, suffocating, commanding, and conveyed his appreciation for them bringing Jiki into this, and he dared them to speak further about him. The silence that filled the room made it clear, as he could hear the owner of the voice gulp behind her flimsy protection. A moment later, he turned to face the rest, his hands still in his pockets, and spoke calmly. You don't even know the kid's name, do you? It's Uchiha Itachi. That's the name of the boy you're so eager to kill off. Typical. His tone remained casual, but each word hit with the weight of a hammer. Satoru, another elder interjected, his voice slow and measured, we derive no joy from this execution, but it must be done to preserve the peace we live in. You know this. It's not the first time you've had to deal with a vessel. Satoru let out a dark chuckle that silenced the elder. They just had to remind him of the things he'd done in the name of protecting their fragile world, to ensure his little cousin didn't become another pawn in their game. True, this wasn't the first time he'd been forced to put down a vessel, but this time, it was different. The vessel was young, far too young, and for the first time, it was a perfect vessel. You're really that scared, aren't you? He asked, his voice low and filled with disdain. Even more than Joragumo's release. His words lingered in the air, suffocating the room in their weight. The elders remained silent, their hidden faces betraying nothing, but Satoru knew. Their fear was palpable, and that, more than anything, was what drove them. Fear of the unknown, fear of the future, and fear of the change Yuji represented. This is not about fear, brah, Gojo. Another elder cut in, their annoyance barely restrained by caution. This is about control. Sukuna is not a threat to be reasoned with. You know as well as we do that he is not the kind of threat sorcerers of this era can face. You know his history as well as we do. The boy is a ticking time bomb. Satoru paused, leaning in slightly, his smirk fading. Despite his feelings about the group of old men, it couldn't be denied that Ryaman Sukuna was indeed a threat. But he wasn't just going to back down. They had shifted from assertive to trying to convince him, so he was going to throw them a bone as well. Killing Yuji won't solve your problem. If you execute him now, what do you think will happen to Sukuna? You all know as well as I do that you'll just be pushing the problem further into the future, a future where I won't be present. Then we will seal him once more, the old woman shot back, slamming her hand on the table behind the sliding frame. We have techniques. Satoru tilted his head, allowing his glasses to drop slightly as he focused his gaze on her, shutting her up. You said it yourself, modern jujitsu isn't enough to seal Sukuna, Satoru interrupted, his voice calm but sharp as a blade. Not now, and most likely not in the future either. So, I'm going to make you an offer. He slowly turned, allowing them to feel the weight of his intent. He silently thanked his little genius for showing him the technique. Unlike your haphazard plan to kill the boy, I'll do you one better. The boy has proven he can suppress Sukuna better than any vessel before him in centuries. A perfect vessel. He came to a stop, facing the woman once more with his hands in his pockets. So, here's the deal, you keep Yuji alive, I keep Yuji alive. I'll feed him Sukuna's fingers, slowly, and by the time he's consumed all 20 fingers, I'll execute him. He ended the speech with a shrug, omitting the part where, with any luck, the boy would take in only a finger a year, living long enough for this batch of elders to die naturally. He felt their apprehension, but the fact that they hadn't immediately shut down the idea meant they saw its value and were too scared to bluntly disagree. So, he continued. You don't trust the kid? Fine. Trust me. I'll make sure Sukuna stays sealed. A long silence followed, the elders exchanging glances. It was clear they were weighing their options. Finally, the elder with the calm, measured tone spoke again. Why do you protect him so fiercely, Gojo? He is not even one of your students yet. He is simply a vessel for disaster. Are you really so confident you can control Sukuna forever? Satoru chuckled softly. Control Sukuna? No, I'm not an idiot. But I trust the kid, and I trust myself. More importantly, I believe in people, something you've all forgotten. Another elder scoffed, the first time this particular one had spoken, drawing Satoru's attention. You speak of belief as though it is enough. Idealism will not save us. Satoru's expression darkened, his tone turning cold. No. What won't save you is your cowardice. He replied bluntly, more bluntly than he had ever had to before now, and judging by the harsh intake of breath he could hear, they knew his patience was wearing thin. You cling to the past, to old rules and outdated traditions because it is what you know. It is easier than facing the future. Uchiha Itadori is a part of that future. If you kill him now, you're not just executing one boy, you're killing the potential to change things. The elder sat in silence, weighing his words. Finally, the elder with the calm tone sighed. You gamble too much, Satoru. Maybe. Satoru's smile returned, bright and confident. But I'm the strongest for a reason, and is that not the privilege of the strong? The elder woman's voice cut through the room again, though softer now. And what if you're wrong? What if the boy falls to Sukuna? Satoru turned toward her, his smile fading slightly. Then I'll handle it. His voice was firm, unwavering. And if you're not around, if you're on some mission on the other end of the world, what happens? This time, Satoru's smile grew wider, all teeth. That's where Jiki comes in. Another long silence followed. They might not like Jiki any more than they like Satoru, but they couldn't deny that his cousin was the strongest sorcerer after him on the mainland right now. And once Jiki had his domain expansion figured out, the thought sent a tingle of anticipation down Satoru's spine. Maybe then, he'd have to truly fight for his position as the strongest sorcerer. Yet one voice refused to be cowed and stuttered out, but, what if for some reason Jiki is not available either? Satoru turned to look at where the voice came from in amusement and he replied its owner. What if the sun fell from the sky? What if the earth's core cooled? What if the moon drew to a halt? He felt more than he saw the bewildered look on the owner's face, so he continued. This is why you do not truly care for the future, you're too scared of the present. But it doesn't matter. I have contingencies in place to handle whatever may fall into place, so let it be. Finally, the lead elder sighed once more. We will stay his execution, for now. But know this, Gojo Satoru, should you fail, whatever death and devastation occurs will be on your hands. Satoru's grin returned, and he gave a mock salute. Understood. See ya. With the session over, he turned on his heel and left the room with the same casual stride he had entered. Now for a more difficult task, finding an ice cream shop so he could reward Jiki for babysitting Yuji for him. It was a good thing they both loved vanilla ice cream. Chapter 54. There was a distinct feeling that always accompanied the true essence of a being, and where that essence resided was the inner world. For a Jinchuriki, it was an even more intense experience, as they were forced to share this space with their often unwilling partners. The Sharingan wasn't just a weapon, it was a way in. It gave a skilled user the chance to slip into that space where two beings shared one body, exploiting the fragile balance between them. While it didn't automatically unlock a Jinchuriki's inner world, the cracks were easier to find. The dojutsu's natural affinity for Genjutsu provided the necessary bridge. And yet, as Jiki stood there, the oppressive atmosphere that hung heavy on the air told him this was far beyond what he had anticipated. The water that rippled away from his intrusion, the unsettling quiet, and the unnatural stillness that lingered made it clear that this was more than the Yuji's mindscape. He had been in the inner worlds of Jinchuriki before, but they were not like this. Never this overwhelming. This spoke of something deeper than a mindscape. Oh, what audacity! To step in here without an invitation. The voice that broke the silence was low, bored, yet tinged with a hint of amusement. It echoed around him, rippling through the water at his feet. Jiki's gaze lifted from his reflection in the water, eyes narrowing as they took in the figure before him. Seated atop a colossal, red yet blackened shrine, legs crossed as if he were a king surveying his kingdom, was an exact replica of the pink-haired boy, Itadori. But there were subtle differences. The languid yet alert posture, the old white kimono, the prison band tattoos, and others coiled beneath the clothes, but the most obvious was the additional two eyes beneath the original pair, coupled with a presence. The shrine itself was ancient, built of cracked stone, and a crimson torii gate that marked its entrance. Just after that was a giant mouth, stripped of flesh and muscle, leaving only the fangs and teeth of a beast lost to time. Surrounding the shrine were even more colossal bones that cradled the sinister and twisted replica of a shrine in an embrace, rib bones stretched up to the black-clouded sky. It was in the widened fanged maw that the being sat, on what Jiki approximated to be a tongue judging from the established anatomy. The air felt thick, as though it was alive with malice, and the oppressive weight of the being's presence was almost suffocating. Ryaman Sukuna, Jiki said in confirmation as he took in the bored monster in the guise of a child. Sukuna sat lazily, draped in his white robe that contrasted sharply with the dark shrine, one hand resting casually on his knee. His eyes, 4 of them, gleamed with a predatory intensity as they bore into Jiki. Above his head, talismans dangled from a crumbling archway. Jiki could feel the weight of Sukuna's presence bearing down on him. An overwhelming power that threatened to consume anything caught within it. His original assumptions coming here had been wrong. This was not merely a mindscape or an inner world. This was a domain, a twisted, grotesque reality where Sukuna would reign supreme. Jiki felt his jaw tighten in annoyance before making a conscious effort to relax it. This was far from what he had expected when he sought to enter the boy's inner world. While he had planned on facing the millennia-old sorcerer, he had not expected to appear right in the palm of Sukuna's hand. "You dare intrude here, insect." Sukuna's lips curled into a cruel smirk, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Barging into my domain so carelessly." Jiki straightened and stared up at the seated figure, forcing his thoughts and calculations to the back of his mind. This was no time for hesitation. Yet before he could let out his first words, he could see Sukuna was already growing bored at his continued silence. The only sign of danger was the brief flicker of cursed energy and a dismissive gesture. "Begone." Jiki's Sharingan spun at that same instant, sharpening his awareness as he forced himself into a half-crouch. He could barely see it, not in a domain where attacks were bound to hit due to reverse causality, but Jiki was not useless either. He locked his two arms in front of him as a shield and lowered his stance before the gesture was completed or the words even left Sukuna's lips. Falling blossom emotion. An instant later, a flash of pain exploded through his arms. His vision flickered, but he held his ground. He felt a cut, so deep it cleaved through his skin, partway through the muscles of his forearms, stopping just shy of the bone. His body screamed, any deeper, and his bones would have been exposed. But he was alive. The blow had sent him further back, but a quick application of his reversed water walking using cursed energy had simply sent him sliding back instead of being thrown away. Between the narrow gap of his torn forearms, Jiki's eyes flickered through, a singular malevolent red and black eye locking onto Sukuna. Even in the face of the curse's four widened, surprised eyes, Jiki's gaze remained cold, almost apathetic. He had been slow, caught off guard by the sudden shift into Sukuna's domain, but despite that, falling blossom emotion had worked. It dulled the blow, allowing him to withstand it, though not without injury. His arms throbbed with pain, but Jiki's Sharingan remained steady, analyzing, calculating. He hadn't known what to expect, but now he did. A cut. His mind began to run. One that couldn't be seen. Was this Sukuna's technique? "Oh, you survived that." This time Sukuna shifted his posture, sitting up to truly look at Jiki for the first time. Those four eyes trailed his figure before finally resting on his own eyes, and Jiki could see the spark of curiosity reignite. He let his hands drop, reverse cursed energy already working overtime to heal them, mending the torn flesh, and stitching the ripped skin. Unfortunately, he was not as good as Satoru was. Not yet at least. Still, the fact that he felt this much physical pain meant that this body was not simply a projection. Or if it was, then unlike regular projections, whatever happened to him here was mimicked on his true body. He had just gotten past the second stage of learning how to use the reverse curse technique. Yet the act remained a conscious effort for him. He had to actively change his cursed energy from negative to positive in his brain, then begin to send it down to the body. This was the second stage that stumped most people. The blood-brain barrier. For Satoru, Toji Fushigiro's strike to the head had helped him more than he was likely ever going to admit. The trauma to the brain had compromised that barrier and had allowed Satoru to move the positive cursed energy to the rest of his body. Jiki, devoid of someone to stab him in the head, had taken the harder and slower path. An anti-domain technique that reduces the impact of an attack, one I've never encountered before, Sukuna began, his voice low as he dissected Jiki's move with the same precision Jiki had used to analyze his domain. His eyes narrowed, curiosity tinged with disdain. "Who are you, brat?" he asked, breaking the silence and his own train of thought. Jiki rolled his shoulders in response, eyes moving from Sukuna to the boundary of the domain, but he was not so discourteous as to ignore a question. "Gojo. Gojo Jiki, and I would like to request an audience with you," he replied politely. His part said, and his observation finished, he sat down on the water, one leg crossed while the other was raised, and his right arm rested on the raised knee. He was in a lower position staring up at the elevated Sukuna in the seat of his power. The act of sitting down alone should have signified weakness, but the empty stare he sent the incarnated sorcerer, coupled with his utterly relaxed posture and apathy, made it look like he was the one humoring the millennia-old sorcerer. Sukuna grinned and moved to speak before another voice intruded. What exactly is going on?" Itadori Yuji asked from somewhere to the side. The kid had woken up then, Jiki noted, but he didn't turn away from staring at Sukuna, and Sukuna didn't turn away either. With each passing second they locked eyes, the grin on Sukuna's face only grew wider. The act of entering the boy's inner world and Sukuna's domain had dragged the pink-haired teen along, but for some reason, he had appeared unconscious. So neither Sukuna nor Jiki had paid the kid any attention until now. "Such insolence," Sukuna remarked with a chuckle. "I would take great pleasure in shattering such pride." He leaned back into his twisted throne, an air of casual menace surrounding him. "But I find myself bored. So speak, supplicant, before I decide to exert more effort in removing you from my presence." The atmosphere shifted. The already heavy aura of menace redoubled, but Jiki shrugged it off with ease. He started with praise. "Ryuman Sukuna. You are one of the oldest and most powerful recorded sorcerers. You must have gathered knowledge as you aged, so tell me. Jiki's voice was steady, more confirmation than curiosity. What do you know of the bath ritual? Sukuna remained silent, his eyes half-lidded but gleaming with interest. His face, unreadable and unnervingly calm, made it unclear whether he was intrigued or merely entertaining Jiki. Jiki, undeterred by the lack of response, continued. I'm sure you know of it, but are you aware of the counter-ritual? This time, Sukuna's lips twitched, curling into a slow, dangerous smile like he knew something. His eyes, sharp, flicked up to meet Jiki's. He leaned back against his shrine, the amusement in his gaze intensifying as if weighing the worth of the question. The counter-ritual, you say? Sukuna's voice was rough. Do you think I, of all people, would need something so mundane? Jiki's gaze remained fixed, unflinching. He had expected as much from Sukuna. This was a test of patience. He doubted the men would let go of his knowledge easily. Fine, Sukuna said, his tone firm. What if I have this knowledge? What price are you willing to pay for it? Do you think this is a good idea, Jiki-san? Itadori interjected with confusion at what was going on. Of course, it wasn't. Jiki was desperate, not foolish. Whatever deal he made here would be sealed with a binding vow. Yet this was Aiko he was talking about. He would go into the darkest pits for her. This was not the first time he would be dealing with a devil, and this time, this particular devil had what he desired. Name it, he stated, as he looked up at Sukuna. Kill this insufferable brat and swallow my fingers instead, Sukuna replied immediately, a thin smile stretching across his lips. He has become thoroughly bothersome, and I prefer to rid myself of his suppression and presence sooner rather than later. Jiki frowned in response, refusing the instinctive need to glance at a surprised Yuji. The pink-haired kid had stepped back with wide eyes, which was exceedingly smart of him, because for a second Jiki considered the offer. The boy could have been dead before he even knew it. Faster than he could blink and as painless as any. Yet, I'm leaving him in your care, Jiki-kun. Simple yet trusting words that were followed by a bright smile. He would have to take that path again. A path where he had to hurt someone who loved him to achieve his goals, where he would have to betray his family once more. He turned around to face Yuji with a stoic expression. Come, Itadori-san, our time here is done. As he did, the air thickened with palpable anger and rage, a warning that Jiki was all too familiar with. You dare. Sukuna's voice rang out, fury laced within each syllable. Jiki anticipated the attack, and prepared for the inevitable backlash. So even turned away, he had been ready. This time he was not going to face the brunt of the attack on his fragile form like before. He didn't bother calling out the technique's name, his will alone would suffice. With a surge of cursed energy, Jiki felt the ribcage of his Susanoo materialize around him, spectral bones shimmering as liquid muscles filled the gaps, forming a single arm. The red spectral arm reached out, intercepting the invisible blade aimed at him, and slapping it aside with a resonant thud. The only evidence of the clash was a deep gouge carved into the bones. His counter had worked just as he had calculated, activating falling blossom emotion over the ethereal yet solid form of his Susanoo. Continuing forward, Jiki dismissed the monstrous presence behind him. When he reached Itadori, he firmly clasped a hand over the pink-haired boy's shoulder. It's time to go, Itadori-san. He cast a glance back, locking eyes with Sukuna. A single swirling scarlet eye bore into Sukuna's fore, and Jiki saw the incarnated sorcerer perched at the edge of his throne, the armrest crushed beneath his grip, his upper body leaning forward in rapt attention. Gone was the disinterest and callousness that Sukuna had displayed earlier. You're the one. Jiki was not sure what he was talking about, nor did he care. A domain was usually impossible to escape from the inside, but that was when it was manifested in reality. In this world of the soul, all Jiki had to do was cut off his own genjutsu, allowing the recoil to do the rest. A split second later, he was standing on solid ground once more. A cool draft tousled his hair while he took a breath. The smell of cool air, instead of the bloody air that filled the domain, and the sight of the familiar ground as well as the environment was enough to make him certain. They were back. Itadori tripped back in surprise, staring down at his hands at the rapid shift in everything. What was that? He asked, lifting his head up to stare at Jiki. So Jiki replied with a shrug. That was Ryuman Sukuna, and I wouldn't advise you to go back there, Jiki said, scanning the surroundings before nodding at a wandering maid to catch her attention. That encounter wasn't as fruitful as I'd hoped, but that's on me for expecting any genuine assistance from him. Sukuna isn't cursed with the same infatuation that Juragumo has for me. He turned back to the boy, who still gazed up at him with apprehension. Jiki couldn't blame him. After what he had thrust the kid into, a little uncertainty was only natural. With a gentle gesture, he extended a hand toward the boy. Would you like to join me for some tea? The boy recognized the gesture for what it was and smiled back, extending his own hand. I prefer a cold cola. Jiki pulled the kid up, watching as he dusted himself off just as the maid reached them. Prepare a dining area for me and Satoru's guest, he instructed her. The maid made a curt bow and began to walk away, but he called her back. And get an extra set of plates for Satoru as well. He doubted his cousin would be gone for long. In that time, he planned to be the perfect host and learn more about the boy, the pink-haired kid who smiled so brightly, despite sharing his body with a monster. For a fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of another boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, his familiar bright smile overlapping with Yuji's. Jiki blinked the image away, shaking off the memory as he began to lead the way. Jiki noted the boy was a ravenous eater with a smile. Itadori shoved food down his mouth by the mouthful, yet whatever he lacked in etiquette, he made up for by not trying to speak until he had gulped the mouthful he already had in his mouth. That was awesome, the teen admitted with a smile as he took a swig of the drink beside him. Yet despite his boisterous persona, Jiki sensed the underlying apprehension in Itadori's tone. You're worried, he noted flatly as he set aside his half-finished noodles and chopsticks. Itadori let out a chuckle before replying. That obvious? It's not, Jiki admitted. The kid hit it well, but not enough for it to get past him. I'm simply very perceptive. Well, shouldn't I be? Gojo-san said I might be executed if the elders didn't agree with what he had to offer. Jiki blinked in response before letting out a thin smile. The meeting was only a formality. If the boy was still alive over a day after becoming Sukuna's vessel, then Satoru must have seen something in him that he liked. Enough to most likely protect him from the higher-ups' wrath. Another beneath the great umbrella that was Satoru's presence amid the storm that was the Jujutsu Society. You shouldn't, Jiki finally replied, picking up his chopsticks and digging into his food again. There is no greater security than Satoru. The kid made to speak again, but another voice interjected. You should listen to him, you know. Ah, Itadori exclaimed with surprise before jerking and falling backward. Jiki ignored the continued horrible dining etiquette stoically as he gave a nod at Satoru. His cousin grinned at him in response before sending him a double thumbs up. When did you get here? Itadori asked from his spot on the ground, struggling to his feet once more. A few seconds ago, Jiki answered in his cousin's place. Satoru had already filled up his plate and was digging into it with his mouth full already. If Jiki was forced to bear the presence of two people with poor dining etiquette, he was not certain he would be able to stop himself from simply unleashing an Amaterasu in the room and running off. So, Jiki gave a look at Satoru the moment he almost replied to the teen with his mouth full. The look must have been properly scathing because Satoru hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth and drank a cup of water before replying. Your execution has been suspended. Itadori's features brightened up. That's good, right? Suspended, not rescinded. Jiki asked for clarification, turning Itadori pale slightly at the realization. Satoru smiled in response before continuing. It was suspended on the basis that a deal was made. Which is? Instead of replying to Jiki, Satoru turned to face Itadori instead. We feed you the remaining Sukuna's fingers. When you have all 20, that is when we execute you. Itadori's eyes widened at the news, but Jiki's crimson pair narrowed, his brain going over the words as he immediately picked up on the loophole in the deal. Satoru never stated how fast he would feed Itadori the fingers, there was no specific time frame, which made it open-ended and easy to exploit. So I'll still die, Itadori acknowledged somberly, head down as he slowly played with his food while deep in thought. Jiki doubted he had picked up on the loophole. The kid probably thought his lifespan amounted to months, but judging by the smirk on Satoru's face, that couldn't be further from the truth. What would happen if Sukuna incarnated somewhere else? In another person's body. Someone that can't stop him like I can. Jiki raised an eyebrow at that. The kid was the one at risk of dying, yet he was more worried about a hypothetical case with hypothetical deaths. Still, Satoru answered him as seriously as his cousin was able to. There would be deaths, lots of them. We would probably put a stop to it, but it doesn't change the fact that something like that would lead to some sort of calamity. Already there are deaths from curses we call finger-bearers, curses that had devoured his power, an act that takes them from regular grade curses to special grades. Like the curse that tried to eat the finger in the school. It wanted to become a finger-bearer. Satoru gave a quick thumbs up, already shoving food in his mouth once more. The kid remained silent, but he had stopped stirring his food. When he raised his head and stared up at Jiki, the resolve in those brown eyes shocked him enough that he almost dropped his chopsticks in surprise. I'll do it, Itadori stated with conviction, enough to halt Satoru as well. Why? Jiki found himself asking. The kid smiled in response. So no one else would have to. Jiki stared back in response, crimson, and black eyes staring deep into brown, searching for the lie. A lie, any lie. He found none. The kid must have misinterpreted his stare because he laughed and scratched the back of his head in response. That sounded way cooler in my head, but I mean it. I'm not scared of dying, especially when it is a death with meaning. Jiki felt the bizarre sensation that he was talking to that blonde-haired boy again. asking him why he would go so far for a boy that was not his blood. A boy that rejected him, and the answer he had gotten then was similar to this. Honesty and conviction with the simple desire to do good. He was immediately hit with nausea, an overwhelming sensation of realities overlapping. Satoru decided to speak at that moment, drawing Itadori's attention. The first one sounded just as cool, Yuji-kun. Itadori smiled brightly, and Satoru continued as Jiki mastered himself, pushing away the déjà vu and nausea that plagued him. Anyway, since you've agreed, the first step is joining the new class of students at Jujutsu High. With Megumi? Itadori replied with hope in his eyes, the dark topic that had been the focus seconds ago discarded. Yep, Satoru answered. Jiki here is also a student, although he's your upperclassman, so you guys won't get to interact much. A phone rang, and it took Jiki almost a full minute to realize it was coming from his pocket. That was how out of it he was. Satoru gave him a questioning look, one that Jiki interpreted as, "Are you alright?" He inclined his head in response. "I'll be fine." He picked up the phone and put it to his ear. "Gojo Jiki here. Hey Jiki, it's Utaheim. Would you be available anytime soon?" Jiki gave it a thought. The meeting with the Shrine Maidens. They were an old order, almost certainly older than the modern Jujutsu society. Perhaps they would have the answers he sought. He was about to reply with a yes when he felt the phone jerk out of his hands. His eyes followed the floating phone right until it dropped into Satoru's waiting palms. A derivation of blue, then. His cousin shot him a look, then rolled his eyes at Jiki's frown. "My little Jiki-kun is tired and has been running on fumes for the past few days. Call back later, you low-budget Miko." "What? I don't want to talk to you, bastard. Put the better Gojo back on." Satoru gasped in faux shock, one hand over his chest. "Better Gojo? I would have you know, Jiki-kun is the best Gojo dash." Itadori stared in confusion, and Satoru twirled his hand beside his head, mouthing the words, "crazy woman." Itadori snickered in response, and even Jiki couldn't help but let a slight smile slip through as the conversation quickly devolved into insults. Satoru wasn't wrong, he had been running on empty. A single day of rest wouldn't change much. Shursue would have said the same thing, and that thought brought a warm smile to his face. He might have lost a cousin in his past life, but he had also gained another one here. One who cared for him just as much as the first. Chapter 55, Chapter 55. What's it like? Itadori Yuji's voice pulled him back to the present. His friend was beside him, looking out the window with that trademark mix of curiosity and innocence. Jiki shrugged. Like any other school. The words fell from his lips out of habit, but as they hung in the air, he knew they weren't quite true. There was a gulf between his experience and what most people would call school. In his first life, school had been something different altogether. It had been a place where he was molded not for knowledge or enlightenment, but for death, trickery, and deceit. From as young as 8, he was taught to kill, to sharpen his instincts like a blade. In this life, that pattern continued. Only the names of his enemies had changed. Instead of humans, he hunted curses, and instead of openly calling it killing, they had softened it with the word exorcism. What was a school to him? A battlefield in all but name. The door clicked open with a soft hiss, and Yuji stepped out, stretching his arms like it was any other day. As if things could be simple again. Jiki felt the corner of his mouth twitch in response, not quite a smile, just an acknowledgement of how different they both were. Yuji glanced back at him, there was still some uncertainty in the pink-haired boy's eyes, so Jiki gave a nod in return. There was nothing left for him behind those old walls, nothing new he could learn from the halls of Jujutsu High. Yuji had something worth going back for, he had hope. Jiki. He had duty. Maki might be there, waiting in her usual no-nonsense stance, but he wasn't interested in facing her today. Nor Emi. Not now. Not after everything. His concerns lay elsewhere, with things far beyond what either of them could fix. Yuji waved, a cheerful gesture despite the weight on his shoulders, and started up the long path toward the giant red torii gates that framed the entrance to the school. The age-old tradition of climbing those cobblestone steps was one Yuji embraced without hesitation. Jiki watched as the boy climbed higher, Satoru Gojo waiting at the top like a sentinel, his white hair bright against the deep blue sky. Jiki glanced away before the scene could feel too nostalgic. "Let's go," he said, his voice low. The driver, a faceless member of the Gojo clan who had long perfected the art of being invisible, met his eyes briefly in the rearview mirror before shifting the car into gear. With a subtle lurch, they moved forward, leaving the school behind. Jiki pulled out his phone, the screen lighting up with the message that had been sitting there all morning. ISE, Mie Prefecture. ISE Shrine. The Shrine Maidens. He had been waiting for this moment, and now that it had come, a strange calm settled over him. What did they want from him? What expectations would they place on his shoulders? None of that mattered right now. What mattered was that he knew what he wanted. Across the school grounds, the air seemed to hum with energy as Nobara Kujisaki strode purposefully toward her destination. Her hands were stuffed in her pockets, and her face bore the usual look of irritation, though today it was more pronounced. "Hey! It's been days. Where are my classmates?" she called out, scanning the area as she approached Maki. The older girl seemed preoccupied, her gaze distant, fixed on something Nobara couldn't see. Nobara frowned. It wasn't like Maki to space out, especially when Nobara was trying to get her attention. With a swift motion, she pulled a blunt nail from her pouch, one of the ones she used for sparring, and flicked it at Maki's head. Before it could make contact, Maki's hand snapped out, catching the nail mere inches from her face. Finally, Nobara huffed. "What had you so dist?" Suddenly, Nobara felt it. A flare of cursed energy from Maki. It was brief but sharp, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Before she could process it, the nail Maki had caught was flicked back at her with such speed that Nobara barely had time to react. She felt the sting as it grazed her cheek, followed by a sharp thunk as it embedded itself in a tree behind her. "What the?" she muttered, turning slowly to inspect the damage. But when she examined the tree, her brow furrowed. She couldn't see anything. "Look closer," Maki instructed, her voice distant. Nobara, scowling, leaned in, her fingers tracing the bark until she saw it, a tiny hole, just large enough for the nail to have passed through. She leaned closer, squinting, and was suddenly met with the unnerving sight of a pair of blue eyes peering back at her through the hole. "Ah!" Nobara yelped, stumbling backward and landing unceremoniously on her rear. Gojo Satoru emerged from behind the tree, laughing heartily at her expense. "Kujisaki-chan, you should have seen the look on your face," he said between chuckles. Nobara groaned, brushing herself off. "Great, just what I needed." She was about to snap back when Gojo's expression softened, shifting gears almost seamlessly. "How's our esteemed granny?" he asked, his tone playful but with a hint of genuine curiosity. Nobara sighed. "She said you should tell them to leave her alone. She's not coming out of retirement to join the council." Gojo raised an eyebrow, letting out a mock sigh of disappointment. "Tragic. We could really use another ally in that pit of snakes." As if shaking off the moment, Gojo's usual cheerful demeanor returned, though his attention now focused on Maki. He gave her a nod, his tone light yet sincere. "Maki-chan, I have to say, you've improved. That split-second use of the gates. Very impressive." Maki's face remained neutral, but there was a tension there. She turned toward Gojo, her eyes narrowing. "That was him, wasn't it?" In the distance. Gojo's smile wavered, his usual mask of lightheartedness slipping for just a moment. "He's going through a phase right now. Then he should reach out." Maki snapped, her voice laced with frustration. "He's not alone. None of them are." Satoru's smile dimmed further, an almost imperceptible shift in his usually carefree demeanor. "If it were something you could help with, perhaps. But in the end, he'll only reach out when he's ready." Maki huffed and turned away, her eyes narrowing as if trying to suppress her own frustration. It took Nobara a few seconds to piece it together. They were talking about Jiki. The last time she had seen him was etched into her memory, that brief flicker of emotion that screamed murder, followed by the most tranquil, unreadable expression. Satoru's voice cut through the silence, pulling everyone back to the present. "Anyway, I introduce to you our latest first-year student." With those words, he reached behind the tree, almost theatrically, and pulled out a pink-haired boy. "Tadea." Maki and Nobara exchanged unimpressed glances, both clearly unaffected by Satoru's flair for dramatics. Maki turned on her heel and started to walk off. "Hey, the introductions aren't over." Satoru called after her, his voice half exasperated, half amused. Maki didn't even slow her pace. She raised a hand, dismissing him with a casual wave. "Do it with Nobara. I've got to find my other two classmates and drag them out of whatever trouble they've gotten into." Satoru's smile sharpened into a knowing smirk. "See, that's where you're wrong, Maki-chan." Maki stopped mid-step, tension radiating from her posture. Slowly, she turned back toward him, her glare icy enough to freeze the air between them. But Satoru was undeterred, his smirk deepening as he continued. "You're not so free yet. You skipped the regular process of promotion because of what we call a field promotion. While you're officially a semi-grade 1 sorcerer now, your status is shaky at best." Maki's glare intensified, but Satoru's playful demeanor didn't waver. He tilted his head slightly, the ever-present smirk lingering on his lips. Maki sighed in resignation, running a hand through her short hair in frustration. "So, what now?" she asked, clearly annoyed but resigned to whatever game Satoru was playing. "Now, introductions," Satoru announced with enthusiasm, gesturing toward the pink-haired boy standing beside him. "Ah, hello," the boy stammered. "I'm Itadori Yuji." Nice to meet you. He gave an awkward smile, clearly unsure of how to navigate the tense atmosphere. Nobara eyed the boy critically, her sharp gaze scanning him from head to toe. Pink hair, shaved at the sides, tan skin, and a face that, while not unpleasant, wasn't exactly striking either. He seemed ordinary. Too ordinary to be a classmate for one such as she. A future grade 1 and superstar model in the making, but she had to make do. With a resigned sigh, she stretched out her hand. Kujisaki Nobara, she introduced herself flatly. Yuji shook her hand, offering a sheepish grin before turning toward Maki, who gave him a dismissive shrug in response. Tokyo Jujutsu High, second year. Maki. Just Maki. Yuji blinked in confusion, clearly thrown off by the lack of a surname, but before he could ask, Satoru jumped back in. Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, I've got a mission for you too, he said, clapping his hands together like a teacher eager to start a lesson. Nobara groaned. Already? I've got a modeling gig later today. Satoru grinned. Well, you'll just have to be quick about it then, won't you? He turned to Yuji, his smile softening ever so slightly. Megumi is preoccupied. But you'll meet him soon enough. So, what's the mission? Nobara asked, folding her arms over her chest. Satoru's tone shifted, becoming more serious. Maki, this is your final task in your exam to see if you have what it takes. You'll be leading these two on the mission. Maki's frown deepened. Before she could object, Satoru cut her off, his voice lowering just enough to carry weight. I know where you plan to go, but it's not your job. It's my duty as a teacher to protect and guide my students. I'll handle the Inamaki and Toge by myself. At the mention of the Inamaki clan, Maki's hard expression softened slightly. Trust wasn't something easily given, but if there was one thing everyone could agree on, it was that Gojo Satoru despite his eccentricities was trustworthy. She gave a reluctant nod. Satoru's usual cheerfulness returned in full force. Great. Now, about the mission. He clapped his hands again, clearly enjoying the theatrics. It's not the simple, boring one I originally had in mind. Something more interesting popped up. Oh. Yuji's eyes lit up in curiosity, while Nobara raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite herself. No spoilers, Satoru teased. Ijichi will give you the details when you get there. And Yuji, he turned to the pink-haired boy, his voice dropping into a more serious tone, don't let Sukuna out unless things get really bad. Understand. Yuji swallowed, his expression turning grim for a moment. Got it. Satoru's gaze shifted to Maki. I won't have time to brief you in full, but just know this, Itadori is a vessel for a curse. If he loses control, I expect you to stop him. Yuji looked at Maki in surprise. Is she really that strong? Satoru's smile was cryptic. You'll see. With that, he gave a peace sign and promptly vanished, leaving the trio standing there in his wake. Yuji blinked in astonishment. Does he do that often? Maki shrugged, already turning to lead the way. You'll get used to it. Let's go. Yuji marveled at how quickly they arrived at their destination. Despite taking a bus, they had made record time. The air around the site felt heavy, almost oppressive. All right, freshies, off we go, Maki called out, her tone brisk as she led the way forward. Yuji couldn't help but notice the way Maki moved. Every step was purposeful, each motion as precise as a blade. She wore an outfit similar to Nobara's, but on her lower back was a blade, discreetly sheathed in a scabbard that almost seemed to blend into her outfit. It's a cursed tool, Nobara explained, noticing Yuji's curious glance. Huh. Nobara gave him an exasperated look. A cursed tool is a weapon imbued with cursed energy, or for the really powerful ones, a cursed technique. Oh, like the blade she gave me? Yuji asked, unsheathing the short, wide-bladed blade that Maki had handed him before they boarded the bus. Exactly. Though demon slaughter is on the weaker side with no special techniques. It's just a basic curse tool. Yuji nodded, impressed. You seem to know a lot. Nobara tilted her head with a smug grin. Of course I do. Unlike you, I was actually trained for this, though not as much as the inbred clan guys. Minus our favorite Gojos, of course. Yuji opened his mouth to ask about the comment but was cut off by Maki's sharp voice. We're here. Yuji's gaze wandered ahead, taking in the scene before him as the last echoes of thunder rumbled through the sky. The clouds were thick and foreboding and had blocked access to the sun. What had once been a clear sky was now a bruised canopy of gray, the building ahead looming beneath it. It was going to rain soon. They'd walked in silence since getting off the bus, but now, in the gloom, Yuji felt a subtle weight pressing down on him. In front of the building entrance, 3 sleek black cars were parked, and 4 people stood beside them, dressed in dark suits. The group was deep in conversation, though their voices were drowned out by the sudden crack of thunder overhead. The men at the head of the group, A figure with glasses that reflected the faint light spotted them, his eyes narrowing slightly as he waved them over, stepping away from his companions. As they approached, the man's calculating gaze flicked from Yuji to Nobara and finally to Maki. She offered a curt, respectful nod. Ijichi-san, she greeted, her voice calm and measured. Maki-kun, Ijichi acknowledged, his tone brisk yet tinged with relief. His gaze swept over the group, landing on Yuji and Nobara. You're the one in charge of the first years today, then? Maki nodded again, her expression neutral. Yes, these are Itadori Yuji and Kujisaki Nobara. Satoru's off handling something else. Ijichi frowned, adjusting his glasses as his focus lingered on Yuji for a moment longer than necessary. All right, then. Let's begin with the briefing. His voice shifted into something more formal, businesslike, as he continued. Our windows have confirmed the presence of the cursed womb inside the building, and we've managed to evacuate at least 95% of the surrounding area, including civilians living within a 500-mile radius. A window? Yuji asked, his confusion clear. Ijichi turned, gesturing toward the men and women still standing behind him. People who can see curses but lack the strength to be registered as sorcerers. They act as our eyes when manpower is stretched thin. The explanation was brief, but it was enough to satisfy Yuji's curiosity, so Ijichi pressed on. Despite how quickly we moved, there are still 5 confirmed individuals trapped inside, close to the epicenter where the cursed womb appeared. And if we don't act soon... He paused, his tone darkening. Anyway, we estimate the womb to be special grade. Nobara took an instinctive step back, her eyes widening in surprise. Maki, however, tilted her head slightly, a flicker of interest crossing her face. But Yuji remained lost. A special grade? He asked, blinking in confusion. Ijichi's frown deepened as he glanced at Maki. Itadori Yuji seems awfully uninformed. Are you sure he is prepared for this? Maki crossed her arms and met Ijichi's scrutiny head-on. Satoru gave his approval and I'll be here if things go sideways. Ijichi gave her a long look before sighing, seeming to weigh the risks in his mind. All right then. I'll give a simplified explanation, but you'll get a more comprehensive one once you're back in class. I don't understand why Gojo-san decided to give this as your first mission, but Maki's presence here is enough proof that he takes this seriously somewhat. He paused before continuing, his tone heavy with meaning. Sorcerers, cursed objects, tools, and curses are ranked from grade 4 to special grade. Grade 4 is the weakest, and special grade is, well, you're about to find out. Yuji, still processing this, remembered the younger white-haired Gojo had said something very similar, so he blurted out, like Jiki. The sudden mention of the name brought a sharp reaction from the group. All 3 of them turned toward him, Nobara's brows knitting together as she spoke first. You've met Jiki. Yuji blinked, taken aback by their sudden focus on him. Yeah, I stayed at the Gojo clan compound for a few days before I was admitted here. I see. Ijichi's voice cut in as he adjusted his glasses once more. You're correct. Like Gojo Jiki and Gojo Satoru. They are currently 2 of the strongest sorcerers in recent times. Though Satoru edges out Jiki due to his experience, and the fact that Jiki is rumored to still lack a domain expansion, Mei has created ongoing bets that. Ijichi-san, Maki interrupted, her voice sharp as she shot him a look. Ijichi blinked in surprise, realizing he'd gone off track. He cleared his throat, regaining his composure. Right. Apologies. He straightened his posture. Whatever the case, this mission is serious. We're not as short-staffed as we used to be, but if Satoru says you can handle this, then I'll trust his judgment. A sudden cry interrupted their conversation, the panicked voice of an older woman, tears streaming down her face as she stumbled toward them. Tadashi. Is Tadashi all right? Ijichi's gaze softened briefly as he looked toward her. One of the guardians for a boy trapped inside, he muttered under his breath before turning back to Yuji and the others. His expression hardened once more. If there are survivors, do your best to bring them back. If not. His voice trailed off as he steeled himself. End the cursed womb as quickly as possible. No hesitation. Yuji ignored the words, his focus was on the older woman with tears streaming down her cheeks as she openly sobbed. Images of his former classmates came to mind. Their injured forms left in the hospital. People he had barely saved. He didn't know when he spoke, but when he did, his voice silenced Ijichi. We're going to save them. All of them. His fists clenched, eyes burning with determination. He turned back to face the older men. Dying to a curse. That was not a good death. Ijichi glanced at him, his eyes narrowing slightly before he gave a resigned nod. Do as you will. Without further word, he raised his hands and began chanting softly. Emerge from darkness darker than darkness, purify that which is impure. What's that? Yuji began to ask, but Nobara cut him off with a knowing glance. A veil, she said, stretching her limbs as her expression turned serious. Her usual bravado was tempered by the seriousness of the moment. Maki yawned, her casual demeanor returning as she leaned back against the hood of one of the cars. You two go ahead. I'll be here. Remember, your job is to confirm the status of the missing individuals first. If things go south, I'll step in. Yuji and Nobara exchanged a glance before nodding. With a final deep breath, they stepped past the veil's threshold, the world around them growing silent and still, as though they had crossed into another reality. Behind them, Ichichi stood beside Maki, his brow furrowed with concern. Are you certain they'll be all right? Maki didn't bother looking up from the dossier Satoru had sent her. If they're not, I'll handle the worst of it long enough for backup to arrive, she said calmly, her fingers scrolling through the pages with practiced ease. I've got this covered. Even in the worst-case scenario, it's still a special grade fresh from the womb and newly born. I doubt it would have a cursed technique or be able to use it well enough to be a threat. If I truly cannot handle that, what hope do I have of facing the Zenin one day? Maki had been rifling through the dossier again, her focus sharp, when she felt it. A sickening pulse of malevolence that seeped into her bones, a vile concoction of hate, fury, and bloodlust. The air itself seemed to curdle, thickening with the weight of cursed energy. Her muscles tensed. Ichichi, mid-conversation with the others, felt it too and his face paled in response. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward her position. But by the time he arrived, Maki was already standing, blade drawn, its edge gleaming under the faint light, poised for action. Her eyes, hidden by the glass lenses of her cursed tool, were locked on the entrance. I know, she said, her voice cool and measured, though her pulse had quickened with something she refused to identify. They waited, the silence between them heavy with anticipation, both attuned to the tension building inside the structure ahead. The other shoe was going to drop, it was only a matter of time, but Maki's patience was wearing thin. The cursed energy was volatile, thickening by the second. Expand the evacuation perimeter to 15 kilometers, she ordered, her voice breaking the tension. I'm going in. Ichichi's didn't argue. So Maki bent her knees, her body coiling with power, calves and thighs flexing in preparation. The gates remained unused for now, it was too early to rely on them, not without a clear grasp of what was unfolding inside. And besides, she had survived over 15 years without them. With a burst of speed, she tore through the veil, her figure a blur as she plunged into the distorted space ahead. The world twisted around her. A chaotic, incomplete domain that warped the topography of the building into a labyrinthine mess of shifting geometry. The walls were wrong, the angles unnatural, the entire place held up by something else. But amidst the disorienting chaos, a single person's cursed energy blazed like a beacon. The signature was erratic, wild, a bonfire in the darkness, drowning out everything else. Explosions echoed in the distance, confirming her path. There was no real route to follow, so Maki made hers. She carved her own way, smashing through weakened walls that crumbled beneath her strength, or moving horizontally with fluid and precise jumps. A minute later she felt the domain shudder, and a second later she came to an abrupt halt at the edge of a gaping hole that led into the sewers below. At the center stood Yuji, or rather, his body. Close by was a confused Nobara, her eyes flicking from the dead curse embedded in the wall to the strange stillness surrounding Yuji, and behind Nobara was another kid. He looked older, but Maki could make out the name on his shirt, Tadashi. He survived then. Yuji turned away from the body imprinted in the wall and focused his attention on Nobara. Nobara's response was to raise her hammer in a defensive stance. A dark twisted chuckle rang out in response. That laugh alone was enough to solidify her suspicion. This wasn't the same Yuji who had entered the building. Her lips curled into a grin, and without hesitation, she leaped into the hole, her blade trailing behind her like a deadly comet. She swung down hard, aiming for the outstretched hand that reached for Nobara. At the last moment, the hand jerked back, narrowly dodging her strike. Water and debris erupted beneath her feet as she landed, splashing into the murky depths, but she didn't slow down. In one seamless motion, she pivoted, her sword flashing in a wide, horizontal arc, parting the water in a spray of mist. And yet, she missed again. There was no resistance, no satisfying give of flesh meeting steel. Her grin shifted into a scowl as the water splashed back down, soaking her to the skin. But she didn't blink. Her gaze snapped forward, locking onto the figure standing across from her. Ryaman Sukuna. He wore Yuji's face, but the presence, the aura of malevolence that radiated from him was unmistakable, and more than all that was the expression that Sukuna had twisted Yuji's face into. He glanced down at his ruined shirt, where a thin, barely visible line marred his skin, not enough to draw blood, but enough to ruin the fabric. A taunting grin spread across his face. I had left the girl alive, hoping to use her as leverage to see him again. And while I'd love to play with you, Sukuna's voice dripped with mockery, the last time I did that, this brat took over. Behind her, Nobara's voice shook with confusion. Maki-san, what's happening? Maki didn't take her eyes off Sukuna, her mind racing through the options. Sukuna's is in control. According to the dossier Satoru sent, Itadori should be able to take over soon. Oh, is that your plan? Sukuna's laugh cut through the tension like a blade. His amusement was cruel. Then let me tilt the odds a little more in my favor. Before Maki could react, Sukuna opened his palm. Resting on it was a familiar object. A twisted and malformed red finger. In a swift, fluid motion, he swallowed it whole. Maki's heart skipped a beat. That wasn't supposed to happen. Her mind raced, trying to process the shift in power as Sukuna ripped open what remained of his shirt, exposing the black markings that coiled and writhed across his skin like living things. His cursed energy surged, thickening the air with a suffocating pressure that made her fingers tremble around her blade. That should sink the brat down even further, Sukuna said, his voice dark with satisfaction. He flexed his fingers, eyes gleaming with sadistic intent. Now, what were you saying? His grin widened, teeth bared in a smile. We're switching to Plan B, Maki spoke to Nobara even if she didn't take her eyes off Sukuna. We have a Plan B. We need to stall him until Yuji regains control. Nobara's shock was palpable as she replied. Stall that. Chapter 56, Chapter 56. He took a deep breath, and this far from the hustle and bustle of the city, the air felt pure in a way that could hardly be put into words. Shrine maidens stayed in their secluded shrines, not necessarily hidden from the world, but often in places like these. Their isolation was supposedly a mark of dedication, living so close to nature and away from the world's distractions, guarding against curses in solemn service. A refreshing breeze blew, and the instruments hung on the massive red torii gates in front of him jingled and whistled. Jiki straightened out his clothes, then took his first step past the gates. The moment his feet crossed the gate, he felt a sense of peace and calm, as though he had been wrapped in a soft cotton cloth, a gentle embrace pressing into him. A heartbeat later, Jiki discarded the sensation and tensed up. His whole body and senses shifting to alert. He searched internally first, looking for any foreign malicious cursed energy signature, but he could find nothing. His cursed energy continued to flow smoothly, with no hiccups or foreign presence. So what was that? Welcome. A small voice rang out, breaking Jiki's introspection as he turned to face its origin. It was a girl, younger than him, and if he had to place her age, maybe 10. Black hair, and pale skin. They were common features that could be found in just about any regular person residing on their island nation. Her eyes were closed as she bowed, her scarlet red hakama touching the ground for a moment, and when she raised her head once more, and she gave him a bright smile. Senior Maiden Yudahime-san informed us of your arrival. I am honored to be the first person to greet the scion of she that illuminates the heavens. Jiki gave a curt and appropriate bow reflexively in response, his mind churning over her words. The girl was no sorcerer, so she could not be the reason for the eerie feeling of comfort he had nearly succumbed to the moment he entered. A barrier then. One of Master Tingen's creations, no doubt. I was told the head Miko requested my presence. The girl nodded, then gestured at the road ahead of them and began to walk, confident that Jiki would follow, so he did. Only then did she resume speaking. The head Miko is aged and slow to rouse, but I'm sure she has been awoken. Although it would be some time yet before she is able to finish her preparations to see you, so I have been given leave to direct you to Yudahime-sen first. Jiki nodded in response as they walked up the mountain road. The path was worn and weathered. Whatever bricks were used to pave the road had withstood the test of time, coupled with the no doubt generous amount of care and maintenance that the shrine maidens had observed on the road. The walk was cut short when they came upon another gate, this one more common, made of wood and barring the shrine from outsiders. The girl walked up to it and knocked, then a voice rang out, "Who comes forth?" A maiden of she that illuminates the heavens, as well as her will manifested. There was a brief pause, during which even Jiki processed the words again. So the girl had not misspoken earlier when she called him a scion. A loud creak was the reply to her words as the doors were slowly pulled open on both sides, wide enough for them to pass through. The girl walked forward and Jiki followed a few steps behind. When they passed the gates, he glanced briefly to the sides at the two people who had opened the gates. The pair of women were older than the girl in front of him, clad in a white kosode and matching red hakama as all shrine maidens did, but that was where the similarities ended, for unlike the child that acted as his guide, the two women were sorcerers, grade 2 sorcerers, he judged from a glance at their output. Unlike what he expected, the courtyard he walked into held only a single building. A small one that could barely house two people. The girl must have felt his gaze on her back because she turned slightly, acknowledging his unasked question. Apologies, but everyone must undergo a purification before they can step into the shrine completely. It is an act that not even your mandate as her will absolves you of. Her tone held a note of sadness, the weight of duty pressing, overriding her desire to simply let him through. It's all right, he replied. The simplicity of his words brought a small smile to her face, which made the scene happening behind him all the more interesting. He sensed the two older women watching him, their gazes sharp and assessing. Whatever reverence the girl had for him was not shared by them, at least not in full. He refocused back on the shrine. This might be the first time he was doing this as Gojo Jiki, but not as Uchiha Itachi, and while he had never been particularly religious, it was difficult to feign complete apathy or atheism when your eyes were so heavily linked with the gods in his past life. Call it an Uchiha's pride, but it was no mystery that the name of each technique complemented their abilities too much for simple coincidence. Without further hesitation, he walked past her and stepped into the purification area. The space was simple yet serene, with a stone basin filled with clear, cool water glistening in the sunlight. Jiki approached the basin, feeling the stairs digging further into his back. He paused for a moment, centering himself in the present while he allowed the memories to watch over him, and finally with a breath he began the rites. He dipped his hands into the water, ignoring its chill as he rinsed them thoroughly. Then he took another deep breath, focusing on the act of cleansing, both physically and spiritually. With each splash, he imagined washing away any impurities or negative energy clinging to him. Next, he cupped his hands to draw water, bringing it to his lips. As he swirled it around, he recited a silent prayer before he spit the water back into the basin. The next act was the true act of purification. Jiki reached for the small container of salt that rested nearby, then sprinkled it into the water. "May the spirits find solace here," he murmured. His quiet words were carried on the wind, spreading farther than they should have. Finally, he turned toward the shrine, bowing deeply in an act of respect for the shrine's patron Kami. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, then whispered, "Guide me, and give me what I seek." There was a subtle change in the air. He sensed the hair on his forearms, neck, and head prickle and rise in alertness. Then he felt that sensation again, a heat without fire, comforting and warm, a hug without arms, loving and tender. Unlike the first time, he quelled his instinct to brush it away, allowing himself to relax just a tiny bit. He allowed himself to forget his worries, fears, and troubles just for that moment, and he felt peace. Jiki opened his eyes and met the gaze of the girl who had watched him silently. She had the brightest smile he had seen in a long time, sheer joy written across her face. He turned to the two women, who stared at him in shock, then their expressions softened as they offered shallow bows, more respectful than the first time. "Thank you," he said, his voice steady. With the purification behind him, he turned back to the girl, who made a visible effort to regain some level of solemnity before gesturing past the purification area. "Now, you can head into the gardens, where you can rest and recuperate." Jiki nodded in response and followed her, this time walking past the small shrine and through another gate. This one was more lavishly decorated, but unlike the first, they didn't have to wait for someone to open it. The girl slipped out a key from her kosode and unlocked a small side entrance leading him further into the shrine. They took a branching path to the left, arriving at a fine, well-maintained garden with colorful flowers and wooden tables and chairs with teapots and cups placed upon them. Without an invitation, Jiki walked to the closest table and sat down. "I will go and inform Uchiha-san of your presence, please be at peace." He nodded in response as the girl scurried off, visibly excited. Now that he was alone, he closed his eyes and began to think. The past few minutes had been strange, but after accepting the warmth, he found it hard to be truly worried. Instead, he folded his hands and waited until the sound of footsteps rang out minutes later. Jiki opened his eyes to find Uchiha Mayuri rushing down the cobblestone pathway he had taken, red-faced. "You came in a hurry," he acknowledged, watching her try her hardest to recover from what looked like a full sprint. He stood up, pulled out the chair on the opposite side, and gestured for her to sit. She blinked in surprise, so he spoke. "You should sit and rest, I am in no rush." A polite lie, but it would be inconsiderate to drag Uchiha straight to the head Miko when it looked like she ran the whole way here. He had waited for weeks, a few minutes would change nothing. She smiled in response before sitting down with a muttered word of thanks. Jiki sat back and poured her a cup of the still warm tea that had been set on the table. She took the offered cup, gulped it down with a smile, then said, "I still wonder how you're related to that bastard, you're way too polite." Jiki gave a thin smile in response. "Why were you in such a hurry?" Uchiha poured herself another cup, and only after she had downed the contents and sat back did she reply to him. "You really don't know what you did?" she asked with a raised brow. Jiki's silence and pointed stare were his reply. "A perfect purification ritual, done in the old ways, with all the steps done right, as well as the proper flow and rhythm in your cursed energy to make the ritual manifest and her presence to vaguely felt, even by the uninitiated." "Oh," Jiki replied in response, still unimpressed. He had simply done the ritual, the same as he did whenever he entered a holy temple back in the elemental nations. Uchiha sighed in response to his continued nonchalance and muttered under her breath, "Heavenly blessed Gojo bastards." Then she smoothed out her features again and continued. "The news has already spread. Those who doubted your presence and actions before now are confused, while those on the fence have begun to lean to the other side. It's truly only a matter of time." Jiki stared at her, unperturbed, then spoke slowly this time. "Unfortunately, I'm not aware of Miko shrine politics, so I barely have an idea of what you're talking about." Uchiha blinked again before replying. Oh, this is about divinity, or more accurately, your blood. Seeing his continued mask of apathy that hid his confusion, she continued, don't you know that your mother was of the emperor's lineage? A bloodline that is storied and said to originate from Amaterasu herself. Jiki's reply was a surprised blink. Granny Kyujisake forgot to mention that little detail. Maki was tense, and having Nobara behind her didn't help in the slightest. She would have preferred Jiki, Yuta, hell, even Toge over the fresh student. But she'd make do. She couldn't abandon the younger girl. Not when she was her upperclassman, and this fight was a chance to push her limits. She watched as Sukuna's cursed energy flared up, wild and oppressive. Without her glasses, she could barely sense it, but now she saw it clearly. His energy wasn't just powerful, it was hostile, swirling like a blazing bonfire. And then, all that chaotic force condensed, refined, like a predator biding its time. Sukuna's four eyes snapped open, catching the soul splitter blade inches from cleaving him from shoulder to hip. At the last second, he twisted, a mocking laugh slipping out as he evaded her strike. He retaliated immediately, and before she could even process it, something struck her with bone-rattling force. Her instincts had kicked in just in time, her blade raised defensively, but she was still hurled backward. She rolled to her feet, sword raised, only to see Sukuna hadn't even moved from his spot. His eyes were fixed on the ground in front of him, and Maki followed his gaze, spotting 4 nails embedded in the earth inches from his toes. I've got your back, Maki, came Nobara's voice, steady and unflinching. Sukuna chuckled. An extra insect changes nothing. His gaze flicked dismissively to Nobara before returning to Maki. If that's all the curse in your heart, then I'm disappointed. Maki ignored the jab. The first exchange had told her enough, she needed more than her base strength. She needed her spark. A grin cut across her face, hungry for the challenge. But beneath that, something bothered her. Sukuna had responded with brute force against her surprise attack. She'd fought enough sorcerers to know that, when surprised, they almost always resorted to their innate techniques. What happened before I got here? She barked to Nobara without turning her back on Sukuna. The reply came quickly. We were overwhelmed. Yuji told me to run, and then a black bubble surrounded him and the curse. When it broke, he wasn't himself anymore. Realization dawned. A domain. Which meant right now, his technique was burnt out. You figured it out. Sukuna laughed, clearly delighted to see the understanding flash in her eyes. She nodded, gripping her sword tighter. All the more reason to make this quick. The air between them hung still, thick with the charged anticipation of violence. Maki shifted her stance, her grip firm around the hilt of the soul splitter. Opposite her, Sukuna stood shirtless, exuding an aura of unrelenting confidence that seemed almost tangible, even with only 3 fingers worth of his power. Third gate, gate of life. Open. Clarity swept over her, sharp, vivid, absolute. The sensation was alien and yet familiar, a feeling she'd never truly grown used to, even after months of training. Every detail hit her senses with brutal precision, the putrid stench of sewer water swirling around her shins, the anxious thumping of Nobara's heart behind her, as well as the boy beside her, Sukuna's calm and even breaths. Even the slightest movements of air registered through a gap in the walls. Then came the pain, a searing heat that ignited her muscles and tightened them under her clothes. Her eyes dilated, blood vessels expanding as her nerves flared, lighting her skin in a vivid, crimson flush. She exhaled a steaming breath, and when she looked back at Sukuna, his mocking grin was gone. Sukuna's eyes widened slightly. That is not reinforcement. Maki ignored his words as her body blurred into motion. The ground splintered beneath her as she shot forward with force. She reappeared in front of Sukuna, so fast that his eyes were still widened in his previous surprise, but somehow he still managed to dodge the blow that should have cleaved him from shoulder to hips, but not with his usual grace. This time, it was an instinctive flinch. Her blade's edge caught him, slicing a shallow line across his chest. Refusing to slow down for even a split second, she pivoted on her heel, maintaining momentum, and swung downward in a brutal arc. This time she was too close, too fast, too fierce for him to dodge unscathed, like the previous time. So Sukuna made a sacrifice to avoid being split in two. Warm blood splattered across Maki's face, but she scowled in response at the realization that he had escaped again. With a dull thud, a single tattooed hand dropped to the floor, severed at the shoulder. He had shifted, tilting his body in a perfectly timed movement, his arm severed cleanly, but he didn't flinch. Blood sprayed in an arc, yet his expression remained locked in a predatory grin, his body already in motion. This time, she saw it all with razor clarity, the way he rotated his hips, winding up the strike with brutal precision. He twisted fully, putting his entire weight behind it, his body a coiled spring of raw power. His leg shot forward, his shin arcing toward her stomach, intent on burying itself in her core. Maki tightened her stance, her gaze locked on him. At the last second, she shifted her weight, snapping her forearm up as a shield. His shin met her arm with a crack that reverberated through her bones, a shockwave rippling outward from the impact. Unfortunately for all her strength, she was unbalanced, her body still reeling from the massive exertion. The kick sent her flying, slamming her back into the wall with enough force to hurl her out of the structure, and for a split second she was airborne. Her glasses had been destroyed sometime during her flight. She looked down at the ground meters away with blurry eyes. She blinked, trying to regain focus, and her eyes narrowed, taking in Sukuna's shadow silhouetted against the moon. "Don't die so quickly," he barked out, his towering frame descending upon her as he raised both fists overhead, ready to bring them down in a hammer blow. Instinct took over and Maki twisted her body midair, aligning the side of her soul splitter blade just in time. His fists collided with the sword, and the force shot her downward like a meteor, plummeting her toward the ground, but she was ready for it. She landed feet first and widely spread like a beast, with a hand to the ground in a three-point stance while her right hand held onto the soul splitter blade resting on her shoulder. A crater spread beneath her as the dust surged up in a thick, gritty cloud. She felt a thrill coursing through her. 2 strikes from Sukuna, and she was still standing. More than the night parade, this was her greatest proof of growth, and she was just starting. Her grip tightened on her blade as she grinned, invigorated by the realization. Sukuna's laughter echoed as he dropped down from above, aiming to stomp her into the ground. Maki evaded, juking to the side as she countered with an upward slash that cleared the dust and sent Sukuna sprawling to dodge back. "Wonderful," he exclaimed, excitement flaring in his eyes. The distance should have slowed the pace, but it didn't. Maki was relentless, tearing the ground behind her as she moved in to finish him as he tumbled back, but Sukuna slapped away every blow that got too close with inhuman precision and skill, and allowed only shallow blows to land, gathering up cuts that slowly but surely healed. "You know, at first I was worried about that blade, there is something peculiar about it." Maki ignored him as she struck him with a kick instead to disorient him, but there was no trick that did more than amuse him as he sharply jerked away from it. He was more scared of her blows than he was of the soul splitter blade. "But now I've realized what was wrong after getting hit by the blade. The effect was there but barely." "What does that tell you, girl?" Without waiting for a reply, he continued with a shout. "You're not using it right." Maki overreached in anger and realized her mistake a split second later when Sukuna ducked the wide horizontal slash. In an instant, he slipped past her guard and drove a fist into her midsection, "And you listened too much." Sukuna finished with a chuckle, his knuckles digging deep and her ribcage creaked and flexed under the impact. But with the power of the gates, it held. Maki ground her heels into the earth, forcing herself to absorb the full weight of the blow unguarded, refusing to yield an inch. "You talk too much," she replied in a whisper. Their eyes met and Sukuna's widened in surprise. Maki stared back at him with a bloody grin that spread across her face, her lips and teeth flecked in blood from the impact of the blow. Without hesitation, she grabbed onto his hand and rooted herself, coiling power from her core, and drove her forehead into his with vicious force. The crack of bone echoed as her head met his, amplified by the raw strength of the third gate. His features caved in, and Sukuna's body hurtled back, flipping like a rag doll until he slammed into a building with an explosion of dust and debris. Maki staggered forward, blood spilling from her mouth, staining the ground below. She wiped it away, the thrill unwavering. Exhilarating. A low laugh rumbled from the ruins as Sukuna emerged, staggering yet undeterred. The blood-soaked dust cloud settled and he felt a chill when he smiled, speaking through a mouth restored to perfection. His skull reformed, bones popping into place with a grotesque crunch, his 4 eyes gleaming at her with curiosity. "Of course, he can use reverse cursed technique well enough to heal that," she muttered, her gaze darting to his arm. Considering the more noticeable energy drop this time, it meant he'd reattached the arm rather instead of regrowing it. Perhaps she should have hit harder, but that would have meant destroying Itador's brain. A sorcerer should be willing to sacrifice that much in a fight, Sukuna acknowledged with a grin as he emerged fully from the dust cloud, his tone dripping with amusement. "Tell me, girl, what is your name?" "Maki," she replied, each second buying her time to weigh her next move. The third gate was pushing her past her limits, enough to contend with him. No, not just contend, but overwhelm him. But with his cursed energy reserves, his ability to heal meant he could survive deadly blows again and again. Using the reverse curse technique so callously was an act reserved for the truly monstrous, and Sukuna had been at the top of that food chain for a long time. Maki. Sukuna tasted the name with some amusement. "I hope that isn't all you have, Maki," he continued, eyes alight with excitement as he rolled his shoulders. "Show me that fire once more, and maybe after this is over, I will deign to remember you." Maki straightened, exhaling slowly. Her voice dropped to a sad murmur as her gaze settled on Sukuna and the body he was overtaking. Unless she found a way to decipher what he meant when he said she was not using the blade correctly, she could not pull her punches anymore. "Forgive me, Itadori Yuji. But from now on, I'll be fighting to kill." A 1,000-year-old sorcerer faced a girl with a spark of other as the sky darkened further and raindrops began to slowly splatter against their forms. Chapter 57. Sukuna sidestepped, moving by the narrowest margin, a practiced smirk tugging at his lips. Maki pressed in, twisting her grip and sweeping her blade once more, but he evaded again with a fraction of an inch to spare. Another swift strike, and another effortless dodge. Her eyes narrowed as realization hit her. Sukuna was leaning on his experience, matching her raw power and speed with a mastery that read her moves before they even landed. So she adjusted. She let off a swing in a wide arc, forcing him to jump back. Then she grinned, and Sukuna realized his mistake, mid-air with no leverage. The fastest way to get from point A, her sword, to point B, Sukuna's heart, was a straight line. She shifted her stance, coiled her muscles and lunged, a blur of speed too fast for even Sukuna to sense. A split second later, the blade had sunk into his chest, but instead of celebrating, Maki frowned. Soul Splitter had plunged its way past flesh, muscle, and bone, but didn't reach his heart. He had reinforced that particular point with all his cursed energy at the moment of impact, the point just above his still beating heart. Sukuna looked down at her. Too obvious, he hissed, his eyes gleaming. Your cold gaze gave you away. Maki tried to pull back, but Sukuna seized her wrist, his fingers like iron. His free hand shot forward, palm open, and aimed at her face. A huge surge in his cursed energy output forced Maki's eyes to widen in shock. Then she saw pure cursed energy manifest in his palm, raw condensed cursed energy coalescing in the middle of it, thick and potent with malice. There was a sudden, thunderous crack, and Sukuna's head snapped back as two craters exploded where his eyes had been, blood and bone spraying in a vicious arc. In the crater that was left of his eyes, Maki saw metal shards, nails. Her gaze drifted to where Nobara had begun to run up to them. She had struck with the nails, then also exploded them on impact, turning a simple penetration strike into an explosion with the shrapnel. Sukuna and Maki were still frozen in unexpected shock when Nobara shouted. Maki, move. She didn't hesitate. She tore her hand from Sukuna's loosening grip, backstepping with a snap of her arms, locking them before her as a shield. Nobara's blow had rattled Sukuna, but the bastard barely flinched, seeming more inconvenienced than hurt. His extra pair of eyes still stared at her. And then, cursed energy detonated in her face. Her arms bore the brunt, but the blast still threw her backward. Her body felt weightless once more as her mind faded, drifting somewhere between consciousness and oblivion. But pure fear dragged her back even as she slammed into a wall and tumbled deeper into the building. She was jarred awake. She had fought him, seen what he was capable of, and that knowledge told her that she couldn't leave Nobara with Sukuna. Not even for a second. She flipped and skidded to a stop with a grunt. Her body was burning up, not just from the gates. That was a pain she could manage and tolerate, thanks to her heavenly restriction. No, her body burned because she had taken on the partial brunt of a raw explosion of cursed energy. She had been fighting for minutes without healing or taking a break, but she couldn't stop now. Ignoring the burns, the way she could hardly feel her forearms, and the ache deep in her bones, she let out a mad grin. She was the storm, and the storm didn't rest. She pushed off the ground, cratering it, and rocketing out of the hole she had made in the wall. A second later, in the moment she got out of the building, she was greeted by the sight of Nobara's body flying back, her right hand swinging wildly and twisted into an uncomfortable position as she slammed into a car. A second later, Sukuna was above the first-year student, eyes recovered and peering down at her with annoyance in his red-colored eyes. That's enough from you, insect. Your distraction annoys me. He raised his foot, poised to crush Nobara beneath it. In that instant, his extra pair of eyes shifted just enough to catch the flash of Maki racing toward him. She hit him like a thunderbolt, driving her knee into his side, bone snapping under the force. Sukuna staggered, and went flying backward as Maki landed between him and Nobara, arms loose at her sides, each movement taut with controlled fury. Her eyes darted to her sword, lodged in a building wall nearby. Sukuna must have tossed it aside as soon as he pulled it from his body. Nobara, she called out without looking at the girl. She prayed with everything in HR that she was not too late. Why isn't the fucker dead yet? Maki's mad grin grew a touch lighter at the girl's response. She could already hear the first-year student struggling to her feet. So she focused her attention on Sukuna once more as he stepped out of the dust that he had created. He had a frown on his face as he smoothed his hair back with the aid of the rain that was slowly dripping. Maki's grin spread as she realized the reason for his frown. His cursed energy had dipped. Dipped so much that he must have felt it. Just as she had hoped, all those healings he had done could not have been easy. This was still only three-finger Sukuna. She was stronger, faster, and more durable now. If he'd been a four-finger or even a five, she would still have good odds if not for that cursed regeneration. But he was here, and so was she, and he could be beaten. That realization electrified her, a fire igniting in her muscles as she raised her arms again, ignoring the throbbing ache. Sukuna's mouth twisted, speaking almost as if he were half amused, half resigned. You've pushed me, Maki. Farther than I expected any juvenile sorcerer would in this age and time, but it ends here. There was a subtle shift in his tone. A hint of reluctance, like a performer ready to end the show. As he flung his hand to the side, his cheek split into a twisted smile, a deep voice echoing from it, calling out, "Duck." Maki went low before the words were fully out and dragged a slower Nobara behind her. The axe slowed her down, and she felt her hair part as something invisible, a blade of nothing, cleaved at where she stood a few seconds ago. What was left of her hair scattered and drifted down. She looked up at Sukuna, and his grin had returned in full force. He'd regained his technique. They'd been too slow. Her initial shock hardened into a focused anger as she rose, sparing Nobara a warning glance. "Stay back," she growled. This had gone past whatever she could contribute. With that final word, she surged forward, a blur of speed and raw intent. Sukuna swung his hand, the lethal arc of his strike tearing through the space she'd just been in. But she was gone. She'd leaped with an explosive force that shattered the ground, vaulting clean over him, her form twisting midair toward the building where her weapon waited. Dust and splinters erupted beneath her feet as she collided with the wall, her hand already reaching for her sword, her body crouched with feline precision as she turned, every muscle taut, weapon in hand holding her up. Sukuna was there. He'd spun to face her the instant she'd hit the wall, his eyes alight with anticipation, a vicious smile twisting his features as he readied himself. But instead of attacking head-on, she ran down the side of the building, her form a blur as she picked up speed, weaving in sharp zigzags as she sprinted down, faster than he could fire his technique, yet each invisible slash that followed came closer, carving deadly arcs into the walls around her, chipping away at her evasions. She continued sprinting towards him, the moment her feet touched the ground, jerking and zigzagging as she ran towards him, but Sukuna didn't move from the spot. Instead, he raised his hand up and waited. When the command to block rang out, Maki didn't hesitate. She positioned Soul Splitter diagonally before her, catching something on its flat edge. A wave of pain ripped through her as she was forced back, her feet gouging tracks in the ground. Blood trickled from thin, fresh cuts in the places her sword hadn't covered. Yet, he hadn't swung his hand this time. As she steadied herself, a realization clicked in her amber eyes. The hand motions, either he didn't need them at all, meaning they were mere rituals, gestures to reinforce the power of his technique, but never required, or he had created a binding vow on the spot, a weaker slash that didn't require any gesture or hand-signs. The blade survived, Sukuna observed, taking slow steps toward her. And you're still breathing. Even a weaker dismantle should have been enough to kill. What kind of body do you have? His gaze roamed over her, intrigued. Noticeable regeneration, but it is not fast enough to matter in this fight. All of this is just raw endurance and that technique. He stopped a few meters away, giving her an intrigued look. Fascinating, yet you fall short, and this is the limit of your power. Maki straightened up, ignoring her new set of injuries, knowing it didn't hurt enough to matter. It's not over. Limit. She was barely halfway into the gates. If she had changed her tactics from the beginning when she was still fresh, she could have killed Sukuna, but that was not her goal at first. Even now, she still instinctively held back, but she could not anymore. Now she had to risk it and go farther than she ever did before. To do that, all she needed was a single second, and she hoped Satoru and Jiki would forgive her. Fourth gate. Sukuna must have sensed it because he grinned at her in response. Wonderful. This is what I want. Fight me, Maki. Push yourself, come at me with all you have, and let me crush you and feast on. The words died in his throat as his body jerked violently, his eyes widening. That's enough from you, that voice called out again, the same voice that had called out when the invisible strikes were about to be unleashed. Itadori. Maki questioned as the tattoos began to fade off. Sukuna's twisted grin faltered, his eyes going wide as his body continued to convulse, fighting an invisible force that wrested control from him. No, he roared, his voice ragged and layered with fury, but his body betrayed him with each jerky, erratic movement. Maki watched in shock, her stance shifting as Sukuna's fingers dug into his own chest, one final desperate gambit. Not again, you stubborn bastard, Sukuna hissed, his tone venomous, his muscles trembling as he fought the takeover. You won't deny me my pleasure again. But before Sukuna could do whatever he planned, his arms froze, fingers deep into his chest. That is enough from you, Itadori whispered with a sense of finality before he raised his head up. The boy looked at her, confirming her suspicion as he smiled at her, a flash of regret glinting in his eyes. His smile was a small thing, a sad thing like he had disappointed himself somehow. I'm sorry, Maki-senpai. Maki gave him another look, forcing him to fidget before she relaxed her stance and walked up to him. Faster than he could react, she buried her fist into his stomach, forcing him to bend over as he coughed. She stared down at his form dispassionately for a long second before she released her hold on the third gate. Then she ignored the aches, the burns, and the cuts as she grabbed him by his shoulders and forced him to stand up once more. He stared at her with surprised and betrayed eyes, but the betrayal faded as he tilted his head down, trying to hide from her gaze. She jerked him up to face her. Now we're even. He stared at her in surprise before smiling. That hurt a lot. She shrugged in response as she began to walk, leading them to Nobara, who remained where they left her. I had to make sure, plus I already know you're a tough cookie. She slotted Soul Splitter into her scabbard and slipped her hand into her pocket, bringing out her phone that had somehow miraculously survived everything she had been through. Then she called Itachi. She needed to make sure the news didn't spread. She had read about Yuji's execution in the dossier Satoru-sensei sent. If word got to the higher-ups that Itadori somehow lost control, they wouldn't care about the how or the why or the details that led to that occurrence. You blockhead, look at what you did to my hand, you potato-headed bastard. Nobara roared at her classmate the moment they got into range, and Maki ignored them as Itadori rambled and tried to beg for forgiveness. Begging for forgiveness while on your feet. You almost killed me and ruined my future modeling prospects, you bastard. On your knees. Nobara roared again. Maki pitied the boy. Nobara was already dominating enough, and that was without the debt Itadori now owed her. But it was a good thing she took the change in stride. She walked further away as Itachi picked up. Itachi-san, it's settled. Maki didn't know enough about Yuji to be the most concerned, but Jiki and Satoru vouched for him, and they were ready to be the umbrella that he could find shelter under while he grew. She would be remiss if she didn't afford him the same courtesy. Make sure it doesn't spread that Sukuna got out, and come pick us up. Then she glanced back at the duo ribbing each other. Itadori was unhurt, other than the bruise from the blow she buried into his diaphragm. Nobara, on the other hand, was hurt. She still managed to make jokes and act unconcerned, but Maki saw the way she cradled the broken limb. We also need Larry, so that's where we'll be going first. As she waited, Maki noticed Itachi sprinting toward them, with the boy's guardian, a woman with disheveled hair and worry etched deep into her face close behind him. A man in a suit, distinguished by a hooked nose and a hint of grim determination, jogged just a step back, his wide eyes scanning the scene as they closed in. The woman's voice cracked with desperation as she called out, "Where is he? Where is my nephew?" She lunged forward, her hands grabbing at Maki's shirt, clutching with an urgency Maki could have easily sidestepped. But she didn't. Maki let her vent, grounding herself as the woman's voice trembled, her grip tightening. "Please, where is Auntie?" a familiar voice called from behind. Maki tilted her head, watching as Itadori emerged, half carrying the boy and supporting a slightly dazed Nobara. Relief flooded the woman's face, and she rushed past Maki, enveloping her nephew in a tight embrace, her words dissolving into a mix of joy and relief. Itachi arrived next to Maki, breathing heavily, with the hook-nosed trailing just behind. Maki gave the man a once-over, taking in the sleek suit, the prim look at odds with his unsteady expression. "Who's the suit?" she asked, brow furrowing. The hooked nose was distinguishing enough that she would have known if he was one of theirs. "A lawyer," Itachi replied, sparing him a glance. The men stared at Maki and Itachi with an intensity that went beyond surprise, an almost wary recognition in his eyes. The guardian called him, he was the boy's defendant. Maki raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharpening. There was something there, a knowing. An understanding beyond the standard professional concern. But that wasn't her business. She'd done her job as Satoru had asked. No one had died, and that was enough. The past few minutes had blurred together, ever since Uchiha had revealed yet another piece of the mystery surrounding his mother. Why hadn't Granny Kujisaki mentioned it? Had she truly been as oblivious as he had been? Jiki doubted it. Granny Kujisaki seemed to keep ties to Jujutsu Society's most elusive channels, despite her retirement. When someone informed them that the Grand Miko was ready and had summoned him, Uchiha responded, but her words barely reached him through the static in his mind. He had drifted in and out, barely registering the senior shrine maiden's bidding to follow. His body moved automatically, while his mind reeled. His mother was of the Japanese royal bloodline. He had assumed she had been a fellow Gojo, in fact, that was what he had been told. Then he remembered that even in his past life, it was not uncommon for females of royal blood to marry out, though it definitely came with consequences. A loud gong rang out, forcing him to pay attention and pulling him out of the train of thought leading nowhere. For all he might have been moving on autopilot, he had never truly let down his guard. He raised his eyes, realizing he had stopped moving. His senses sharpened to the unfamiliar atmosphere, instinctively assessing threats and his surroundings. His eyes swept over the room, it wasn't what he expected. Heavy incense clouded the air, rising in coiling wisps to the intricately painted ceiling above. The room was big, littered with statues of forgotten gods and revered spirits. It was an imposing space designed to awe and unsettle in equal measure. Dark, polished wood lined the walls, glowing under the light of paper lanterns strategically placed to both illuminate and cast shadows that danced along the edges. At the center was a low, gleaming table, surrounded by shrine maidens. They sat in perfect silence, their backs straight despite their years, hands resting with practiced calm on their knees. Their gaze followed him like hawks, each pair of thin eyes narrowed, barely visible beneath lined brows and weathered skin. He noted an ancient scroll hanging above them, inscribed with a mantra he recognized as a ward against malevolent spirits. Jiki exhaled slowly, steeling himself against the weight of their scrutiny. They looked at him with carefully curated masks of nothing but their silence, and he returned it with an equally placid stare. Senior Miko Yutaheim Iori brings a supplicant, Yutaheim started. Who does she bring? Asked an aged voice from the maiden seated in the middle of the group. She was older, her skin more wrinkled, her voice hoarser, her eyes clouded with white. Yet from the moment Jiki had entered the room, her attention had never wavered from him. Gojo Jiki, scion of she that illuminates the heavens. The air stirred with hushed murmurs from the women around the table, their voices low and inquisitive. A rap on the table silenced them in a heartbeat. The even older woman, whom Jiki assumed to be the head Miko, gestured at the space in front of them. Then let him be seated. Jiki adjusted his stance, relaxing the tension in his shoulders as he stepped forward, lowering himself into a precise size opposite them. Their expressions were questioning. He met each gaze with a steady, unbothered apathy. He was no stranger to formality. In his past life, he had attended formal gatherings from a young age as heir apparent, seated among the most influential figures in his clan. If anything, patience and decorum were second nature to him. But this wasn't a ceremony he intended to passively sit through. He had the patience of a saint and the grace of a shinobi. Ordinarily, he would have been content to let them go through their rites and rituals, but not now. He wouldn't show his desperation. Unlike his encounter with Sukuna, he had been summoned this time. He wasn't merely a supplicant. You requested my presence. His voice was calm and clear as he looked directly at the head Miko, ignoring the rustling discomfort his abruptness caused among the others. I am here. Yutaheim, standing silently to his side, shifted uneasily. There was another rap on the table as the head Miko's knuckle met the polished wood, stifling further murmurs. You're just like her, the head Miko said with a toothless smile. Your aloofness, your bearing, your posture, and your grace. I don't think the upstarts at the Gojo clan could have instilled that in you. But that character, that, right there, is a Gojo trait. Jiki felt his heartbeat stutter, a sudden tension coiling in his chest at the mention of his mother. You're referring to her, he clarified with measured calm, but the old woman merely nodded. Gojo Mikoto, formerly known as Her Imperial Highness Princess Mikoto, daughter of the former Emperor Akihito, and sister to the current Emperor Naruhito. He kept his expression carefully neutral, a stark contrast to the surprise that had seized him upon hearing this for the first time earlier. Now, he met their appraising eyes with a controlled, half-lidded stare, but the head Miko's shrewd gaze saw through him, her faint smile widening. You didn't know, did you? He knew better than to admit ignorance a second time, so he shrugged it off, focusing instead on his purpose here. Forgive my boldness, honored Miko, he began, his voice cool but courteous. But you haven't answered my question. Why am I here? Impatience is unbecoming of one of your storied bloodlines, Gojo Jiki, the old woman continued, unfazed by his question but obliging nonetheless. But I will indulge you. Jiki gave a respectful half-bow in response. You're here to see if there is any significance to your actions, to see if you realize what you're doing. My techniques. Yes, she continued, her eyes sharp. At first, we thought your invocations of gods to be mere ritual, powerful, yes, but ultimately symbolic. Yet over time, it became clear that these weren't empty gestures. With each call, something answered. Is that truly possible? His voice betrayed a flicker of genuine curiosity. In his past life, he had used the exact same techniques, but they had always been silent. Only now, in this life, did something seem to answer his call. He sensed it was tied to the mechanics behind cursed energy and chakra. Where chakra was personal, only shaped and shared by practiced users of ninchu, cursed energy was more volatile, mutable, and not solely the province of sorcerers, for the beliefs, thoughts, and feelings of humans shaped and influenced it, regardless of their status as mundane humanity or sorcerer. Perhaps if you were anyone else, we wouldn't be having this conversation. It would have been dismissed as a hoax, with any effects attributed to something else, and you would no doubt have an execution order waiting. The higher-ups in the Jujutsu Society have already clamored for it enough. Jiki remained unperturbed. The implied threat and the knowledge that the higher-ups wanted him dead came as no surprise. So, what changed? Your lineage made all the difference, the old woman began, gesturing at him. Your mother's final gift to you, her legacy in your blood. Unlike others, you are a sorcerer of imperial lineage, a lineage started by Amaterasu herself. She ended her statement by leaning across the table, staring deep into his pinwheel eyes, and in her clouded gaze, Jiki saw hesitation, curiosity, madness, and devotion. Through you, flows an unbroken chain to the divine. A/N, if Sukuna tried the heartless gimmick with Maki, she would have folded him up with a hand behind her back and one eye closed. So no in chain. Anyway, late chapter but happy new year. Chapter 58, Chapter 58. She blinked once, twice, each time slower, physically dragging herself back into the present moment, back to reality. Finally, with a long, measured breath, her frame seemed to shrink, the tension and mania that had previously gripped her dissipating as she settled into her seat. The fervor in her gaze dimmed, replaced by something colder, more calculating. Jiki's eyes narrowed, his posture tightening as he studied the old woman's face. His mind worked quickly, running through possibilities and scenarios, testing each one against the puzzle slowly unraveling before him. His suspicions were gaining form, solidifying with each glance exchanged between the maidens. The looks they gave him, some full of devotion, admiration, perhaps even love, while others were laced with suspicion, hostility, and doubt. It was becoming clearer now. He wasn't merely a guest here. He was standing in the heart of a schism. Or at the very least, one that was beginning to take root. On one side, those who believed he carried the blood of a god in his veins. On the other, those who whispered that he was nothing more than a pretender, an impostor. Old woman Kijisake informed me that my mother was a Gojo, Jiki said, his voice low but steady, testing the waters, watching for any shift in her expression. The head Miko nodded along, her movements slow, deliberate. The royal blood is not easily married out, she began. Already, as a scion of Amaterasu, Lady Mikoto was without a last name. When she showed interest in marrying outside and of her own, she lost everything tied to the imperial lineage. Her name, her status, her benefits. Everything but the blood in her veins. That does not explain what I believe you are insinuating, Jiki replied, his tone sharper, his eyes boring into her cloudy orbs, as though trying to pierce the layers of obscurity within. The old woman fell silent, considering her words carefully, as if weighing each one before she let it slip into the air between them. Jiki didn't press her, didn't rush the moment. He sat in the heavy quiet, waiting, the tension building like a taut bowstring. When the head Miko finally spoke, her voice was a whisper, carrying an almost reverent tone. What do you know about the gods, Gojo Jiki? It was a question that caught him off guard, though his training hid the surprise well. They are deities that were worshipped in ancient times. The answer rolled off his tongue. A rote, mechanical response from textbooks long memorized. A boring and safe answer, the old woman remarked, her lips curling into a thin, knowing smile. Let us try again. What do you think gods are? Jiki was about to offer another textbook answer but paused. He caught the flicker in her eyes, even through the milky haze of her aging sight. She was waiting for something more. Something real. Something deeper. So, he thought. Truly thought. In his past life, gods had been figures of superstition, worshipped mostly by peasant classes, with nobles and the shinobi clans paying them only passing reverence more to keep their hold on their peasant population than any true love for the gods. They weren't part of the everyday world, not for someone like him, someone who had walked darker paths. Yet as a shinobi, he had glimpsed things that had no rational explanations, things that surpassed common logic. He had crossed into the liminal realms of the summoned strange, self-closed worlds that no man could have created. He had hunted down crazed men on the outskirts of villages, raving about possession by yokai. He had slept in forgotten shrines and awakened to find the world shifted, a chair moved, a statue dusted, and the ground swept clean. Things no living being could have done without alerting him. He knew of ancient seals and rituals, which were forbidden even to shinobi. He had read of the Reaper Death Seal, where a death god had been summoned to claim the soul of the fourth Hokage and part of the Nine Tails itself. He had seen enough to know that gods, or things akin to gods, did exist, even if they did not intervene in mortal affairs as the myths claimed. He had died, crossed over to the impure world, and had been dragged back to the pure world. Twice now. To dig too deeply into such was to go down another path, one that risked madness. To be a shinobi was to acknowledge the unfathomable and never to ignore the impossible, but to accept it and move on simply. A shinobi was molded to be open-minded, yet logical, and Uchiha Itachi had been a picture-perfect shinobi. But this wasn't his past life. The rules here were different, the realms were more grounded, and there were no summons, yet the lines between supernatural and mundane were more blurred. Too easily could superstition become a reality, and vice versa. He could no longer be sure. Not yet. After a few more moments of thought, he let out a slow, resigned breath. I don't know enough to form an opinion, he admitted, his voice low, the weight of the truth hanging between them. The old woman's smile widened, but it was not one of mockery. There was approval in it. Small, perhaps, but unmistakable. The head Miko's pale eyes gleamed as though she found his ability to acknowledge ignorance amusing. That is good, Gojo Jiki, she said, her voice rich. For it means you are not so proud as to claim knowledge where there is none. That is a sign of readiness, a mind unburdened by falsehood and prepared to absorb truth in its purest form. The head maiden paused, glancing at the empty cup of tea before her. In an instant, Udaheim stepped forward with a kettle, pouring delicately until the cup was full once more. The woman took a long, thoughtful sip, savoring the moment. Jiki, feeling the weight of her silence, so he let his eyes drift to the others in the room. A council of old women, each as composed as the next, their eyes piercing him like daggers. It was hard to tell what they thought. Which ones believed the whispers that he might be the scion of something divine, or in which ones silently judged him, dismissing him as nothing more than a fraud playing at what he did not understand. The head Miko gently placed her cup back onto its saucer, the soft clink of porcelain echoing through the room. To enlighten you, child, she began, her voice soft but commanding, I will start with this, gods are at their core, curse users. At least, that is how most of them began. Jiki's brow furrowed as he processed her words, the gravity of the particular word used was not lost on him. Curse users, he repeated for confirmation. The old woman's smile widened, exposing her toothless gums in a way that was at once endearing and unnerving. Ah, as expected of a child heralded as a dangerous prodigy. You pick things up quickly. She nodded, pleased with his attentiveness. Yes, curse users. That is the key word. Whether they began as humans, cursed spirits, or even cursed tools that had gained sentience, it matters not. The forms they once possessed are irrelevant. What is significant is that they transcended such trivial limitations. They became something far greater. Jiki's pulse quickened, even if he refused to show it, the woman had drawn his curiosity in with those words. So he leaned back to feign disinterest. A grade above special grade, he murmured, his fascination sharpening his stare. Correct, she confirmed, her eyes reflecting years of hidden knowledge. Millennia ago, when the world was soft and young, that was the highest ambition of sorcerers. Not just raw strength, for they had advanced beyond being just strong, but the ability to rewrite the very fabric of the world. The power to become intertwined with the fate of existence itself, transcending mere mortality. They had a different title then. Natural disasters, deific grade, and more, but the last curse user to fully achieve this feat had another title. The two-faced imaginary god. Sukuna. Jiki whispered the word as the slightest hint of a frown grew. If her words were true, then they had underestimated Sukuna heavily. Regarding him as a simple threat. Now he wasn't so sure. Not after learning that the word imaginary god wasn't simply a title tacked on to make him look fearsome. The gods that you know were the benevolent curse users. Not kind, never truly kind, but they were not malicious and were therefore deemed benevolent. Enough so that when begged and bribed, they could be cajoled to work in your favor. To fight, or to protect. That was the beginning of shrines. Shrine maidens and monks were simply the ones that knew how to plead for their aid better, and slowly they began to recognize us. The old woman's smile twisted, losing its warmth. Something darker flickered behind her eyes, her expression shifting from kind mentor to something far more foreboding. During the peak of sorcery, these gods died, disappeared, sealed away, diminished, or suppressed in various ways but always through trickery. They were seen as too dangerous to be left unchecked, their powers too overwhelming to coexist with the world as it was. Many were reduced to mere fragments of their former selves. Take the divergent divine general, for example. It is hard to say where he truly came from considering he bears armaments from 3 religions and had been a menace on more than 4 continents at his peak. Yet one thing that cannot be ignored is that he was a deity, a god. Now reduced to nothing more than a husk. The Shikigami you know as the cornerstone of the 10 Shadows technique is a remnant, sealed within a technique that is passed down like a heirloom. Jiki's mind raced, trying to piece together the full implications of her words. He knew about Meihoraga, that was after Satoru had pointed the Shikigami out to him. There was some suspicion that Megumi had already tamed the divine general, but neither Satoru nor Jiki had truly cared enough to ask. Her gaze bore into him, unrelenting, and she continued, or that other deity-class curse that keeps making a mess of mainland Asia. He is half the reason your older cousin keeps getting called away, yet he's tricky enough to disappear whenever he senses your cousin coming. So you understand now, little Gojo. Gods are not just figures of legend or tales from a forgotten time. They are real. They are echoes of a time when sorcery was at its absolute peak. And those who once wielded their power, be it through cursed energy, spirit, or even mere tools, they evolved and became part of something far greater than themselves. Jiki's mouth felt dry, and a thought gnawed at him, one that he steadied himself, his gaze flicking to the head Miko, his voice low and steady as he asked the question burning in his mind. If Sukuna was the last to ascend to the title of imaginary god, is it still possible to evolve to something even greater than the sum of what they are? You are too smart for your own good. The old woman's pale eyes gleamed once more, dancing in amusement as her smile turned wickedly sharp. According to our records, the third head Miko met someone, centuries if not almost a millennia, ago that asked the same question. I'll give you the same answer she gave him. It would take a ritual, on a scale that would change the world irrevocably to effect such a change. This modern world of jujitsu is just as atrophied as the gods that were once at its pinnacle. Jiki nodded his head. So far he had been hit with revelation after revelation. Yet he had not forgotten his true goal for coming here, but he was not in a hurry. What happened to the Shinto gods, Amaterasu? The head Miko lost her smile at that. This time someone else spoke, answering his question. Another old Miko, one that had stared at him intensely since he stepped a foot in but had otherwise remained quiet. She shuffled forward a bit, then began to speak. That we do not know. As the head Miko has said, those records have been long lost, and it has been the dream of every head Miko that came after to find scraps of knowledge about what happened to them. Over the past few years it had been a futile act that had led to nothing but false hopes. Till now. The statement was punctuated with a pointed stare at him, a stare that was shared by the group of old women. He had grown tired of the subterfuge since they refused to be plain, then he was going to be blunt. What exactly do you think, that I am a child of Amaterasu or I was sent by her? They recoiled in unison like the words had physically hit them, and then they sent glancing looks at each other. Their behavior slowly made him consider that they might have thought it, yet they had never put the thought into words, at least as bluntly as he just did. Only one person seemed unfazed. The head Miko shrugged. An unfamiliar act that he had not seen her display before now. Perhaps not. But is it so far-fetched? Jiki frowned in response, so the head Miko continued, only this time she gestured towards a cabinet at the side, and Uchiha, who had been present but quite immediately, scurried towards it, bringing out a scroll from it that she passed to the closest Miko, who passed it along reverently after whispering a few words over it, and so it continued till it ended in the head Miko's hands. The old woman laid the scroll down and then unfurled it. Jiki looked down at the aged paper, and it was aged. It looked like it would fall and disintegrate into nothing if it so much as dropped to the floor. On the paper were images, what he could vaguely identify as a Miko dancing in a circle while the rest surrounded her. What do you see, child? The head Miko asked, and Jiki took a second to be certain of his interpretation before replying. A rite, or a ritual. The old Miko gave him that innocent gumless smile, once more turning back to the scroll. Back then, when the gods were more than just superstition. Even if most never saw them physically, they felt their presence. The most powerful and the most learned of us especially had a close connection to them, and when pushed to, could embody that god. Jiki nodded along. So far what she said was nothing new. Nothing he had not heard about before now. Even in his past life, there were enough tales of Mikos being controlled by their gods. Possession. He noted, and she nodded along as her eye remained on the paper as she trailed the images with her hands. It is an act that is no longer a great secret like it used to be because, unfortunately, it is a lost art, but not because it has been forgotten. While worshippers simply know of it, we have detailed records that talk about it, witness accounts stretching back centuries. She raised up her head to stare at him once more. It is a lost art because when we call, no one answers anymore. Not like what happens when you do. Her eyes went back to the scrolls. She continued. You wonder what this all means for you? How it relates to you, don't you? Jiki knew a rhetorical question when he was given one, so he remained silent. So I'll give you the foremost theory we have of your existence. Mikoto was never a shrine maiden, even if she paid enough respect to the gods, but she didn't need to be, for she already had the blood. A blood that formed a tighter connection to the gods more than any ritual ever could. Jiki could already see the angle she was coming from and raised an eyebrow in response. For someone who could not see with her eyes, the head Miko picked up on visual cues easily. She let out a chuckle before speaking. Is it so far out of pocket? That there was some chance, even if it was a 1 in a million, but it was a chance that your mother was possessed by Amaterasu during the act that gave birth to you. A flicker of chance, a poke in the wheel of fate, a miracle, call it what you want. But whatever happened that night created a child. One that was descended from the line of Amaterasu herself, and also from one of the most powerful sorcerers who, even upon his demise, he had been powerful enough to return as a curse. Jiki shifted his attention from the head Miko to the other Mikos. Not all of them agreed, and he didn't blame them. Not when he could hardly agree or believe either. Yet it was also the closest explanation he had for this new life he lived. This second chance he was somehow blessed with despite being undeserving of it. What else could dip its hand into the impure world and rip a soul out if not a god? Then there was the advantage that came with such claims. The favor of one of the most powerful organizations in the Jujutsu Society. An organization that was just as old and storied even if they were not as powerful as they used to be. What now? The head Miko gently wrapped the scroll back up and tied it before passing it along. Once again it got into Uchiha's hands, and the senior Miko moved to gently place it in the cabinet she had retrieved it from. Now we see if our theories have the slightest bit of truth to them. This is an act that only you can prove. My techniques. Yes, your techniques. She nodded along, seemingly lethargic. Unfortunately, I'm an old woman, and I have had enough excitement for the day. To be forced to see any more, and my poor heart might give out for the 3rd time this year. Uchiha comes forward once more, prime and proper. The picture-perfect image of a shrine maiden. The head Miko needs her rest. Come Gojo Jiki, I would escort you to a room specially prepared for a visitor of your status. Jiki waved her off, as he remained focused on the head Miko. I did not simply come here for the counter ritual of the Kadoka bath. Jiki hid his surprise so perfectly this time that he doubted even the old woman with her ridiculous perception could point it out. She continued, yes, I know the true reason you came here, and you will get your answers as soon as we get ours. This time he didn't bother to hide the frown that spread on his face. Again there was the impulsive urge, so unlike him, to lash out and grab the aged woman by the throat and force out everything he needed from her, but already he recognized it for what it was. It was no mistake that cursed energy was gotten from negative emotions, and heightened when its user was feeling such, which fed into the user experiencing more negative emotions, thereby creating a feedback loop. A feedback loop he had been undergoing for weeks now since Aiko's coma. He let out a calming breath as he stood up, and without another word, he turned around and walked out of the room with deliberate and slow steps. He had waited for weeks. A single day would change nothing. He felt Uchiha bow behind him as she scrambled to run after him. He glanced out of the window in the corridor, and what he saw forced his annoyance to cool. A dark empty sky with only a single point of light, the moon. It was night already, which meant they had spent the whole day in that room. Are you all right, Jiki? Uchiha asked as she came up to him. Concern was etched on her features as she lost the straight-laced formal bearing of a Miko, reversing into something he could tentatively call a friend. So he simply nodded in response, allowing her to take the lead. I know it must have been jarring. It was to me the first time I heard it, but it's all right. Even if nothing happens tomorrow, I'm sure the head Miko can still be convinced into helping out with Aiko. Jiki remained quiet and Uchiha took it as a sign to keep quiet as well, even if she continued to send him worried looks, but his mind was on other things. Unlike Uchiha, he didn't plan on leaving Aiko's revival up to fate and chance. The Shrine Maidens wanted something spectacular and he would give it to them. By this time tomorrow, he would either have a way to revive Aiko perfectly, or they would pay for dangling Aiko's revival in front of him. Chapter 59, Chapter 59. 4,800 words. Ick how I did this, but somehow, I did. Enjoy. This was the first time that Satoru stood in front of these gates. His blue eyes peered past the glasses and at the traditional wooden gate before trailing off to take in the medium-high, white, aged fence that stretched far into the distance, surrounding the entirety of the Inamaki clan. He stood in front of the door, hand in his pocket and a hum on his lips. He had not even bothered to knock. But when Gojo Satoru was at your doorstep, you opened the door. So it was no surprise that, barely 10 seconds after his arrival, the doors were slowly forced open to reveal a kimono-clad man. His platinum hair was cut low, and his lilac eyes stared back at Satoru cautiously. With the man's very Inamaki-centric features, it was no surprise that the snake and fang marking of the clan's technique was present on his cheeks. Gojo-san. The clan leader invites you into the clan. The man signed out with his fingers rapidly. The Inamaki seemed to have fully embraced the well-thought-out and arguably more practical hand signs for communication that Jiki had taught Toge. Satoru nodded and gave a grin at the men before walking past him with the confidence of a man used to getting his way. The men rushed to close the gate behind him while Satoru continued to strut forward, forcing the other men to double his pace to catch up. Considering the height difference he had over most Japanese men, the man was forced to triple his pace to catch up since Satoru refused to slow down. Satoru was forced to pray for Jiki's height spontaneously. He would be damned if his little cousin was forced to scramble after everyone. But if, for some reason, Jiki never grew to be as tall as him, well, as the saying goes, when a bear chases you, you don't have to be faster than the bear, just faster than the person next to you. Satoru pitted anyone with the effrontery to be taller because he was going to start breaking kneecaps. The thought brought a chuckle to his lips, and the Inamaki shot him a questioning look, but Satoru waved him off. Already, Jiki was taller than the man, so his kneecaps were quite safe. Satoru was forced to stop as they exited the courtyard and reached a crossroad because he was struck by the realization that he didn't know where he was going. The Inamaki clan was a fairly isolated one. Their clan was smack dab in the middle of the countryside. Unlike the Gojos and the Zenins, the Inamaki had never been a powerhouse. The potential of their technique made them a target. But the truth was that their strength didn't match the potential of what curse speech could do, as they were weighed down by the repercussions of the technique on their bodies. Yet even that could be circumvented. The greatest weakness of the Inamaki was their mindset. Satoru had never seen an Inamaki who was truly phenomenal or motivated enough to succeed. That meant that, in the long and storied history of the clan, they had never had any true genius or sufficiently powerful sorcerer from their ranks other than the first Inamaki. His guide finally caught up to him and gave him what should have been a scathing glance for leaving him behind, but the men seemed to remember who he was looking at the last second because he turned his gaze away sharply. This way, Gojo-san. The men turned to the right, which was weird because Satoru still couldn't sense or see his student's cursed energy. Instead, he seemed to be led toward another. The clan head most likely. He would have loved to see Toge first, but he turned on his heels and followed the men. He was already dropping in uninvited, and the Inamaki were decidedly neutral. He had no reason to spurn the hand they were reaching out to him while in a hurry. They came to a stop in front of the main building. A traditional one in the style the clans loved so much, built of brick and wood. Without glancing at the guide, Satoru pushed the door open and stepped into the room. Unlike the traditional look of the building's exterior, the interior was radically different, with a more modern look. A long table surrounded by chairs in which only two were occupied. A man and a woman. The man had the platinum blonde hair and purple eyes of the Inamaki, while the woman was less striking and more average. The clan head and his wife. Toji's parents. The older man gestured at a nearby chair laden with food in front of him. Satoru wasn't expecting a parent-teacher association meeting, but considering they were starting with a bribe, who was he to say no? The meal was had in silence, and Satoru used that time to observe and analyze Toji's parents with the certainty they did the same to him. Unfortunately for them, he was simply better. Toji's father was an older man. Not as old as Tatsumi had been when he stepped down, but definitely older than him. His cursed energy reserve and output were notable but nothing special or unique. If Satoru were to estimate his grade, he would say a weak grade 1 or a strong semi-grade 1. Which made it all the stranger that somehow, Toji had managed to catch up to the men at 16 and after just a year in Jujutsu High. Toji's mother, on the other hand, was entirely mundane, which made the glances she sent his way all the more pronounced. Satoru had just taken his last bite of the meal when a voice spoke. "My honored husband assumes that you are here for our son." Satoru looked up as the statement finished. Somehow, hearing words for the first time since he had stepped foot into the clan surprised him. "Yes," he acknowledged with ease. "Toji remains one of my students, and I would see to his well-being." There was silence as the older man stared at him, unable to meet his gaze because of the glasses Satoru wore. But somehow, the man's violet stare was unnerving. If his hair was any lighter, or even his eyes, the man could have been a picture-perfect Gojo. There were no signs or gestures to prove the duo had communicated, but when the woman spoke again, he knew her words were from the clan leader's lips. "I would not begrudge you your right to see him, as his teacher, but you should know that Toji did not take the loss of his friend well." Satoru nodded along with the woman's words. He personally suspected there was something more to it, but he would not know that until he met the boy. Understandably. They were quite close. Without a word, the woman stood up, smoothing her kimono in one move as she walked to him. "Then if you're done with your meal, I'll take you to him." Satoru gave one last look at the clan head, who had closed his eyes, before standing up to follow the woman. Unlike when she had been in the presence of her husband, the clan head, Toji's mother was more expressive when they were alone. "What is the syllabus like?" "I heard Toji is very smart, but he doesn't talk much about school." "Do you just teach them how to fight?" "Surely they must learn more than that. The sciences at least." The PTA meeting he thought he had avoided hit him like a brick, as he was forced to answer all the woman's questions with a smile. Varied. "Toji is one of our most talented students, although he doesn't apply himself as much as he could. A background in the sciences is required to know how to effectively apply a technique, so yes, it is taught just as much as combat." The interrogation ended the moment they reached a door just to the side of the main house. Toji's mother was silent for the first time since they stepped out, and she faced the door. "My husband was downplaying it, you know," she started, her voice low and somber. "Panda was his first ever friend. Just like my husband and I believe Panda was the one person that could understand him completely even without a sign of communication. For an Inamaki, to lose someone like that would hurt even worse than death." The woman turned to face him, tears rolling down her cheeks. She bowed and finished, "So please, help my son, Gojo Satoru." He peered down at her, his features impassive. Toji's descent into despair was as much his fault as Panda's death. He had been the one to send them there, to distract Geto and motivate Yuta. A plan that had worked perfectly, because he knew Geto would never go through with killing young promising sorcerers. Satoru had simply never expected another player to disrupt things. Unfortunately, for all his strength, he could not bring back the dead. But talking to a distressed boy, the last time he did that, it had been a useless waste of effort, and he had been forced to watch his best friend turn his back on him and walk away. Satoru was many things, and while he had flaws, he had never made the same mistake twice. So when the woman looked up at him to hear his reply, he had a confident smile on his lips, with his glasses pushed up. "It'll be fine, I'm Gojo Satoru after all." He got a small smile in response as the woman turned away and walked off, but not before giving one last glance at the door. Satoru waited for her to get out of earshot before he tapped gently on the door and stepped inside, not bothering with formalities. He knew better than to wait for an invitation. The air inside was stale, the room dimly lit by the faint glow of a half-drawn curtain. Plates sat untouched on the table, laundry lay abandoned on the floor. Toji sat on the edge of his bed, staring at nothing, as if the world outside had ceased to exist. The silence was suffocating, but Satoru wasn't the type to let that last long. "So, this is where you've been hiding," he said, leaning against the doorframe, his tone deceptively light. "Gotta say, I expected something a little less grim." Toge didn't even flinch. His eyes were hollow, his cursed speech locked away behind clenched teeth. Satoru was not sure he had said a word since it happened, not that he needed to. The weight of Panda's loss hung between them. Satoru stepped further into the room, his usual easygoing swagger dialed back, though not entirely absent. "You're blaming yourself," he stated, his voice low but hard. "Thinking maybe if you were stronger, faster, smarter, Panda wouldn't be dead." He watched Toge's fingers curl into fists, his knuckles turning white. His head remained bowed, eyes fixed on the floor, but Satoru could feel the emotion swirling inside him: rage, guilt, sorrow, all fighting for control, all locked behind that apathetic facade Toge always kept. Satoru crouched down in front of him, close enough that Toge couldn't avoid his presence any longer. Slowly, deliberately, Satoru took off his glasses completely, meeting Toge's eyes directly. His gaze wasn't the usual playful one he wore, it was sharp, cutting through the silence like a blade. "Look at me, Toge." Toge's breath hitched, but he didn't move. Satoru didn't back down, didn't soften. "I've lost people too. People I cared about. People I swore I'd protect." The memory came to him, as raw as always. Before he lost Geto, he lost someone else, someone he should have protected. Riko Amanai. "You think you're the only one who feels like you weren't enough?" Toge's eyes finally shifted, a spark of defiance igniting in their depths. But there was no escaping this. Not now. Satoru's voice dropped lower, each word laced with an intensity that left no room for argument. "Panda died fighting as a sorcerer, Toge. He made his choice, just like we all do. He knew the risks, and he went out protecting the people he loved. He would not want to see you rotting away in here, drowning in your own guilt." The room fell into silence again, thick and oppressive. But this time, Toge's hands shook. Satoru could feel the frustration and anger bubbling beneath the surface. Toge's jaw clenched tight, words fighting to escape, but he refused to say anything. Instead, he raised a hand and went through a rapid set of hand signs. The movements were sharp and jerky, done violently to impress the unspoken words on Satoru like a scream. Panda didn't die fighting like a sorcerer. He was ambushed and killed, and not by the curse or curse user. They killed him. Satoru rocked back the moment he interpreted the signs to words. His eyes widened as everything began to fall into place. There had been suspicions, but in between hunting Geto's killer, cleaning up the mess that was the parade, and reorganizing the clan after the attack, he had gotten overwhelmed. There was only one other group that would have wanted Panda dead and Yaga taking down a peg. He remembered the morning man's speech clearly. The venom in Yaga's voice, coupled with the way the higher-ups felt about the man's technique. They must have thought everything was spiraling out of control. With him and Jiki being untouchable thorns in their side, they had gone for a weaker target. And for a second, Satoru had one thought and one thought alone in his mind. Murder. This was why Yaga refused to tell him. They had dared to touch one of his precious students. He did not care about another group of corrupt bastards taking their place. This once, he was going to do what he should have done years ago. He made to stand up, but Toge's hand snapped out and grabbed his. "No." Toge barked out. Satoru froze for a heartbeat. The curse technique restricted him for all of a second before he broke out of it. He looked into Toge's purple eyes and somehow he understood. Beneath the pain and anguish was something unfamiliar. Pure and unfiltered hate. At that moment, Gojo Satoru was hit with a sudden realization. The higher-ups and elders were no longer his to slaughter. Satoru shrugged off Toge's grip and stood up, towering over his student, though his presence wasn't imposing, it was grounding. "Panda would not want this for you." His voice was bland, not judging. Toge's breathing grew heavier, his chest rising and falling with the weight of unsaid emotions. His eyes, still locked on Satoru's, held a mix of pain and fury. So Satoru continued, "We fight as sorcerers because we know the cost. Panda knew it. We all do. This world chews people up and spits them out. The path you want to take. It means you try your best at taking a bite back at the world. It would make you something else. Do you understand?" Satoru stood there and some part of him wished the boy understood and would step back. Toge stood up, his shoulders trembling with the effort it took to hold himself together. But he nodded harshly, and that spark had not left his eyes. The previously dispassionate Inamaki had found a reason to truly try for the first time. For a second, Satoru almost pushed him aside to go do the deed himself, but the sight of those bloodshot wide purple eyes staring deep into his blue taunted him. Who was he to smolder that? To rob the boy of his wish, to steal from the Inamaki, a chance to be more. He should not support this, yet it was his student who had chosen this path and Satoru found it impossible to turn the boy down. Instead, he would have to extend his wings even wider in case the boy failed. He would be there to catch him. That was his duty as a teacher. Satoru turned toward the door and began to walk away. But before he left, he threw one final glance over his shoulder. Clean yourself up, Toge. We've got work to do, a wrong to be put right, and I have someone I want to introduce you to. It was about time for that lazy bastard to pull his own weight, and who better to teach Toge than him? Toge didn't respond, but the tension in his frame eased if only a little. As Satoru stepped out, closing the door behind him, a faint whisper carried through the room, just enough for someone like him to hear. Thank you. Jiki knew someone was coming before he heard the steps. It was still an amusing thought, how unrefined the act of sensing cursed energy was for sorcerers. It was something they didn't even teach, not really at least. Perhaps it was because they lacked true sensors that were enough to make it a known art. Cursed energy usage was paradoxical. Sometimes fluid, and other times it was a rigid structure controlled by the old. Another thing that must have factored into the non-exposure of things like refined sensing was probably the scale and rarity of sorcerers compared to shinobi. Curse users seem to have existed for over a millennia in comparison to shinobi with a smaller time frame of 2 centuries, give or take. Yet where shinobi shined was not just in quality but quantity. A dozen hidden villages. Hundreds of clans. Thousands of shinobi. A bigger focus group gave the chance and opportunity for a wider range of abilities that could be manifested from a variety of people, compared to the much smaller focus group that cursed technique users were cursed with, forcing them to have a smaller repertoire of techniques that were not strictly inherited. Perhaps when he was done with all this school, the clan, he could act like Satoru did, although he was certain he would be a more effective teacher than his elder cousin. Unlike Satoru, he wouldn't be doing it to necessarily create a stronger generation, but to simply spread knowledge of the unique ways cursed energy could be manipulated. Just like Rikudo Sennin did. Still, it was a novel thought. One that he had not truly considered today or even in his past life. Settling down to teach. An opportunity he had been deprived of by going rogue. He smoothly rose to his feet, discarding his musings as his guest finally reached the door. Before the person could knock, he called out. Come in. He had calmed down considerably from how he felt the day before, but his voice still held a bite. He could feel the person freeze, a folded fist in front of the door poised to knock. But the person recovered admirably and pushed the door open before sitting down in Saiza before him, head face to the ground deferential. He recognized her, even if he did not see her face. The girl who had led him into the shrine enthusiastically. Even with no solid proof yet, she seemed to be his greatest believer. He wondered what he had done that fostered such faith. The preparations are set and ready. You've been invited to the Reiji rites. Finally. He didn't bother with a response, as with her head bowed, she would be blind to his nod, but she got the message anyway. Finding her way back to her feet, she smoothed out her kimono once more before her gaze drifted up to find his. Black stared into red, and the black looked away immediately. She backtracked and closed his door before scurrying away. He dismissed thoughts of the girl as he moved to undress and freshen up. When Jiki came out of the room, he stilled and stared down the hallway. On both sides of the hallway were women, all clad in the white and red of the shrine maidens, and all of them looked at him, some in amusement, some in judgment, and some with reverence. His pause was only for a split second, and it was certain they had not noticed it, even more so since he smoothly recovered and began to walk past them. At the end of the hallway was Yudahime. The senior-rank shrine maiden was dressed in even more elaborate wear compared to her usual. She nodded at Jiki and began to lead the way. He followed behind her, and behind him were the shrine maidens, still separated on both sides like pseudo-honor guards. It was a straight path to the peak of the mountain, and Jiki followed until they got to the top, on which rested the sacred grounds of Ise Shrine. On one side was a pavilion, underneath it was the stooped-over figure of the head shrine maiden. She waved at him the moment he stepped foot onto the peak like a caring grandmother, while beside her were the rest of the more senior shrine maidens. The procession ended the moment he got to the peak, and as he took a slow walk to the middle, his entourage spread out to surround the peak and trap him in a circle. Jiki stared up at the still dark sky. They were what he estimated to be minutes away from dawn. Once again, they sought to use symbolism, for Amaterasu was the sun goddess, and what better way to prove his supposed lineage than with her rise. There were no words today, for everything that needed to be said had been said. All that remained was to act. He eased himself into a meditative seat by crossing his legs and closing his eyes. The moment his eyes shut, the chanting started. Rhythmic chanting from what felt like hundreds of voices rang out until something joined. The sound of feet slapping against the ground. Shortly after, the beat of drums could be heard. The shrine maidens danced, sang, and drummed, their movements and voices weaving an intricate tapestry of sound and motion that seemed to pulse with the very fabric of existence. Jiki sat in the center of it all, calm amidst the storm, and felt it, cursed energy accumulating in waves, thick and suffocating. If cursed energy were electricity, then Jiki was the conductor of an impending blowout. The rising heat bathed his back, signifying only one thing. Dawn had begun. The sun crept upward, casting its first golden rays across the peak of the mountain. Jiki opened his eyes, and the Sharingan twisted, shifting as its three tomo spun into the intricate Fuma Shuriken pattern of his Mangekyo. Slowly, deliberately, he brought his hands together in a prayerful gesture. The air quivered, not merely from the charged energy but as if the universe itself held its breath. And an old presence stirred while Jiki's voice rang out, quivering with something he did not understand. Susanoo. The ritual halted. Chanting faltered, drums silenced mid-beat, and dancing figures froze, their movements arrested by the sheer weight of his words. Cursed energy poured out of Jiki like a flood, and before their wide eyes, the towering form of Susanoo began to take shape. The sound of bones snapping into existence reverberated like the cracking of mountain. For massive skeletal arms stretched skyward, ribs materialized to shield its core, and a spine coiled upward, erect and unyielding as it bore the weight of its divine presence. But Jiki was not content with an incomplete Susanoo, and even though he had never pushed farther, he knew he could. They sought proof of divinity, and he would give them no less. His eyes glowed. The Susanoo swelled, continuing to grow. A pelvic girdle formed, supported, and carried upward by supermassive femurs, tibiae, and fibulae. Jiki rose, weightless, his form suspended at the heart of the colossal figure. Its presence continued to expand as ephemeral muscles of glowing red wrapped around the skeletal frame, each strand surging with raw power as they overlaid the exposed bones. The air grew dense and heavy, under the weight of Susanoo's manifestation. A thunderous crack rang out as ethereal armor locked into place with finality. Crimson plates superimposed over each other, their weight palpable. Finally, the Tengu-faced mask snapped into position, its cold and imperious gaze completing the divine visage. His eyes burned. Then, the Susanoo moved with him as though they were one, and its towering frame shimmered under the light of the rising sun. Its head tilted back slightly, catching the first full rays of dawn, and it seemed like even Amaterasu approved of its presence. Even Jiki could not suppress the thrill that shot through him. The new weight of multiple presences. The attention of others, yet above that it was his complete Susanoo that mesmerized him. An act that he had been deprived of in his past life, and he muttered to himself in the safety of the ultimate protection. Was this how you felt, Sasuke? Was this the power that made you think it possible to overturn the world as you wished? Gasps filled the courtyard, drawing his attention as reverence and terror bubbled in the air as shrine maidens fell to their knees, unable to bear the overwhelming presence. He could imagine what it seemed like to them. Divinity made flesh, and Jiki was not certain they were wrong. Not when he could feel Susanoo's presence. But he refocused and fixed his eyes on the head Miko. Where others were cowed, she stood, her face a mask of composure as she smiled. Yet even she could not fully disguise the tremor in her hand as it tightened on her staff. They wanted proof of a god, and now they trembled before one. Yet he was not done yet. It was not enough to ruffle her, he wanted to break the composure if he was not just going to get the counter-ritual, but twist the shrine maidens into backing him in full. His eyes bled. Jiki willed it, and the Susanoo's hand moved, and from the left arm that cradled the sake jar, the blade of Tatsuka sprung out. The ephemeral liquid-like sword caused the first crack in the head Miko's facade as she lost her smile, her face smoothing out as she beheld one of the sacred treasures of Japan. But if Yutaheim truly answered to the head Miko, then the old woman must have known about it, so he needed something else. Something groundbreaking to truly cement it, and he had it. One more card to play, and the one that would etch itself into their memories, and make their reverence absolute. The Susanoo's left upper and lower arms shifted, fusing in a grotesque but seamless transformation. The air around the limb warped, curse energy spiraling outward as something began to take form. Jiki felt the cursed energy draining from him in waves, but the storm around him, summoned by the ritual, continued to feed his reserves. The flow was unending, fueling him, yet his eyes bled. From the fusion, a shield materialized in a swirl of cursed energy. Flawless, shimmering with a power that bent the very light of the setting sun and reflected it 100-fold toward his bewildered audience. The Yata no Kagami had returned. The second scared treasure and imperial regalia. The divine mirror, the symbol of truth and reflection and the embodiment of wisdom. The rest of the shrine maidens gasped blinded by the light and were forced to look away. But the head Miko's pale eyes widened instead, the sole person capable of witnessing what he held with her blinded milky orbs. Her lips parted in shock. Her hand trembled as she clutched her staff tighter, her voice a mere whisper, barely audible above the wind. Impossible. How? It was destroyed in that fire, centuries ago. How is it here now? Her words were stuttered, yet legible enough as they hung in the air. There was no more disbelief. Jiki looked down on the shrine maidens with bloody tears and watched them bow and call out in a rhythmic chant. The scion of she that illuminates the heavens had returned. The second coming of Ninigi no Mikoto walks the earth once more. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. A shinobi was more than just a killer, a shinobi was a professional. Today, Jiki was a performer. He stood before his audience, their wide-eyed expressions betraying their awe. The only sign of his satisfaction was a twitch at his lips so faint, not even Satoru would have picked it out. Jiki had never acted without preparation. He had done his research before setting foot here. This world's curious lack of secrecy fascinated him. Beyond the veil of curses, cursed energy, and sorcerers that were hidden only by humanity's inability to perceive the unnatural. Most things lay bare for those who sought them. Like any trained shinobi, he had investigated thoroughly. He knew of the fire that ravaged the shrine years ago. He had weighed the risks, uncertain whether the Yata no Kagami still rested in this sacred place as the histories claimed or if it had been lost. That uncertainty had been his only gamble. Summoning the mirror was a contingency. A final card to play should negotiations fail. That was, of course, before Uchiha enlightened him about the current state of the shrine. You truly are. The old woman's voice was soft, her words meant to be inaudible, but Jiki's sharpened senses caught them effortlessly. There's no doubt anymore. Her milky white eyes darted between his Susanoo and the ancient mirror that acted as a shield resting in its left hand. Despite the red armor obscuring him, her gaze seemed to pierce through it and she looked at him. She nodded once, acknowledging him, before turning away. Her slow retreat down the mountain left the remaining shrine maidens frozen, their astonished eyes fixed on him. The second time Jiki entered the chamber belonging to the head Miko, there was no ceremony. Uchiha guided him to the doors with a glance that was cautious, almost reverent. It was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor, and he disliked it. Her newfound regard felt uncomfortable. Ignoring it, he stepped forward, not sparing her another look as the doors creaked open. The air inside was different this time. The faint scent of incense had been replaced by something sharper, smokier. The weight of the room's presence had diminished, the oppressive seals and talismans now barely brushing against him. Most notably, the elders who had once flanked the head Miko were gone. The head Miko herself had abandoned the formalities she greeted him with before. She reclined in a low-love chair, her posture relaxed, an old pipe balanced between her fingers. The old woman took a long drag, holding the smoke for a moment before exhaling in a slow stream. The cloud swirled upward, mingling with the dim light. Come, child of Amaterasu, she said at last, her voice steady. Your heritage is no longer in doubt. Sit, and relax. More than anyone else, this is your home, and you deserve to be at ease here. Forgive me for even the slightest hint of doubt. It was simply the failing of an old caretaker set in her ways. Jiki lowered himself to the floor without a word, folding his legs beneath him. His sharp gaze studied the woman, disregarding the untouched tea between them. His eyes flicked to the empty spaces beside her, and she chuckled at his silent question. I dismiss them, she said. Their reverence would blind them. They'd only hinder what must be discussed. You see, there are uncomfortable truths to confront and forgive the smoke. It is one of the few comforts left to an old woman that helps ease the pain of existence. She took another pull from the pipe, her movements measured. Then she straightened, her pale eyes locking onto him. Now, with no distractions, I truly have to say, you're an immense anomaly, and you don't even know that, do you, Gojo Jiki? Jiki met her gaze, unflinching. He hadn't come for an interrogation or riddles. His purpose was singular, the ritual owed to him. Yet a dark corner of his mind remembered the mad ramblings of an all-cursed spirit. The old woman tilted her head as if looking beyond him. Since the moment I turned 6, I knew all, she murmured, her voice carrying the weight of time. I was born blind, yet I saw more than any other. My curse technique is foresight. With it, I knew the future. A future where you were not present. A future that not even the act of defying fate could have averted. A future you eroded from the moment you were born, and finally destroyed the moment you woke up one day and decided to live. You burnt out my technique simply by acting, and since then, I've been lost. She paused, exhaling another stream of smoke before continuing. I wasn't the only one who noticed what your presence did, how it disrupted the flow unnaturally. Yet where that old foggy chose to hide her head in her hole even further, to shield herself from your disruptive presence. I watched through Uchiha's eyes. Many questions were answered, many riddles solved, except one. Her lips curled into a small, enigmatic smile. A child of the gods. What novelty, but titles are meaningless compared to what lies ahead. It's certain now that whatever is left of the Shinto gods support you. Your presence, your acts, your deeds. Perhaps they have a purpose for you here. I don't truly know, and it is not my duty to gainsay them. The shrine is yours now, to command as you see fit. So, make your request, Gojo Jiki. And know that whatever you ask, it shall be done. Jiki responded without hesitation, not simply discarding the tangent the older woman had been on but compartmentalizing it for another time. He had his priority, and he had waited far too long. You know what I want, the counter-ritual of the Kadoka bath of subjugation. The woman chuckled in response. That is easy, scion of Amaterasu, but it's already a request known to us. Our library and hidden depths are open to you, but I believe you need something else. Something that matters just as much as the counter-ritual. Jiki remained motionless. Even if he was confused, he wasn't about to show it. The old woman exhaled a thin ribbon of smoke and watched the pungent scent curling into the air and into different shapes. Joragumo. I believe you've entered a binding vow with her. Jiki's eyes darted briefly to Yutahime standing nearby, her expression unreadable. She must have really told her everything that happened. Don't worry, the elder continued, unbothered by his silence. You're not the first to trap that old monster, but this time, we can do more than trap her. We can shackle her to your will. Jiki raised a brow, his mind slicing through possibilities until the realization hit. His response was flat and matter-of-fact. A Shikigami? The old woman's smile widened, toothless and deceptively innocent. Jiki now saw it for what it truly was, a mask for a mind as ruthless as any sorcerer he'd faced. I see you know your books, she said, her voice carrying a note of satisfaction. Shikigami are summons, curious creatures bound by cursed energy. But there are different kinds. The first and most common are the ones created by curse techniques. Standard fare I suppose, and also generally weaker too. But I suspect you're more interested in the second kind, those created from curses or cursed spirits. These aren't just summons. They're familiars. Living extensions of their master's will. Like the monster I mentioned earlier. Meihoraga, Jiki interjected, the name slipping from his tongue with familiarity. The cornerstone of the Zenin clan's 10 Shadows technique. The old woman nodded, pleased. Exactly. Shikigami created this way are immensely powerful. But binding a curse as a familiar is difficult, yet it can be done in two ways, exorcising the spirit to its core or binding it further, stripping it of its autonomy, and converting it entirely. The line between the two is thin, almost indistinguishable to outsiders. But there's a cost, Jiki stated plainly. His expression was cold, cutting past her theatrics. You mentioned Meihoraga was diminished after being bound. Should I expect the same? Yes, she admitted, her tone even, as if discussing a trade agreement. The bound spirit loses its sense of self. Its personality is erased, leaving behind a husk, a shell. An echo of its former self. Skills and abilities may remain, but the price is its autonomy, its essence. You cannot eat your cake and have it, child. Jiki's frown deepened as he considered the trade-off. The elder chuckled, her next words wafting upward with the smoke. Consider it, at least. I know the binding vow you made with her doesn't explicitly forbid this. And as the head shrine maiden, I can't ignore a scion of Amaterasu making reckless choices out of desperation. Jiki exhaled sharply, his response clipped. Fine. The old woman nodded, satisfied for now. She rapped her knuckles on the low table, summoning Yutahime. Akutami-sama, Yutahime addressed her, moving with sharp precision as she entered. She steadied the head Miko, passing her a cane with practiced efficiency. So, back to what you desire, the old woman continued. Come, then. Let me show you. The soul reclamation rite is, in truth, a simple thing. It's been lost to most, but our records surpass even the. There was a disturbance. Jiki felt it and his head snapped to the side, a surge of cursed energy that hit like a glacier. His senses sharpened, tracing the source. It was overwhelming, cold, and ridiculously vast. For a moment, it just almost rivaled the one presence he considered peerless. What is wrong? Yutahime asked him through the tension, her concern genuine. Without turning, Jiki responded curtly. Brace yourself. The head Miko appeared confused, but Yutahime moved immediately, her trust in Jiki overriding hesitation. When the explosion of force hit, she was ready. Boom. The building trembled as though a giant had slammed a fist into the earth. Light flickered, wooden beams groaned, and the air was thick with displaced energy. Jiki steadied himself instinctively, cursed energy anchoring him to the floor as his gaze remained fixed. Something had struck the shrine, something immense. The sheer scale of the impact was ridiculous. What was that? Yutahime asked, her voice tense with confusion. Jiki moved to the sliding wooden window, pushing it open in a swift, controlled motion. His gaze narrowed at the scene outside. An inverted iceberg, as massive as a mountain, jutted from the heart of the shrine, its crystalline surface shimmering under the morning sun. It must have blown through multiple curtains and defenses like a stone thrown into a pond. That is troublesome, the old woman remarked calmly, her gaze distant yet calculating. She leaned on her cane, her tone betraying no panic. Jiki raised a brow, prompting her to continue. It looks like it struck the inner sanctum of the shrine, which houses our vault, she said. The vault where we safeguard forbidden-grade cursed tools, weapons, rituals, and rites. Judging by the defenses or lack thereof anymore, it's safe to assume everything is exposed. Jiki's eyes widened slightly as realization dawned. Her next words confirmed his fear. Yes, she said, her voice heavy with implication. Including the soul reclamation rite. Jiki ran. His pace devoured the ground beneath him, his feet were a blur of motion that ended any attempt Uchiha or the old Miko might have made to follow. They faltered, their pursuit strangled at its inception as Jiki moved with blistering intent, a white streak racing toward the iceberg looming in the shrine's heart. The colossal inverted iceberg was all the guidance he needed. No bewildered shrine maiden, recovering from the shock of the assault, could provide better direction. He tore past them, leaving only the impression of his white afterimage. The closer he drew to his destination, the fainter the monumentally frigid cursed energy signature became until mere meters away, it vanished altogether. Jiki vaulted over a barrier separating the courtyards, his jump smooth and unbroken as he landed in the courtyard housing what he sought. The sight that greeted him made him pause, two first-grade sorcerers entombed in ice mere steps from the iceberg's jagged edge. What happened? Jiki asked, his voice calm yet laced with restrained urgency. The sorcerer's chattering teeth, muffled by their frozen prison, were the only reply. Jiki frowned and placed his palm against the ice. He shifted his cursed energy and with a spark of intent, heat blossomed from his cursed energy manipulation, and the ice began to melt, slowly but surely. He frowned at it. That it was this slow to melt spoke of the technique that created it. If he wanted to accelerate the process, he'd need to resort to Amaterasu or its precision variant. But unleashing such power recklessly, without knowing the full scope of the threat, was rash, and he was done making rash decisions. After painstaking seconds, the ice weakened enough for the trapped sorcerers to jerk free. They collapsed unceremoniously onto the frostbitten ground, trembling violently. Jiki crouched before them, scarlet eyes locking onto theirs. This time, his question went unspoken, but it demanded an answer nonetheless. It was a sorcerer, one rasped, voice hoarse. White hair. Monk's robes. Jiki's frown deepened. White hair and monk's robes. With a technique like this, Jiki refused to believe this was just a random person or a coincidental attack. His thoughts were interrupted by the hurried approach of shrine maidens, their distressed murmurs growing louder. Jiki glanced at the iceberg, now fully understanding its goal. It hadn't merely obliterated the shrine, it had splintered the earth itself, revealing a passageway leading deep underground. The warehouse was beneath, Jiki muttered, leaving the recovering sorcerers behind. With a practiced leap, he slipped through the cracks carved by the ice and descended into the shrine's hidden depths. Jiki landed soundlessly, the transition from chaotic destruction to a chilling stillness striking. The underground chamber stretched vast and cavernous, carved deep into the shrine's bedrock. The air was cold and not just the damp and moist chill of a place where water had seeped into. No, this was a chill reserved for the coldest winter, and beneath it lingered the faint scent of incense. Jiki looked down at the narrow stone staircase before him. If there was a trap below, he would be making himself easy prey by following the straight, narrow stairs, but he didn't have the time to carve his own path. With the faint, flickering torches lining the walls as illumination, Jiki began a slow but no less vigilant descent. He ignored the delicate patterns engraved in the rock, most likely protective charms and prayers etched into the walls by generations of Miko to keep whatever they had trapped here sealed and forgotten. The stairway ended in a hall, guarded by a solid barred gate, or what remained of one. Whoever had come before him had not been gentle, and all that was left of the gate were splinters of wood. Jiki stepped through, his gaze sweeping the chamber. Stone columns stretched toward arched ceilings, each adorned with talismans humming faintly with residual enchantments. Between the columns stood towering shelves, one side holding tightly bound scrolls, the other gleaming with cursed tools and weapons. He took in the scrolls first. Some were wrapped in delicate silks, others shackled in chains to contain their secrets. Each bore plaques inscribed in meticulous kanji, labeling the nature of their forbidden knowledge, curses, rituals, techniques. On the other side of the columns were weapons and tools, set up and categorized in a manner similar to the other set of wooden shelves. Twisted implements of murder and even darker deeds filled the shelves. Some as seemingly innocent as a blood-stained hand fan, while others were as vicious as a serrated double-handed blade. All were marked, and all were bound by chains and talismans. Unlike the shelf holding the scrolls, there were no innocent cursed tools or weapons here. Every item was dangerous, with the potential to kill and maim. But that was not what surprised Jiki. What caught Jiki off guard was not the objects themselves. It was their untouched state. The hall was pristine. The intruder had not wrought the havoc Jiki had expected. The iceberg's destruction was precise, almost surgical. Whoever had come before him hadn't been there to desecrate but to take. Spreading his senses wide, Jiki searched for a lingering trace of the intruder. Nothing. Only the oppressive aura of the cursed tools answered his probe. Ignoring the weapons, Jiki moved to the shelves of scrolls. Thanks to their meticulous categorization, it took little time to locate what he sought. The scroll for the soul reclamation rite, bound in silk, slid easily into his hands. Unrolling it, Jiki let his Sharingan absorb every detail, the symbols, the instructions, the diagrams, all committed to memory in moments. By the time the footsteps of others echoed down the stairs, Jiki was already slipping it into his kimono, his gaze turning to meet the newcomers. Yutahime-san, he called out to the senior Miko. The scarred shrine maiden had just lowered the head Miko from her back and was staring at the cavern in astonishment, as though she had never seen this part of the shrine before. His voice, calling out to her, startled her out of her surprised fugue. "Ah, Jiki," Yutahime stammered. "How long have you been?" "Never mind that," the old Miko interrupted, her cane tapping against the stone as she stepped forward. "Did you see the intruder?" Jiki shook his head. "By the time I arrived, they were gone." "I see," the woman murmured, her gaze sharp despite her frailty. She shuffled to a section of the weapon shelves, peering at a conspicuous gap. "I assume you've retrieved what you came for." "Yes," Jiki replied without hesitation. The old woman turned back, her gumless smile devoid of warmth. "Good. Because the intruder took what they sought as well." Jiki's brow furrowed, and he joined her at the shelf, peering down at the empty platform. The faded writing on the plaque was illegible, but the Miko's grim expression was enough sign that she knew what it used to house. "What did they take?" Jiki asked. The old woman looked up at him with a grim smile and replied, "They took the deity-grade curse tool, He-10. Chapter 61, Chapter 61. So what did that say of deific-grade curse tools? The only other one he had heard about was his blade of Tatsuka, a deity-grade curse tool Susanoo had used to behead the multi-headed curse snake, Orochi. An act that he had once replicated. Was that one of the reasons for his strange relationship with the deities in this world? Rapid movements drew his attention. Yutahime was scurrying about, her pace a thing of legend as she searched for something or a lack of something. After her furious search, she finally halted and turned to them with an uncomfortable expression on her face. "It's gone as well, our piece of Sukuna's finger." The elderly Miko stared at Yutahime with a smile. A smile that rapidly transitioned into a laugh, a hacking, rough thing that forced the woman to kneel over. Jiki moved instinctively, placing a hand on her shoulder and another on her lower back, propping her up, while Yutahime rushed over to resume her duties. "Ah, I've not laughed like that in a long time," the elderly Miko admitted as she managed to get herself upright, though still hunched. "Akatumi-sama," Yutahime replied to the older woman, her tone and features laced with care and concern, while Jiki took a step back. "Ah, do not worry about me, child. You know you have bigger fish to fry. Everything is moving so fast now. Things have changed so much that I cannot say for certain. I even find some amusement in my curse technique being rendered useless." With a final chuckle to get it out of her system, she turned to Yutahime. "Now, the missing He-10, you know what that means, don't you? What that signifies?" Yutahime nodded. "Sukuna." Jiki felt lost for a moment, but then the memory returned to him. He had read about it once. At the peak of Sukuna's reign, he had wielded multiple curse tools to sow havoc. While the Twisted Sorcerer was powerful, in the golden age of sorcery there had been many sorcerers who, while not his equals, were formidable. Those cursed tools had helped him fight them by the dozens. Good. Judging from the frigid ice, that Muppet must be working and pulling the strings as well. Fortunately for me, it is not a problem I will live long enough to care for, so I shan't. It is a problem for the person who comes after me, the elderly Miko finished flatly with that gumless smile, staring at Yutahime. Jiki picked up on what the older woman was implying before Yutahime did. His eyes narrowed while Yutahime's face remained confused. The old woman straightened from her hunched posture as other shrine maidens slowly descended the stairs they had followed minutes ago. Jiki noted that these newcomers were all sorcerers, and half of them were armed with cursed weapons. The older woman allowed her gaze to drift over the group before settling once more on a bewildered Yutahime. "Yutahime Iori, by the authority vested in me as she that speaks for she that illuminates the heavens, I name you my successor." The old woman concluded with her trademark gumless smile. Jiki allowed a small smile to slip onto his face as he watched horror and confusion wage war on Yutahime's features. "Oh," was the stunned Miko's only response. Jiki turned away and began to walk off. Sukuna was still a distant threat, and while the schism had been averted and a Miko that he was nominally friends with was bound to be the next Miko, it meant that the shrine maidens were now bound to him. But as he left them behind, ignoring the procession of women on both sides, and started to climb the stairs that led out of the vault, a question came to mind, and he slowed until he came to a stop. One foot was placed on the stairs, the other still on the ground. He turned back and asked the question. "Head Shrine Maiden." The old woman turned to him, and he continued, "Have you heard the name Kenjaku before?" Her brows rose at the question and then furrowed in thought. That is not a name I would have expected to hear from you, especially not in this era." "So you know him," Jiki noted, his tone shifting and turning as frigid as the inverted iceberg that stood over them. This time, he turned to face her, putting the brunt of his attention on her. The old woman's features twisted into a contemplative frown as she took an instinctive step back at the sheer vitriol he had packed into those few words. "Calm down, child. Old Kenny is from a time before now, centuries ago. He should be dead and gone by now. And if he's not? If he still walks? If he still plots, he continued as he turned, taking a step toward the older woman. Uchiha moved to stand in front of her, a scared look on her face, but at that moment, he didn't care. His full attention was focused on the older woman hidden behind her. If he still draws breath and still curses people even till this day. With every word, the older woman's eyes widened further until they looked like two pale light bulbs staring back at him as she was struck with a sudden realization. He was the one, wasn't he? The one that cursed the girl and your maid. Jiki's silent stare was his reply, and the old woman let out a shaky breath. I apologize, Scion, but other than a brief note in a journal about a conversation he had with one of my predecessors centuries ago, I don't know much about him. Jiki frowned, and the older woman continued with a small amount of haste. But there is someone that the writings claimed was closer to him. Someone who was noted for being friends with Kenjaku during the time periods he was active and someone that still lives. It took Jiki a second, but he arrived at the answer all the same, for who else was old enough to have lived centuries ago other than the oldest sorcerer in Japan? It seemed like he would be meeting Tingen, whether the centuries-old sorcerer liked it or not. Jiki left the Miko's shrine with knowledge, and yet even more questions. Those questions could wait, though, for he had something more important on his mind. The car came to a stop, the entire journey a blur. He stepped out and began to walk, his movements lacking the languid grace he was known for. Instead, there was an urgency to his stride that made the clan members who saw him give him space after offering curt greetings that he ignored. His hurried steps led him to the main house. Once again, he brushed past greetings from maids, cooks, and others of lower status who crossed his path. He sensed a vaguely familiar cursed energy signature before his mundane senses caught up. Standing outside Aiko's room was a familiar figure, white hair, blue-green eyes, sharp features, a wiry yet solid frame, and a tall height. The man wore a traditional yukata, his appearance exuding a quiet confidence. This was the head of the Gojo Special Forces. This time, Jiki slowed his steps before coming to a halt, tilting his head questioningly at the men. Jiki-sama, the men began, giving a short bow, not as deferential as he would to the clan leader, but respectful enough. While Jiki was not officially the successor, owing to Satoru's laziness and disinterest in the traditional rites that would bestow the title, everyone knew he was the heir in all but name. Yukitake, Jiki replied curtly. Satoru-sama informed me of the importance of your mission, and judging by the movements, I assume you were successful, the men inquired rhetorically. Jiki merely nodded in response. I see. Then I will leave you to your tasks, but first, you should know that something has come up. It involves the Zenin and the Kamo. When Satoru-sama returns, we will summon you at your earliest convenience. For the first time since leaving the shrine, Jiki focused on the present. His eyes narrowed at the man's words. The Zenin had been stirring for some time now with their failed attempts at weaponizing vessels, but the Kamo had been unusually quiet. Too quiet. I'll be there, Jiki replied with a nod. But first, I need old man Tatsumi's chamber cleaned and prepared for a ritual. Uchiha Mayori should be arriving soon. When she does, lead her there. The man's features tightened briefly, likely imagining the carnage Jiki had left in the room, but he nodded nonetheless and turned to leave. As the men walked away, Jiki flicked a folded paper at the back of his head. The men caught it easily. A list of requirements for the ritual. Jiki turned back to Aiko's door. Mastering his racing thoughts, he stepped inside. His brisk pace took him to her unconscious form. Gently, his hand pushed the hair from her pale face. He scowled at the cursed etching on her forehead but allowed the scowl to ease into his trademark apathetic look as he sat down beside her for long minutes, his hand intertwined with hers as he stared at her scarred face. His internal clock informed him exactly when it was time, so he smoothly rose to his feet. You've waited long enough, Aiko. With those words, he slipped his hand beneath her unconscious form and lifted her. She was light. He doubted she had ever been heavy, but the coma had taken its toll on her, and his mind turned to darker places. Kenjaku. He turned and stepped out of the room with Aiko in his arms, greeted by a scene that was rapidly becoming familiar. On both sides of the passage were maids. His Sharingan ensured that, though he hardly interacted with them, he knew them all the same. Retainers of his household and people directly under Aiko's care. With their procession of bowed and submissive figures on either side, he strode forward, ready to reverse the curse that Kenjaku had placed on her. Jiki's footsteps fell quietly, almost reverently, as he descended into the clan's depths, carrying Aiko in his arms. The Gojo Special Forces worked fast, Jiki noted as he finally reached the chamber. The ground was pristine. His impromptu torture equipment was cleaned and neatly arranged on the table. The blood splatters lining the walls from when Jiki had ripped out toenails were gone, as were the hooks that had held up Yuruzu's body. The most obvious difference, however, was the lack of a body itself. It had been cleanly disposed of, with none the wiser, at least none outside the clan. For say what you would about the Gojo, they respected power and feared it. The elders had come to understand that they could not move him, so they had bent the knee. The clan as a whole could feel the dogs at the gates, and like all clans faced with an outside threat, they banded together tighter than before. The second obvious difference was the smoothly dug hole in the ground, filled with water. Some kind of technique must have hastened the process, but Jiki did not care enough to ask. Instead, he took slow steps until his feet entered the man-made pond, yet he continued walking. The water swayed gently at his intrusion, climbing higher and higher the deeper he went until it crested against his hips. That was when he released his tight grasp on her and watched her float on her back. Jiki, Uchiha called out from behind him, her voice low with concern. Are you ready? Jiki inquired in return as he softly backpedaled. But Uchiha's reply was discarded as he felt something, an ache in his right eye, like someone was knocking at the back of it. He had an idea about what was happening, so without even bothering with words, he willed it. His eyes burned in response to how quickly he had been activating them. His usage of the reverse curse technique was too slow to heal the damage, at least not without long rest periods in between, but Jiki was still learning. It was only a matter of time before he became proficient enough that it didn't matter. A red spectral bone arm manifested behind him, accompanied by a ribcage and clavicle to hold it up. In that limb was a jar. With a flex of his cursed energy, it twisted open, and a blur shot out. Ah, that took you long enough. I was growing worried you had forgotten about little Ol Juragumo, the special grade curse called out in her sultry tone. Jiki looked up to find that, in the few seconds since he released her, she had spun herself some sort of hammock, where she rested languidly. I assume you have a reason for requesting to be let out. Jiki went straight to the point. Juragumo pouted in response, blowing a raspberry at him before replying. Mama, aren't you on edge? She laughed in reply, till she saw something on his face that strangled her laughter. Fine, I'll be quick. Do you know why you modern sorcerers are trash? Other than you, of course, Juragumo stated bluntly, with no true care. Jiki's response was his continued silence and a red-eyed stare, so she hurried along. With the exception of perhaps those annoying gnats that call themselves shrine maidens, most of you have discarded or forgotten much in a bid to optimize cursed energy usage. But that isn't necessarily a bad thing, yet like with all optimization, some things are lost. This means that after centuries of trying to optimize things, you sorcerers have forgotten what jujitsu truly is at its base. Why are you telling me this? Twofold reasons. 1, because if you do this wrong and fail, that's another couple of weeks where you would be too busy being moody and where I would not have your attention, what with you being hyper-focused on the maid again. The second, and most important, reason is that we are tied together now. For Sukuna is free, and it's only a matter of time before he incarnates fully. There was a tremble in her voice, one that Jiki recognized as fear, but the curse hit it well as she continued. Unlike what most history books tell you, the four-armed bastard is not a simple brute. So when he does escape, I would rather not be on the front lines of that fight. This is what I offer, knowledge over strength. After all, this was why you spared me from being slaved and turned into an empty puppet, wasn't it? She finished with an uncanny smile. So it was certain. She truly had a way to bypass the genjutsu that occurs while trapped in the jar to observe the world even while sealed. You want another binding vow, Jiki replied with realization, and the cursed spirit's smile widened. Not a new one. I simply want to reinforce the old one. You asked for my heart, Jiki noted, and he saw the curse twitch in response. Her cheeks flushed as something that could be vaguely termed as embarrassment colored them. I meant you. I wanted to be the target of your obsession. Your love. Your attention. Your focus. Everything that is you. I wanted that for myself. Jiki raised a brow. You were not quite as detailed. Juragumo shrugged her pale dainty shoulders. Yes, I was lost in the moment. But we digress. Back to the reinforced binding vow. When you face Sukuna, do not bring me out. If you die in battle, I would be disappointed, but such is the purview of mortals, and so be it. In exchange, I'll tell you all I know and help you a single time, whenever you overextend yourself, against anyone that isn't Sukuna, of course. Jiki thought about it for a few seconds. She wasn't lying. Juragumo wasn't a combatant on the same level as he was. The first time they fought, he had outsmarted and outfought her, her only threats being her immense cursed energy, healing, and knowledge, coupled with his youth and inexperience. The second time they fought, she ran. Yes, she had been surrounded by 3 of the strongest humans, yet her fleeing had been instinctual. At her heart, Juragumo was a coward. A spider. Fine. Once again, there was a shift in the environment as the binding vow took effect, and her smile somehow managed to widen further in response to reveal the mandibles she had hidden. Good, now we'll begin your impromptu lesson. When it comes down to its very essence, jujitsu at its core, is a ritualistic act. Simply put, they are a series of rites performed in a particular order to bring forth miracles. Cursed techniques are highly compacted rituals to banish curses. The reverse curse technique that you humans copied from our natural regeneration started off as a ritual for healing, and reinforcing your very mortal and weak forms are rituals of hardening. Do you understand? Jiki was silent as the synapses in his brain ignited like wildfire, each one sparking revelations that cascaded through his consciousness. He felt his perception unravel and expand, as though he were simultaneously sinking into an ocean of knowledge and rising above the limitations of human comprehension. He knew this feeling, and even while lost in those words, he found himself wondering. If this was an enlightenment gotten from mere words, then what would he experience from a black flash? You monstrous, genius bastard. You truly do not belong in this atrophied era. Jorogumo's voice carried a sharp edge, laced with amusement. Her laughter echoed faintly, as though coming from deep underwater. The things we could have achieved if you'd been born just a few centuries earlier. The curse turned away from his still form and continued. You, Miko, you must have read the same scroll he did. Begin the ritual. Now. Words were said from outside his bubble of enlightenment. Movement was made, and power flowed. Cursed energy bubbled alongside the water that held Aiko. He didn't know when his lips began to move, nor when his hands clasped together, yet he knew they had happened, they were happening. Suddenly, everything began to happen together, all at once. He felt more than saw his partner on the other side of the pool, a woman with long black hair and a scar, wearing a white and red hakama. Who was she? Yudahime. They spoke together, their voices reverberating in the stillness of the chamber. She walks, purity humanized and given form, fair of skin and white of hair. What does she do? Cleanse. Jiki felt his fingers shift and twist instinctively, a connection between body and mind as gestures and words he had imprinted into his brain with the aid of his Sharingan were replicated by his fingers and his lips, his cursed energy twisting in reply to the hand signs. There was movement in the water, frantic and struggling, and he found it hard to witness, but somehow he knew they couldn't stop now, so he continued. Her hands rise, tracing silver of light, drawing peace from chaos and calm from storm. What does it do? Come. The struggling slowed, and the synchronized voice continued, ringing out without missing a beat or tone. Eyes like moonlight, steadfast and cold, turn dark to light, chasing and undoing the night. What does she do? Purify. There was a scream, and his heart wrenched, while fire filled his veins. Kenjaku. Yet they could not stop, not now, not when they were almost done. His fingers shifted once again, his cursed energy twisting in response. Her voice, soft yet sharp as the wind on carved stone, marking it for eternity. It cuts through stone, lies, doubt, fear, and curses. What does it do? Banish. The last words were said with a cold finality, and Jiki felt a change in the air as his eyes cleared. He looked into the pool, now contaminated with vile gunk, with Aiko at the center where she retched out a clump of matted black hair tied with a red string. The cursed object that was placed into her to support the curse. Then she looked up at him, clarity in her shrunken amber eyes, and there was that spark. J. Jiki. A voice called out, and used due to weeks of silence, and if Jiki was a weaker man, he would have fallen to his knees with tears in his eyes. Instead, he smiled back at her, his heart warm and his face flush. Welcome back, Aiko. Yet hidden beneath his smile was a hate and malice he had not known since he heard about what Danzo had done after he and Tobi had slaughtered his clan. Kenjaku, but first, Tengen. Chapter 62, Chapter 62. Toji Fushiguro was left wondering why he fought so hard for her return. Are you done with the dishes? Tsumaki yelled from the living room, and he scowled as he continued swiping the dishes clean while mumbling a reply. He was the dreaded Toji Fushiguro, the bastard of the Zenin clan, sorcerer killer, an all-around menace, and here he was, forearm deep in a tub of soapy water, washing dirty plates. I didn't get a reply, a menacing voice called out from behind him, and he felt a chill down his spine. He turned slightly and let out a smile at the overly innocent look on the girl's face. She wasn't fooling anybody, but neither was he. Almost. She nodded at his reply before a more familiar smile spread across her face, her eyes squinting just like her mother used to. She moved to his side and slipped an apron over her chest, then put on elbow-length rubber gloves before joining him at the sink. Come on, I'll help you finish up. He almost allowed a more natural smile to spread across his face, almost. Then he turned back to the dishes, and the two of them fell into a relaxing routine, where he washed and passed the dishes to her, and she rinsed and flipped them to dry. They were like a well-oiled machine. Neither needed any real conversation, just working through the queue of stacked dirty plates on the side. This left Toji wondering how he managed to get himself two perfect children. Even if one wasn't his by blood, she was his by deed. Where's Megumi? Tsumaki hummed a bit before replying. He said something about slacking off for the past couple of days and falling behind, so he's been preparing to go to that weird school you enlisted him in. Was that really necessary? He didn't slow to a stop as he dearly wished. Tsumaki was perceptive enough to catch up on any slacking from his end. Instead, he allowed the question to bounce around in his head. Had he really needed to let Megumi go? It was all too easy to say he had been strong-armed due to the deal he made with the little malevolent-eyed Gojo, but the truth was that Megumi deserved more. More than what he had to offer. His greatest spark, the one attribute that could make him a monster to match the rest of them, was his cursed technique, and good teachers were hard to find among the roving bands of curse users Toji was more familiar with. Yes it was. Tsumaki eyed him for a long second before letting out a defeated sigh. I guess there's nothing to be done. I was already growing tired of running every time we got word Gojo Satoru was gunning after us. Plus, I guess it's good for Megumi too. Huh, he replied with a raised brow. You didn't notice. He seemed spirited and happy, and it's more than just about seeing me. When he was packing, it was like he knew what he wanted to do now or was looking forward to seeing someone. Toji allowed himself to think about it for a few seconds when it suddenly came to him, the pink-haired brat who had shared a room with him. I think he made a friend, or was it a boyfriend? Some squirt by the name Itakamatsu Yam, or something. The look Tsumaki directed at him was enough to let him know he must have somehow mangled the name. Yet instead of apologizing, he shrugged his heavy shoulders. It wasn't his fault that men had such boring and drab names. A friend. Tsumaki noted, ignoring his other guess as her voice drifted. That's nice. Their pleasant conversation was disrupted by a knock on the door. Not the kitchen door, the main door. Toji focused. His superhuman senses sharpened as he listened to the two heartbeats just outside. You could tell a lot about a person just from how steady their heartbeat was, the ease of their breath, the presence or lack thereof of a nervous or impatient tick, like feet tapping against the ground. All these details, when put together, told a story. A story of lack of fear. A story of overwhelming strength. A story of an absolute monster on par with him. He felt the edge of his lips rise just the slightest in anticipation. One of the Gojos is here, he noted as he slowly removed the elbow-high rubber gloves. Tsumaki matched him with rapid movements as she dumped the gloves beside his and ducked, opening the lower kitchen compartment and fiddling with something before her hands finally reappeared holding a shotgun. He nodded at her. Tsumaki was no sorcerer and as mundane as humanity came, but he had trained her all the same. She slowly and gently racked it, so it wouldn't make a sound, at least not one that was loud enough to announce the presence of the weapon. Then turned and nodded at him. Still, he raised a brow at her, halfway tempted to just knock her out. There was no training he could ever put her through that would make her anything more than a pest against either one of the two Gojos. But he didn't bother, for one simple reason. They had knocked. That the first time they had knocked had resulted in destroying half of a hospital, as well as multiple buildings while costing the city millions of dollars in repairs, was discarded. So he moved, waving Tsumaki to stay behind as he walked toward the door. Megumi poked his head out of his room the moment Toji got to the hallway, but he waved the boy back and continued his slow, casual walk until he got to the door. Then, without any hesitation, he opened it, revealing the annoying smirk and blue-eyed stare of Satoru Gojo, with a purple-eyed boy standing right behind him. His least favorite Gojo. What do you think about finally getting a job, old man? Toji instinctively slammed the door in the white-haired bastard's face the moment he heard the word job. But it was too late. The more annoying Gojo had taken a step forward, and that was enough to keep the door from slamming shut. Toji was left wondering. Where did his life go so wrong? Toji sat with his legs crossed and his hands folded as he stared at the blonde boy opposite him. Purple Eye stared back at him. The tense atmosphere was spoiled by Tsumaki barely containing herself, bouncing on the cushion just to the side of them. You mentioned a job. Tsumaki started with an interrogating tone the moment Gojo Satoru sat down on the cushion offered to him. Not that Toji offered one, but luckily for the tall fucker, his daughter was a nicer person than him. The blue-eyed sorcerer stared back at the young girl in amusement. You seem to have recovered well. Toji said something about memory loss or something along those lines. Tsumaki frowned in response and glanced at Toji, but he waved her along. There was no need to bother hiding things from the Gojo. Whether they liked it or not, for now, they were allied. And while Gojo Satoru was a mediocre teacher, according to Megumi, he was also a powerful sorcerer. His eyes could see into and understand the whole sorcery jargon better than Toji ever could. Tsumaki turned back to Satoru after getting Toji's approval. She took a deep breath to steady herself before she began to speak. It's not just memory loss. That sentence was enough to perk the blue-eyed sorcerer's attention, and he leaned forward, with a hand on his chin. Oh. Tsumaki squirmed under his focused attention before she continued. The feel of clothes on my skin has become nauseating, while I find myself instinctively styling my hair differently sometimes. The more Tsumaki spoke, the further the Gojo leaned forward. I know how to make rice balls and how to fold fronds into leaves to create packaging for them. I have memories of things I never did. She trailed off with her cheeks flushing red, then she noticed that Gojo Satoru was staring at her with a seriousness absent since he arrived. Oh, Jiki was right to be concerned. I didn't see it back then because of the flux of cursed energy that came with separating Yorozu from you, and how quickly Toji disappeared with you, but I can see it now. Yorozu? Toji asked from his seat, frowning. The woman that was sharing a body with her. She was primed to take it over sometime in the future. She was also a sorcerer from the Heian era. Toji frowned at the realization, his body tensing as an unfamiliar feeling of anger began to build. Anyway, congratulations, Tsumaki-chan, Satoru started with a clap, all seriousness gone as a wide smile spread across his face. You're a sorcerer now. What? The exclamation came from 3 different places, including Megumi as he poked his head out from behind the door where he had been eavesdropping. He quickly ducked back, realizing his teacher was present, and he'd been playing hooky for days. The only person who remained silent was the platinum blonde-haired boy, who simply stared at them with heavy eyes. Calm down, calm down. I got excited and wanted to use that particular phrase, but you're not exactly a sorcerer. I guess calling you a curse user would be more accurate, but that has the whole villain connotation to it. So we'll settle for window just for the sake of it. Even if you're not officially one. The Gojo mused for a bit before a snap of Toji's fingers forced him to refocus. Moving on. My theory is that the process of putting you in a coma was to prepare your body for Yorozu's perfect incarnation. We disrupted that process by forcing her out early, but still, some of the foundations had been laid and she woke up in your body when she was getting pulled out. This means that some parts of her were left behind, memories, skills, mannerisms, quirks, even cursed energy. Seeing the continued shock on their faces, Satoru continued with a smirk. But worry not. It's small, even if it's there, a partially imprinted technique and a little cursed energy, which elevates you from the dregs of mundane humanity. But not exactly prime sorcerer caliber yet. Which means that, like a window, you can see curses, but you don't necessarily have the power to fight back and win. At least not with the cursed energy you have right now, although. Satoru trailed off in thought, but Toji had zero intention of keeping quiet. This Yorozu, can she come back? Can she possess her again? The question dragged Gojo back from his thoughts, and he looked at them. I doubt it. I killed her myself. A red to the side of the dome obliterated her body from the waist up. He gave Toji a calculated look before continuing. Of course, you wouldn't know what that is. I only had blue when we fought. Toji bristled at the challenge, his lips twitching upward as his scar twisted the grin into something more malicious. We can recti. That's enough. Tsumaki cut him off, giving both of them a scolding look that had no business being on a 17-year-old's face. Toji leaned back into his seat while Gojo shrugged, raising his hands in mock surrender. Fine. But the risk to you now is minimal. The few dregs and shreds of memories and quirks you have shouldn't be enough to incarnate her again. Tsumaki thought for a moment, then gave a heavy nod. Okay, I can live with that. Gojo Satoru clapped again before refocusing on Toji. Since we're done with that little distraction, I think we should revert back to why I came here in the first place. Namely, I need you to teach Toji here a bit. Toji raised an eyebrow at that. Then he turned to the purple, dead-eyed kid before turning back to the Gojo. You want me to teach a sorcerer sorcery, he remarked, beginning to consider if he hadn't truly left the Gojo with brain damage when he stabbed him in the head. Huh, are you stupid? Of course not. Toji felt a blood vessel pop in his head, but one look at Tsumaki forced him to swallow his reply. The Gojo continued with an even wider smirk. Toji is a magnificent sorcerer with a better grasp of sorcery than some sorcerers 3 times his age. No. It looked like it physically hurt the Gojo to say the next words, but he managed it all the same. You're unconventional. It's a mindset gotten from a heavier dose of the mundane life than a regular clan-based sorcerer is ever going to get. The Inamaki are an old clan, which comes with the advantages and disadvantages of a well-known technique. That's where you come in. Tsumaki picked it up before he did. You want him to make him just like Toji. A sorcerer killer that fights atypical to the way regular sorcerers fight. The Gojo frowned, then turned to the purple-eyed boy before continuing. What I want doesn't matter. It's what he wants that matters. So, what do you say, Fushiguro? Toji almost gave a no as a response instinctively, both despite the blue-eyed bastard and because he had little interest in taking in a student, but the look in Tsumaki's eye changed his mind. Fine. I'll do it. Gojo clapped with a wide smile. Wonderful. So I'll be leaving you in his hands. You kids have fun. Toji finally let out a grunt before asking, so what's your name, kid? And what can you do? The kid had a paper with him and immediately began to scribble on it. When he was done, he stretched forward to pass it to Toji, but Tsumaki was not having it. Having been his secretary, and the major reason he was no longer a broke, financial mess due to his overspending and impromptu gambling, she took the paper from the kid's outstretched hands and read through it, her expression brightening the longer she read. Cursed speech. That's why you write instead of speaking. Toji had had enough and snatched the paper out of her hand, reading what the boy had written. Name, Toji Inamaki. Age, 17. Grade, semi-grade 1. Cursed technique, cursed speech. Skills, experienced at hand-to-hand combat, expert cursed energy manipulation, and experienced cursed tool usage. Record, 2 semi-grade 1 missions. Toji raised his head and looked at the demure boy once again. A little too young for a semi-grade 1, aren't you? The kid shrugged in response and began to move his fingers but stopped abruptly. Hand signs. Well, that was an ingenious way to communicate for someone who couldn't speak. Yet like every language, your partner had to be just as conversant in it to hold a conversation. The Inamaki clan are the ones that imbue their words with cursed energy, right? Yes, Megumi answered as he found his way into the living room, a bag over his shoulder as he waved at the seated Inamaki. Although not everyone gets the inherited technique. Hello, senpai. Bye-bye, senpai. Give him hell. Megumi finished. Toji noticed the way his son made jerky hand signs, lacking the fluency of someone professional. Still, it was more than Toji or Tsumaki were aware of, something that did not escape his underage secretary, who picked up on how Inamaki fired back words with rapid finger movements. Hey, Megumi, wait back. You can help with communication. No can do. I'm already far back enough, and my classmates are already going on missions without me. Good luck, though. Megumi fired a peace sign at them halfway past the door, his other on the doorknob as he made his great escape. Before Tsumaki could fire off a rebuttal, he slammed the door in her face, and considering the patter of footsteps Toji heard, Megumi was hoofing it before his older sister did grievous harm to him. He's really grown up this past few months without me, hasn't he? Tsumaki asked with an overly forlorn look as she stared at the door. Toji had no answer to her question, so he turned away and focused on the easier battle. So what exactly do you want, kid? Why exactly are you here? The purple-eyed kid stared at him for long seconds before taking the pen and paper and beginning to scribble once more. When he was done, he passed it to him. With Tsumaki distracted, Toji grabbed it and read. I want to kill a certain group of people. The words were written in kanji that expressed the boy's feelings more than his facial expressions did. Sharp, jerky, and angular writing. Huh. Wouldn't have expected it from one of you. With a flick of his wrist, Toji rapidly folded the paper and shoved it into his pocket just as Tsumaki turned to face them. I don't know your target, and I don't care. But if you're coming to me, then you'll need to be more than a semi-grade 1 sorcerer. Toji thought about it, head tilted as he stared back at the boy. I can teach you a lot, but like the bastard said, your curse technique is your greatest strength and your greatest weakness. He trailed off as a memory came to him. I've killed one of you before. Did you know that? An Inamaki of some small renown. The boy tensed, his eyes narrowing, but he didn't make any other movements. Meanwhile, Tsumaki slapped him on the arm with a frown on her face. Toji. He waved her off and continued. I was called the sorcerer killer, Tsumaki. I've killed a sorcerer from just about all the major clans, even a Gojo. That he refused to stay dead is not my fault. But my point is, the Inamaki was one of the easiest to kill. Do you know why? It was a rhetorical question, so he wasn't surprised when he didn't get an answer. Simple. U.S. military-grade earmuffs. That was all the preparation I took. And the man was dead in a minute. Which brings us to you. Off the top of my head, there are 2 major restrictions behind your cursed speech, the strain on your body and its already known weakness of the words needing to be heard. The second can theoretically be circumvented by the first if you pack so much cursed energy into the words, while the first can be circumvented by learning the reverse curse technique. He raised his brow at that, and the boy responded with a shake of his head. Figures. If the boy had already learned RCT, he wouldn't be here. What about using your CT in other ways to mitigate the damage while also reinforcing it to get past blockages? It's basically all about sound. Tsumaki intruded enthusiastically, leaning closer to a suddenly nervous Toji. Toji relaxed back into the seat with a smile. Tsumaki was smart, too smart and curious for her own good, and that was his goal from the beginning, to get her invested in the conversation. Not that he needed to make too much effort. Toji nodded, so she continued. Your curse technique utilizes spoken words, right? And words are basically thoughts transmitted through sound, waves, and vibrations. Have you tried to amplify with cursed energy, not just your words, but the vibrations straight from your vocal cords? Do you think it would put less strain on your body since you're not amplifying the words themselves? He could see the moment the idea sank into Toji's head as his purple eyes widened. Tsumaki had always been at the top of her class from the moment she stepped into a school. If there was anyone who could work together with the kid in novel ways to use his CT, it was her. Toji instantly picked up his pen and paper and rapidly wrote something down before passing it to Tsumaki, who speed-read through it before letting out a laugh. That's wonderful. What if we... At that point, Toji got to his feet and walked out of the room, a frown settling on his face. Tsumaki was sufficiently distracted now, which should take her mind off Gojo Satoru's words. But Toji hadn't forgotten those ominous words, not even for a second. As he walked off, his thoughts shifted to what to do about Tsumaki as well as training the kid on how to be a sorcerer killer. That should be fun, he remarked to himself with a dark laugh. Chapter 63. Yuji had been the best at whatever he did, for so long that when he suddenly wasn't, for the first time, the pink-haired boy was left unsure and reeling. He would be the last person to claim genius, but he knew he was decently talented. He had surpassed and broken records in every sport even when he had not been trying. As with things that were gained with no true effort, he had lost interest, for at the end of the day, it was always too easy. That was why he had stuck to his supernatural group. Even if he hardly believed in it, he had been bored enough to play with it. That it had allowed him to get another couple of friends was just the icing on the cake. Then his world had been flipped upside down that day. The day Sukuna incarnated. Yet not even that had been able to put him down for long. He bounced back from things easily, just like his grandfather had taught him. He suddenly found himself missing the old man because there was little to nothing he couldn't talk to the old man about. An example was this sudden feeling of uselessness. One of the reasons why he had not been too put down by the happening was because once again, he had been proven to be special. Able to suppress Sukuna with no real effort. All he had to do was will his body to fall back under his control, and it would submit to his wishes. So he had taken the deal. He had truly seen a reflection of himself in Sukuna when Jiki had taken him to the space that housed the malevolent sorcerer. Yet he was special, wasn't he? He had nothing to fear. Not truly. Till suddenly, he did. He had given up control willingly to save the life of his newfound classmate and the kid they found in the rehabilitation center. Then the moment of horror and dread came. The moment he found himself too deep to swim out of the mire that was Sukuna's presence. The moment he realized for the first time the weight of the malevolent sorcerer's presence. A presence he had willingly given into. Yuji could not regain control, and he was forced to watch Sukuna puppet his body better than he ever could. It took him long minutes to even figure out how to shape the body, even with Sukuna's control. An extra mouth on the face when he felt Sukuna's cursed energy ignite into a technique. Perhaps that was the only reason Maki was still alive now. Yet if Maki had not been there, he remembered Gojo Satoru's words clearly. Sure, we can take him down, but he's definitely going to cause a lot of damage and deaths. Maki had prevented that worst-case scenario from happening, but in the end, it didn't change the fact. He had lost control, just like the elders had suspected. Just like every other vessel before him. Maybe he had been wrong to think he was special. What's eating you up, child? Yuji looked up at the new speaker, so lost in thought he hadn't even heard her approach. It was a woman. She was young, no older than 30. She had kind brown eyes and wore a simple white gown. His own brown eyes darted to a fresh scar on her forehead, and he immediately shifted his attention away. He could already hear his grandfather's voice echoing at the back of his head, "It's rude to stare, brat." "Ah, nothing. I was just lost in thought for a bit," he replied with a big smile that was only the slightest bit forced as he scratched the back of his head. His gaze left the woman and trailed to the ridiculously long staircase just to the side, leading straight into Jujutsu High, before moving back to the woman, who tugged at a primitive part of his brain. A part of his brain that cried of familiarity. The woman smiled again and, with a smooth movement, sat beside him beneath the red roof that shaded the bus stop waiting area. "Are you a teacher?" Yuji blurted out as he tried to figure out where the sense of familiarity came from. "Hardly," the woman chuckled. "I was just walking by and saw how worried you looked. Do you want to talk about it?" Yuji wanted to reply with another no, but something about the woman lowered his already weakened guard. Instead, he leaned back in the chair and stared at the road, lost in thought. He couldn't tell if the woman was a sorcerer yet. Even if she was, revealing that he had lost control, after Maki had explicitly told Ajichi not to let anyone else know was stupid, and even Yuji knew that. Yet he also felt like talking to the woman. So, he thought about what to say and how to say it in a way that would be cryptic enough, giving just enough detail but not too much. His eyes stayed fixed on the road, watching a few scattered leaves blow across the pavement. A car sped by carrying a child who had his face pressed against the window. As the car passed, the kid made a funny face, and the barest hint of a smile spread across Yuji's lips. A second later, the car was gone, leaving Yuji with the familiar stranger and all his worries once more. "I don't know where to start." "Give it a try, child." "It's hard to explain," he started slowly, his voice quiet. "Have you ever felt like you were supposed to be strong and capable? Not because anyone demanded it, but because you expected it of yourself. And then something happens that makes you realize you're not strong enough, at least, not yet. The woman hummed softly, a thoughtful sound. Strength isn't always measured by what you can do, my child. Sometimes, it's about what you endure, the trials you face and your ability to keep going. Yuji glanced at her, his expression conflicted. But what if the risk is too much? What if you shouldn't face it? What if what you're challenging is dangerous? What if it hurts people? What if there's an easier option, even if it's not one you like, a path that lets you discard the burden? The easier path is hardly ever the best, the woman replied, tilting her head, her kind eyes narrowing slightly. But I'm curious, hurt people how? Yuji hesitated. For a second, he wondered if he'd tipped his hand too much. His fists clenched, but after a breath, he realized he was being paranoid. He hadn't said too much yet. Instead of worrying, he exhaled slowly, trying to find the right words. Let's just say, I've got a job. Something that was handed to me by chance, but something I ended up being really good at. I thought I could excel at it. But now. He trailed off, his voice growing quieter. Now I'm not so sure. The woman placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, her touch warm and comforting. It's not uncommon to doubt yourself, my child, she said softly, her voice heavy with empathy. But you're not defined by the moments you falter. You're defined by how you rise afterward. Her words were kind, but something in her tone distracted Yuji from their innocent meaning. He shifted uncomfortably under her gaze, yet the idea of shrugging her hand off his shoulder didn't even occur to him. Sometimes, she continued, her tone soft yet deliberate, we think we're fighting alone when we don't have to. Whatever burden you're facing, there are ways to make it lighter. Yuji blinked, his brow furrowing. What do you mean? The woman smiled faintly, her hand lingering on his shoulder. What if I told you that strength doesn't always have to come from within? Sometimes, it's okay to lean on something or someone stronger. It doesn't make you weak, Yuji. It makes you wise. His thoughts drifted to Gojo Satoru, who always wore a smile and had fought the elders for his sake, giving him the chance to grow. Then, his mind turned to Jiki, unreadable and quiet, yet as solid as a rock. He didn't notice the woman's face twist momentarily, as if she realized she'd made a mistake, so focused was he on his thoughts. Yuji shook his head, frustration creeping into his voice. I can't lean on people forever. I promised my grandfather I'd stand on my own. I promised him I'd be the one to help others. Her fingers tightened ever so slightly on his shoulder, a gesture that might have been reassuring if not for the subtle edge in her tone. And yet, by trying to do it all alone, aren't you already hurting yourself? How long can you keep carrying this weight alone before it crushes you? Yuji's throat tightened, her words hitting closer to home than he wanted to admit. You're not alone, Yuji, she continued, her tone soft but insistent. And while some people may seem like they want to help you, not every outstretched hand seeks to save you. The faint unease from earlier now clawed at him more strongly. Even the strange familiarity and ease he felt around her weren't enough to dull it. He stared back at the woman with a frown as she continued. Her hand slipped off his shoulder. I know how that sounds, considering we're strangers, she admitted, seeming to realize something. But I'm simply worried about you. You look like you're bearing a burden too heavy for a child. Why do you care so much? He asked cautiously, feeling his unease slowly dissipate. Her kind smile didn't waver, but her eyes closed slightly. Because you remind me of a child I lost once. A child that was taken from me by a spiteful old man. A child who had a big destiny. Her voice ended with a forlorn note as she turned away and looked to the side to staircase that led to the red torii gate. Yuji turned away as he heard a vehicle approach. Slower than the car and louder too. As it crested the horizon, it resolved into a bus. I'll think about it. Thank you for the talk, he murmured, standing abruptly and shoving his hands into his pockets. The woman's smile grew softer, almost maternal. She stood up after him and began to walk away, but not before a parting word. Take your time, child. If you ever want to talk again, I hang out around here sometimes. With a final glance at the long stairs that led up, she began to walk away. What's your name? Yuji called out. She turned back to him. As the wind ruffled her short black hair, she gently tugged it behind her ears and smiled at him. You can call me K, Yuji. Just K. She nodded at him as she walked off. The bus came to a slow stop in front of him, and the doors opened to reveal a bored black-haired boy. What are you doing out here? Yuji turned to face the speaker, his eyes widening and a smile dancing on his lips. Megumi. Where have you been? Megumi replied with a smirk, throwing one of his bags at Yuji, who caught it with ease. Family reunion. I heard you've been going on missions without me. For a second, Yuji's mood almost dropped, but he refused to let it. Instead, he replied with a smile. You should see our new classmate. She's pretty annoying, but she's strong too. Megumi stepped off the bus and bumped Yuji's shoulder, inviting him to turn. The two of them began to walk up the stairs as Yuji started to regale Megumi with a heavily redacted version of his mission. Yet as he walked, a nagging question scratched at the back of his mind. When did I tell her my name? Junpei walked back from school, and for the first time in a few weeks, he was doing it all on his own. The pathway that led to his house was sparse with people. There were supposed to be club activities right now, club activities he had ignored. One of the ways he used to get away from his bullies. Only this time, he wasn't simply doing this to get away from his bullies. His legs carried him down familiar roads automatically, while his focus shifted to his hand. He lifted his palm, turning it left and right, before focusing again. And there it was. Flickers of blue. Cursed energy. A shoulder barged into him, sending him spiraling to the floor. It was an act he had grown accustomed to, allowing him to twist so his bag took the brunt of the fall. Watch where you're going, bastard. He recovered his wits and looked up into two ugly yet depressingly familiar faces. This was a position he was used to, him on the ground while Takumura and Haisa looked down at him with cruel smirks. Oh, is it little Junpei? Skipping clubs and running off home so early. Someone would think you were already tired of us, you know. Junpei tried to find his feet once more, but a hard shove to his side sent him falling again. This time, he landed more aggressively, splitting his lip on the ground. A few people began to murmur as they walked past. Junpei was left reeling and confused, they had never bullied him in public like this before. What are you doing? A voice called out, walking toward them. Junpei felt a shadow cover him, and for a second, he thought Mahito was back. But when he looked up, it was an older man with black hair and a black suit. The man pushed back his glasses on his severe face as he gave the two bullies a sharp look. And nothing. He just tripped, and we were trying to help him up. Judging by the man's expression, he didn't believe them in the slightest. They hurriedly began to backpedal. Anyway, see you in school tomorrow, Junpei. They waved at him with disgustingly fake smiles before turning and goofing away. Junpei quickly made sure his hair covered his scars, but when he looked up, there was something in the man's eyes that told him he had seen them either way. Pity. The man stretched out a hand, and Junpei reacted by slapping it aside in anger and shame. He hurriedly stood up, picked up his bag, and started to run, his face heating up with embarrassment and frustration. After a couple of meters, when he was sure the man wasn't following him, he slowed down. The sense of shame and embarrassment returned twofold, but none of the anger remained. He had acted like a brat. It wasn't the man's fault. The man had simply been trying to help. Junpei let out a sigh filled with regret as he climbed the stairs to his house. I'm going to apologize for that. Hopefully, I see him some other day. With that declaration, he reached out for the door and froze. He looked at the outstretched hand and suddenly remembered feeling a jolt when he slapped the man's hand away. Like an undercurrent of electricity between them. What are you apologizing for? The door opened, revealing his mother. She gave him a tired smile, and he quickly discarded the strange sensation, returning her smile with one of his own. Good evening, Mom. I met a man while coming home, and he helped me out a bit. Oh. Come on in, then. You can tell me about it after you bathe and eat. With those comforting words, Junpei entered his house with a smile and went to do as she asked. It had taken him over an hour to pacify his mother, answering all the questions he could and deflecting the ones he couldn't. That led him back to the comfort of his room. Junpei sat on the floor of his dimly lit room, staring at his hand. It was faint, barely noticeable if you weren't looking, but there it was, a flicker of cursed energy curling off his fingers like smoke from a match. He exhaled slowly, leaning back against the bed frame. He hadn't been imagining it earlier. It was almost worth bumping into Takumura and Haisa again. Almost. As he tried to stamp down his excitement, he began to think. This was new. Seeing curses was one thing, he'd always been able to do that. But feeling this. Generating cursed energy. It had to be a result of Mahito's experiment on him. His fingers tightened into a fist. Mahito had promised him strength, a way to fight back against the people who made his life hell. But that memory of cold red eyes kept coming back, gnawing at him. He wasn't proud of it, but he couldn't shake the image of himself frozen, utterly useless, while that red-eyed sorcerer stood on the wall, defying physics, yet calm as death. Junpei had seen curses tear people apart, seen Mahito twist bodies like wet clay, but the sorcerer had looked at him like he was looking at an insect. There was no hesitation, no panic. Just this, eerie confidence. Somehow, he knew that if the red-eyed sorcerer had bothered to try, they would have been dead. Or at least Mahito would have been. Instead, the sorcerer had turned away, and while Mahito tried to hide it, the curse had been scared. Junpei hated himself for how insignificant he had been, how small he'd felt in that moment. But more than that, he hated how it made him question everything. Made him question Mahito. Sorcerers. They weren't what he thought. At least not all of them. Mahito had barely mentioned them before, and now Junpei finally knew why. They were dangerous. Strong. Dangerous enough that Mahito had started to focus elsewhere. Other than their weekly hangouts, the curse had been too distracted to notice the changes Junpei was going through mentally. Instead, Mahito had been working on something with the other curses, the ones he called the disaster curse spirits. Junpei had met some of them once. A rough day at school had led him to Mahito's sewer hideout earlier than usual. And while he could hardly judge the strength of a curse, somehow, he knew they were ridiculously powerful. Fortunately, they hadn't cared much about him, and Junpei didn't care much about them either. He had left quickly. Whatever it was, Mahito clearly had bigger things to worry about than him. So, Junpei had started doing his own research. His laptop screen glowed faintly in the dark room. He stood up, walked to it, pulled out his chair, and sat down. He'd been digging through forums, message boards, and sketchy sites on the dark web. It was amazing what you could find if you looked long enough. He didn't know how many of the people on these sites were legit, half of them seemed like delusional idiots, but a few threads stood out. One in particular. A forum supposedly for sorcerers. Hidden behind layers of encryption, full of coded language, it was the kind of place Mahito would scoff at. But Junpei wasn't so sure. He scrolled carefully, scanning the posts. People talked about techniques, cursed energy training, even rumors about special-grade sorcerers. Most of it was vague or cryptic, but every now and then, someone would mention something real. He hesitated for a second, then typed. Looking for a teacher. Need someone who can teach cursed energy manipulation. Willing to trade. It felt stupid the moment he hit send. What could he even offer? Mahito's name. Information. He doubted anyone would take him seriously. But the moment he closed the post, a notification popped up. Direct message, Manami Suda. Junpei's brow furrowed. He opened the message. You're lucky I'm bored. You want help? Then prove you're worth my time. Send me your location. The profile was blank. No picture, no information. He didn't recognize the name. His instinct was to ignore it, but something about the bluntness of the message stopped him. He stared at the screen for a long moment, then typed back. I'll think about it. The reply came almost instantly. Huh. Don't take too long. I'm not the patient type. Junpei leaned back, his heart pounding. He didn't know who Manami Suda was or what she wanted, but for the first time in a long time, he felt like he had a choice. He glanced at his hand again, the faint flicker of cursed energy still curling around his fingers. Maybe he didn't need Mahito after all. Chapter 64. Yuram walked briskly. Her hands clasped tightly over the long box she held, and her thoughts ran. She had been so close. So close to the scion of she that illuminated the heavens. The shining star the gods had seemingly put their fate in. The gods that Yuram had abandoned the moment she decided to follow another. Her lord and master, a calamity that ran over everything that crossed his path. The imaginary god Ryuman Sukuna. She could have snuffed that usurper by herself, before the child could truly turn out as a threat against her lord, if not for that slippery bastard, Kenjaku. It had been another one of their meetings. This time it was set up on a train. The group of them had taken over a single car for themselves, even if the only visible people on the train were Yuram and Kenjaku. The 4 special-grade curses present had been enough to sow dread into the humans, and they had avoided their section. The old body hopper had picked the spot simply because he had wanted to look outside at the passing surroundings as the train sped by, too fast for mundane humanity to see anything other than a blur of motion. Japan has truly grown to be a beautiful place. Yuram frowned in response as she briefly glanced out the window, before shifting her focus to the other occupants in the cab. There was the humanoid curse that was barely distinguishable from a sorcerer. The patch-faced curse sat beside Kenjaku and nodded happily at the words. Kenjaku had taken the newborn curse spirit under his wing, and though Yuram doubted the curse could see it, not with how half-blinded by fear it had been when it had joined them. Devoid of the original body that Kenjaku would have used to take control of the curse, the immortal bastard had chosen to weave a web of manipulation over his teachings. Slowly but surely, he was binding the humanoid curse to himself. Her pale eyes drifted to the corner side and the duo seated there. One was a mad curse, proof that a curse could slowly change into something else. What she was changing into, Yuram was not certain, but what had originally begun as a curious bud, a cursed spirit bearing Mother Nature's wrath had been twisted into something else. If she had to guess, it was slowly transitioning into a vengeful curse spirit. A mad monster of grief and rage, one that was barely held back by the childlike cursed womb it cradled in its giant limbs, and whispered its mad words to. Placing the cursed womb in Hanami's hands had been another masterful display of manipulation by Kenjaku. binding the maddened cursed spirit to their cause while also distracting it by giving it something it could protect and focus on. Yuram had been briefed on the loss of the volcano curse and understood it had been a setback, one that showed that the other cursed spirit, Hanami, had done more than care for its partner. Yuram held back a chuckle as she wondered, perhaps the saying was true after all. A saying as old as jujitsu, love was truly the most twisted curse of them all. The last member of their cadre was hidden in a corner. A curse that made Yuram's skin crawl. The replacement for the volcano-headed cursed spirit and the last inner member. A curse that was so strong that it had slipped past Gojo Satoru multiple times. Its attention shifted, and Yuram turned away from it to avoid meeting its beady eyes. Truly, humanity is something else, Kenjaku continued in a forlorn tone, made all the more sad due to the soft feminine voice he spoke with. We are going to crush them. Hanami spat out in reply to Kenjaku's words, her telepathic voice a spike to the brain of everyone present. Yuram sent a glare at the white and black striped curse while Kenjaku turned to the mad curse, face as solid as Yuram's ice, before a sick, placating smile formed on his face. A smile that hid the true malice of the monstrous and manipulating body hopper. Of course, my dear. Now, take a look at poor Dagon. I think he's squirming a bit. Perhaps he's ready to wake. The words came out as smooth as silk, perfectly toned like the bastard cared, and it was enough to distract Hanami, as the twisted curse shifted its attention back to the curse it was cradling. The Earth Mother was more than destruction, it was a life-giver as well. The mad curse speaks true, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here because you promised you have a way to stop the child with the six eyes hunt from me. The figure in the corner spoke, its voice reverberating with power. For among them all, in curse energy alone, it was the strongest, and in experience, it edged even Kenjaku. Of course. You're a big key to doing that, but you seem to be forgetting about the other Gojo. The curse let out a snort that rang out in the enclosed box, and it was only the timely use of curse energy to reinforce their ears that spared Yuram from spending curse energy to heal ruptured eardrums. A child that speaks words it doesn't understand, a child constrained to the lands of Japan with no desire to seek me. What is there to fear? Kenjaku chuckled in response, shifting his tone to sound different as he spoke to the other curse. If Gojo Satoru is the hammer of Jujutsu society, then Jiki is the scalpel that they're still sharpening. The moment he's deemed ready, or something happens, that's when he would be used as a weapon. If not for how public his first battle was at the age of 5, perhaps he would have been well hidden. Kenjaku continued as he stared into the beady eyes of the cursed spirit. But you're right. He's young, weaker, and less infallible than his cousin, yet he proved it as a child. A single disaster curse is not enough to confront him and win. Jogo learned that the hard way. The curse bristled in response, and Yuram noted from the side of her eyes how the name Jogo made the mad curse, Hanami, still for a heartbeat. I'm no mere disaster curse, Kenjaku. I'm. Kenjaku raised his hand placatingly. I know, but I don't believe that's simply enough. We already have a plan. Kenjaku's eyes drifted from the curse in the corner to the rest of them, making sure to meet each and every one of their eyes. Each and every one of you is instrumental to it. So we take care of the bigger threat first, Gojo Satoru. Then we focus on Jiki. Until then, avoid the duo. No matter what. They had all nodded that day, including Yuram. Yuram pushed open the doors of the temple that they had turned into a temporary base, a move taken from the books of Sugura Geto. A temple, hidden in the cursed place of the suicide forest. Yuram opened the door and slipped past the barrier that Kenjaku had created, and a scream filled with pain and despair filled the air before it was abruptly cut off. Hello, Yuram. Do you like my work? Yuram stared down at the twisted and malformed figure in the center of the shrine and ignored the patch-faced curse and its words before shifting their attention to Kenjaku and gesturing for the immortal sorcerer to follow. Don't mind her, Mahito. Yuram simply doesn't understand the beauty of art, Kenjaku replied as he walked past his student and tapped the curse's head in a loving gesture before walking to meet them, so they turned. The duo stepped out of the shrine and stared into the landscape. I assume the long big box in your hands is for me and that you were successful, then. Yuram glanced back at the men wearing the face of a woman. Yes, but you're wrong. They're not for you. They're for my lord. Blah, blah. Potato potato, Kenjaku replied with a shrug and a chuckle before turning to her. Despite Yuram's feelings about it, she turned to face him, and as Kenjaku's hand stretched to slide it open, she spoke. Look at it, but don't touch it. The only hands that deserve to caress its worn bronze hilts are my master's. Kenjaku gave her that patronizing smile he used to placate their other nominal allies before he shifted the lid and opened the box. The moment the box opened, the restrictions on the deity-grade curse tool lifted, and its energy surged. Yet Kenjaku and Yuram were not mediocre sorcerers. They stared down at the trident in the box, a trident made of gold, bronze, and celestial steel. And besides it was a piece of her lord. That was the one thing that Kenjaku was allowed to take, and he took it and slipped it into his robes, yet his eyes remained on the trident. My sources were right, then. The Hiten truly survived the centuries. How wonderful. That should be enough. With those final words, Kenjaku closed the lid shut, gave Yuram a smile, and returned to continue his tutoring of Mahito. Yuram was left to find her way to a room, where she wrapped up the box in thick ropes before tying it to her back, yet her mind drifted to the words Kenjaku said again, that should be enough. But it wasn't. If her lord sought to incarnate once more, then he was going to come back as he was, and Yuram would find the other cursed tool if it survived the centuries. And once again her lord would be whole. He watched her eat from behind a curtain. Her dexterity had been heavily affected by her coma, which meant she was unable to use chopsticks, so they had defaulted to using spoons. Yet the simple attempt at picking up the spoon, filling it with soup, and bringing it up to her lips was a struggle. Still, his Aiko was one of the most resilient people he knew. A girl without cursed energy who had jumped in the way of an attack for his sake. A girl who had been healed but had immediately resumed caring for him, even though she had been barely discharged minutes ago from old man Tatsumi's care. Kenjaku. Diagnosis, he whispered to the woman behind him as a waft of smoke drifted above them. He didn't need to see the pitying glance Shoko was giving him, he heard it in her voice. Slightly atrophied muscle. The damage is long-term, so it's not something that can be simply healed with reverse cursed energy. I still think it would be better to move her to Jujutsu High. I can watch over her better, and she would be more protected. Jiki disagreed slightly. The Gojo clan compound and Jujutsu High had both been breached by the same person, but he agreed she would recover faster under Shoko's care. I would consider it after my meeting, he acquiesced as he turned back to Aiko. Nowhere was truly safe from Kenjaku, and defense was not a game Jiki enjoyed. Yet right now, there were more than 20 sorcerers protecting this particular building at any point in time, the full strength of the Gojo clan Special Ops Squad. Yet he knew they only acted to slow down any truly determined attacker. Jiki turned away from Aiko, his footsteps as quiet as a cat as he left the room, Shoko behind him. Gojo Satoru stood before his students, a bashful smile on his face as he stared at the three young sorcerers. Megumi looked bored. The black-haired Fushiguro sat on the chair in a languid pose, like he was already tired of the class. Satoru blamed Toji for his horrible influence on such a kid's mind. Perhaps it wasn't too late to hollow purple the annoying men and adopt the kid and his sister. He doubted the Zenin clan would just close their eyes and watch him, but what were they going to do about it? He pinned the thought. Nobara looked lost in thought. She sat up straight in her chair, her visible hand spinning a long, wicked-looking nail between her fingers with an ease that spoke of honed skill. He had gotten the unfiltered report from Ejichi, not the same desensitized report that Maki had made the older men give the higher-ups. She had almost died. Multiple times in the space of minutes. That was how out of her league she had been in the fight against a three-finger-fueled Sukuna. For the second time in the brown-haired girl's life, she was faced with the fragility of her mortality. With the knowledge that the only reason she had survived all serious attempts to end her was the presence of another person. In this case, it was Maki's. The exiled Zenin worked exactly as he had expected and hoped. The third person that was slowly creeping into his category of sorcerers. The third person he was bringing up to achieve his goal. The last of the trio was Yuji, and unlike what Satoru originally thought, the kid didn't seem outwardly disturbed by his encounter. Yuji looked relaxed, yet there was that barely restrained energy the kid had to him, like a puppy that had been given sugar. In one of the throwaway conversations Satoru had with his little cousin about the kid, Jiki had described him as having an excess of yang. Not that Satoru exactly understood the reference, but he had nodded along all the same. Jiki most likely got the term from a book, and it wouldn't do for him as the older one to be oblivious. Satoru cracked his neck to the side and rubbed at his eye wrap, an act that drew the attention of the three teenagers. Alright, so how are my second favorite group of students doing? A chorused "fine" was returned to him without much enthusiasm from two of the three. It was a good thing that Yuji more than made up for his classmates. Satoru cleared his throat once more before speaking. It has come to my attention that I might have kicked you a bit off the deep end with your first mission, oops. He got a raised brow from Megumi, not that he had anything to do with the conversation when he was too busy fussing over his sister. A cute glare from Nobara almost made him giggle. Almost. But he was made of sterner stuff. Yuji looked embarrassed, his expression bashful and his face red, while he scratched the back of his head. So Satoru ignored the other two and focused on Yuji, which meant they were taking it quite well. So he continued, so I'm going to be making a couple of changes to the curriculum. Which means less missions and more practice and... It almost hurt him to say it physically. Classroom theory. Again, the reactions were mixed. Nobara looked thoughtful, while Yuji looked disappointed. Leaving Megumi to return to his almost perpetual bored look. It was not his fault. He was a firm believer in doing things on the edge. Learning from brutal experience. Sink or swim, with maybe a life jacket on the far end. It was how he had lived all his life, but maybe it wasn't the best method to take here. At least not with the volatility that was Sukuna's presence. Yet the fact that they had experienced it once was enough of a lesson. Yuji had learned how to manipulate his body in the same way Sukuna did while the other was suppressed. It brought forth options for the kid. Options they could explore. Nobara had gotten more intensive combat experience compared to the first time when she was just a bystander. With any hope, the experience would solidify her combat tactics. She was never going to be a close combat fighter. If she was in close combat with an absolute monster for longer than a second, she was dead. She would have to stick to long range, with the occasional mid-range. Which wouldn't be an issue if she was fighting in a team. Yuji and Megumi more than made up for her weakness by taking up those spots. Yuji was an excellent close combat specialist, while Megumi was the perfect all-rounder with the aid of his curse technique. But she couldn't depend on them forever. She would never get to the peak if she was forced to depend on others to supplement her greatest weakness, which meant she would either need a way to survive close combat or get out of range quickly. Satoru picked up a pen and paper and put his thoughts down into words before dropping it on the table and turning to the board, chalk in hand. As he wrote, he began to speak. Since you all know what cursed energy is, we are starting with the basics of the basics. I'm certain it's something you all have some passing familiarity with, a family member that taught you a bit, he nodded at Nobara, an unknown and unaffiliated teacher that put you through the basics. His attention shifted to Megumi. And finally, the rare few that enter the world of jujitsu as freshly birthed calves. Yuji's face flushed red once more. Cursed energy reinforcement. And with a quick smirk, he refocused his attention on the whole. He knew he was a horrible teacher, especially considering how easy he got things, so over the past few weeks, he had made great efforts to actually break things down to help his students who did not have magic eyes or ridiculous talent. While reinforcement is the simplest and most common technique for sorcerers, there are nuisances to it. Limits to how much you can reinforce your body with cursed energy. An example is, with the difference in physique comes a difference in the ceiling of how much you can reinforce your body. There was some confusion, so he continued. While Nobara and Megumi were listening in, this particular class was majorly for one person, the pink-haired kid who stared at him with focused eyes. Let me give an easy example. Nobara here, for example, is like a glass cup. Even with impeccable control, there is only so much she can reinforce her body, for you cannot turn glass into diamonds. The same goes for even special grades like Jiki and I. While I won't say we are glass cups thanks to our trained, honed physiques and lineage, we are closer to stainless steel water flasks. Yet we get by. I do so by using my curse technique blue and red to pull people into my punches and send them away in a display of finesse. Jiki has his weird strength enhancement technique that helps him absolutely destroy whatever is unfortunate enough to be in front of his fists. Without those bypasses, our limits are clearer, for at the end of the day, our physiques are still human. Well-trained, well-crafted, but human in the end. The same does not go for monsters like Yuji or Maki, who in their base state are already past the boundaries of humanity. You, who are blessed with physiques that are simply more than human, either by intent or by chance. His mind drifted back to Yuji and the intent behind his special body. He somehow doubted the person behind it was completely benevolent. He could see his student nodding, and he smiled in response. So if there are no questions, we'll be moving on to more practical aspects of. His face turned as he saw Jiki in the far distance. His eyes pierced through the eye wrapping and past the multiple instances of walls and buildings in his way to stare at his cousin, and his brows furrowed in response. Jiki was angry, felt like a suboptimal word that didn't bear the full weight of what he could see, so he used another, apoplectic. It was impossible to see it on his face, for only in his rarest moments did Jiki show the world an image that was not an apathetic facade, so even if he was angry, it hardly ever showed on his features. But unlike his features, his cousin could not smother his cursed energy. Not enough to get past the 6 eyes, and from what he saw, he knew something had happened. Judging by the direction he was heading, his target was no doubt the Tomb of the Star Corridor, which meant either Emi or, most likely, Tingen. The question remained, what had the millennia-old sorcerer finally done to earn his wrath, and did he need to step in before Jiki killed one of the pillars that upheld modern-day jujitsu society? Toru-sensei. Megumi's questioning voice forced him to pay attention to his students, and he replied to them with a smile. Well, things have gotten interesting. But the show must go on, so change to your sparring wear and meet me outside in a minute. He got a variety of nods and weird looks as the trio marched out to the changing rooms, while he turned away and looked back at where Jiki was heading. Even in the depths of his rage, his cousin was still a calculated, well-honed machine that somehow never picked violence as a first option, so he doubted Jiki would simply destroy his way past the defenses. He would start with diplomacy, which would give them time. Time for him to decide if he wanted to interfere with this, and time for Tingen to decide if he wanted to keep his defenses or lose them in an attack that called forth a god. Satoru smiled in response as he sat back on his teacher's chair, legs outstretched and over each other, while his hands locked behind themselves to give his head better comfort. Either way, this seemed like fun, and Gojo Satoru had the front seats to it. What could possibly go wrong? Jiki stalked through Jujutsu High like a ghost. He had thought he would never have to cross those giant red torii gates again. Never have to climb those long staircases filled with pain again. Already, there had been plans to accelerate his graduation. He was already far above the teaching body and his fellow students. His continued stay here would do nothing but slow him. Now here he was, back to the school. As he walked, his eyes looked around, but not truly seeing. Instead, he had a single-minded focus on one thing and one thing only. Emi's cursed energy signature. Even with the distraction of Satoru's ridiculous curse energy or the subliminal malevolent curse energy that overlaid Itadori Yuji's own, he ignored all of that as he strode forward, under revived trees in full bloom. If he tried to track Emi in the regular sorcerer way, it would have been near impossible. The residuals she had left behind were so faded that they had become useless. But unlike any other person, Jiki was more than a simple sorcerer. He was a shinobi first, and that was where his mediocre, with respect to actual full-time sensor nin ability, had the upper hand. His feet took him to a random building, in much the same style as the rest, a wooden frame, old Japanese-themed architecture, stone foundations, and a red slanted roof. There was nothing about the building that marked it as any different from the rest. Yet when Jiki reached out a hand, he was rebuffed, and that was all the confirmation he needed. This passageway was still open. It had been the passageway he had used to slip into the Tomb of the Star Corridor, in time to save Geto's life and in an attempt to avenge Satoru. Back then, the barrier had let him through as easily as a fish would slip through water. Back then, Tengen had been scared. Worried for her life. Worried enough to let in the one person she was seemingly distrustful of. Now the sorcerer avoided him like a plague, and he suddenly remembered the old Miko's words, "Some of us simply turned away, putting our heads in the sand due to your presence." It couldn't have been clearer now that Tengen knew there was something about him. For someone so tied to Japan and into the fate of sorcery itself, it's no surprise that the immortal sorcerer was aware he was an anomaly. He stared down at the borderline invisible barrier, took a breath, and knocked on it. As always, he started diplomatically, his voice barely above a whisper, but he was certain the sorcerer heard him anyway. "Come out or die, Master Tengen." Those simple words stilled the surroundings for a mile. Chapter 65, Chapter 65. Jiki waited. He didn't tap his feet against the ground, for that would have indicated he was impatient. Neither did he fold his arms, for that would have suggested he was agitated. Instead, he stood with the stillness of the dead, his calm and patience a thing of legend, as he stared at the barrier before him. His words had not been a threat but a fact. He had indulged the old sorcerer's bias and prejudice for long enough, and even now, he would have been completely content to let her remain in her fortress, for he had no desire to interact with her. At least, that was before he knew that, in some way, the sorcerer was linked to Kenjaku. The same Kenjaku that had hurt him in the worst way possible way in recent times. The thought of the name would have made him scowl, but Jiki's anger was a focused thing now, a technique from another life. His face was empty and devoid of anything. Enough time had passed, and he pumped more cursed energy straight into his eyes. The enhanced clarity that came with his eyes shifting from their three-tomo stage to their Fumashuriken Mangekyo shape sent a thrill down his spine. Susanoo? Too curse energy intensive especially this early. Amaterasu. Too volatile, more so since he only needed to get past the barrier for now. Kagutsuchi. He had enough control to simply tear down a part, and that would be enough. Jiki took a breath, then a step, and he felt something different. There was a sudden draft of breeze coming from ahead of him. Barely perceptible to others, but Jiki was not others. He had not even felt it open, but somehow, he knew. Tengen was the most experienced barrier user in the world. It was no big surprise that his manipulation of one surpassed Jiki's ability to notice, but Jiki did not necessarily need to. For the perceptive, there are always other ways. So he didn't slow down, but neither did he release the technique he had already primed. Instead, he walked in with the confidence of one who knew himself. The barrier closed behind him, and this time, he noticed it. He had asked Tengen to come out or die, but the sorcerer had chosen the middle option. She would speak to him but only in the heart of her power, in the place where her position would be the most secure. He knew she would have placed traps, barriers, seals, and other things to check an intruder, and he had planned adequately for each of them. So he walked. He had not noticed it the first time, not while he had blitzed down the stairs with a single-minded focus, with the sole goal of murdering Toji. But now he did. The internals of the building were old. The further he walked into the building, the more Jiki could feel a shift in both the atmosphere and his surroundings. He took a turn and could almost physically feel the difference between this new hallway and the one he had just left. The decorations were antique. At least 100 years older than the ones in the other hallway. He spotted a sculpture that he was certain was from the Edo period. Paintings that were older than the average human or sorcerer. Beautiful vases that had not seen the light of day in centuries. He turned to another corridor, his movement unhurried as he tracked the cursed energy Emi was emitting. He entered the new corridor to find the setting had changed once more. The hallway was lined with armor, most of them broken, cracked, or missing panels. Sheathed swords were placed above each armor, and there was a picture beside each of them, telling a tale about the era they were from, the battle the wielder had died in, and their general outlook. A simple glance at the words told him all he needed to know. These were from the Warring States period. He cut into another hallway and walked into another piece of time that had been preserved for centuries. This time, his footsteps slowed as he passed a painting. It held a man, his features lost to time, but what was unmistakable was the physique. The man was big, broad-shouldered, with 4 massive arms that held 2 cursed tools, while the remaining 2 were locked in a hand sign. The mouth on the stomach was clear as day, the only thing that didn't suffer the deterioration of centuries and close to a millennia. It grinned, all teeth bared. Standing across from the men were other men and women, close to a dozen. It was a fight, and as Jiki walked past the painting, he didn't need to look back to confirm, the dozen strong were losing to the single man. Natural disasters. Walking Calamites. Imaginary gods. The old Miko's voice trailed behind him as he left the hallway and turned again, but this time, he was greeted with a sight that slowed him down. He was at a T-junction. To the right side of the hallway was a staircase leading deeper into the earth and towards where he expected the Tomb of the Star corridor to be, yet to the left was another long corridor lined with history. It felt like a taunt. Like a test. A poisoned chalice and an offer. The past few minutes had made it all the clearer that Tengen was old and a collector of things. Old enough that her collection was centuries old. Yet Jiki had expected it to end in the Heian era that he just passed. Instead, the hallway made it clear that couldn't be farther from the truth. The hallway had paintings, sculptures, pottery, and architectural designs that Jiki could vaguely guess belonged to the Nara period. Even further, at the end of that, was another hallway to the side, which no doubt featured another piece of time carved out and placed in the building. Tengen was way older than the Heian era. Jiki took the right. His curiosity could be sated some other time. He walked down the stairs and stopped at an elevator that would lead him straight down, deep into the earth. It was open, so he stepped in, and seconds later, it began to descend on its own. He was suddenly reminded of his first mission with his team, the hospital, and the uncharted basement floor plan beneath it. The elevator came to a rest, opened up, and he walked down until he came out of the passage and into the Tomb of the Star corridor. The first thing he noted was the bloodstain directly in front of him. Satoru and Geto's presumed greatest failure. The turning point. Riko Amanai. The girl that Satoru and Geto had been unable to protect. The girl that Toji Fushiguro killed. He turned away from the bloodstain and observed the massive space that was the Tomb of the Star corridor. It looked like a hidden village. The buildings were built in a circular pattern that bent inwards until they got within meters of the supermassive tree in the middle. A tree that was bounded by a rope scaled to fit it. Despite how long it had been since his fight with Toji here, since he saved Geto from the same fate that had befallen Satoru, the damages were still present. Not all of them, but the perceptive could still see signs of that battle littered about. The tree for one was still scarred. Jiki jumped down and began to walk the streets, with houses placed on either side of him. He slid a door open and beheld the contents. The house was well furnished, at least as expected for an old Japanese house. There was a futon, tables, chairs, mats, cups, and plates in the kitchen. It seemed like whoever had stayed here had simply packed up and left. He didn't need to check the hundreds of others to know they were similarly stocked and habitable. He was not sure what the Tomb of the Star corridor was originally meant to be. It was too elaborate to simply be a place of refuge for Tengen to hide in, especially since just about everyone knew it was present under the school. No, Tengen's biggest protection was not his obscurity but the barriers he had placed everywhere. So he continued speculating as he strolled forward. A fortress that people could retreat to if it somehow all went to hell on the surface of Japan. A medieval bunker for the rich and powerful. A hidden enclave for the people that had been rumored to worship the immortal sorcerer as a god centuries ago. There were hundreds of theories, but he shelved them to the side the moment he got close to the cursed energy signature he was tracking. Was it a coincidence that she was also heading to him? He didn't think so. The door to one of the houses on the side opened up, and Emi stepped out. Dressed in a flowered kimono that trailed along the ground, while her bare feet slapped against the ground. Her hair was tied up into a bun and she had her face hidden inside a book. She walked until she bumped into him and almost fell back, but it seemed like whatever vestiges of her training remained because she regained her balance smoothly and stared up at him. He had grown taller over the past few months. Her eyes were wide when she spoke, "Jiki. What are you doing here?" So she had not known. Jiki interpreted it for what it was, a peace offering by Tengen. Something to soothe his anger so that when they met, Jiki would not start the conversation with an amaterasu to the face. Fortunately for the cunning sorcerer, it worked. Jiki allowed a small smile to slip out as he looked down at Emi. "How have you been, Emi?" Yet it was only a small smile, for it did not work completely, not when that name kept echoing in his head, spoken and spat out like a curse, Kenjaku. The book forgotten in her hands, she ran up to him and gave him a tight hug. When she finally pushed him back a bit for air, she beamed up at him. "Master Tingen said you had been busy." There was a different tone in the way she pronounced master. A lot of people already called Tingen master, but that only held an air of formality, respect, and tradition, as owed to the oldest sorcerer. But Emi's tone had more than that. "So, Satoru was right. Tingen took you on as an apprentice then." Emi's features changed as she sought the best way to explain, before finally letting out a sigh. "It's a bit more complicated than that." Her mood rose again. "But where have you been? Master Tingen has refused to let me out of the tombs of the sky corridor until I can break out on my own. But I thought you would visit. Or even Maki, Toge, Pan." Oh. Jiki could feel the air of realization fall upon her. Everyone had been dealing with the results of the night parade in their own ways. Their team had been broken up and split as they all sought different paths and goals. Aiko was hurt. Jiki finally decided to help out, and the words were like a lifeline that Emi latched onto, to forget the past few seconds. He could see the gears work in her head as she tried to remember who exactly he was talking about. Then it clicked, and she spoke with wide eyes full of surprise. "Your maid." He nodded. "Is there something we can do to help? Master Tingen is really old, I'm sure she can. There's no need for her help." He cut Emi short, only giving her a light smile to dull the blow of his curt words. "She's okay now. I'm here to see Master Tingen for another reason." "Oh." Emi was perceptive, so she picked up on the tightness of his words, her features shifting to unsure. This was not just a regular or social visit. Then her features hardened as she came to a decision. Old loyalties die hard, and before Master Tingen, there was Jiki. "Come on then, I'll lead you directly to her. This place is a maze, especially this deep in. There are barriers to confuse, to disorient, barriers that loop, and barriers that are dangerous enough to die in. It's extensive enough that I'm surprised there isn't a new school focused on barriers and what they can do. I've been here for a bit, so I know how to make my way." Jiki nodded. He had not seen or witnessed all these barriers while he fought Toji, and he doubted they were a recent project, which meant that Tingen had deactivated them herself, because they had been useless and most likely would have impacted him negatively. This meant the barriers were no threat to Toji himself. Considering how easily Toji had slipped past all the barriers protecting the school, Jiki was not surprised. As they walked, Emi told him a bit about her training while also requesting stories from the outside world, and he didn't hesitate to tell her, at least about the little he already knew. Maki had been helping out the new first years for a bit. Toge had been in self-imposed isolation following Panda's death, and now he was training again. Jiki refused to even hint at Toji's presence this deep in the seat of Tingen's power. Yuta sent letters occasionally. Apparently, Kenya and Africa as a whole were hot. Who would have thought? Their talks went on for long, yet despite how engrossing it was, Jiki never lost focus. He counted the steps, the turns, the buildings, everything to imprint the path in his memory. While it seemed like a convoluted path that had them retracing their steps more often than not, Jiki could see a hint of it, the thin line of sanity in the madness that was the way. A better barrier user could probably slip through all these with some level of effort, but he doubted there was a better barrier user in the whole of Japan. They finally came to a door. A very plain door that had no difference from the rest of the doors they had passed. Yet there had to be something different about it, for Emi's chattering slowed until she was silent. She stood in front of the door for long seconds. When she finally turned to him, he could sense the mixed feelings welling within her. Having two masters, but once again, old loyalties die hard. "You should be careful," she finally said, even with the knowledge that Tingen could most likely hear her words. "Master Tingen doesn't exactly like you. Your presence. But it would be a stretch to say she hates you either, and while I doubt she can truly beat you in a fight, there is an ingenuity to the usage of barriers that can get you in a bit of a bind." She stared into Jiki's eyes as his Manji-Iko Sharingan slowly spun in a wheel. With those eyes, he could feel and see the truth of her words and how much she believed that Tingen was powerful in her own way. Yet she still believed if it came down to a fight, he wouldn't lose. He nodded at her, and with a gentle pat on her shoulder, brushed past her and pushed the door open into a white room. Then there she was, Master Tingen, or at least, the creature he was guessing was called Master Tingen. Frail, old, and worn. Seated beneath a tree in a sea of white hexagonal panels, with a low table standing before her. Yet, other than the instinctive categorizing of the location, the furniture, and the four-eyed creature wrapped in a robe, Jiki went straight to the point, stopping directly in front of the table and discarding the seat offered. Our discussion today will determine whether the name of your dwelling literally lives up to its name and becomes your fate, Jiki promised, his voice a quiet whisper. Even with the divergent anatomy that came from being a creature not completely human, there were remnants of that physiology, tics, and cues that had followed her for centuries, that she had not somehow gotten rid of completely. Things that would be invisible to others without the Sharingan. She twitched in fear, recognition, and worry, which meant that this form of hers was new. Tengen was supposed to be a woman. He vividly remembered Satoru using feminine pronouns to describe her, so what was he looking at? His mind spun, even in the midst of his anger. His intellect still tried to figure out what could have changed the sorcerer. His birth? Low possibility, especially since he had not had direct contact with her before now. Then another event came to mind, Riko Amanai. The girl that should have been sacrificed for the sake of Jujutsu Society. The girl that died. Satoru and Geto had told him enough. Tengen recovered smoothly, like nothing had just happened, and, looking into the distance with those eerie four eyes, she spoke. She worries too much, you know. She fears that anyone she trusts will leave her at the slightest provocation. Loneliness. I believe it's trauma left over from her time before she was enlisted as a student. Another that should have not been, but that was before you tilted the balance and the world was forced to compensate once again. Jiki remained silent. You know, by now, most people would be surprised, disgusted, curious, worried, or scared at my appearance. But not you. There was not even the slightest emotional response. Utter apathy. It is a curious thing to be felt, yet it is apathy tinged with something else, something unrealized. Itachi had seen worse than a talking four-eyed figure. He had killed enough Orochimaru's experiments while hunting the snake. Instead, he catalogued the mutterings but didn't speak a word. Rather, he focused, bringing the weight of his cursed energy to bear and focusing it on the creature before him. Mixed in it was killing intent, precise and deadly, the sum and weight of multiple years killing both men, beast, and curses. The concentrated desire to absolutely murder another being manifested into the world. It was nearly physical. It was enough to silence the creature as it finally turned to face him, and, in its eyes, Jiki saw worry. Are you going to tell me why you're here, child, or are you going to stare me to death? It is an act that I don't find completely ridiculous, judging by what you have done so far. Kenjaku. Jiki whispered the name, and he watched it cut deep into Tengen like a blade. Ah, is that what this is about? Tengen chuckled, as if there was some perverse joke that only she could see. I'm not sure. Jiki placed his palms on the low table and leaned forward just the slightest bit. When Tengen looked at him once again, she realized his eyes had changed. His face remained placid and apathetic, yet the same couldn't be said for his cursed energy. Cursed energy manipulation on a level that was unique, bringing the full presence of his rolling cursed energy, streaked with a dark deed that stained it into a malevolence on the same level as the imaginary god. A sin that matched feasting on your own unborn twin. Cursed energy that was rigidly controlled until it was let out like this, showing its full malevolence. Intent backed by deed. I do not care about your personal opinions or what you think and feel. Tell me everything, or I will extract it from your mind myself. They say the process is unpleasant. But such is the nature of Tsukuyomi. Tengen finally let out a sigh. If this was the monster the gods had chosen. I suppose he has finally done something stupid enough to appear on your radar. Fine, let us start from the beginning. The hexagonal panels that served as the walls flipped. This is a memory he shared, much like I share with you now. Tengen's voice was soft, almost wistful, as a sudden snowstorm manifested, swirling around them, biting and relentless. It was the middle of a dreadful winter in the Yayoi period. The winds howled, the earth was shook, and survival was a cruel game with horrible odds. Yet, amidst the frost and desolation, a child was born, a boy that was wrong. She paused, the weight of her words hanging heavily in the air. His birth defied the natural order, as if the world itself hesitated to claim him. Yet, despite his unusual nature, he embraced life with a fervor unmatched. He lived not as others did, bound by fear or convention, but as he wished, vivaciously and recklessly, defying fate with each breath he took. Tengen turned to face him. Neither Sukuna, Satoru, nor you were the first, born in such a way that the world was forced to react. He was the first, it simply took the world longer to send a reply. The scene shifted, the snowstorm softening to reveal images of the boy, a feral grin, wild eyes, and a relentless vitality that dared the heavens to strike him down. Tengen's expression turned somber. Centuries passed, and still, the boy still lived but grown, a measured smile, calm eyes, and a relaxed vitality. It took the world a long time, but finally there was a response for the abnormality that was the boy. Another was born, a girl. Born of his own blood centuries later, she bore a fragment of the same power that made him aberrant, a variation of the technique that once set him apart. Her gaze met Jiki's, her eerie four eyes telling a tale of profound sadness. You. Jiki noted. Tingen's lips curved into a faint, melancholic smile. Me. Chapter 66, Chapter 66. Jiki caught the fleeting emotion in Tingen's gaze, wistfulness. A baby's cry pierced the air, and the scene shifted abruptly. They were now in a bar, dimly lit and intimate. In the corner, Jiki noticed a woman with straw-blonde hair. Her presence was unmistakable. Despite the shift in appearance, the cursed energy signature confirmed it. This was Tingen. This is where it all began, the four-eyed figure beside him murmured. Our ill-fated relationship. Tingen had met him in a bar, funny enough, a soji bar. She had been dressed in her trademark white, featureless kimono and had just finished teaching one of her sermons on Buddhism and cursed energy, when the man had walked in. A man with a twisted and malicious cursed energy signature. She squinted at him from across the room, but his face was hidden by a wide-brimmed rattan hat. After a few long seconds, where he simply sat and drank from his cups, Tingen turned away. Her attention drifted back to her brush and paper. A bar was hardly the best place to sit down and write profound texts on the truth about jujitsu, sorcery, cursed energy, and the natural calamities that were cursed spirits, yet somehow she found the low hum and buzz of an active environment helped her put her words into thoughts better. Even as she jotted down her plans and teachings for her next class, she still kept track of time and her environment, so when someone spoke up and interrupted her, she almost flung her brush in the man's face out of sheer surprise. You made a mistake there. She twitched as she looked up. It was the same man. Kimono so dark it was almost ink-like, this close she could see his features clearer. He looked more Chinese than Japanese, yet considering the Chinese had not fully lost their grip on their small island nation, it was no big surprise. The man tilted his hat up a bit, revealing more of his face, yet hiding anything above his eyes. Then he gave her a warm smile that hid those same eyes. When he opened them and saw her look of suspicion remained, he pointed down at her jotting. Curses are sapient. He tilted his head in thought for a second then added. At least they can grow to be. Her suspicion eased, yet her frown remained. I assume you can see them too, then. Of course, I'm sure you can sense my cursed energy. She frowned as she attempted to sense it again. It's twisted. Those simple words formed a crack in his facade, and his smile almost slipped. Back then, he had not been the effortless manipulator, he had simply been a bored man with a penchant for disguises and masks. I see. I'll make sure to hide that better. But back to your writing. He trailed off leadingly, an eyebrow raised, and Tingen let out a sigh as she replied. I do not see how they can be sapient. They are simply end products of the excess negative energy released by humans. I understand they can be stronger or weaker, depending on the location, the quality of cursed energy, and simple fate or luck, yet that's all they are. Sentient perhaps, but not sapient. They're just spiritual wild animals. The men tooted in response, shutting her up. How many have you fought? She huffed in response, turning away. That's an act left for you barbarians that love to swing your fists so much. Ah, but I've been to a few of your teachings. Enough fundamentals of cursed energy are implemented into them to help combat curses as well, even if it's mostly experimental and contemporary. It is still more insightful than anyone else has come to in this time. Her face burned in response to the praise, but she hurriedly shifted the topic back on course. What does that have to do with these hypothetical sapient cursed spirits you speak of? The man sipped his drink before speaking. I'm sure you're aware of the scale and difference in power between cursed spirits. Minor, formed, and area cursed spirits. Those are the most common, but if you've walked the earth long enough, you would meet others. The named cursed spirits, those that have transcended and gained sapience, and the gods. Those that have transcended sapience and returned to the cycle, thereby losing their sense of self. Purity in a way. Tingen listened, eyes wide, as she learned more in that conversation than she had in many years. At this point, she was over 200 years old and had assumed she was the oldest sorcerer in existence, yet her discussion with the men in black laid low that belief. For here was someone who seemed more experienced yet younger. After that conversation, many others were had in that bar. Every few weeks, after a couple of her teachings and sermons were over, she rushed back to the bar to spitball ideas with her still unnamed friend and partner. Very rarely, he came back to the bar with injuries, the life of a sorcerer that actually fought. Yet it wasn't until the day halfway into their conversation, when he lifted up a cup and his hands shook so severely that it slipped from his grip and fell to the floor, that Tingen realized how much time had passed. She looked at his face mid-conversation and suddenly saw the wrinkles. His eyes were blurry and milky. His limbs were thin and emaciated, yet the way he carried himself remained the same. That lack of fear, hesitation, or even a single worry in the world. Complete confidence in himself. You're old, she blurted out in surprise, and her unnamed friend let out a rasping laugh in response. How kind of you to notice, and you look as beautiful and young as ever. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. He waved her off easily as he gently shook his head in a chiding motion, his long white hair moving in the wind. It is no big surprise. You've been busy spreading your teachings, especially with the new idea you had for protecting people. What did you call it again? Oh, barriers. Yes, that. He looked away, outside the window, and Tingyan realized they were the only people still present in the bar, the flickering flames of the fireplace their sole companion among the empty tables and chairs. It's getting late, and it's only a matter of time till it's too late for me to discard this shell. Tingyan frowned in confusion at his words as the stranger slowly stood on aged limbs, and she rose to follow him. Where are you going? Away, I suppose. This has been fun. I've never stuck to a persona for so long, but I suppose I have you to thank for the experience. When next we meet, you'll have to tell me all about your barriers. He waved her back to her seat as he slowly moved to the exit. I don't even know your name. He turned back and smiled. I'll tell you the next time we meet. Then he turned his back on her and walked into the night, leaving Tingyan with unanswered questions. I thought it was the last time we were ever going to meet. Jiki stared at the retreating figure as he walked away, his mind running through hoops and mental gymnastics. You said he was born in the Yayoi period, and here you claim you are simply 200 years old. He is truly older than you. He turned to face the cylindrical-headed being that masqueraded as human. What else? What happened after this? For eyes stared into his too. I met him again. The Hida Mountains were supposed to be the centerpiece of her magnum opus. Her great plan, a plan she only told a single person, so she went at it alone. A straw-blonde wasp of a woman, wrapped in heavy fur clothes, climbed the uncharted peaks of the snow-covered mountains. Each grasp for a handhold was a struggle, each breath drawn was a battle against the wind, and each step higher was a defiance against the biting chill and the grasping wind. But she fought on, going higher with each step, until she made a mistake. She was almost to the top, with a clear view of it, and that anticipation made her hurry, rushing and discarding caution to the grasping wind. She grabbed onto a new handhold, still wet with ice, and by the time she realized it, she had let go of her second handhold to climb higher. A scream tore past her lips as she fell when suddenly, a hand snaked out from the peak and latched onto hers. She stared up into an unfamiliar face with a wide-brimmed hat as the stranger smiled down at her. Hello, Tingyan. Fancy meeting you here. Her eyes widened at the tone of the voice, the smile that hid those eyes, and the familiar wide-brimmed hat that hid everything above the eyes. The familiarity. I'm not sure I. Of course you do, he cut her off in that same annoying way he always did, solidifying the memory in her head. Her first friend. Seeing the realization kick in, he smiled. The name is Kenjaku, he replied as she dangled from the edge of the mountain. And it's been a while, hasn't it? They sat opposite each other, with a lit fire between them for warmth and a prototype barrier Tingyan created to keep out the worst of the snowstorm. She sat opposite Kenjaku, her supposed friend. This time he dropped the hat to the side, revealing long brown hair with green eyes. His features were not Asian in the slightest, overseas, then. Physically, there was not even the slightest resemblance between the two men, yet. Don't you think it's a bit too windy for a mountain climb? Tingyan simply stared back over the fire, a familiar cadence and tone with an unfamiliar voice. His curse energy had lost that twisted and malicious undertone. Instead it was buried and hidden under a more genial curse energy signature. How can you be? She shook her head. No, it is impossible. Kenjaku tilted his head at her. You're an immortal sorcerer. There is nothing impossible for us. I thought you were dead. You're supposed to be dead. I saw your body a few meters away from town. Your head had been crushed, but I could recognize it. I buried you. She rose to her feet, anger and confusion burning in her chest. Oh. I had never considered. I thought I walked far away from. I see my mistake. Apologies, Tingyan. He sounded genuinely remorseful. They were simple words, but they were enough to placate her for now. She let out a huff as she allowed herself to sink back into her seat, furious with both herself and the men she had come to see as a friend, if not something more. How are you here? She asked. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stood up and turned to the side, pressing his hand softly against the barrier, and for the first time since she spoke to him, Tingyan saw something more than the eternal sense of cool and calm Kenjaku seemed to radiate. Interest, pure and undiluted. The spark of it was clear as day in his eyes. I searched for you. She blushed, turning away from him. I was avoiding some people. Your religious cult group, I suppose, he replied with a smile, then chuckled at the look on her face. It's not just those over-enthusiastic kids. I've been making some inroads with a couple of disorganized families that share the same curse techniques. Some of them are descendants of my first students, so I've been teaching them a bit. Trying my best to formalize jujitsu in a way that it would be easier to pass down, but they always want more and more and more. An insatiable desire for more. That's humans for you. Refocusing back on the barrier and the discussion, Kenjaku continued. You talked about anchor points for your novel idea of barriers to aid in cursed spirit suppression. His eyes roved as he tried his best to take in the entirety of the barrier. It was a simple thing to calculate the intersections between your proposed anchor points and the natural ley lines flowing through Japan. So all I had to do was wait for you at the closest one to the last place we met. It's been over 200 years. How did you know I've not moved on? He smiled at her before returning his focus to the barrier. I've been immortal for as long as you've been, Tengen, and most likely longer. I've talked with you long enough to know that you're slow to act. She blushed at the critical reply, his smile softening his words, but she was not finished. Then how are you alive, with a different face? Turned away from her as he was, she couldn't see his face, but he thought on his words carefully. Simply put, I suppose I have a curse technique much like yours. Details can be left for later. Kenjaku stepped back from the barrier, his hand trailing off as if reluctant to part from it. He turned to Tengen with a faint smile, one that carried a touch of admiration but was tinged with something else. Why don't you do something more? He started as he sat down opposite her again, and Tengen leaned forward in intrigue, a network of barriers not just to suppress cursed spirits but to also optimize and enhance techniques. It shouldn't be hard to feed back a loop between the two attributes. His eyes trailed and his voice shook. Or something even more experimental. Mold the very flow of cursed energy itself. To shift it, redirect it, concentrate it like never before. Tengen frowned in thought. In between his words were some novel ideas, but a slight narrowing of her eyes betrayed the faintest hint of caution. That is a dangerous plan, she replied evenly. While I think optimization and enhancement of cursed technique of those beneath the barrier could work, the second part has me more worried. To manipulate cursed energy on that level risks destabilizing the balance. We would be focusing cursed energy in an area, making the people there stronger and the rest weaker for it. That aside, the scale of such a feat. It would be difficult for just a single person. Kenjaku laughed, a low, indulgent sound. Perhaps. But only if a single person tries to shoulder it alone. He stared at her through the fire and watched the seed he had implanted grow in her mind as she did the calculations. The two of them working together, what could they not achieve? He smiled at her focused form and continued. As for your other worry, imagine the possibilities, Tengen. A world where cursed spirits and sorcerers alike could be allowed to grow, to thrive, past this peak of jujitsu that we know. Chaos. Balance. What does that matter compared to the sheer novelty such a creation could bring? The results that such a barrier would create. His voice softened as he leaned closer. You have already created a foundation, a canvas, if you will. Let me paint upon it, Tengen. Together, we could achieve what no sorcerer, no curse user, no god has ever dared dream. Tengen regarded him in silence, her young yet paradoxically ancient mind processing the weight of his words. She would admit she was interested, yet Kenjaku's gaze burned with intensity, his ambition practically radiating from him like a flame threatening to consume everything in its path. And that worried her. Yet it was hardly something to be worried about now. It was simply an idea, wasn't it? It has some merit, she agreed, but it is something that would take time to accomplish. Both for me to teach you my barrier techniques and for the framework to be set in place. Kenjaku smiled back at her as he leaned away from the fire. What do two immortals have, if not time, my friend? Then Tengen remembered his words. You said you were going to tell me about how you're still alive. Your specific brand of immortality. Kenjaku looked back at her with empty eyes, devoid of fear, sadness, or worry. Then he came to a decision. We have similar curse techniques, similar enough that I find it hard to believe we're not related by blood in some way. Tengen's eyes widened as she stared back at the men. What? Kenjaku nodded before continuing. It is a logical conclusion. Very rarely do inherent techniques change, but sometimes, over multiple centuries, they do. They optimize themselves to be better than the original that came before. Sometimes that evolution is forced, but I believe this was more gradual. How is that possible? I didn't know you before that day at the bar. Tengen had lived her life alone for so long she found it hard to believe she had family. Kenjaku gave her a smile, a human smile. The truth is written in blood and curse. Your curse technique is no real secret, so I did a bit of digging. It is much like mine, yes, but mine is a bit older, more primal. Where you've had to merge with a new vessel every 500 years because of the overcompensation and evolution of your curse technique, I have to change vessels every couple of decades as they age and wear out. My cursed technique couldn't simply be bothered maintain the bodies more than needed, as an older version of the same thing. But I suppose that problem can be solved if I simply take over your body. Kenjaku finished in a musing tone. And for the first time, Tengen felt a chill down her spine in Kenjaku's presence as she realized she was alone with him at the top of a mountain range. Defenseless. He saw the look on her face and gave out a laugh before replying. It was a joke, my friend. Just a bit of theory crafting. If I'm right and we are family, I could never take your body, especially not when we have such great plans. Great plans that can only work with your aid. Tengen forced out a chuckle of acceptance to ease the air as they switched to lighter topics, but that realization stayed with her, the realization of her weakness. Tengen looked down at the scene with a mixture of nostalgia and sadness. I should have realized then, but despite my age, I was quite naive. I didn't understand the full extent of his plan then. Even centuries later I still find it hard to see into you humans' hearts, and Kenjaku had a long time to learn how to mask his true thoughts and feelings, even better by this point. Tengen turned to him. But those words shook something in me, and it took him long enough to reveal his true colors. They stood at the base of a great tree, the last anchor point for her greatest work ever. Her best friend stood a few meters away. He might have helped with some of the less taxing tasks, but the brunt of the work was still Tengen's to bear, and she wouldn't have it any other way. While the work was important, after doing it 3 times, it had become routine. Her body moved through the motions, but at the final stage, her attention solidified. Clasping her hands together, she chanted. Emerge from darkness, deeper than black. Seal the profane, restrain their blight. Cleanse the vile, bury the taint. Build the walls, unyielding yet malleable. Technique amplification, supermassive interlocked barrier. Finally, the last node and anchor point were added. The barriers were complete. Centuries of effort had culminated in an intricate web of cursed energy sprawling across the little island nation of Japan. Tengen felt the weight of it settle, not only on her but also on the 4 anchor points. And after that came a feeling. Satisfaction. The quiet satisfaction was rare, and for the first time in a long while, she allowed herself to rest, seated at the base of the ancient tree. The faint hum of the barriers resonated in a way that only she could perceive. That was when Kenjaku came to her. A woman this time. Tengen refused to think about the original owner of the body, instead she took in the features. Blue-green eyes with pale skin, high cheekbones and red hair that covered part of her face and fell down her back. His presence was as comforting and dependable as ever, yet now there was something beneath it, something that made Tengen's teeth chatter. Impressive, Kenjaku remarked, the voice smooth as blue-green eyes surveyed the culmination of their work. These barriers will shape the future. But it's not truly complete yet, my friend. Tengen turned her gaze on her, calm but confused. What is left? We were able to spin in your ideas into the barrier as well. My vision, and your cooperation, Kenjaku replied, stepping closer before sitting beside Tengen and resting her back against the tree. It came to me over the past couple of centuries, a plan that slowly consolidated as I watched the diamond and golden age of sorcery pass us by, as I watched the world slowly wither and grow boring. Something to spark life back into everything. There was that passion in her voice again, the kind that spoke of ambition. Tengen instinctively shifted away from her friend, her family. How would you do this? Kenjaku turned to her, a gleam in her eyes. Not just ambition. Madness. Like I said, your cooperation and my vision. This era still has enough spark to light the flames, and all it needs is a trigger. You. Before Tengen could question her further, Kenjaku continued. But do not worry, this would not be as tasking as the nation-spanning barrier you created. This time, all you have to do is nothing, my dear friend. Then Kenjaku rose to her feet, walking forward as she called out, Tanaki. Tengen's eyes widened in surprise as footsteps echoed. A child, barely older than 15, emerged from one of the buildings surrounding the great tree. She looked utterly average, if not for the fact that she was the star plasma vessel. Tanaki's brown eyes were cloudy, her motions jerky like she was drunk. Tengen slipped a hand into her robes and ignited the talisman hidden there with cursed energy. What are you doing, Kenjaku? Kenjaku turned to her with a smile, almost sincere and sad, as he grasped the confused child's hand. I'm not going to let you halt the progress of your technique anymore, Tengen. But if I don't do that... Tengen's voice trembled with horror as the full extent of Kenjaku's intentions dawned on her. Yes. You become the trigger I need. Your stagnancy and defiance ends, my friend. Your merge was supposed to happen in a week, but I shall spare you that fate. Call it my penance, or proof of the bond we once shared. Kenjaku's gaze shifted momentarily to the child, his voice softening into something grotesquely tender. But I shall not kill the child, instead I will take her under my protection until your evolution is complete. With those words, Kenjaku turned to leave, the child in tow. Tengen remained frozen on her feet. Betrayal carving its way through her composure, and then, at last, a searing, unrelenting anger that burned away her hesitation. She acted. Kenny. Rushing forward with everything she had, Tengen launched herself at the betrayer. Kenjaku, without so much as a glance behind, tilted to the side, dodging her blow. His counter was immediate. A fist to her stomach that knocked the wind from her lungs. A jab to her throat followed, cutting off any chance to recover, then a kick to her knee that buckled her stance. He caught her arm, twisting it into a lock, and drove his heel into the small of her back. The force sent her crashing headfirst into the ground. Kenjaku stared down at her, frowning. You're not a fighter, Tengen. Never have been. Don't be stupid. Bruised and bloodied, Tengen pushed herself up from the dirt, her breaths ragged. That doesn't matter. She stood, fists trembling but clenched, and charged again. I'm not going to let you leave. She didn't even see it coming. A blow to her eyes blinded her. Another to her jaw left her reeling. A kick to her chest sent her stumbling back, and a backhand to the side of her head slammed her into a tree. That's enough, Tengen. This is pitiful. Tengen tried to respond, but the pain in her jaw and the blurriness in her vision made it impossible. Before she could collect herself, another voice cut through the tension, smooth and calm. You're right. That is enough. Through the haze of pain, Tengen smiled, fighting to stay conscious as her blurred gaze fixed on the newcomer. A young woman with a shock of white hair and unnervingly bright blue eyes. Chapter 67. Jiki stared at the scene in front of him, with only a single raised brow serving as the extent of his surprise. Is that, he asked leadingly, without turning to face Tengen, though he could feel the amusement on the four-eyed creature's face. Yes, your ancestor. I believe she was the second person to be born with the 6 eyes and limitless technique at the same time, but unlike the unfortunate first, she was a better user and didn't die as young. Jiki nodded at her explanation. He remembered a woman being vaguely recorded as a 6 eyes and limitless user, but he had not paid particular attention to it, considering he had not inherited it. Yet the pages were well worn, which meant Satoru must have rifled through them often. Words made him redirect his attention to the scene playing out before him. Lady Tengen. The Gojo started, taking a step toward Tengen and slipping a napkin out of her kimono to gently wipe the blood from Tengen's split lips. Then she turned around, rounding on the still surprised Kenjaku with a slight frown on her beautiful features. What is the meaning of this? Kenjaku frowned in response as his eyes trailed from the blue-eyed woman to Tengen. Who are you? The Gojo tilted her head in a very familiar way, and it took Jiki a second to realize it was the exact same way he and Satoru tilted theirs. Her blue eyes roved over Kenjaku's confused form for long seconds before dismissing him like an insect and turning back to Tengen. It looks like your injuries are not too serious, my lady. No broken bones or damaged organs, unfortunately, it is still too much damage for your frail form. I'll ensure you get an appropriate ritual for healing done after this is dealt with. The white-haired woman gently soothed Tengen with kind words, and with each word uttered, Kenjaku bristled. To be completely ignored like an insect, like a passing decoration that warranted nothing more than a glance. Kenjaku felt annoyance in his guts at the sight of the white-haired woman, an annoyance that turned to anger with each passing breath until it all culminated in a curse that came straight from his stomach. The woman was turned away. The distance was barely 10 feet. With a snarl and a flex of his calves, Kenjaku closed it in 2 seconds, quiet as a ghost, then locked his hands together above the woman's head before swinging them down with his curse energy-reinforced frame. The blow thundered toward her unguarded head, and Kenjaku smiled, then froze as his hands halted 3 inches away from her white locks. Now, if that's all, Lady Tengen, I will deal with this pesky little problem of yours. The woman continued speaking to Tengen without the slightest worry, as though she had not just survived a blow that would have and should have cratered her head into bone and bloody mist. She turned the slightest bit, pinning Kenjaku with those blue eyes, and Kenjaku realized his mistake. He had frozen for too long. A backhanded blow hit him so hard, he disappeared into the half-finished buildings that Tengen was constructing around the great tree. He tumbled through sliding doors and broke through hardwood frames that upheld the structures, his journey carving a straight line through the buildings till he came to a stop. Hitting a particular building with enough force to halt his momentum as he spat out blood. It took him long seconds before he shakily got to his feet, while his head rang with the single barely legitimate thought going through it being, what the hell was that blow? The woman walked slowly toward him, radiating utter confidence in herself as her cursed energy permeated her form in a way that was indescribable. Kenjaku racked his brain, shaking off the damage from the blow. White hair, blue eyes. Those were not very common features. While white hair was a more common feature of the Sugawara family, the last time he checked, they came with black eyes, not blue. So what was this, a branch clan? Or a simple bastard? Yet, even if it was that simple, how did Tengen manage to make contact and how did she get her so soon? Then it came to him. Ha 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 ha. He let out a boisterous laugh as he straightened up completely, before turning to face a recovering Tengen, who had gotten to her feet. You knew, didn't you? Or at least you suspected this was coming. Tengen's reply was a sad stare in response. Pity. And that look lit a fire in his stomach. Bold of you to turn away from an opponent such as I. Kenjaku tilted his head slightly, instincts older than memory guiding his movements. The woman's second backhand swung with lethal precision, missing his face by mere inches as he twisted away. Before his balance could fully return, he retaliated, a straight kick aimed at her knee. The kick stopped, halting at the same invisible barrier that had foiled his previous strike. Not unexpected. He'd anticipated this, expected it even, and it only fueled the grin that tugged at his lips. Using the leverage, he flipped backward, voice low and venomous as he spat, "Cursed technique, divergent self." His body contorted unnaturally midair. Skin split apart, muscles tore, and bones cracked under the strain. Pain, raw and searing, threatened to overwhelm him, but he endured. The gruesome transformation was swift as skin regrew, muscles knitted, and broken bones mended. By the time Kenjaku landed, there were two of him, identical in every detail, from the red locks that hid most of the face he wore, to the folds in the clothing. The woman tilted her head, an infuriatingly calm expression on her face as she studied his newly doubled form. Those unblinking, predatory eyes tore into him, peeling away layers with their gaze. "That was utterly disgusting to watch," she said, her tone almost playful. But it resulted in something as beautiful as its formation was disgusting. Her smile was unnerving, sharp and deliberate, and then she spoke again, her words cutting deeper than any blade. "This isn't just a simple clone, is it?" She squinted as she peered past her white lashes. "It's you, split perfectly, yet completely whole. Why, I wonder?" Her rapid breakdown froze Kenjaku's cold heart. She had unraveled the essence of his technique with a single glance, while he was still grasping at fragments of theories about hers. He shook the uncertainty away. That was fine, he planned to test those theories now anyway. A steadying breath, then he charged. His clone followed close behind, mirroring his every step. The woman didn't flinch, didn't move, her serene smile unwavering as she watched him approach with those eerie blue eyes. Kenjaku struck first, a blow aimed at her face. She avoided it with minimal effort, her head tilting just out of reach. He widened his palm, obscuring her vision, and used the distraction to leap. Simultaneously, his clone slid low beneath him, aiming a cursed energy-fueled kick at her shin. A blow meant to cripple, to shatter. Instead, it stopped, just as his previous two attacks did. Her invisible barrier blocked physical attacks that came within 6 inches from her body, regardless of where the blow was coming from or the direction. He paid for that knowledge as her hand snapped upward with blinding speed. Her iron grip locked around his forearm, halting his momentum in midair. The clone skidded back, retreating into a defensive stance, but she paid it no mind. Her focus remained solely on him. "I'm curious, you know," she said, her voice soft yet cutting, clear amusement lacing her tone. Kenjaku futilely lashed out with his free hand, aiming strikes at her ribs, her throat, and her head. She ignored every blow, each one landing on the space between them without effect, as though her body was beyond his ability to perceive or even hurt. With a sharp tug, she pulled him closer, her grip unrelenting. Then, in one fluid motion, she seized his head with both hands and forced him to his knees. Panic surged through him. He understood her intent before she even finished her movement. Kenjaku thrashed violently, his limbs a flurry of strikes and kicks, desperation bleeding into every motion. But it was useless. Her strength was absolute, her hold unbreakable. Her smile widened into something feral, her piercing blue eyes gleaming with unsettling delight till it was all he could see. "What would happen," she mused, her tone now light with sadistic curiosity, "if I did this?" She began to apply pressure, her hands clamping down on his skull like a vice. The first crack of bone was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it sent a jolt of pain shooting through his body. Kenjaku's curse energy flared instinctively, his body glowing faintly as he pushed every ounce of cursed energy into reinforcing himself, yet it was useless. He felt his left eye pop out of its socket as the force increased. The clone remained frozen, watching the scene, while Kenjaku struggled. "Fascinating technique," she said, tilting her head again. Her focus never wavered, her eyes locked onto Kenjaku as though he were a puzzle she was eager to solve. "You can split yourself, divide your essence entirely. But how far does that division go?" Kenjaku felt his vision blur, her grip tightening as his reinforced skull continued to give under the pressure. His eardrums burst as the ears were compacted. His jaw and sharply defined chin were pulverized, turning his face into a mess. This woman, whoever and whatever she was, couldn't be human. A growl escaped him, guttural and raw, as he drew power from the depths of his reserves. His mouth moved without thought, chanting a technique meant as much to free him as to destroy her. But before he could complete it, she spoke again. "Shall we find out?" The ground beneath them trembled. An unstoppable force met a very movable object, and it didn't take it long to move. Kenjaku's skull exploded in her palms and his scream and chant ended all at once. All that was left of his head was bloody mist, with remnants of blood, bone, and brain fragments as they scattered in the air. Some hovered a few inches away from the woman's skin. Then she turned to the clone, to Kenjaku, and smiled at whatever she saw. "How fascinating. It is still you." The 6 eyes told true then. There is no difference between the clone and the original. You are both real in every essence of the word. She clapped her hands together, a smile written on her features. "How delightful. Now, what next?" Kenjaku's eyes drifted to Tengen's behind the woman, and he suddenly understood Tengen's stare of pity. Tengen had been scared for him. What sort of a monster had his old friend released upon him? She fought with a level of brutality that was rare, but what worried him the most were those eyes. Eyes that seemed to see and understand all. What could he do with such eyes? What is your name? Kenjaku asked as he walked to the side, attempting to flank the woman. She smiled, her eyes following him, but she didn't turn her head when he passed her line of sight. Gojo Nozomi. But you should not worry about that. You're not going to live long enough to ever need that particular knowledge. Kenjaku did not bother with a response. Instead, the moment he left her line of sight, he whispered his curse technique beneath his breath and split once again. But this time, there were 4 of them, and Kenjaku felt a hole in all 4 guts at the expenditure of cursed energy. I recognize you, do you know that? The woman started with a conversational tone. While this is my first time seeing you, Tengen has talked about you enough that I can recite your favorite poems and meals off the top of my head, which makes me curious. Why would you betray your friend? Kenjaku had already formulated 100 distracting answers, but the woman waved them off before he could even speak them. Don't waste your breath. Whatever explanations you offer, it's already irrelevant. Her smile sharpened, her tone carrying a promise. Come at me, the creature named Kenjaku, and show me what a sorcerer with your experience is capable of, for I suspect. Her eyes gleamed with unshakable certainty mixed with a feral light. The moment I decide to make the first move, this fight ends, she continued as she faced the one body that had walked into her line of sight. Kenjaku obliged her. So far, he knew physical attacks were redundant. They didn't get past whatever barrier she had. But there were other cards to play. 2 clones charged her from behind, as quietly as possible. Then they lunged again, this time aiming varying blasts of raw cursed energy at the back of her head. Pure beams of energy designed to overwhelm even the most skilled sorcerers. But she didn't dodge. Instead, she spun to face it and stretched out her 2 arms to catch the blast with her bare hands. The energy sizzled and crackled, distorting the air around her, but she absorbed the blows effortlessly. The cursed energy dissipated, leaving not a mark on her flawless skin. Halted once again by her barrier, it was evident that not even raw cursed energy could get past it. It was not simply a kinetic barrier but also an energy one. A split second later, she was in front of the 2 clones. Too fast for what should have been a simple movement, her hands lashed out, and she buried both limbs into the chest cavities of the 2 clones before ripping her arms out in a brutal display of gore and viscera that sprinkled everywhere except on her figure. Then she opened her hands, revealing the 2 still beating hearts. With a mad grin and a flex of her arms, the hearts burst in her hand, and not even slowing down, she spun on the spot in a kick, her back heel obliterating the heads of his 2 clones in a single devastating and vicious blow that turned their heads into mist. Those eyes again. Somehow without looking, she had known the exact positions and spots the 2 clones had been. The angle and velocity of their attacks. That was why she allowed him to leave her sight. Allowed him the delusion of him activating his technique behind her had been hidden. The woman remained where she stood, watching the body that had faced her with that same infuriating smile. She brushed her hands together as though dusting them off after a mundane chore. You're resourceful, she remarked, her voice tinged with amusement. But you're not fighting me. Not really. You're testing me. Probing for weakness. She tilted her head, her eerie blue eyes narrowing slightly. I'll save you the trouble, I've none. Kenjaku grimaced, wiping blood from his mouth. The rapid deaths of too many were taking a toll. His mind raced, piecing together theories and countermeasures. She hadn't countered his cursed energy, she'd simply negated it. He had fought people who possessed some kind of barrier curse technique before, but never on this level. No human, no sorcerer, should be capable of such precision, of such a barrier that negated and inviolate any attack. To calculate and account for that much variance in attacks and divergence was too much. Eerie blue eyes stared down at him like an insect. I came down to those eyes again. What are you? He asked, his voice rough. Her smile grew wider. Wouldn't you like to know? She moved then, and Kenjaku barely had time to react. One moment, she was standing still, the next, she was upon him, her speed blinding. He raised his arms instinctively in a block, but he was too slow. She slipped beneath his guard with disgusting ease. The blow slammed into his chest, and the force behind it caved it in, sending him skidding backward, his feet carving trenches into the earth. His clone charged, unleashing a flurry of attacks from every angle, its strikes coordinated and precise. But she moved through them effortlessly, her body twisting and contorting with an almost unnatural fluidity. Like she could see everything. Every blow missed its mark, her movements a dance. She was toying with them, with him. Kenjaku snarled, weaving hand signs in rapid succession. Curse technique, interwoven labyrinth. His clone jumped back, while the woman looked on in curiosity as the technique took effect with her at the center. The air around them warped, shifting as layers of glass unfolded like blooming flowers. The space distorted, creating a maze of reflective surfaces and twisting paths that would confuse even the most perceptive sorcerer or curse. There was silence, and for a moment, Kenjaku dared to feel a flicker of hope. Within the labyrinth, he and his clone could strike from any direction, their attacks amplified by the pseudo-domain technique. But then she laughed. A soft and beautiful sound that sent chills down his spine. As interesting as it is to see you possess two innate techniques in one body, the fact that you think this will contain me is insulting, she stated, her voice echoing within the maze. Her hand reached out, and the nearest glass shattered. Kenjaku's eyes widened as he felt true fear for the first time. This wasn't just strength, for Kenjaku had faced the strong. It was dominance. A near-complete disregard for the rules of cursed energy and techniques. "You're out of your depth," she said, stepping through the maze as though it didn't exist, her presence destroying and rendering the technique useless as she made a slow beeline for him. "But don't worry, little sorcerer. Age does not necessarily translate into power, and I'm here to teach you that." She disappeared from his perception despite how impossible it should have been with his technique in effect, her presence vanished entirely. Then, out of nowhere, he felt a soft breath against his hair as it stirred his red locks. "Lesson 1, she whispered. "Know when to run and when to hide." Before he could react, her knee drove into his spine like a hammer, launching him through one of his own barriers with bone-rattling force. He hit the ground hard, but he forced himself up, ignoring the pain coursing through his body. He barely managed to stabilize when she appeared again, silent as a shadow. This time, she was directly in front of him, slightly to the side, her movements impossibly fluid. "Lesson 2, know that there is always a bigger monster than you." Her hand snapped out, seizing his arm with surgical precision. With a brutal twist and pull, she tore it from the socket in a grotesque eruption of blood. Then she used the severed limb to flog him over the head, sending him to the ground. Her foot slammed into his chest with crushing power, driving him further into the ground and leaving a crater beneath his broken body. Blood sprayed from his mouth in a sickening torrent, painting the dirt as he gasped and choked. Lesson 3, at a certain stage, skill and experience are nothing in the face of sheer overwhelming power, she finished, her tone almost pitying. Her smile remained, although her eyes lost their maniacal light as boredom began to creep in once again. She discarded the limb in her hand with a flick, like garbage. Kenjaku's gaze flickered to the slumped figure of Tengen, fear worming his way into him, pain clouding his senses, and dread enveloping him as he tried his best to ignore the monster above him. He was not a fool. He recognized when victory was out of his grasp, and for now, there was no point in continuing a fruitless struggle. So, instead, he chose to speak to the one person who had been a thorn in his side, his voice barely masking the pain and fear. "Why do you fight this, Tengen?" he asked, his tone pleading, desperate. "Your barriers, your immortality, they are wasted in stagnation. Discard the star plasma vessel and your humanity. Fulfill your role, and let us reshape this world together." The Gojo, with her foot pressed firmly against his chest, scoffed at his words with a huff. She shifted slightly, applying more pressure, but paused the moment Tengen's voice rang out. "We have two different goals, Kenjaku." Tengen's voice was calm. "I don't know when or where we diverged, but my barriers are not for shaping humanity, not for turning people into something else, just to see how it plays out. My purpose has always been simpler, and more grounded. My immortality to teach and guide. My barriers to protect, to bolster. Not to indulge in some sick, grandiose vision for the world." Kenjaku's lips curled into a scowl, anger overthrowing fear and pain as his eyes narrowed in silent fury at the defiance. He wasn't a stranger to rejection, but Tengen's refusal stung in a way that irritated him, cutting deeper than the physical blows he'd endured. "And what happens next time, then?" Kenjaku hissed at her, his voice dark and dripping with venom. "We are both immortal. Your helper isn't. You will be alone then, Tengen, and I'll be back." Kenjaku allowed his eyes drift up to the woman to measure her response to his words. To the Gojo with the unshakable smile. She merely stared at him, her expression unreadable. It was clear she wasn't concerned. Her smile didn't falter, and she made no move to intervene, even as Kenjaku's words took on a sharper edge. "And I would be here, waiting," Tengen replied coolly, her voice calm, almost serene in its finality. "My barriers are woven into the fabric of Japan itself, at such a scale that they skim the tapestry of fate itself. I need only add a little, something. A small touch, at great cost to myself." She lifted her hand, fingers brushing through the air as if she touched and felt something only she was aware of, and her smile deepened. Kenjaku's brow furrowed as he tried to piece together the implications of her words, but hardly made any progress with the Gojo above him. "What are you saying?" Tengen turned to face him once more, but before she could speak, the Gojo interrupted. "You keep mentioning the fact that you will be back. Is it because of the clone that is running off?" Kenjaku felt ice trail down his spine, and the woman twisted her heel into his chest with a grin. "I can see him. I can see everything in my range, and he is still deep into it. It's only going to take a second. She knew she had always known. She had seen through his distraction for what it was but had kept quiet so she could see and savor the fear and anguish on his face. Goodbye, little sorcerer. This was fun. Kenjaku slammed his hands together, desperation fueling his movements the moment his chest was completely crushed and the woman's feet obliterated his heart. Domain expansion. The Gojo tilted a brow in amusement, while Tengen yelled. The child. The star plasma vessel. A split second later, as the black bubble of the domain surrounded them, the woman disappeared above him, but Kenjaku was not worried. This body was dead. All he had to do was keep up the domain long enough for the other body to escape. Know when to run and hide, she said, and Kenjaku was a fast learner with the patience of centuries. It would take him years to ingrain the second lesson as deeply. The black sphere lasted for long seconds, then suddenly cracks spread, and continued to spread, before with a heave, the whole thing crumbled from the inside, revealing the Gojo, with the star plasma vessel in her hands, and Tengen beside her. The white-haired woman looked into the distance and frowned. He's out of my range, Lady Tengen, but that does not matter. Give me an hour and I'll dig him out of whatever hole he has dug himself into and crush him beneath my feet once more. Tengen let out a chuckle. You underestimate Kenjaku, my dear Nozomi. If he doesn't want to be found, not even your six eyes could hope to detect him. Nozomi huffed again like a spoiled child denied a gift, and Tengen let out a chuckle once more as she sat down and rested her back. Nozomi was her best student. Yet even she had underestimated the girl. The power of the six eyes and the limitless technique being wielded by the same person. Yet, as Kenjaku said, he would be back, but Tengen's rebuttal had not been an empty dare. She turned to the petulant girl with eyes that gazed into the distance. I would bind you to my fate and that of the plasma vessel, with your permission, Nozomi-san. The girl turned back to her, bare traces of interest on her face. How? My earlier words were not an empty boast. The barrier surrounds all of Japan and schemes at our fate. A side effect of such a grand working of this scale that would shock even gods. It is still fresh enough that I can manipulate it in my favor, therefore binding your eyes to my protection. The girl stared at her for an extra second with amusement before turning away. Do as you will, Lady Tengen. It doesn't matter. I do hope one of my descendants faces him once again. Oh, what fun to be had, don't you think? The girl finished as she shifted her focus to where Tengen and Jiki stood, and smiled at them. Chapter 68, Chapter 68. The memory ground to a halt with a rough screech, like a recording that someone had roughly slammed the stop button on before ripping out the plug from the socket, tearing the tape loose, and breaking it with a sledgehammer. Yet, it didn't stop the image they both saw, Nozomi Gojo staring Jiki right in the eyes. I don't suppose that happened originally? Jiki asked without much fanfare, returning the time-locked woman's stare with ease. There was a long pause as Tengen gathered its thoughts. This is not a memory I go back to often, but I wouldn't know. She saw us, saw me, Jiki noted clinically as he continued to stare at the woman. Cut her hair a bit shorter, add a few inches to her height, and bulk up her build the slightest bit, and she was an exact replica of Satoru. That should be impossible. These are two different time zones. She's just a memory. Tengen trailed off, looking both interested and worried at the same time. Yet this is the six eyes in question. Its visual prowess is only matched and surpassed by your own eyes. Factor in the fact that the barrier I'm using to share this memory is one of the four major barriers that surround Japan, and with how I tied the six eyes into the fate of Japan. It doesn't matter. Jiki finally turned away from the ancient Gojo and to Tengen. You offered a seat earlier. I would have it now. Tengen stared at him in surprise for a moment, then she interpreted his reply for what it was, an outstretched hand. Then, she smiled in response. Of course. And with those words, the memory fragmented, hexagonal panels flipping over, changing from part of a scene and reversing into a plain white panel. Revealing the seats, the low table, and the tree. Without any pomp, Jiki allowed himself to sink into the seat, then he turned to face Tengen as she sat opposite him and poured them both a cup. As the tea flowed from the kettle to the pot, Jiki realized this was the second time he was having tea with a sorcerer as old as sand. Yet, unlike with the head Miko, this particular sorcerer had been hiding from him for years. As he took a sip of the tea, he took the time to replay the memory he had just viewed in his head. With the aid of the photographic ability of the Sharingan, he didn't miss a single detail, and his prodigious mind went to work. This was not the last time I faced Kenjaku alongside a Six Eyes user, but this set a tone for every other fight, till he stopped bothering to come. I thought. I hoped he had discarded those plans and moved on. It seems I was wrong if he is truly on the move again. Tengen spoke, but he was not listening. Not truly. He heard the words and compartmentalized them to deconstruct later, but in the present, his mind was unraveling another puzzle. Kenjaku was older than Japan. Which meant, besides raw power, he was the most experienced and most likely the most skilled sorcerer on the planet. But as Gojo Nozomi displayed, in the face of raw power on the magnitude they played with, simple skill was not enough to surpass that. The man was very much aware of that, especially with Satoru running about. That was why he was being overly overt. Only attacking in the wake of others and slipping past others' attention. Yet, for someone that had been active for centuries yet had remained quiet, he was suddenly making a lot of moves during the past couple of years. What changed? Seeing he was going nowhere with that, he changed angles. Another troubling fact, Kenjaku was very much aware of the barriers, yet he had not touched them, which meant his plans were still ongoing. That was less troubling than the fact that he also had a way of using multiple innate curse techniques even with a single body. The men said he changed bodies, so did he carry over techniques from the bodies he used? Most likely, but he could not say for certain. Even if he did, there had to be a limit to it. After over a millennium, he should have changed bodies more than 100 times. Jiki found it hard to believe not even one of those bodies had a counter for infinity. If Jiki was woken up from sleep, he could immediately call out at least 3 ways to get past his cousin's invulnerability. Yet Kenjaku had only used 2 techniques against Gojo Nozomi, which meant that he didn't possess the full repertoire of techniques. This meant he either had the ability to keep a couple of techniques or, more likely, he retained the techniques of the last couple of bodies he used. So if he was being optimistic, Kenjaku had 3, an extra he had not bothered to use, knowing they were useless against Nozomi Gojo. If he was being pessimistic, Kenjaku had 5 techniques. Now the question remained, was it the same techniques? Or could he somehow switch them out and replace them? All questions he would have been better poised to answer if he knew how the sorcerer was storing the techniques in the first place. I can almost physically feel you think. Jiki raised his head and stared at the 4-eyed creature that used to be a beautiful woman. Yet, she didn't seem bothered by his stare and attention for a second. There's an air of intensity about you, lethality in its purest form. Human. It multiplies whenever you focus on something. Interested in sharing your thoughts? Jiki dropped his now empty cup. How does he store multiple techniques in the same body? Tengen frowned as she thought before speaking. I don't know for certain. I've seen him fight before, and even when pushed, he used a single technique. So his ability to store techniques is not innate, then, Jiki concluded. It was something he got centuries after you met him. Ah, that theory has some weight. Kenjaku was a pioneer of science and the scientific method in general. Yet his experiments were usually grotesque and without much care for their participants. Just like Orochimaru, Jiki muttered to himself. Now, my next question is simple. He stared at Tengen. Why? Tengen looked confused for a bit before replying. Why what? Jiki continued to stare at the creature. Silent, yet judgmental. Like the head Miko had said, Tengen and Kenjaku had been friends. A friendship that would have damned Tengen. Yet Tengen had opened her memories to him in a way that not even Jiki could ever share, and they had been her memories. Pure and undiluted, with no mix-ups, no edits. He was the premier on illusions, he would have known if the memory was tampered with. Which meant that Kenjaku had truly tried to kill Tengen. No, it wasn't death by the literal definition. It was a metamorphosis, whereby whatever came out as a result would not necessarily be Tengen but something more than a sorcerer. That unattainable height that sorcerers sought, deification. An imaginary god. It didn't take long for Tengen to decipher his question itself. Ah, you're wondering why I don't talk about him. Tengen let out a self-deprecating chuckle. I guess it's because, in the end, he remained my first and only friend. Even after his attempt, it didn't change that, and I had found a way to stop his plans in their tracks permanently with my manipulation of fate. Jiki shook his head in response as his prodigious mind started to fill in the gaps. You had a stopgap measure with no backup plans. A stopgap measure that has been rendered void, hasn't it? Tengen smiled at his realization. I knew you'd realize it soon after watching my memories. Yes, the moment Amanai was killed by the one that fate had no hold over, fate shattered. Jiki continued, the answer to one of his questions lining up and taking shape. A star plasma vessel was killed before you could merge. You have lost your humanity, evolving into something other. The first step of Kenjaku's plan had been achieved, and all he had to do was wait. That was why he only started moving now. One part of a puzzle had automatically resolved itself, the most troubling part in fact, and Kenjaku had already begun to move, which meant the immortal had planned for this. Planned for when fate broke, planned for gods know how long. Meanwhile, Tengen had been content to sit on its laurels. Your enemy has been plotting for centuries, waiting for this perfect chance, and you've done absolutely nothing in reply. Jiki put his thoughts to words, an incredulous tone staining his voice. Tengen turned to the side, unwilling to face Jiki. You have no countermeasures, no plan B. I have Gojo Satoru. My cousin might be the strongest sorcerer in the modern age, but he is not infallible. Kenjaku has been beaten by the wielder of the 6 eyes before, he would be prepared for it. Jiki hissed out in annoyance, his composure breaking as he was met with a level of stupidity and nonchalance he could not fathom. That is where you come in, Tengen continued. It is one of the major reasons why, even though I have kept you at arm's reach, I have always been a vocal supporter of yours. Then why didn't you tell this to us? Jiki asked, his anger turning to confusion. You believe we are your allies, yet after fate broke and your original plan was destroyed, you didn't come to us to talk about all of this. We could have hunted him down early, before he had the chance to put whatever schemes he planned into work. Instead, it took me threatening to call down a god's wrath on you before you decided to speak. Tengen remained quiet. Jiki stared at it, incredulity etched into every line of his face. For the very first time, his carefully maintained facade of apathy was utterly destroyed. The sheer stupidity of Tengen's silence breaking through it. Slowly, though, he forced himself to regain his composure. His features smoothed out until he was staring back at the four-eyed sorcerer with total apathy. Then he stood up, turned away, and began to walk. Where are you going? Jiki called back over his shoulder without turning. His voice was soft but sharp. You've left me no other choice, Master Tengen. If you want salvation for this world, it will not come through blind faith in the strongest. It will come through action. Mine. And with that, he walked out, leaving the immortal sorcerer to its thoughts. It had been a while since he was this relaxed. He had sat down under the tree long enough for its pink leaves to begin to settle on his shoulders. He looked out at the field ahead of him and felt the memories play. Maki sparring with a more naive Yuta. Toge and Panda, laughing at something the furred cursed puppet had said, while he sat under the tree, a fair distance away from them as he meditated on his control over Amaterasu and its variant, Kagetsuchi. His nostalgia ended with the soft whump of displaced air that heralded Satoru's arrival. The school is still standing, so I assume you were able to talk to Tengen this time, Satoru began as he stood above him and slightly to the side. An ever-reliable and solid presence. Jiki had wondered what would happen if he had been forced to go through with his promise. Would Satoru have stopped him, or just sat and watched with a bottle of soda and a kimchi in hand? In hindsight, he already knew the answer to that. More or less. I found out a lot of things about Kenjaku. Enough to make me worried. While Kenjaku might not be Orochimaru, or he might be a parallel version, just like the many similarities Jiki had noted already, they were close enough that Jiki had a model of them in. Orochimaru with over 1,000 years of preparation and experimentation was not something he wanted to think about, considering what the snake did with barely a decade. I think you should sit down for this. Satoru gave him a weird look that was only partially hidden by his eye wrap but finally acquiesced to his wishes and dropped beside him. With that done, Jiki told his tale. A tale where he didn't bother to leave a single thing out, his photographic memory recalling every detail. And from the very beginning, when he revealed the approximate time that Kenjaku was supposedly active, Satoru froze in shock. The more he continued, the more he could almost feel Satoru's disbelief, a disbelief held back by the simple fact that Jiki was the one telling the tale. I read about her, Satoru interrupted him halfway. Gojo Nozomi. But in her journals, she made no mention of Kenjaku, only about her refinement of Limitless. Jiki nodded as he continued his tale. He was not the slightest bit surprised. The woman didn't seem like someone who cared about scholarly pursuits. The look she had on her face during the fight was one that Jiki had seen once, when Satoru killed Yorozu. Like all things, his tale came to an end, and Jiki looked up to realize the sun was down. In the next hour or two, it would be night. The two of them sat in long silence as Satoru digested his words. Are you sure I can't go back and kill him? Satoru asked with all seriousness. Jiki didn't bother to ask who his cousin was talking about. The one that fate had no hold over. Toji Fushiguro, whose complete and total lack of cursed energy freed him from the shackles of fate. The person most like Jiki, yet for different reasons. I doubt Kenjaku was behind that. If he had a hand in it, then I doubt it would have been successful considering Tengen's working. It was just bad luck, and Kenjaku was simply prepared for the possibility of something like that happening. Fine. Anyway, I've had him training Toge, so it would be weird to go killing Toge's substitute teacher so soon. Jiki's eyes widened at that information, and Satoru smirked in response before dropping another statement. Maki fought Sukuna too. Held him down with minimal collateral damage and no loss of life, long enough for Yuji to regain control. At this point, Jiki barely bothered with his mask, and Satoru gave him a smile. You've been so laser-focused, you've let everything fall to the side. Your friends included. But that's for you to sort out with the one rushing over here now, Satoru said as he stood up and shook off the leaves. Jiki let out a chuckle in response. He could almost feel the ground tremble as she ran toward them. It was an abuse of the gates, but he didn't have the heart to tell her that. Not when he was likely to receive a blow to the kidney first. Anyway, I'll see you back at home. I heard we have a meeting with Yukitake, and I'll need to say hello to Aiko too, I suppose. Satoru turned away but stopped mid-step. Oh, I almost forgot. The Kyoto Sister School Exchange event is coming up in a bit. I don't suppose you've changed your stance on attending. Jiki had not bothered with the first one. It felt too much like the Chunin exams, and he was Gojo Jiki, formerly Uchiha Itachi. He had nothing to prove anymore, especially while not competing against a group of children. Jiki shrugged, and Satoru laughed in response. We can bring up Kenjaku there with everyone gathered. Anyway, good luck. The thundering footsteps had gotten closer. Satoru smirked. You'll need it. Then his cousin disappeared, and his disappearance revealed that his body had been hiding her, as Jiki finally caught sight of a furious dark-haired girl with amber eyes. Jiki. Maki's voice was a thunderclap, and her presence was the accompanying storm. Her amber eyes locked onto him, and Jiki swore he could feel the weight of her fury from across the courtyard. Her hand rested on the fur-hilted blade at her side, and her short dark hair swayed with each anger-fueled step she took toward him. Emi followed behind her, head bowed, hands wrung together. It wasn't hard to figure out she had been Maki's first victim. Jiki glanced at the nearest exit. Calculating. Too far. Amped up with the gates as she was, she'd catch him in a straight sprint before he made it halfway. He sighed, resigning himself to the incoming storm as she closed the distance. Nice to see you too, Maki, he said smoothly, his voice soft, an attempt at placating her. Don't you dare, she growled, stopping just short of shoving him. This close, she was forced to look up at him, but it didn't reduce her menace in the slightest. Her blade remained sheathed at her lower back, but the way her knuckles whitened around its hilt told him she'd considered drawing it. You disappear again without a word. You don't answer calls. You don't leave notes. And then you just show up like nothing's wrong. I've been busy, Maki, Jiki replied, his tone maddeningly calm. Her glare hardened. You're part of this team, Jiki. You don't just get to vanish whenever it suits you just because you're busy. What happened to the teamwork you pushed us so hard for? Jiki sighed. If he didn't throw her off now, he'd never hear the end of this. You're right. I owe you all an apology. Maki blinked and took a step back, thrown off by the unexpected admission. Her grip on her blade loosened slightly, though her anger didn't dissipate. Wah. He quickly cut her off before she could recover. I should have reached out at least, but the work consumed me. I've been busy chasing leads on someone who hurt me. She took another step back, the fire in her eyes dimming along with her hold on the gates. I didn't know. You didn't tell me anything. Emi stared at him with wide eyes but remained silent, understanding that he was trying to calm the amber-eyed not-zenin. You're right, I should have said something at least, Jiki continued, his voice steady but tinged with regret. Everyone is dealing with a lot right now. You, with your sister. Maki flinched, but he acted ignorant as he continued. Toge, with Panda's death. Emi, with Tingen. Yuta, with trying to find a way to deal with Rika since he was unable to exorcise her. Maki recovered from his barrage and let out a frustrated growl, her grip loosening on her weapon as she turned sharply. Fine. Walk with me. Without waiting for a response, she marched ahead. Jiki let out a breath and with a smile at Emi, he followed at a leisurely pace, hands tucked into his pockets. That went much better than he expected, but he doubted he was completely out of the woods yet. They walked through the school grounds, the tension between the three of them easing slightly with every step. As they passed the training field, the sound of exertion and faint shouts caught their attention. Both turned to see Yuji, Megumi, and Nobara locked in intense practice for the upcoming Goodwill event. Yuji darted between targets with his characteristic energy. Nobara's hammer rang out with sharp precision as she fired nails into training dummies. Megumi sat cross-legged, his shadow rippling beneath him as something tried to pull itself out. Maki stopped, watching them with arms crossed. They're not bad, she admitted grudgingly. But they've got a long way to go. Jiki followed her gaze. They've got potential, he said, his tone neutral. I think they're good for their age, Emi added. They'll need more than potential considering what's been happening. And not to be biased, but we were better, Maki responded, her focus lingering on Yuji. Emi blushed at the subtle praise, which made Jiki smile again. I heard you fought and held back Sukuna, he noted. Maki turned to him with a familiar predatory smirk, her annoyance forgotten. I could have won if I wasn't worried about Yuji. Jiki glanced at her. Want to tell us about it? She shook her head. You're not escaping that easily. There are still a couple of weeks left till the Goodwill event. So we're going to have a get-together. All of us. She stared into the distance, and Jiki idly wondered if Yuta was going to make it. Are you both planning to join them for the event? If Master Tingen deems me fit, Emi replied. Of course, Maki said without hesitation. I'll be damned if I let them embarrass us in front of Kyoto. Jiki hummed thoughtfully. I suppose that means neither of you would be joining me, then. She turned to him, eyes narrowing. Joining you for what? I'm going to start hunting a certain person, he said plainly. Their brows shot up, but Maki was the first to speak. And you weren't going to tell anyone? I'm telling you now, he replied, unbothered by her annoyance. Maki stared at him, her jaw tightening. You're serious about this? Deadly. She clenched her fists, the fire in her eyes rekindling. Then I'm coming with you. Jiki stopped walking, turning to face her fully. You're not. Excuse me. You're needed here, he said, his voice firm. With neither Yuta nor myself around, someone has to watch out for the others, especially when you consider the fact that Tadu would be smarting from his loss against Yuta. I heard he also exorcised a special grade during the night parade. But. Jiki silenced her with a stare, then continued. Tadu won't rest. He would have stepped up his training intensity to match a fight with the both of us, but instead, he'll be left with just you. Do you understand? He'd be displeased. So fucking what? Jiki's reply was silence. Among their age group, Tadu was the most threatening in his eyes. Someone who had gotten this far without a clan name or backing. Someone trained by a special grade sorcerer. The young man had plateaued for a bit, then he had his loss against Yuta while knowing the greater threat that was Jiki was still present. Maki would be stupid to underestimate him. And Maki was many things, but stupid wasn't one of them. You really think you can do this alone? She finally asked, her voice low and dangerous. I've already started, he said simply. Maki took a step closer, her voice a venomous whisper. If you get yourself killed because of this, I won't mourn you, Jiki. I'll just be pissed that you left me to clean up the mess. That's fair, he said with a faint smile. If you need me, just say it, Jiki, Emi added. He turned to face her as she continued. I'll be there. Regardless of what Master Tingen thinks or wants. Jiki smiled at her, and she blushed in response. Thank you, Emi. That said, he turned around, resuming his pace. They walked in silence again until they reached the edge of the training field. Jiki paused, looking back at the amber-eyed hellion. Take care of all of them, Maki. She crossed her arms, glaring at him one last time. You're still an ass. I wouldn't dream of being anything else, he replied smoothly as he walked off, leaving Maki staring at his back in annoyance and Emi staring at his back in sadness. Chapter 69. Are you sure I have to leave? Aiko's voice was soft, and tinged with reluctance. Jiki looked down at her, his closest approximation of a steadfast smile on his lips, even if it was a practiced one. I won't be with the clan over the coming weeks. It's best for you to be in Shoko's care. Aiko stared at him for a long moment, her hand clasping his tightly. Even from her position on the bed, she managed to meet his gaze. She was one of the few who dared to do so. You've grown stress lines beneath your eyes, she noted, her tone disarmingly casual, causing him to blink in confusion before letting out a more natural chuckle. I hope they'd be gone by the time you woke. Seems they're a permanent feature now. Her hands untangled from his and stretched forward, reaching high enough to caress his face and the all-too-familiar stress lines beneath his eyes. They don't look all that bad, you know. He nodded in acceptance, though he felt no particular way about them. He had simply wished them gone for her sake. She must have seen something in his expression, because her voice dipped when she spoke next. I don't blame you, Jiki-kun. Those words almost made him jerk back. Innocent, absolving words meant to lift the burden from his shoulders. But he strangled the urge to retreat, his demeanor unbroken as he looked down at her. She was wrong. It was his fault. There was no other reason for Kenjaku to target the Gojo clan. No other reason old man Tatsumi had to die. This had happened because, for some unfathomable reason, Kenjaku had decided to poke him and see what would happen. His response to the slight had been swift, yet he doubted the immortal sorcerer had expected him to pursue like a bloodhound. His silence was reply enough, an indication of disagreement and guilt. Yet once again, sweet, innocent Aiko tried to shoulder that burden for him. A burden he had carried so long, he had forgotten its weight. Jik, a knock at the door interrupted her, one Jiki had been expecting. Come in, he responded without turning, already knowing who stood at the threshold. Yukitake Gojo slid the door open and offered a soft bow. The ambulance is here and ready to move Lady Aiko. Her protection detail has been gathered as well. All that's left is her presence. Lady Aiko, eh? Aiko chuckled at the title, and Jiki's lips twitched into a smile while Yukitake's face reddened. Lady was not a title typically used for a simple maid, but by now, it was clear to anyone who cared to know that Aiko was far more than that. Jiki stood as two more Gojo clansmen appeared behind Yukitake. With brief bows to him, they moved to the back of Aiko's bed and began to wheel her out. A few steps from the door, Aiko turned back to him one final time. Be careful, Jiki. Her face was a mask of worry, so he offered her a soothing smile. I will, he lied through his teeth. Yet it was enough for her to glow in response as she was wheeled out of sight. And like an actor who had played his part, Jiki's expression shifted. Gone were the soft smiles and squinted eyes. In their place were half-lidded, apathetic red orbs and a face carved from stone. Gojo Ukitake dropped to one knee, facing the ground. Our report is ready, Lord Heir. Jiki nodded. After his meeting with Tingen, he had assigned additional tasks to the clan's operatives, tasks that now bore fruit. And Satoru, he questioned. We received a report a few minutes ago. He should be here soon. Jiki's attention shifted. Through the window, he watched the guards lift Aiko into the ambulance, the doors slamming shut behind her. With a whirling kaleidoscope of red and blue lights, they departed, the van kicking up gravel as it sped away from the clan grounds. It didn't take long for Satoru to return. His older cousin had been busy alongside Maki, training and preparing their underclassmen for the exchange event, so his absence until now was no surprise. Jiki sat in the meeting room, having reverted to more traditional attire since Aiko's awakening. A matching black kimono and hakama draped his frame. He was cross-legged, mid-breath, when the familiar displacement of air signaled Satoru's arrival. He exhaled as he opened his eyes. Satoru. Jiki-kun, Satoru replied in a sing-song way as he collapsed into a seat. How was your reunion? Satoru questioned with a smirk. Judging by the lack of any injuries, seems like Maki has not hit you, yet. Which is fortunate for you because she has been improving. Especially in her manipulation of the gates. I think she might have passed the third gate even. Jiki's eyes widened at that. He had never honestly expected the ex-Zenin to get past more than the second so quickly, yet in less than a year, she had sped past the second to the third, and now she might have gotten to the fourth. He shook his head in exasperation. I admit that's a surprise, but we didn't speak much. Instead, we plan to meet for lunch or dinner sometime soon. The smirk on Satoru's face widened, and Jiki realized that he should have phrased that particular sentence differently. Oh, a date, is it? All of us would be present. I doubt it could possibly count as one. Yet Satoru was like a shark that had tasted blood and water and refused to let go. Instead, he tilted forward a bit. So a date with a bit of an audience. I didn't expect that from you, Jiki-kun. Jiki let out an exasperated sigh and looked up. At times like this, he missed Geto. The curse manipulation user would have been all too ready to fire back a rebuttal and take half the brunt of Satoru's teasing. Anyway, Satoru immediately changed the topic, a bit of seriousness leaking into his voice. What is the update on Kenjaku? A knock rang out at that particular moment, and the door slid to the side once more to reveal the very familiar features of Gojo Ukitake. Excellent timing, Jiki noted as the olderman took a step in. Clan leader. Lord Heir. Ukitake bowed the moment he stepped in. Satoru waved the formality aside. Ukitake, where have you been? I've been waiting here for hours. The other Gojo ignored the extremely blatant lie as he lowered himself to his seat. Apologies, he said with a look that was not the slightest bit apologetic. Ukitake stretched his hands into his robe before bringing them back out with two files. With deft movements, he passed them on to them. I have a summarized report on our findings written here, accompanied by pictures. Evidence that says something is coming. Something I suspect would be as dangerous as the night parade of 1,000 demons, if not more. Jiki and Satoru shared a glance before opening their respective folders as Ukitake continued to speak. We are still not certain about their plans, but we know they're planning something. Ukitake looked at the both of them before finishing, together. Jiki raised a delicate eyebrow at that. The three big clans never worked together on such a scale. There was too much rivalry, bad blood, and history for an attempt like that to work full scale. Even during the night parade of 1,000 demons, that had not changed. They had simply sectioned off different parts of the city to each other so they would have no reason to interfere with each other. It was a delicate balance that had been maintained for centuries, till now. We believe the newfound solidarity between the clans stems from two sources, their fear of the Gojo clan's rapid revival and the mystery figures observed visiting each clan's compound on separate occasions. Kindly refer to page 4 of your dossiers for the details. Jiki promptly flipped to the fourth page, his sharp gaze settling on the images. One side displayed a figure with broad shoulders, wrapped in a heavy cloak that obscured most of his face. Multiple photos captured him entering and exiting the Zenin compound. On the opposite page was a slimmer figure, similarly cloaked, entering the Kamo compound. Jiki's eyes darted between the two figures. He ignored the most obvious distinction, the broad-shouldered figure was a man, and the other was a woman. Instead, his brow furrowed as he honed in on the subtle similarities that tied them together. A man and a woman, Satoru noted, his tone laced with curiosity. A new organization, perhaps. Possible, Ukitake replied, but there are no sect markings, no clan symbols, no known affiliations to identify them. Jiki's focus sharpened on the images, his voice calm. The timestamps on these images differ. Yucatec nodded. Correct. The pictures from the Zenin compound are older, some dating back a few years. However, more recent photos show the woman visiting the Zenin, while the man appears to have stopped. Jiki's mind churned, piecing together fragments of information as Yucatec continued. We believe this organization might. It's one person, Jiki interrupted smoothly, his voice carrying an air of certainty. Yucatec visibly frowned at the statement, while Satoru's attention snapped to Jiki, the gears in his mind turning rapidly as he arrived at the same conclusion. You're suggesting it's Kenjaku? Satoru asked, his voice heavy with realization. Jiki nodded, his gaze never leaving the images. He has the means. Tengen's memories confirm he is a body hopper, though limited to inhabiting one body at a time. Think back to what you saw after the night parade. Remember what Yuta reported. Satoru's expression darkened as the memory surfaced. The blood trail leading away from the impact site of Geto's suicide. Jiki's voice was steady but edged with ice. And the men Yuta saw with the special grade cursed spirit. It aligns. The man was injured, possibly beyond what even his skill at reverse cursed technique could mend. If so, he would have been forced to abandon the body and transfer to another. The clans, unaware of his true nature, would remain oblivious, especially if he arranged for a replacement to seamlessly take over in his absence. Satoru's lips curled into a sharp grin, his sharp intellect catching up. That would explain the staggered appearances. The Kamo and Zenin compounds would never suspect a thing if he orchestrated it perfectly. Yucatec observed silently, his confusion apparent but his professionalism keeping him quiet as the cousins pieced the puzzle together. It's really him, then, Satoru said, his tone low but resolute. There's a 60% probability, Jiki replied, his voice measured, though Satoru could see through the practiced detachment. This is speculation built on theories exposed by Tengen's knowledge. Without that, we'd still be in the dark. Satoru gave a small nod. Even as a theory, it's a solid lead. It gives us something to work with. Jiki smiled. It was not a nice smile. Exactly. He's no longer a phantom. He bled, and we've picked up his trail. Turning to Yucatec, Jiki inclined his head in gratitude before standing and returning the dossier. I won't be needing this anymore. Are you sure? Jiki nodded and stared back at the men with pinwheel eyes that spun slowly, and the older man got it. Photographic memory. Jiki never forgot something he had seen. Never. All right then, Satoru stood up as well. Where do we start? Jiki raised another delicate brow at his cousin. We. Satoru gave him an amused smirk. You didn't think I would just sit back and watch you rampage on your hunt alone, did you? Jiki let out a softer smile as he looked at his cousin. It would be best. You're many things, Satoru, but none of them subtle. Before Satoru could give a rebuttal, Jiki continued, and Kenjaku is scared of you. That halted Satoru in his tracks, so Jiki continued. Maybe not you exactly, but I remember the look on his face with unmatched clarity. Fear. The first time he truly lost was against a Six Eyes and Limitless user. He was left scrambling in every way, he was toyed with and beaten like a child. It's not the kind of memory one forgets, especially when coupled with the fact that he has been in hiding ever since you became active. Jiki tilted his head slightly, the motion deliberate as he studied his cousin's reaction, his pinwheel eyes spinning slowly as if to bore into Satoru's thoughts. Satoru crossed his arms, his smirk fading into something more contemplative. Fear, huh? I mean, it makes sense. If I were him, I wouldn't want to deal with me either. That's precisely why you should let me handle this, Jiki replied, holding back a chuckle. Satoru's pride was only matched by his strength. Kenjaku expects you to act sometime. He's prepared for the Six Eyes and Limitless combination. Your presence alone would force him deeper into the shadows. He might even abandon whatever plans he's laid to avoid direct confrontation. Satoru's frown deepened, his jaw tightening slightly. And you think he'll just welcome you with open arms? Not at all, Jiki replied easily, amusement in his voice. But he doesn't fear me the way he fears you. He doesn't know me the way he knows you. I think that was why he went after Aiko, to build a better framework on me. But I don't know how much he got from that. Which makes me a bigger blind spot than you are, a variable he can't completely account for. If he shows himself to investigate, I'll have the upper hand. Satoru studied him, weighing his words carefully. Despite his casual demeanor, there was a sharpness in Satoru's posture that couldn't be ignored. Worry. And what happens when you find him? Satoru asked, his tone quieter now, almost cautious. Kenjaku isn't just some random sorcerer. He's lived for a long time and has been playing this game longer than anyone. I'm not sure special grade is enough to classify him. Jiki's expression didn't waver. I'm aware. Satoru didn't blink. Eerie blue eyes stared into menacing red and black eyes for a long second, and whatever he saw made him blink. Jiki continued, his face apathetic and voice calm but edged with something dark. Kenjaku's not invincible. He's bled before. He'll bleed again. Satoru sighed, his posture relaxing as he leaned back against the table. Fine. I'll stay out of it, for now. But don't think for a second I won't step in if things go south. I wouldn't expect anything less, Jiki replied with a faint smile. Yukitake, who had remained silent during their exchange, finally spoke. If this is the plan, I can mobilize to assist. Tracking the new female figure won't be easy, but with the evidence we've gathered, we can narrow down his movements. That would be too slow, especially when I can go knock on either clan's front door. Satoru and Yukitake exchanged a glance. How about you let Yukitake continue what he's doing? He's gotten us this far already. Jiki looked between the two of them and gave a soft smile. Fine, he lied through his teeth for the second time. It had been over a month, Toge recollected. He stood crouched above a 5-story residential block. Beneath him slept people who had no true idea of what went bump in the daytime, or the even greater monsters that went bump during the night. Toge could never understand how they lived like that, with such complete and utter delusion and disregard for the truth of the world. All his life, all he had ever known was curses. And as he stood beneath the glow of the full moon, shining behind him and sending the silhouettes of two figures to the side, he felt curses roil and boil in the viscera of his guts as he waited. Waited for his chance. They're almost here, a bored voice called from behind him. He sent a glance back, confirming Toji's presence. Toji yawned before staring at him like he would rather be on his sofa watching a soap opera. This wasn't Toji's fight. The fact that his erstwhile teacher was even here at all was more than he would have requested. Instead, he refocused his attention on the road and the car driving down the plain and empty asphalt. They had chosen this road specifically because of how isolated it generally was at this time, removing the need for activating a barrier that his target would likely sense and realize something was awry. Yet no plan ever survived first contact. They had expected a single car driving down the road, not a two-man convoy. Which meant he couldn't accurately identify which car belonged to his opponent, not with how unrefined his ability to pinpoint cursed energy signatures was compared to someone like Jiki. Another glance back, and he frowned the moment he saw a smirk on Toji's face. A smirk that made him reconsider if this was truly chance or if Toji had withheld that particular information. It didn't matter, he realized as he turned back to the pair of cars. If Toji did this knowingly, then it was his way of teaching him something about the unpredictability of intel. Or the intel could truly just be wrong, considering Jiki had put Toji's favorite handler and informant in a coma. It didn't matter, he returned to the conclusion as he remembered Panda's furred smile, the memory sparking his cursed energy and technique, enhancing his focus as he acted. Lacing his voice with cursed energy while focusing his reinforcement on his vocal cords slowly, Toge Inamaki whispered. Crush. The moment the word left his lips, reality itself raped. A low, tortured groan reverberated through the air as the roof of the first car caved inward, collapsing under an unseen force. Metal screamed in protest, folding like paper, as though the vehicle were caught in the grip of an enormous, invisible hand. Yet Toge wasn't satisfied. The effect of the first word was still in place, but he couldn't risk any of the occupants surviving. With a sharp intake of breath, he amplified his next words straight from his vocal cords, an act that helped to modulate the power put into each word. Twist. The crushed car spun violently on its axis, the force of the two cursed commands working in tandem. Two weaker curses amplifying and feeding back off each other in a way that would have had him retire for the night, if not outright damage his throat for weeks. The vehicle convulsed, folding, and twisting grotesquely, its structure warping under an unimaginable pressure. Glass shattered and rained down like crystal shards as the car's frame continued to contort. The shrieks of metal grinding against metal were almost drowned out by the panicked cries of the men inside. Cries that were abruptly silenced as the car was reduced to a grotesque, blood-streaked husk. The second car, trailing behind, skidded to a halt with a sharp squeal of tires, spinning out of control before jerking to a stop. It came dangerously close to the mangled remains of the first vehicle, now a warped mass of steel. For a brief moment, the crushed car hung suspended midair, still under the lingering effects of Toge's commands. Blood oozed from its cracks, dripping steadily onto the pavement below. Then with a final, heavy thud, the ruined vehicle crashed to the ground. Silence fell over the street, then a sharp whistle broke the quiet, pulling Toge's focus behind him. You just killed 3 men, Toji remarked, voice casual but laced with amusement. The older man squatted beside him, his scarred lips twisting his grin into something that was all teeth. Didn't even flinch doing it. Toge didn't respond, his face a mask of focus. The strain of his technique was lesser, but it was still felt as his throat ached. The silence didn't last. The doors of the second car burst open as 3 figures scrambled out. 2 were younger men in suits, their hands twitching and heads pivoting. The third was an older man, dressed in a traditional kimono. Elder Hinamaki. He had missed. He could feel Toji's grin widen even further as the older man spoke. What will you do now, little Inamaki, and how far would you go? Chapter 70. Elder Hinamaki was a man who perfectly embodied his status as a higher-up. He was traditional, rigid, and uncompromising. His once jet-black hair had long since turned snow-white, a shift that started at the roots to the tips. Normally, it would have been slicked back in an effort to appear composed and in control, but today it was a disheveled mess, a mop of unruly strands framing a face deeply creased with the passage of time. His expression, a mix of worry and confusion, made the laugh lines around his mouth appear almost ironic in the current moment. One of the suited men standing beside him turned to inspect the wreckage of the first car, his movements worried and lacking the smoothness of a professional. From his vantage point, Toji couldn't hear their conversation, nor could he make out more than fragmented gestures. The suited man said something to Economy, and whatever it was, it struck a nerve. The elder's brown eyes began to dart nervously, scanning the alleyways that stretched like arteries from their position. He was searching for something or someone. Toji glanced to his side, stealing a quick look at Toji. The older man crouched beside him, silent and radiating a quiet, almost predatory intensity. Flinty eyes and a Cheshire smile highlighted by his scar. Toji's total attention was locked on him, sharp and unwavering, like a cat sizing up its prey. There was no mistaking the message. Toji wanted to see what Toji could do. The distance between them and the crash site wasn't far, but it wasn't trivial either. Toji stepped back, carefully calculating his next move. He inhaled sharply, then sprinted forward and leapt across the gap to the next building. The 3-meter jump was unforgiving, and his hands barely caught the edge. His grip faltered for a moment, his fingers scraping against the rough concrete. His legs scrambled for purchase, shoes slipping against the smooth wall until he found a jagged, irregular rock jutting out just enough to give him leverage. Gritting his teeth, he hauled himself up onto the rooftop. Toji was already there, leaning lazily against an air conditioning unit with an expression that could only be described as boredom. The ease with which the men moved was infuriating, as though the effort Toji had just expended was beneath him. Toji clenched his jaw, forcing himself not to react as he broke into another sprint. The next jump carried him closer to the trio below, the gap narrowing with every building he crossed. He moved without the aid of cursed energy, relying purely on physical effort. It wasn't just to conserve his energy. It was to keep his presence masked. Any use of cursed energy could tip them off, and so far, it was too early to show his hand, not while outnumbered. 2 rooftops away, Toji appeared beside him again. Toji didn't bother wondering how the men moved so effortlessly. Toji's presence alone was a reminder of how far he still had to go. The older man's voice broke through the tension, calm and direct. They called for reinforcements. You've got about 10 minutes before this window closes. Toji frowned at the revelation. It wasn't surprising that Toji had picked up on the communication. The man's hearing was unnervingly sharp. What was surprising was the speed at which reinforcements were arriving. This location had been chosen specifically for its isolation. A nagging suspicion crept into Toji's mind. Was this another part of Toji's test? Was the sorcerer killer deliberately cranking up the pressure to see how he would react under a time constraint? He shook the thought away. It didn't matter. Whether this was a test or not, the mission was clear, and the clock was ticking. Pushing harder now, Toji closed the distance with a series of rapid jumps. Each leap strained his muscles, but he didn't falter. Finally, he reached the rooftop just above the trio. Below him, Elder Economy and his suited guards stood back to back, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Toji crouched low, his breathing steady despite the effort it had taken to get here. He was placed right above them while their eyes futilely searched left and right, and another facet of information from Toji came to mind. Words delivered with the tone of someone who had exploited this weakness countless times. Sorcerers are still human in the end, Toji had said with a smirk that dripped with disdain. And humans? They hardly ever look up. Elder Hinamaki's voice broke through the tense silence, trembling with a mixture of fear and frustration. Don't you think we should move? Another attack could come from anywhere. His attempt at a combative stance was laughable, an awkward, untrained posture that betrayed his utter lack of experience. It was clear that his position as an elder had nothing to do with skill and everything to do with politics. Economy's survival had been secured not by strength or cunning but by deft manipulation of Zenin clan sponsorship and a knack for playing the game of power. One of the guards responded. This one's voice was steady but his eyes constantly shifting from alleyway to alleyway. If we move, we'll be herded like sheep by wolves. There could be traps waiting for us along the way. It's obvious this position was chosen with precision, isolated, with limited avenues of approach. It's better to stay put where reinforcements can easily find us. The second guard nodded, his tone not as calm but reassuring anyway as he addressed Economy. He's correct, Elder. We're both grade 1 sorcerers. Nothing short of a special grade will touch you as long as we're here. The words seemed to work. Hikonomi's shoulders relaxed slightly, the tension in his body easing. From his perch above, Toji watched the exchange, his frown deepening. "They're scared," Toji whispered into his ear, his voice low and insidious, like a shadow come to life. "Their hearts are trying to claw their way out of their chests. Their pulses are leaking like broken faucets. Behind those polished sunglasses are bloodshot eyes, darting around like rabbits waiting for a fox to pounce. Grade 1 sorcerers, huh?" Toji chuckled, a cruel, knowing sound. "Combat-wise, they're lower. Semi-grade 1 at best. I've seen this before. Promotions handed out for connections, not skill. Just like the men they're guarding." Toji's focus remained on the trio below, Toji's words sinking in. Grade 1 sorcerers, but weak ones. That made them manageable individually, at least. The challenge lay in taking on both at once. He needed to tip the scales. His hand reached for the item Toji had given him days ago, his fingers curling around the cold, metallic object attached to his belt. It was a simple frag grenade. The dark casing was scratched and dented, its age evident, but it was functional. For his purposes, it was perfect. Pulling the pin, Toji let the grenade drop. It tumbled silently through the air, its descent unnoticed until the faint clink of the pin falling first reached the ears of the two guards. Their heads snapped up, eyes widening in realization as they saw the grenade falling directly above Hikonomi's head. Toji acted. A single grenade was rarely lethal to trained sorcerers, even ones as subpar as these two. Hikonomi, despite his incompetence, would likely survive the blast as well if he braced for it. Toji had once explained to him that when fighting sorcerers, grenades weren't meant to kill but to shock, awe, and disrupt. However, the difference between Toji and Toji was vast. Toji was a monster, and his experience learned him tactics that left no room for error. Toji was about to show these sorcerers how much of that monster he had absorbed. Amplify. The word tore from Toji's throat, resonating with cursed energy. Cursed speech, at its core, was the art of forcing reality to conform to your will through spoken command. But the technique was anything but simple. The world resisted change, and forcing it to obey required immense skill and power. When cursed speech was used against a sorcerer, it accounted for the strength of the opponent's cursed energy and the complexity of the word. Even if the opponent didn't bother to close his ears, when the gap in cursed energy between the cursed speech user and the recipient was wide, a couple of things happened. It just flat out didn't even work, a scenario that was next to impossible. It worked, barely, and at great cost to its wielder, ranging from straining the throat heavily to obliterating the vocal cords and entire throat, an act that required an expert in RCT to save the user's life. The last was the most dangerous, a complete rebound. It was why curses like die weren't used often. If it was against a drastically weaker opponent, then there was no fear, but against a stronger opponent, it risked a recoil, both from the complexity of shutting down the multiple systems in the body to enforce death as well as the difference in cursed energy. It was a different scenario when it came to inanimate objects. Inanimate objects did not have the same innate defense against cursed speech the way sorcerers and curses had by virtue of their cursed energy, so there was no risk of a rebound. When it came down to cursing inanimate objects, all that mattered was the user's ability to bear the brunt of the technique on the body alongside the expenditure of cursed energy required to force the world to obey. An act that scaled alongside the difficulty of the task as the world resisted the change. To obliterate something like a skyscraper would have been an easy feat if Toji had used his cursed energy reserves. Yet his reserves were a more moderate amount, which was why he and Sumiki had spent weeks brainstorming over finesse instead of brute force. For him, amplifying the effects of an object required precision. It wasn't about overwhelming the target, it was about enhancing an already present force to achieve the desired result. The explosive's composition didn't resist the word's command. The primer within the grenade absorbed the cursed speech, its reaction escalating into a ferocious chain of cursed combustion. The explosive material destabilized, its molecules overcharged to the brink, and the pressure inside surged past its limits in an instant. The casing didn't just shatter, it fragmented into fine dust-like particles, releasing a shockwave that roared outward, laced with cursed energy. What would have been a small, controlled explosion transformed into a devastating blast, cracking the foundation of the building he stood on. It tipped over, groaning from the loss of part of its structure, as the air itself trembled under the force of the explosion. It took seconds for the dust to settle, seconds where Toji stood on the edge of a collapsing building. His attention, however, stayed below, focused on the trio who had taken the full force of the blast. As the dust cleared enough for him to see, the results of his attack came into view. As expected, the trio had survived, but not unscathed. Just before his cursed energy had amplified the explosion, Toji had noticed a flicker of light from one of the outstretched guards' hands while the other had pulled their charge away from the center of the blast. An innate technique, no doubt, a defensive one, considering their role as the Elder's protectors. Against a standard grenade, that technique likely would have been more than enough. Unfortunately for them, this wasn't a standard grenade. The man who had reached out to intercept the grenade was on the ground, battered and missing an arm. Despite his condition, he was already struggling to his feet, unsteady but determined. The second guard had been thrown into the wreckage of what was left of their car. He was also pulling himself free, grimacing as he moved slowly. Elder Hinamaki lay farther away, the old man had been flung clear of the epicenter. His chest rose and fell. He was unconscious, but alive. Not for long. Toad's gaze lingered on the old man briefly. To finish the job, he would have to get through the two guards, who were already forcing themselves to stand despite their injuries. Fine. Without sparing a glance to search for Toji, Toad stepped over the edge of the crumbling structure and dropped down. He landed just as the building gave way, sending another cloud of dust and debris billowing upward. But the obscured view didn't matter, Toad already knew where his opponents were. Now it was time to take the first one down. He turned his focus to the one-armed man, who was struggling to steady himself. His first victim. The man staggered, his remaining hand glowing faintly with cursed energy as he tried to ready himself for another fight. Blood dripped steadily from the stump of his missing arm, pooling around his feet. His face was a mask of pain and fear. Toad noted the way his knees wobbled, how his breaths came in uneven gasps. Even if the guard managed to stand, it wouldn't be for long. Stop, Toad whispered in a calm tone, barely needing to put much cursed energy into the words, not with how destabilized his opponent was. The men froze for a split second. Toad's cursed speech didn't just demand compliance, it forced it. The man's body betrayed his will, locking in place as if his muscles had been chained. His eyes widened in panic and fear as he realized who his opponent was. An Inamaki with the intention to kill. The glow in his hand dimmed. Toad could see the struggle in the man's expression, his cursed energy rising to the challenge in a futile attempt to resist the command. But the man was no Gojo Satoru. Toad closed the distance in 3 steps. Everything slowed. He spun and slipped behind the man, his hands shooting out, gripping the sides of his head with a vice grip, one hand gripping the top of his head while the other held the lower chin. The dust was beginning to clear. The second guard looked at him with wide, bloodshot eyes. Toji smiled at him from the top of the wrecked car, just above the oblivious guard. Elder Hinamaki stirred. Toji knew in his heart this was the true first step. Not simply letting his cursed speech do the work at range and distance like the first attack. He would be killing a man who struggled and begged in cold blood. A short and furry panda laughed, pulled at a little quiet boy with wide purple eyes brimming with innocence and happiness. Come on Toji, let's go play. His heart hardened, his hesitation melted like ice in the face of his resolve. With a flick of his wrists, he snapped the man's neck. The sound of bones breaking and cartilage cracking was like a gunshot in the dark, overpowering even the dull thud of the man's body dropping to the floor. There was silence until it was broken by a chuckle. The other guard spun to look behind him, but the person who had made the sound had disappeared, so he spun back to face Toji. An Inamaki. How dare you? Do you know what you've done? The man shouted, his voice breaking. Toad's reply was a single step forward. The man took a staggered step back in response, pulling a sword from the wreckage of the car with jerky, fearful motions. Toad took another step, and the fire left behind by the explosion revealed his face. He had never planned on hiding it. Let them know who killed them and why. You're just a child, the man exclaimed, some measure of confidence leaking into his voice. A child and an Inamaki, he continued as he laughed, unsheathing his sword and throwing the scabbard to the side. He took a stance. A swordsman, Toji noted as he watched blue cursed energy creep up the blade, enveloping it in its aura. Did your elders not tell you how stupid it is for an Inamaki to fight another sorcerer? The moment you use your technique once, your body will be racked with pain, and a sorcerer can easily block your words. We are not stupid curses, you brat, the man shouted, hysteria fueling his tone as he charged. Toad shifted into a stance as he focused. A swordsman, and charging at him. Just as he expected, the man didn't have an innate technique. The moment he got within the man's range, he jerked to the side, dodging the first swing, but even if the man was not powerful, he was skilled. The guard swiftly changed his grip on the sword alongside his stance, his center of gravity lowering as he swung again. A horizontal slash aimed to bisect Toji at the waist. Toji leaned backward just enough for the blade to pass harmlessly in front of him, the edge barely grazing his shirt. He didn't move more than necessary, his calm demeanor unshaken as the man pressed the attack. The swordsman started advancing with precision, a thrust to his chest, a slash aimed at his legs to cripple, an overhead cut to bisect, yet Toji dodged every blow. A duck here, a twist to the side there, a roll away to another side. Always dodging by the tiniest margin he could find. A technique he had learned under Jiki and refined under Toji. It didn't take long for fear to creep into the man's attacks. Each swing started to come with the force of desperation, his precision deteriorating as his morale cracked at the realization that he just couldn't hit him. Stand still, you little, the swordsman barked, slashing downward in frustration. Toji sidestepped and whispered, break. The spot the man was about to step on cratered, and he stumbled in shock and surprise, but Toge was not done. That stumble was enough to make the man's cursed energy fluctuate. The blue fluid curse energy that rolled along the blade broke for a second, and Toge's eyes didn't miss it. So he stepped closer, invading the man's space. Before the swordsman could react or put up his guard once more, Toge muttered a single word into his ear. Twist. The effect was immediate. The cursed speech rippled through the air, latching onto the swordsman's curse energy and sword arm. With a sickening crack, the arm contorted unnaturally, forcing the man to drop his weapon as he cried out in pain. The sword clattered to the ground, the blue aura flickering and fading as the cursed energy dissipated. The man stumbled back, clutching his twisted arm with his other hand, his face a mask of agony and disbelief. You bastard, he spat, his voice trembling. How? Twist. The left leg reacted to the command, warping in a disgusting motion that pulled and distorted bone, muscle, and cloth into one shape. The man screamed again in reply. Toge didn't let him finish. He picked up the dropped sword as he closed the distance in a single, measured step, his hand shooting out to grab the man by the collar as he fell. With cursed energy-enhanced strength, he pulled the men to him, forcing their faces close. Imprinting the image of the second man he would kill with his own 2 hands. Watching the way tears poured from his eyes, his nose running as he hiccuped and sputtered in an attempt to beg for his life but too blinded by pain. Toge thought about the family the men must have left behind. Maybe a little brother he was training in another school. A child that waited for him to come home. A wife preparing dinner for her husband. He would understand the pain they all felt. Then he looked into the man's eyes and hoped he communicated just how much greater his pain was. Then he buried the sword into his chest to the hilt. Toge stepped back, turning cold as he watched the man scramble for a hold on his clothes before dropping to the ground dead. He looked to the side at the now recovered elder who stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, and he found himself smiling for the first time. Sword in hand, he began to walk towards him, but the man scrambled as he shot up to his feet, tapping into reservoirs of strength that Toge had been unaware of. The man spun and moved to run before slamming into a man-shaped boulder called Toji Fushiguro. He immediately scrambled back with a yell, fear and realization written on his features. There were few people at his rank who could not recognize the sorcerer killer. The man who had nearly killed the Gojo Satoru. What is this about? What do you want? Money, power, the man barked out, his head on a swivel as it went from Toji to Toge. Talk to me. What do you want? He ended with a yell, stopping to face Toge. So he got a reply. Panda. Elder Hinakami's eyes widened in surprise, his fear changing to realization as he finally recognized Toge, then to dread. How did you find? You can't get away with this. You have to know. We will draw you up. Summary execution. Not even Gojo. A wide palm slammed itself onto Elder Hinakami's white locks, and his eyes slowly rolled up to find Toji staring down at him with a wide smile. Then Toji flexed his arm, and his palm squeezed. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. Elder Hinakami screamed out in agony, but the only reply he got was a long laugh before Toji finally deigned to speak. Oh, you will. That's not in doubt. Toji looked up at Toge. 5 minutes. I can hear the tires squealing and racing over asphalt already. Toge noted the way Elder Hinakami's eyes brightened at those words. At the knowledge that reinforcements were so close, and all he had to do was buy time. He was not the only person that did. Toji gave a bark of laughter in response. Your thoughts are written all over your face. Then he slammed his foot into the side of the older man's ankle, obliterating his knee and sending what was left of the leg from beneath the knee to the foot flying away. The act destabilized the man enough to let out a howl of pain and release his control over the cursed energy blocking his ears. A second later, Toge grabbed him by the jaw and whispered, cursed energy-empowered speech fueled by hate and anger, tell me everything. So far their source had led them to this particular higher-up, for every higher-up identity was a classified secret, hidden from even Gojo Satoru. The only place to catch them would be during a meeting, barring that, it was next to impossible. But no system was completely safe. Their informant had dedicated long weeks into investigating the group and the Zenin-sponsored elder was the result. Information on the rest would have to be gotten from the old men, and who better to interrogate another person than a wielder of the snake and fangs. Chapter 71. See you guys later. Yuji waved off his teammates as he left the school's indoor gym. Megumi gave him a questioning look, but Yuji brushed it aside with a smile. He spun around and began to jog off, the sweat glistening on his skin beginning to dry as he picked up speed. The evening breeze ruffled his hair and cooled him down. He was still going to need a shower after this, but that could wait. He turned a corner and continued his steady pace, a pace that would have left most people gasping for breath within minutes if they had tried to follow along. Even Yuji might not have been able to maintain this pace a few months ago, but he was a completely different person now. Physically, Mai had put him through the paces, forcing him to push his limits more than anyone ever had. Hand-to-hand sparring every day with the monstrous, not a zenin, call me a zenin and I will rip your spine out and beat you to death with it, girl had been enough to sharpen his skills. The older girl had taken a great interest in him, especially since the incident a couple of months ago, and she had made sure he would never be desperate enough to hand over his body to Sukuna again. Intense combat training was followed by body tempering to increase his resilience. But that was just the physical side. Unlike Maki, his strength wasn't all he had going for him. He had also refined his cursed energy and learned how to use it better. Even his divergent fist, while still a solid weapon in his arsenal, was no longer the defective technique it used to be. Instead, it was something he deliberately chose to apply or not. All it had taken was mentioning it in passing to his other teacher. Speaking of other teachers, Yuji rounded the last bend and put on a burst of speed as he ran down the straight courtyard until he reached the red torii gates that marked the entrance to the school. He didn't bother with the long, tortuous stairs. Instead, he jumped. His calves bunched up, then released, propelling him like a well-timed arrow over the torii gates and stairs until he landed in a crouch exactly where he had aimed, his stance low and arms wide to maintain balance. A second later, the sound of applause rang out as his spectator cheered with a whoop. Wonderful. You finally nailed it. That was a 10 out of 10 jump, perfect arc, poise, and a graceful landing. You did it, Yuji-kun. Yuji straightened up and turned to face the woman who was still clapping. His face flushed red as she ended her applause with a thumbs up. Thanks a lot, Kei, he greeted with a smile and a bashful rub at the back of his head. Hope I'm not late. Kei sat down and tapped the spot beside her on the bench. This was the same place they had met a while back, the waiting area for buses. Yuji took quick steps and dropped into the seat beside her. Not by much, but I understand you've been training. Have you managed to refine your divergent fist? Yuji nodded rapidly. Kei was his second teacher. He had been slow to trust the older woman, but something about her familiarity tugged at him. Whether he liked it or not, his guard had loosened around her until he had slipped up and mentioned cursed energy. His eyes had widened, and he had scrambled to retract his statement, only to be even more surprised when she had gone along with the topic, explaining what had confused him with ease, breaking it down in a way that not even Gojo Satoru could. Seeing his surprise, she had laughed it off with a simple explanation. Kei was a former student of Jujutsu High. That was why she knew so much about cursed energy, even down to the school's location. Apparently, she had come to visit a couple of people when he had run into her. Since then, she had been helping him out. Her mastery of cursed energy surpassed anyone he had met except Gojo Satoru, and Gojo often had difficulty explaining the world from his perspective. That made Kei all the more valuable to Yuji. Yeah, it was tough, but I even managed to surprise Maki-chan during one of our spars. Not that it helped me win, but it was still enough to rattle her. One of these days, I'm gonna win. Kei smiled at his optimism, then asked, Maki-chan. That's the ex-zenin child with the gates, correct? Has she told you more about how she uses them? Yuji faced the road as he thought about the question. Maki had explained it a couple of times. She had never been shy about it, especially since she believed that, with his inhuman body, it shouldn't be impossible for him to learn. Unfortunately, Maki was an even worse teacher than Satoru when it came to explaining things. Yeah, I think the first gate is in the head, or was it the spine? I can't remember. She couldn't explain it very well. She said that if I was really interested, I should ask Jiki. Yuji was too distracted. Otherwise, he might have noticed the frown on the older woman's face. Although that in itself would be difficult, considering Jiki has been so busy. Searching for someone, I guess. This time, he turned at just the right moment and caught the flash of worry on Kei's face. Is something wrong? He asked, concerned, but the look was already gone as quickly as it had come. Oh, it's nothing. When is the Goodwill competition again? She asked as she stood up. Yuji followed suit, stretching a little. In a couple of days. Why? Kei smiled at him before continuing. Well, I want you to meet my other student soon. I think you two would match well and get along. He's been wanting to see you for a while now. Really? That would be nice. What's his name? Kei gave a bright smile before replying. Mahito. Jiki sat down and ate his meal. His eyes were focused on the plate of food before him, but his vast perception was spread throughout the room. His ears picked up muffled whispers alongside chuckles and giggles. His nose caught the scent of lilacs and jasmine, fragrances preferred by women, overwhelming the natural aroma of grilled meat, warm rice, and spicy vegetables. The owners of the scent were close. Jiki felt like a spectacle. Nearly everyone in the small restaurant was staring at him, but he didn't turn to acknowledge them. He knew his mistake. Even without his Sharingan, which he had turned off in a rare moment of disguise, he already had unusual looks. He shouldn't have bothered trying to blend in. His white hair, which had begun to grow long again, along with his traditional black-on-black haori and kimono, made him an anomaly in an otherwise regular Japanese restaurant. An exotic anomaly. The giggling increased, the jasmine scent intensified, and the sudden clack of footwear against the ground told him that one of the girls had gathered the courage to approach him. Luckily for him, that was the exact moment the door to the restaurant opened, letting in the cool evening breeze, and something far more dangerous. Maki. The amber-eyed girl stalked into the restaurant like a beast on the prowl, dressed in the same blue-black uniform she always wore. Her eyes scanned the room, and Jiki was halfway certain she took a sniff of the air. She was like a wolf on the hunt. And her prey was clear the moment her eyes narrowed on him. Behind her was the more subdued form of Emi. She had ditched the kimono for a regular jujitsu high uniform. The moment she spotted Jiki, she smiled and waved, then followed Maki, who was already making a beeline toward him. Maki glanced behind him, and a single glare was enough to break the spine of the girl who had been walking up to him. She dropped into the seat opposite him, tilting the completely wrapped and hidden form of her blade further behind her. Yo. Jiki glanced up from his food and met her gaze with a soft smile, just as Emi moved to sit as well. Hello to you as well, Maki. And you too, Emi. Emi's smile was bolder than he expected from the usually taciturn girl. It's nice to see you again. I was worried you were going to run off without speaking to us again. Before Jiki could reply with a well-rehearsed line to soothe and deflect, Maki cut in. You started eating without us. Jiki shrugged and sat up straight, picking up a napkin to wipe his face in case of any spills. Apologies, but you promised to be here by 5:30 p.m. He gave a pointed look at the nearby clock. It's 6:45. I grew ravenous. Emi blushed in response and spoke up before Maki could. It's my fault. I spent so long trying out different clothes because I didn't want to wear tingans, but none of them felt natural like they used to. So I had to decide on the school wear. They both ignored Maki's grumble of, I told you to wear that from the beginning. Jiki waved it off with a smile. It is fine. Emi immediately flagged down a server, and the duo made their orders. As the server was about to walk off, Jiki called the woman back. Wait a minute, get us a plate of tuna mayo onigiri. The woman gave a perfunctory smile, wrote it down, and walked off. You've grown a stomach since we last ate together, Maki noted, but Jiki waved it off with a smile again. How are the preparations for the Goodwill event? Maki shrugged before she began to speak. Considering it's tomorrow, I've given the brats the day off. They should be resting now. Tadu came around a few days ago, caused a mess looking for you and Yuta. Oh. Jiki replied with amusement. Maki sent him a weak glare that slid off his half-smile with no purchase before she continued. Then he tried to pick a fight with the brats. Emi continued from where Maki stopped with a smile. Then Yuji punched him hard enough that he felt it. Jiki let out a chuckle in response. The pink-haired kid was growing fast if he was standing up to Tadu, but Jiki was not delusional enough to think the first year had any chance against Aoi Tadu in a fight. How did that end? Maki sniffed and folded her arms. I had to step in. Jiki hid a smile at the response, but Emi was not so kind, she let out a low chuckle that Maki ignored. He didn't blame the other girl. Maki hid it well, but they knew how much she would have enjoyed standing up to Tadu. The third-year Kyoto student had not cared about Maki in their previous clash. He had beaten her until Yuta stepped up. Maki had not forgotten, but that was Maki without the gates. He was curious to see how a second fight would go. If Maki truly had control of the fourth gate, then she was basically half a step into special grade. The sixth gate would solidify her position as a special grade. Jiki refused to think about the seventh or even the dreaded eighth. Fortunately, somehow the brief scramble made Yuji and Tadu friends. Emi continued, a confused frown on her face, while Maki laughed in response. Two horrible twins. They fit each other perfectly. For all his swagger and character, Jiki noticed a cloud over Maki, and it didn't take him long to figure it out. If Tadu and the rest of the Kyoto students were present. How is my? Maki froze, but before she could formulate a response, the door to the restaurant opened once again, and this time Jiki let out a brighter smile as dull purple eyes scanned the room methodically, like a trained operative, before stopping on them and brightening. The owner quickly made his way to them, footsteps silent. Maki and Emi turned to see who Jiki was smiling at, but the moment they turned, the figure spun into their blind spot before taking the seat beside him. Maki and Emi turned back to face him and looked straight at Toj with wide eyes. Kelp, Toj said with a wave at the wide-eyed duo. At that same moment, the server appeared with their food and dropped the plate of tuna mayo onigiri in front of Toj before spreading out the dishes for the two girls. Jiki immediately used his hands to block his ears as he sensed it coming, but no amount of reinforcement or hiding could block out the shout of two teenage girls. Toj. They scrambled to jump over the table to hug their teammate, and Jiki watched it all with a smile, ignoring the incessant buzzing of the phone in his pocket. Instead, his attention was drawn to Toge, his movements, his use of the girl's blind spot to bypass them and appear in front of them. Yet more than that, it was the dull eyes, killer eyes. Toge had changed under Fushiguro's tutelage, Jiki noted. A loss of innocence, but they had all changed. He refocused on the conversation. Panda may be dead, and Yuta too far away, yet they were together in a way. And Jiki had honestly missed the people he had grown close to. Once again, he ignored the incessant buzzing of his phone as he rejoined the conversation. Jiki was in a car once more, and for the first time in a while, the smile that was plastered on his face was a hard one to remove. Not even his mask of apathy could wipe it off. He rested his head on the window and watched everything go past him. Other cars sped past. Then there were the brightly colored buildings that tried their damnedest to draw attention by blinding the pedestrians. He relaxed further into his seat, a glow still around him. He had forgotten what it was like to be among friends. To be among people with no ulterior motives, no hidden agenda. He had forgotten what it was like to be with his friends. And while he would never admit it up front, he blamed Geto for this loss of his friend's innocence. Because that was where it all started. The night parade of 1,000 demons. That was where everything truly changed, and the one who had pioneered that change took the easy way out, dying before he could see the result of his work. The only consolation was that he managed to save Yuta, yet it was a life for a life. For while he had not purposely killed Panda, he had led to the situation that resulted in Panda's death. There was a sudden vibration in his pocket, accompanied by a sound. His phone was ringing once more. He brought it out and picked up without even bothering to check the caller ID. That was how out of character the reunion had made him. "Hello," he asked, his voice warm and a smile still plastered on his face. "Jiki, where have you been? We've been trying to reach you for hours." The rushed voice of Yutaheim came through clearly, dampening his enthusiasm the slightest, yet not enough to lose his smile. "Apologies, but I was indisposed. How can I help you?" There was a brief pause on the line as Yutaheim seemingly tried her best to piece the words together. It took her long seconds, during which Jiki simply rested his head against the glass, watching everything pass in no hurry. When Yutaheim finally spoke, the words wiped the soft smile from his lips. "We found Kenjaku." His grip flexed automatically, muscles spasming tight as his fingers moved to crush the phone in his hand. But he took control before his baser instincts could do more than crack the phone casing. There was silence on the other end of the line, like the other woman could anticipate him. Jiki let out a single steadying breath, and with that breath, he released the joy, the euphoria, the happiness that had filled him for the past few hours. He straightened up, the city passing by having lost its light. When he replied, his voice was a thing of ice. "Are you certain?" There was a bit of a scramble on the other end before a reply came through, but this time it wasn't Yutaheim who spoke. "Yes, we are," the aged voice of the head Miko replied. He didn't bother wondering why the shrine maidens had somehow managed to get the location before his people. "I'm on my way." The line went dead. Jiki placed the phone back in his pocket, his grip still tight. His pulse had steadied, but beneath the surface, something ugly churned. Kenjaku. The name sat heavy in his mind, stirring something darker than anger. He had expected this moment, anticipated it, even. But now that it was here. He exhaled slowly, his breath fogging against the window. The car remained silent, the city outside a blur of light, brick and steel. He let his gaze drift over the skyline, past the towering buildings that reached for the heavens. They looked so solid, so unmoving, yet Jiki knew better. Everything could fall. Kenjaku would fall. Millennia of experience or not. And he would be the one to bring him down. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the ghost of a memory brush against his mind. Aiko splashed him with water as she bathed him. Panda mocked sparring with him in his gorilla form. He forced back the torrent. Now was not the time for memories. A shift in the air pulled his attention. The driver hadn't spoken since picking him up, but now, the older man glanced at him through the rearview mirror. "Where to, sir?" Jiki straightened, his voice smooth, composed. "ISE Shrine." The driver gave a silent nod, and the car veered onto the expressway. Jiki rolled his shoulders, the faint tension still coiled within him. His fingers tapped against his thigh, slow, measured. His phone buzzed again, but this time he ignored it. Whoever it was could wait. Everything else could wait. Chapter 72, Chapter 72. It didn't take Jiki long to reach ISE Prefecture, but by the time he arrived, the last vestiges of sunlight had vanished behind the mountains, plunging the entire area into twilight. The sky, streaked with purple and orange, had faded into a deep, pale blue. A crisp breeze carried the mingling scents of pine and incense, a subtle yet ever-present reminder that this was sacred ground. The car rolled to a smooth stop. Jiki stepped out, his posture relaxed but deliberate, his white hair a shock of color against his black-on-black attire. He glanced briefly at the driver, another white-haired Gojo. That single look was enough. The men understood. Jiki said nothing as he turned toward the shrine. There was no need to. They wouldn't be here long. This time, no one waited for him at the torii gates, so he made his way up the stairs with a speed that belied his age. Taking the steps 4 at a time, he came to a halt, gravel grinding beneath his feet as he skidded to a stop. Before him stood the towering, open wooden gates marking the entrance to the shrine. Beyond them, lines of figures clad in red and white stood on either side of the stone path. Dozens of shrine maidens, each one a sorcerer. They were waiting for him. He walked past the gates. The moment he crossed the threshold, their voices rose in perfect unison, rolling through the mountain air like a chant carried by the wind. We welcome the scion of Shi that illuminates the heavens. We welcome the second coming of Aim no Ashihomi. A formal greeting. A declaration of recognition. Their eyes remained lowered, their bodies composed, yet beneath their discipline was something else. Anticipation. Acceptance. Reverence. Jikis tried his best to ignore them and the feeling they invoked as he walked forward and onward. Then he felt it, that same warmth he had experienced after cleansing himself the first time he came here. A heat that didn't burn but instead enveloped him like a gentle embrace. The shrine itself seemed to acknowledge him, the air thickening, folding inward, welcoming him like an old friend. It was an odd feeling, one that stirred something deep in his bones. He was led forward, past the silent ranks of shrine maidens, toward the heart of the temple grounds, where 2 figures awaited him. One was Uchiha, ever poised despite the subtle wariness she now carried when it came to him. The other was the head Miko, her presence weighty in a way that had nothing to do with cursed energy. She stood with the confidence of someone who wielded influence beyond what most could perceive. There were no pleasantries. Jiki spoke first, cutting through the night with practiced ease. I expected you to be at Jujutsu High, considering the Goodwill event is tomorrow morning. Uchiha shook her head gently before replying, I have more important responsibilities now than being a teacher. Kusakabe has taken my place since he is now in charge of the Kyoto students. I expect him to be at the meeting as well. Kusakabe. Jiki barely remembered the man, but he had seen him once, and that was all he needed to have the memory burned into his brain. An older man with heavy eyes, a trench coat, and a suit beneath. One of the rare unaffiliated sorcerers who managed to climb up to grade 1, a man that was regarded as the strongest grade 1 sorcerer among his contemporaries. Uchiha continued, as per your request, we have been searching Japan with a fine-toothed comb. Jiki said nothing. He had recruited the aid of the shrine maidens in his search for Kenjaku. He had not bothered to give them the full details, but he assumed the head Miko had a strong idea. They had been all too happy to help, straight up discarding already in-place projects and works to fulfill his request. It was his own way of compromising by not discarding Satoru's concern. He would not knock on the other clan doors, instead, he would have the shrine maidens do it for him. Considering the vast manpower, wealth, and information rings the ancient organization had at their disposal, it was no surprise they outpaced even the Gojo clan information network and had gotten back to him faster than you could take. And we have found something. That was enough to pique his interest. He tilted his head ever so slightly, an unspoken cue for her to elaborate. During a routine search and maintenance, we lost one of our maidens. Despite the loss, the head Miko didn't seem all that shaken, but Uchiha was not as jaded. A scowl could be seen on her face, her annoyance and anger at the probable death clear. The maiden was sent to check out one of our older shrines. A forgotten one that had been long abandoned and dormant. It's a task done at least once every couple of decades. The maiden was only able to get a single piece of news back. The barriers that had long laid dormant had been reactivated. That was all, then there was nothing. Uchiha finally spoke, her eyes on Jiki. She was a grade 1 sorcerer. Silence followed. Heavy. Expectant. Jiki exhaled softly through his nose, processing the words and implications. Grade 1 sorcerers were tough and were the backbone of most clans. While the shrine maidens were a powerhouse, the loss of even one grade 1 sorcerer would be felt regardless. If she's alive, I will find her and bring her back. He replied to the younger, scarred woman and stared back at her, imprinting the truth of his words. She nodded in reply, so he turned to the older woman. Where? He asked, his tone smooth, unhurried. The Miko's lips pressed together before she answered. Aokigahara Jukai. The suicide forest. For the first time since he arrived, Jiki's expression shifted. Barely. A ghost of something unreadable flickered in his eyes before a quiet chuckle left his lips. The sound was soft, amused in a way that did not reach his face. Refuge in audacity. Because he understood now. He understood exactly what this meant. The suicide forest. A cursed land thick and brimming with cursed energy. A land where even the six eyes could not see through the dense miasma that coated it. A place where presence, sound, and sight were devoured, leaving only silence, death, and curses. It was a perfect hiding place, but more than that, it was a known hiding place. You're familiar with it, the head Miko noted, her pale eyes on him as she picked up the realization on his face. Yes, he replied with a nod. A couple of people went missing there a while ago, and I was the sorcerer sent to retrieve them. I met a friend there that day, in the same place Kenjaku is hiding. He could feel his eyes drift as memories flooded in. There was some initial confusion and misunderstanding, but after that was cleared up, we ate together. We broke bread, sipped tea, and reminisced about old times. I assume you are talking about Suguru Ghetto. Jiki's silence was his response. So he continued to think it through. It was the last place Jiki would have expected Kenjaku to hide, which meant it was the perfect place for the cunning immortal to hide. Truly, refuge in audacity. Jiki's gaze returned to the two shrine maidens, his expression unreadable once more. He didn't waste time with further inquiries. There was no need. He had already decided. He gave a curt bow. Thank you. Then he turned on his heel, his movement fluid as he walked back, retracing the steps he had taken. He had his destination, and he ached to meet the immortal sorcerer in person. Kenjaku. The journey took longer than he expected or wished due to an accident that caused a massive pileup along the highway. Jiki almost considered stepping down from the car and running the rest of the way, if not for the fact that he was going to meet one of the most powerful and oldest sorcerers in history. He would not allow himself to be anything but in peak condition. By the time he got to the suicide forest, night had slowly begun to wane, and daybreak was mere hours away. The car stopped, and Jiki stepped out once again. This time, he didn't bother to signal the driver to wait. He had run the men ragged for the past 24 hours. A single wave was his signal for the men to leave, yet even with that, the white-haired Gojo hesitated. Are you sure, Lord Heir? He turned back to the men and observed the dark circles under his eyes, the bloodshot pupils, and the slightly shaking hands that spoke of an overuse of caffeine. You deserve your rest. I can make my way from here. Jiki turned away and began to move toward the forest. Once again, he was met with the massive stones that jutted out of the ground, the focal point of the barrier that trapped the curses dwelling in the suicide forest. Another creation of Master Tengen. For a second, he considered calling Satoru, but he discarded the thought a split second later. They had talked it over already, and this was his fight. His cousin would be too busy overseeing the Goodwill event. Which left him. With a single step, he crossed the talisman-ridden totem and stepped into the forest in full. There was some familiarity in the despair and suffering-fueled mist that rolled around the forest, mist that curled and lapped at his feet, blurring the vision of those without the clarity granted to him by the Sharingan. Desiccated trees and leaves blocked the sunlight from penetrating the forest the deeper he went. Haunting cries rang out, warbling and screeching in a perverse greeting as the true residents and owners of the forest welcomed him back. Yet there was an unfamiliar undertone in the sounds. Screeches that were more guttural. It took Jiki a heartbeat to decipher it, but there was pain in the sounds that were let loose. His eyes trailed down as he picked up another abnormality that hadn't been there the last time he visited. Footsteps. Human-like footsteps imprinted into the grass, but there were many others that were less than human and more curse-like. But curses didn't manifest enough to leave an effect on the world unless they were in combat. Jiki stood still for long seconds, allowing his senses to spread out. His ability to sense cursed energy this deep into the forest was borderline useless unless the enemy was too close to matter, but his physical senses were untouched and as sharp as ever. Those senses, alongside his memories, helped him form a mental map, a map to the shrine Geto had taken him to. The same place they had drunk tea and reminisced about better times. The moment it was complete, his eyes snapped open. He turned on the spot and moved. His feet ate up the distance as he tore a path through the forest. A forest filled with curses that avoided him. Curses that scrambled, flew, or dug their heads into the ground at his mere presence. Yet he paid them no attention. Not when they were not his focus. With his pace, it didn't take him long to get to his destination. A clearing, much like the one where he had fought and crippled Geto's followers a year ago, but this one was wider, with a building in the middle. A dilapidated shrine, but a well-taken care of one regardless. It was smaller than the one in Ise Prefecture, a single building structure. His eyes drifted to the ground and the sudden greater concentration of footsteps. He tried sensing for cursed energy again, but it was as futile as ever, so he took slow steps to the sliding door that served as the entrance to the shrine. At the same time, he spread his physical senses, just enough to catch a heartbeat before something burst through the paper-sliding curtain with a howl and a crash. The Sharingan spun, slowing down everything into milliseconds. Nerves and synapses fired. Jiki's hand snapped out in a flash, catching the furiously screaming assailant by the throat. An instinctive flex of his wrist broke its neck, and its frantic motions stilled. The claw-tipped, green-brown hands that had reached for him fell limp, allowing Jiki to observe what he held in his grasp. The creature was bigger than he expected, yet he held it up with a single arm, impassionately dissecting the anomaly. He could already tell the thing in his hands was not a cursed spirit. There was a solidity to it that curses could not mimic, especially after death. It had mottled green skin and a humanoid anatomy, but with 3 hands. 2 primary, and a longer one that seemed to grow out of its tailbone. Mismatched features that spoke of a curse. Yet there was a residual feeling of body heat that he felt. The Sharingan spun as multiple theories were created and discarded. Jiki slowly reached a conclusion. Something that fit the worldview his sublime perception informed him of and reconciled with the impossibility of what his eyes whispered to him. There was only one way to confirm. He shoved his left hand into the chest of the dead thing and ripped out a still-beating organ that was slowly coming to a stop. A muscular organ with 4 chambers and 4 valves. A human heart. He noted it dispassionately as he looked down at the all-too-familiar red blood that stained his hand and the organ he held in it. Curses did not bleed red, could not. The creature he killed was human, or used to be at one point in time. Well, that's a surprise. Rarely do I see sorcery like this for the first time in this atrophied era. Joragumo whispered, her voice like the wind as it found its way into his ears from her seal. Jiki frowned, halfway into questioning the old curse. A fresh wave of screeches rang out, filled with fury. A sound that echoed from multiple throats, forcing him to temporarily discard her words and refocus. Beneath that canopy of distorted sound was a different voice, one hidden under the mad screams of humans that had been twisted into monsters. Kill him. Jiki gave a cold-blooded smile at those words, those very smart and well-articulated words. It seemed like Kenjaku was not here, and the building was filled with mindless monsters. But there remained someone or something sapient in the midst of it all. Something he could question. He flung the still body in his hand like a rocket as the first monster jumped out of the hole in the sliding door, bowling it back alongside the rest of its kin. Jiki didn't have time to waste, nor cursed energy, either. Blowing the curses away would take out most of the building and kill the person inside as well. That meant he had to do this with just close combat. Where is my mother? He cracked his neck as they swarmed out of the building like ants protecting their hill, humans twisted and transfigured into inhuman monstrosities muttering nonsense in warbling voices. Then he sank into a stance, discarding any thought that these were once humans, for it did not matter. Human or curse, he would kill anyone who stood between him and Kenjaku. Cook or eat out. Jiki's breath was slow, steady. His muscles coiled, his stance loose, he would have to conserve as much energy as possible. The monsters rushed him, a tangle of twisted limbs and gnashing teeth, moving with the reckless abandon of beasts but the persistence of men clinging to the last embers of their humanity. Kill me, please. The first one lunged, its fingers sharpened into jagged claws, reaching for his throat. Jiki shifted a fraction to the side, his hand snapping up to grab its wrist. A twist, a pop, and the limb snapped backward with sickening ease. The thing shrieked, but he was already moving, driving his knee into its chest. Ribs cracked like dry twigs, and the monster folded inward. He didn't stop there. His heel came down on its skull, crushing it into the dirt with a wet crunch. Another came from the left. He sidestepped, pivoted, and swung an elbow into its temple. The impact sent the creature staggering, and before it could recover, he hooked an arm around its neck and wrenched. A snap. It dropped. The swarm kept coming. What time do you get off? Jiki took one step forward, and the ground beneath him cracked from the force. He surged into the horde, tearing through them like a blade through flesh. His hands were a blur, breaking necks, caving in skulls, shattering bones. A child-sized monster with 4 eyes leaped at him, jaws unhinged unnaturally wide, its teeth blackened and serrated. He met it midair, catching it by the throat before driving his fist through its sternum. His hand burst out the other side, blood and viscera splattering across his arm. He ripped it free and tossed the corpse aside. One monster tried to tackle him in an innovative act that spoke of intelligence. He let it, rolling with the force, only to use the momentum to slam its head into the stone ground with enough power to split it open. Another grabbed at his back, its fingers digging into his flesh. He reached over his shoulder, gripped its arm, and yanked. The limb tore free with a squelching rip. The monster howled, but he silenced it with a swift kick to the face, snapping its neck sideways. Bodies piled around him. The stench of blood thickened. But the swarm did not let up. I still have 5 more reps to go. A particularly large one, larger than the rest, its mutations more grotesque, charged, swinging an oversized, malformed arm. Jiki ducked under the blow, his foot slamming into its knee. The joint bent the wrong way, and as it stumbled, he grabbed its head with both hands and twisted. Hard. The spine snapped, and the creature dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. For a moment, there was silence. Then, the remaining monsters hesitated, shifting uneasily. Their numbers had been cut down too fast, too brutally. They may have lost all semblance of human reason, but something primal still remained. And that something was screaming at them to run. Jiki took a single step forward. They broke, scrambling, screeching, tripping over corpses in their desperation to flee back into the darkness of the building. But Jiki wasn't finished. He shot forward, grabbed the nearest one by the back of its head, and slammed it into the wooden beams. The structure cracked. He did it again. And again. Until its skull caved in. Then he was moving again, only to half himself mid-step as instead of running back into the house, they scattered. Leaving the clearing and running into the forest. It would have been an easy thing to track them down and kill them. Instead, Jiki straightened as he took in a breath. The air was heavy with the scent of blood and torn flesh. He turned around, surveying the carnage. The monsters lay in heaps, their bodies twisted and broken beyond recognition. A single noise cut through the silence. A gulp echoed in the clearing that Jiki had turned into a slaughterhouse. He raised dispassionate eyes to the building as he shook blood and bone matter from his hand. Then he started a languid walk into the desecrated structure, which told a story of unholy torture and anguish that had befallen whatever humans had originally been trapped inside. He doubted Kenjaku had needed to struggle much to find them. All he had to do was wait, and he would have gathered all the unwilling subjects from the people who came to the forest to die. Considering the number of people that would have gone missing alongside the tracks that littered the forest, he had not killed nearly enough to diminish the estimated numbers. He walked up the stairs to the second floor. The building was big. Too big for the dozens he had killed. It was large enough to house hundreds of those monstrosities. So where had Kenjaku taken them? That was if he was even the one who created them. He was a valid suspect, considering he seemed to like human experimentation as much as Orochimaru, yet it would do Jiki Northwest favors to close his mind to other outside factors. He reached the room that held the loud heartbeat. A heartbeat that nearly drowned out every other sound in range. Then he slid the door open to reveal an even more curious oddity. A man who was a mixture of curse and human, with mottled, humongous limbs on an otherwise small frame. His small head resembled a tortoise, with wide-rimmed, all too human eyes behind it. The strange man sputtered before squeaking out a sentence. "Stay back. Stay back. Lord Mahito is coming. He's coming soon. You don't want his displeasure." The man's stutter increased at the very thought before he shook his head and continued to wave Jiki away with a stick. Jiki shifted his focus from the twisted amalgamation of man and curse. His eyes wandered, searching. Yet there was only one other person in the building besides this man. He turned his attention back to him while the other presence approached. "He is not here. Where is he?" "I'll tell you nothing. Nothing." The twisted man curse blinked enlarged eyes at him in fear and anger. Jiki felt the slightest hint of a frown. The next second, he appeared in front of the man, a hand where the man's pulverized head used to be. The rest of the body was slammed an inch into the wooden wall with a boom. Then Jiki tilted his head back, blood-soaked, with the dead body beneath him, and looked at the new interloper. An ugly man, with wide eyes, green hair, and a chain wrapped around his hand that tied him to a dog-like curse that hid behind him. Jiki met his gaze knowing just exactly what he looked like and used that image to imprint fear into the man. He was an avatar of slaughter and carnage, and he asked a question in a tone that showed just how weary he had grown of repeating. "Where is Kenjaku?" This was the last time he would ask it, as the man was all too eager to speak. "He's in Tokyo." Jiki felt his eyes widen at the information because there was only one reason why the near-immortal sorcerer would be in Tokyo, today of all days. The Goodwill event. Chapter 73, Chapter 73. The sound of a bamboo stick hitting the ground due to being filled with water rang out, a sound that penetrated the wooden walls. Water fell once again, filling the hollow bamboo stick, and Satoru knew it was only a matter of time till it rang out again. But despite his lackadaisical attitude, the ancient contraption was not the thing that held his true attention. That was reserved for the man steadily making his way to the building. His shoes hit the ground without care, and he carried a pace that was unhurried. "Oh, is that how she plans on doing it now?" Satoru chuckled to himself from his seat. He lay in a relaxed lounge that forced the upper part of the chair to bend back and accommodate him, his hands locked behind his head while his feet were raised and placed upon the table before him, one leg over the other. The footsteps continued, heavy and rough as they found their way to the wooden porch. Then their owner dusted his feet and swung the wooden door open, revealing Satoru Gojo, alone in the observation/meeting room the teachers were supposed to use to watch the students. It was a Spartan room, with 3 long rows of tables and chairs that went higher the further you walked in, like a refurbished university classroom. The only things that made it different were the vast number of wide TV screens fitted along the walls, every one of Mei's crow located at different angles to give viewers a clear view of the whole forest where the inter-school competition was supposed to take place. Satoru turned to look at the man who had opened the door, an unneeded motion considering he could see him just as clearly with his head facing up. "How have you been, Kusakuba?" Kusakuba stood frozen the moment he heard that all too playful voice. His reflexive urge to slam the wooden door shut had been too slow. At least, he couldn't do it anymore without being rude. "Ah, Gojo-san. Am I the first to arrive?" he questioned as he took a seemingly confident step forward, crossing the doorway and closing the sliding door behind him. Satoru smiled in response. He could see the worry on the other man's face, his brown hair cut short, and his ever-present brown coat ruffling as he moved. Kusakuba, for all his strength, seemed to be wary of powerful sorcerers that he deemed above him, and while Satoru had expected Uchiha to come along with Principal Gakuganji, he remembered what Jiki had told him about her new and elevated status. He doubted that being the next head Miko would give her enough time to leave the shrine and come for something as pedestrian as this, which meant he would have to make do with annoying Kusakuba instead of the scarred Miko. Yes, now come and sit with me. He waved to the empty seat close to him, the place Uchiha would have taken if she had been present. Kusakuba froze once more, and Satoru almost burst out laughing at the expression on his face. The other men had been positioned to go higher up and pick a farther seat, giving them as much distance as possible while staying in the same room, but Satoru had nipped that plan in the bud with his offer. An offer Kusakuba couldn't reject without insulting the strongest sorcerer of the modern era. Haha, why not? Kusakuba gave off a strangled laugh as he smoothly pivoted and moved to sit beside him. The duo sat in silence for long seconds, a silence that Satoru luxuriated in while he watched the other men get closer to a breakdown every second. With a chuckle, he decided to break the ice and spare the men whatever thoughts were forming in his head. How are your kids? I've not seen much of them since you called me over for that favor. Kusakuba finally eased into his seat at the comfortable topic of conversation. They've been training, the older man began with a shrug of his shoulders. Harder than I would have expected, but this is not just a competition for them anymore, especially for Tadu. Satoru hummed along to the man's words. Tadu, an interesting child. A combat prodigy who rose so fast and so high based on his own talent. But his teacher's early presence in his training could not be discounted. Tadu was what happened when a combat prodigy was trained by a special grade sorcerer. His only true weakness was his curse technique. While it was a versatile thing and something the pineapple-headed boy had trained hard enough to make a force of its own, Satoru could not help but wonder what would have happened if the boy's innate technique was something more offensive. What about the girl? Kusakuba blinked at him first, then a soft smile spread on his lips. Pride. She's been doing better, Kusakuba replied vaguely, a self-satisfied grin on his face. A grin that made Satoru's brows raise in interest. When Kusakuba and Uchiha had called him and asked for a favor a few days after the night parade of 1,000 demons, despite how busy he had been, he honored the invitation. Partially out of interest, for the recipient was not the other man's favorite apprentice but another girl. Yet not even curiosity was enough to halt his search for both Geto and the mysterious people who interfered in that fight. The tipping point and deciding factor had been one of his. One of his treasured students had been close enough to hear the request and had promised to unleash bodily harm on him if he didn't go. If it all goes well, I can definitely see Kyoto Technical taking the competition this time around, Kusakuba continued, a boast on his lips that was violently cut short as his eyes widened in realization. He turned woodenly to face Satoru, his body tense as a bowstring. I don't suppose Jiki has changed his stance and has plans to join the competition this time, has he? Satoru held back the shit-eating grin from his face and tried his best to project an air of responsibility and seriousness. No, he hasn't. In fact, he is not even around today either. A grin finally escaped and found its way to his face as he watched the other man turn from being as tense as a pulled bowstring to hot noodles as he sank into his chair once again. If Kusakuba was cautious and wary of Satoru, the older man was downright terrified of Jiki for some reason that Satoru could not confirm. A stance held by quite a lot of people. A stance that Satoru could not comprehend or wrap his head around. His little Jiki-kun was a lovable boy who couldn't hurt a fly. Kusakuba leaned forward as more footsteps rang out from the corridor, signifying that the rest of the teachers and principals were coming. Then I think we have at least a 70% chance of winning this time. Oh. Satoru started, amusement written on his features, but before he could speak further or disabuse the other men of that notion, the sliding door slammed open and more figures walked in. That same moment, on the screen, at the two edges that indicated the students' starting points, Satoru watched the students assemble, including a curious presence he had not expected. Toge. His smile widened. He could see Kusakuba's odds go down immediately. The room had filled up, with a mixture of staffs, teachers, and the two principals as well as Mei. Satoru kept quiet, body relaxed and in the same nonchalant posture as ever, in a thinly disguised attempt to avoid the conversation happening in the background, namely, Itadori Yuji's continued survival. A conversation spearheaded by Principal Gakuganji of Kyoto Technical. It was a topic the rest of the teachers and staffs tiptoed around, considering Satoru's very obvious stance. Then, the discussion took a sharp twist, a dark turn that drew Satoru's interest. Any news on what happened to Elder Hinamaki? Kusakabe asked from his seat beside Satoru. Satoru saw the way Principal Ganju's already sour features twisted further into something darker, his single eye hidden beneath his heavy brow and furrowed forehead. There has been confirmation that he was tortured, the old man began, his voice raspy. Analysts and investigators were sent to the scene and confirmed it. There was a trace of another cursed energy present, separate from the dead elder's residuals and that of his guards, which affects our initial assumption that this was a hit by the sorcerer killer. Satoru felt and saw the eyes sent his way, but he continued his oblivious act. Yagi was the next to speak, his voice clipped and curt. Why would the sorcerer killer be considered in the first place? The rest of the teachers shifted their attention to the glasses-wearing men, all except one. Principal Gakuganji's sole eye remained fixed on Satoru and refused to leave. Because there were traces of mundane explosives at the site of the battle. So either the sorcerer killer has started leaving cursed energy residuals, or this was done by someone else. Someone with a bone to pick against one of the most conservative elders on the council. It was a thinly veiled accusation, one plainly pointed at him. He let out a smile. Yet, no matter how convenient it would be to blame him, nobody in the room truly believed Satoru was the one. Like his little cousin said, he was many things, but subtle was not one of them. If Gojo Satoru wanted anyone dead or information taken from them, then he was going to walk up to the person and get it. Yet, Gakuganji's suspicion ironically held some ground. While Satoru was not the one who committed the act, he had facilitated it by sending Toji to Toji Fushiguro. They're starting, Ijichi spoke up, his voice a squeak that disrupted the heavy atmosphere. But it worked all the same, as everyone's attention fully shifted to the screens, where two groups of students had begun running toward each other from opposing ends of the forest. Satoru's smile remained as he wondered just how much Toji had taught Toji. A motivated Inamaki was an interesting anomaly, and Satoru found himself curious on just how far would the child go. Would he finally qualify to be among those he hoped would help change their accursed society? While everyone focused on the screens, Satoru twisted his neck to look at Ganjuj, whose single eye had remained on him throughout. He gave the man a knowing smile, one that forced the principal's narrowed eye to widen in surprise. That smile had all but confirmed he knew something about the attack. But the look on the weathered and annoying old man's face was definitely worth it, especially as he watched that surprise turn into teeth-gnashing anger. The higher-ups won't know what hit them, Satoru thought with a smile as he turned away from the boiling men, satisfied with the fact that his eyes allowed him to continue observing him regardless of their positions. His smile widened as he sank deeper into his chair. This should be fun. X. They stood at the gates leading into the forest. The announcement had been made minutes ago. Their objective was clear: find and exorcise the Grade 2 curse hidden in the forest. The first team to accomplish the objective automatically passed. If neither team succeeded, then things changed. They would be graded by their exorcism of the Grade 3 curses littered throughout the forest. Yuji stretched, two arms behind his back in a posture that nearly broke his spine, a grin on his face as he looked into the forest. He could feel his muscles loosening the longer he held the position until a refreshing crack sounded. Then, he shifted to stretching his legs. So, what's the plan? Yuji asked as he turned slightly to look at his classmates and upperclassmen. Megumi leaned against the signpost, body utterly relaxed, yet there was a tightness to his figure that spoke of a spring ready to be released. Still a few minutes to noon, Megumi replied. Then Yuji felt a sudden kick to his butt and landed in a graceless sprawl, his hard head cushioning the fall. We're still waiting for Maki. She said she's bringing someone, another upperclassman, Nobara said from behind him. Yuji stood up, dusting himself off as he allowed his thoughts to wander. So far, the only upperclassmen he was familiar with were Jiki, who Yuji had yet to see at school, Maki, and another girl who had shown up a few days ago, Emi, Master Tingen's personal student. Do you know anything about the new student? Nobara shrugged in response, her belt of nails and hammer tinkling with the movement. Megumi was the one with answers. Toji Inamaki. He was one of the two survivors of the attack on Jujutsu High during the night parade. Yuji's eyes widened at the information, and he was about to ask another question when multiple footsteps rang out, slow and unhurried, until their owners turned a corner and revealed themselves. Maki-senpai, alongside a platinum-haired boy with a high-collared shirt that covered his lips and dark purple eyes that scrutinized them with a familiar intensity. Then, in the blink of an eye, the look was gone, leaving Yuji wondering if he had imagined it. Trailing behind the duo was Emi. We're complete now, Maki said, her amber eyes trailing over them, her short hair ruffling in the wind. Those same eyes drifted briefly to the side, where two more people could have stood, before refocusing on the group. Or as complete as we're going to be. With that said, introductions first. Toji, you're familiar with Megumi, but the brown-haired hussy and the pink-haired brat are also our underclassmen, Kujisaki Nobara and Itadori Yuji. They exchanged greetings, though Toji only responded by moving his fingers in a complex pattern that left Yuji blinking in confusion. Maki didn't miss it and quickly clarified. Toji here is an Inamaki, and his curse technique is curse speech. His words are imbued with cursed energy, which makes communication difficult. So, she hesitated for a moment before continuing. Jiki created an alternative, a hand sign language we've had to learn. Megumi knows it, and in time, we'll put you up to speed as well. Any questions? Megumi raised a hand. Yes, what's the plan considering the Kyoto students outnumber us? I heard they also got a couple of freshies, although I'm not sure if they'll be participating. Maki frowned, but before she could answer, Toad's hand moved in a rapid, dizzying motion that must have communicated something. Maki responded, Hikari got into some trouble with the higher-ups. There were plans to expel him, but Gojo Satoru put a stop to it, so they had to settle for suspension. Kira did as they usually do, and followed him. Her black brows furrowed as realization struck, but Megumi beat her to it. Losing 2 of our classmates just in time for the Goodwill event. What are the odds, he said with a sharp bark of laughter that didn't reach his eyes. Wait, so we are being set up? Nobara asked the only person who seemed as confused as he was. Emi quickly soothed their fears with a warm smile and a wave of her hand. Maybe. They've been worried about the growth of the Gojos and their allies. She looked each of the people present in the eyes. Us by association. If the Kyoto branch wins the competition, then it gives the conservative elders more leverage to gainsay Gojo-sama about his way of teaching, as well as ostracize Jiki-kun for not joining the competition. Then the serene vibe the older girl gave off changed as her hand went to caress her sheathed sword. What they still don't realize is that neither Gojo particularly cares. The elders are playing shogi against people who will flip the board whenever they get bored of playing. Still, it would leave a sour taste in my mouth to lose just because of a little handicap, Maki interjected. Well, the answer is simple then. They all turned as one to him, and he realized he was the one who had spoken. He stood up from his crouch and faced them with a grin. We simply don't lose and pummel the Kyoto students to the death, one after the other. He finished by slamming his fist into his open palm. There was silence for a second, and he wondered if he had been too serious, then a rambunctious laugh rang out as a hand slapped his back. He looked to the side at where Nobara had crept up on him. A simple plan from a simple boy, but I can definitely work with that. Then scattered chuckles rang out from the rest in agreement. Yuji is right. It doesn't have to be complicated. Outnumbered or not, we will beat them either way. Now it comes down to our tactics. Megumi poured ice over the humor, forcing the rest of them to get serious once more. Considering we now know that Kyoto High is being used by the higher-ups in some way, I'm worried about Yuji. The rest of them glanced at him, and it took everything he had not to fidget at the attention. It was no secret what he had in him, and despite Maki's efforts, there were rumors about what had happened at the correctional facility. Unsubstantiated and lacking proof or witnesses, which meant officially, the elders had no cause to come after him, but that was officially. So you think they'll come for him, even with Gojo watching? Nobara asked with a frown. There is the possibility, but considering how durable Yuji is, there is only one person who would be able to kill him fast, and before Gojo Satoru could intervene, and that is even if he wants to. Maki said. The upperclassmen exchanged a look that the others couldn't interpret before Emi spoke up. To do. But we all know how he is. He's a wild card, more likely to act on his whims than take any direct orders, and he would most likely be looking to fight the strongest person here. This time they all turned to Maki, but she replied with a shrug. I'll face him, but only after I'm done with some unfinished business. I need to see to my first. There was a hardness in her voice alongside an anticipation that stopped the rest from refuting her. Instead, they nodded along as Maki continued. There's also the fact that he seemed to kick off well with Yuji a few days back. I don't think we have much to fear on that front. She shifted into a crouch, and they all crouched alongside her in a circle to hide their plan from the crows that littered the area and another person who might be watching. Now for our actual plans, we will be splitting into groups. 1 upperclassman with 1 lowerclassman. 2 combat-ready teams focused on exorcising any stray curses they come across but primarily aiming to take down any Kyoto student we manage to catch off guard and whittle down their numbers, while the last team will focus on hunting down curses, primarily using the chance to find the grade 2 curse that is the main goal of the test. 1 minute left, kiddos. Satoru's voice called out from the speakers that surrounded them. Maki looked between the 6 of them intently, heedless of Satoru's voice, and the rest of them stayed silent, letting their pseudo-leader come up with the plan. It didn't take long before she arrived at one. Okay, the first combat team will be Megumi and me. His ability to scout with the aid of his Shinigami will help us find them while I focus on taking them down. Megumi sent Yuji a glance, but he grinned at the black-haired boy alongside, flashing him a thumbs up, causing him to shrug before facing Maki and nodding in agreement. The next team consists of Toge and Yuji. Communication between the two of you will be slower, but Toge is experienced enough to get past that. She turned to give the taciturn Toge a look as she continued, this also serves as a contingency in case the full Kyoto High team comes after you. Toge's curse technique should help slow them down enough for us to get to you, or for you to run. Yuji turned and nodded at the other team. Then she turned to the last 2 people. Emi, Jiki personally taught you his weird sensing technique. How far along are you? The brown-haired girl gave a soft, serene smile before replying. It's enough to find the grade 2, even if it's hidden. Maki nodded. Good. Nobara, your technique is very good at exorcising curses, and you're not a slouch in a fight either. So, Emi, you find the curse and put up a barrier to trap and hide the three of you inside, giving the both of you enough time to exorcise the curse without distractions. They all nodded while Yuji stared at the amber-eyed Natsunin in surprise. He knew that Maki-senpai was strong, that was never in doubt considering how much damage she had put Sukuna through, yet it was surprising to learn that she was just as smart and tactical. 10 seconds left. Are we clear? Maki asked. She received a chorus of replies, ranging from Megumi's calm yes to Yuji's more hyped, you got it. Go. Good luck, my little gremlins. Satoru's voice rang out from the speaker one final time, and as one, they all spun and began to head out, past the gates and into the forest where the competition would be held. A competition that would not be forgotten for decades to come. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. The forest surrounding Tokyo Jujutsu High was a familiar environment for Maki. While she hadn't spent as much time here as she could have, her exile and departure from the Zenin clan meant she was now one of the full-time residents of the school and sanctuary. On nights when she couldn't sleep, she jogged around the school, taking the scenic route that sometimes led her through the forest. Back then, there were no curses, just an empty stretch of trees and a thriving miniature ecosystem where the strongest predator was a particularly annoying fox that had found its way into the forest. Now, more monstrous things hid beneath the forest's leaves. Case in point, the curse aiming to ambush Megumi. She saw it nested in the trees ahead, an oblong-shaped curse with 3 spindly limbs gripping the tree for balance. Its body consisted of a single toothless maw with a disgustingly long tongue, salivating at the thought of eating her fellow Natsunin. Yet the curse didn't spare her the slightest attention. That was another advantage that came with her faulty heavenly restriction. Curses didn't tend to take her serious, instead always aiming for the strongest source of curse energy close to her. They disregarded her as though she were walking stone or moving steel, a curious scenario that only lasted until she attacked them. The more perceptive ones, especially curses in the grade 1 and special grade ranks, had the intelligence to see the danger that a weapon-wielding human could pose, even if they could barely sense any cursed energy from her. Ignore it and keep up the search for Mai and the grade 2 curse if you manage to get a glimpse of it. Megumi didn't respond, he was too busy multitasking, scouting above the treetops using Nu while running alongside her. That meant he had most likely seen the curse lying in ambush above his path. The fact that he kept his steady pace without even the slightest pause or hesitation spoke of his trust in her. She made sure it wasn't misplaced. The moment he passed beneath the curse, it unhinged its jaw fully with a grotesque gurgle and swung its head down, sending its enlarged tongue like a lasso to wrap around Megumi's neck, but it caught something else. Just before it reached Megumi, Maki had shoved the sheath of her blade above his head, and the tongue wrapped around it instead. She slammed her feet into the ground, stopping her momentum, and allowing Megumi to run ahead unhindered. The curse jerked its tongue back and upwards, like a frog that had caught a fly and wanted to gulp it down in a single movement. Maki disagreed. She twisted the sheath further, coiling the sinuous tongue around it, then pivoted and tugged downward with a growl. The curse contested her strength and lost horribly. It let out a confused warble as it was ripped from the top of the tree and slammed into the earth. Before it could recover, Maki stomped on the curse hard enough to pulp whatever pseudo-organs it possessed. But already, she could see it regenerating, so she slipped the soul-split katana from its sheath and buried it through the mouth, into what she assumed was a brain, if the curse had won. A second later, the blade was back in its sheath, strapped to her lower back. Another second, and she was running beside Megumi once more. The scene had an air of rehearsal to it, unsurprising since this was the 4th curse they had killed this way, Megumi as bait and Maki as the fisherman. Just like you predicted, Tadu caught up to Yuji and Toge. Megumi finally broke his silence, a slight frown on his face. And they're fighting, but Toge is just leaning against a tree, watching them like he's not bothered. Maki frowned at the scene Megumi was painting. Why would Toge stand back and watch while Tadu beat Yuji up? She doubted it was much of a fight. Is Tadu alone, she asked, already thinking of going there first and dealing with Toge since her sister was proving hard to find. Yes. No, wait. Toge isn't just leaning against the tree, he's looking in a specific direction. Kamo Noritoshi. He's hiding in the foliage. I wouldn't have spotted him if Toge wasn't staring in his direction so intensely. He has his bow strung and an arrow knocked, but he hasn't fired a shot yet. Maki thought about the scenario for a second, trying to make heads or tails of it, before shrugging in annoyance. Itadori Yuji had a way of making straightforward situations complicated. How's the fight going? And what about their teammates? Megumi was silent for a few seconds, brows furrowed in concentration as he processed whatever information he was receiving from Nu. They've stopped, now they've started back up. It looks more like a spar than a murder attempt. As for the others, if I track the path to do took considering he tore a straight line through the forest toward Itadori. I'll find their starting point, and with that I can triangulate where the others must have diverged. The hair at the back of her neck came alive, and her attention shifted from Megumi to the surroundings, just in time to catch it. The click of a hammer being drawn back, then the pull of a trigger, a loud bang. Maki's hand snapped out, slamming into the back of Megumi's head and shoving him down. The bullet slammed into her arm. Her bicep burned hot as she felt it dig deep into her flesh, almost kissing bone. The bullet tip wasn't blunted. A grin tore its way onto her face, past the pain of a bullet lodged in her arm. Her right hand unsheathed the soul-split katana in one fluid motion and placed it in front of her, flat edge first. 2 more shots rang out, slamming into the blade and deforming against the cursed steel. The force sent a vibration up her arms, throwing her back. Megumi slipped from her weakened grip, instincts kicking in as he dropped, tucked, and rolled behind a tree while Maki followed the momentum, rolling back to dodge the next bullet. Then she was back on her feet, jerking to the left as 2 more gunshots rang out trailing behind her, always too slow. Then she was behind a tree too. The forest was quiet for a heartbeat as they reorganized from the ambush. "How's the hand?" "I've got your blood on me," Megumi asked, peeking around the tree, and almost getting a bullet to the head for his troubles. Instead, the bullet buried itself inches away in the ground. She tested the hand, clenching and releasing her fist rapidly. Her heavenly restriction came with something of a healing factor. Unfortunately, it was not anywhere near as potent as reverse curse energy, especially mid-battle. The bullet hadn't sunk too deep, but it was lodged firmly in her bicep, keeping it from causing further damage while also ensuring she now had a bullet lodged beneath her skin. An irritating and painful circumstance, yet for some reason, the smile that had appeared on her face the moment the first bullet hit was still present. "Good enough," she lied, flexing the limb. Judging by the sound, the size of the hole it made, and the angle of impact, that was a Smith & Wesson Model 460, wasn't it? He glanced at her injury again from behind cover, his expression unreadable. "It's a miracle your arm's still attached." "I'm guessing that's your sister, my Zenin?" Megumi asked. Maki raised a brow at his knowledge of the weapon just from the gunshots, then she shrugged and responded. "Yes. My head outplayed her. Her younger twin knew her too well. If she had aimed directly at Maki, dodging would have been effortless. So instead, she had aimed for someone slower, someone Maki had to protect. That split-second hesitation had been enough. "Well played, Maki murmured under her breath as she finally settled on the injured limb. Her arm was down to maybe 40% functionality, fingers lagging, muscles sluggish, pain pulsing with every twitch. But pain was a familiar companion, one she grew used to per gate usage and one she could shove aside for now. What mattered was what came next. If this was the extent of Mai's plan, a slightly bigger gun, and an ambush meant to wound her before she could close the distance, then Maki would be disappointed. Mai was smarter than that. She had to be. Because if this was all she had, then Maki was about to tear through her like a storm. "Nu is close enough. I can see her. She is 300 meters to your right, while I have someone trailing and aiming to flank me. Mekamaru." He frowned as he looked to the side. Considering what he is made of, Nu's lightning would not be as effective. "I will have to switch Nu out, which means ending our ability to observe the wider battlefield temporarily." Maki stood up from her crouch, and then cracked her neck to the side before responding. "Do it. You have already given me her location. Hold out against Mekamaru for as long as you can. This should be quick." Megumi did not respond, but she did not need to. Instead, she honed her senses, tuning out everything unnecessary. He had given her only vague directions, but that was enough. Maki focused her awareness on a specific range, isolating the area until she caught it, a faint heartbeat. Cool, steady, and controlled. It was not the heartbeat of someone who had just fired on her own sister. "I'm going." She shot out from her cover, and a fraction of a second later, a bullet sliced past her ear, leaving a stinging divot along her cheek. Mai had predicted her movement down to the moment she would emerge. Maki did not slow. She had already mapped the route in her mind, weaving between trees that would serve as obstacles. She did not need to know firearms as well as Megumi to understand she was up against a much higher caliber than before. The sheer force behind each shot was proof enough. Bullets shredded through thinner trees, splintering them apart as she passed, forcing her to stay in motion. The gun's range was another problem. It had to be longer than what Mai typically used, considering the distance she was being fired at. A glint of sunlight on metal caught her eye, and she reacted instinctively, ducking right as another shot rang out. The bullet struck the ground where she had just been, carving a deep furrow in the dirt. She darted behind a tree, but before she could settle, another shot obliterated the trunk, forcing her to dive forward and roll into cover again. Maki exhaled sharply, pausing just long enough to assess the situation. Despite the near misses and the absurd stopping power behind Mai's gun, she was getting closer. Every step reduced the gap between them, leaving less room for Maki to dodge as well as increasing the risk for Mai. Sooner or later the gun's presence would be irrelevant. Then an explosion rocked the forest. A blast of fire and plasma tore through the distance, shaking the earth beneath her feet and sending debris flying. Maki's eyes snapped toward the source. Mekamaru. She had been uncertain about his capabilities. He was one of the 3 unknowns in this fight, but that curse energy output alone confirmed one thing. There was no way he was anything less than a semi-grade 1 sorcerer. A smirk tugged at her lips as realization dawned. So that's your plan, little sister? She called out, her voice carrying through the rustling leaves. Slow me down, keep me occupied here, then let Mekamaru finish off Megumi and hit me from behind in a pincer attack. Silence. Maki knew Mai was listening, but she would not respond. But it did not matter. Because they had made 2 fatal mistakes. The first was assuming that the son of the sorcerer killer could be taken down so easily. The second was thinking that Mai could hold her back long enough. Maki closed her eyes, letting out a single breath, then she relaxed her body, slotting her sword back into its scabbard before opening her eyes once more. Gate of life, open. Cursed energy erupted beneath her skin in a sensation she could never get used to. Her senses sharpened, the feeling of power and pain as her body accommodated the rapid increase in power. This time, when she burst from cover, she had already taken 5 steps before the gunshot rang out behind her, long forgotten. She was a blur of reddened skin, weaving through the forest in an erratic zigzag, always just ahead of Mai's shots, 5 steps ahead, to be exact. Then she broke through the foliage on Mai's left. Her little sister barely had time to react. It was like watching her in slow motion. The twist of her hips as she tried to realign her gun, the slight shift in stance to compensate for the surprise. 10 steps into the clearing, and Mai had almost positioned herself perfectly to take the shot. But with the 3rd gate burning through her veins, Maki could read her every movement. She saw the trajectory before Mai even pulled the trigger. A subtle shift in her weight, a sharp exhale, and Maki dropped low, her body parallel to the ground, just as the bullet tore through the space where her chest had been. Then she was in range. Mai didn't even know what hit her. Maki didn't hold back. Her kick landed solid, launching Mai like a rag doll. But she wasn't done. She caught up before Mai even hit the ground, her grip locking around her sister's slender neck. Her momentum carried them both into a massive tree, burying half of Mai's body in splintered wood with a cough of blood and a muted scream from the girl. Then there was silence. Maki stood there, chest heaving, her fingers still wrapped around Mai's throat. The fight was over. The impact had knocked her sister out cold. Weak. Vulnerable. Hopeless in her grip. Her shirt was torn from her grip and the velocity they had traveled. The grin faded from Maki's face as she took in the sight before her, her breath slowing, disappointment settling deep in her gut. Then. Why did you leave me behind? The whisper barely reached her ears. Mai had regained consciousness. You know why, Maki murmured back, her voice low. Mai's lips, the only part of her face visible beneath the curtain of her hair, curled into something bitter. We could have stayed weak together, she said, her voice quiet but laced with resentment. Lingered at the bottom. I wouldn't have cared, not if we were together. Her empty fingers tightened into a fist. But you left me alone in that hell. Maki's grip faltered. For the first time since that night, since she had stood outside Mai's room in the Zenin compound, waiting for a conversation that never came, she truly looked at her twin. The same short hair. But while Maki's had been cut to dodge a blow that would have taken her head, Mai's had been by choice. And then, Maki saw them. Scars. Her breath caught in her throat. Mai exhaled shakily. Every day, you got stronger. Every day, the pressure on me grew. Every day I was reminded of my weakness. I was the failure left behind. Maki wasn't listening anymore. Her eyes traced the visible scars littering Mai's skin, each one a story she hadn't been there to witness. Her fingers slackened further around Mai's throat. Mai's amber eyes, unfocused and glassy, met hers. This is your fault, she whispered. You made this happen. Now look at what you created. Her hands shot up, gripping Maki's arm with a force that belied her exhaustion. Then she screamed. Curse technique reversal, destruction. Agony exploded through Maki's body. Her nerves lit up, her flesh seared from the inside out. Maki's accompanying scream tore through the clearing, raw and unrestrained. Her vision blurred as white-hot agony surged through her body as it unraveled from the inside out. The entire room was struck dumb. Silence reigned supreme as they watched the scene play out in ways that none of them had even considered. None of them, other than Satoru and Kusakabe, at least. While the rest had leaned back in shock, they were the only ones who leaned even further forward in curiosity and satisfaction. What was that? Mei was the first person to break the silence as she finally recovered from the surprising change in the flow of the battle. Her sole visible eye focused on the screen where the twin sisters fought. A fight that many had assumed was a foregone conclusion. While Mai had surprised them with the gun she used, and her ambush was applauded alongside her plan to stall, nobody thought the younger Zenin was good enough to hold back the semi-grade 1 Maki, especially after a showing in the past few months. And they had been right. The moment Maki had decided to reduce how much she held back, the fight had been a foregone conclusion. She had blitzed past the bullets and taken down the other girl in a single hit. That was until she did the improbable. Unlike what a lot of people think, Mai Zenin is not a flawed replica of her sister. Unlike Maki, Mai has a technique. Kusakabe started by way of explanation, and the rest of the teaching body turned to face him. Seeing his rapt audience, he continued, somehow, a curse technique imprinted itself on her body, too late for the Zenin clan to notice or even care to acknowledge. Uchiha had been in charge of overseeing her education by then and was the first person to have an inkling of suspicion. Then she called Satoru in for confirmation. It took me a single glance, Satoru continued smoothly. Her cursed technique had to do with construction, but then there was the obvious problem. Her cursed energy capacity is above that of a non-sorcerer or an anomaly like Maki, but it's nowhere near enough to rival even an average sorcerer. She wouldn't be able to make good use of a cursed technique like construction. Yagi analyzed, and everyone nodded in agreement. That is true. If we had followed the normal way of teaching, training laps first and focusing on it, she might have been able to do something, maybe create a bullet or a knife, but at the end of the day, Mai would never be a match for any sorcerer worth their salt, especially with the pressure the Zenin clan was putting on the poor girl. It was only a matter of time until she broke. That was where Gojo Satoru came in. Satoru gave the group a peace sign and a grin as the full weight of their surprised attention bore down upon him. What's with the looks of surprise and astonishment? I'm a teacher, you know. His faux outrage was ignored with ease by the entire group. That is not in doubt, Gojo, but one can count the number of times you've taught anyone other than your little band of unorthodox students, Principal Gakuganji rasped out, and Gojo's grin widened in response before he shrugged. Okay, you got me. The whole thing was a favor for Kusakabe and Uchiha. Explaining the theory on curse technique reversal. The kid was all too desperate to learn it if you ask me, but by the time I was done, she had still not finalized it. This is coming as a shock to me just as it is to you guys. Satoru defended with his trademark grin, and this time, he wasn't even lying. He only ignored the part where Maki had gotten word of Kusakabe and Uchiha asking for his help, and how she had begged him and made him promise to actually help. And considering it was one of his little gremlins asking for help, he could hardly say no. That is all well and good, but even with falling back on reversal instead of lapse, considering her output, it should not be enough to do more than sting a little, it should not be enough to do that. Mei pointed at the screen in response, where Maki had been flung away and was a charred mess in the midst of what seemed like the heart of an explosion, while her other sister struggled to her feet. Unless. Kusakabe nodded in agreement before continuing Mei's train of thought. A binding vow. I don't know the content of the binding vow, but it's reasonable to assume that a binding vow, alongside curse technique reversal would result into this. An attack that was enough to put a sorcerer like Maki down for good. Kusakabe said with pride, to a smattering of applause from the other teachers, at least until a soft laugh echoed through the speakers. A laugh that slowly increased in volume as the charred figure on the ground slowly rose. Have you not heard the saying before, Kusakabe? Satoru whispered into the void that had become the room. Do not count your chickens before they hatch. He finished with a chuckle as he leaned back into his chair and popped a sweet into his mouth. The rest of them watched as Maki dragged herself to her feet, parts of her body burnt and charred, while some other parts looked like they had gone unstable and were in the process of melting off the skin. Yet. Amber eyes opened, and darkened lips tore apart to reveal cracked teeth. Underneath all the injuries and damage, none could underestimate the girl that stood back up. She used a higher gate, activating it simultaneously the moment Mai activated her cursed technique reversal. Mei whispered in realization. With instincts like that. Two sisters stood across from each other, battered and exhausted, yet neither willing to back down. Maki spat blood and broken tooth onto the ground, forcing herself upright despite the searing pain that racked her body. Her breaths were ragged, her limbs heavy, but her voice was unwavering. Good, she said, straightening with a wince. I told you, didn't I? I'll never let you go, little sister. On the screen, Mai hesitated. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her face as she instinctively stepped back, while Maki, despite her trembling legs, took a single, defiant step forward. I won't let you waste away in weakness, Maki continued, her voice hoarse but fierce. I don't care how much you fight me, I'll drag you to the top alongside me, kicking and screaming if I have to. But I will not let you go. Then she roared and lunged forward. The two sisters crashed into each other, swinging clumsy fists and throwing sluggish kicks. There was no grace, no precision, just raw, unfiltered screams shouted at each other. And still, no one watching looked away. Whatever the two girls lacked in finesse, they made up for in conviction. This was no longer a fight, but a battle of wills. A war between two opposing ideals. Stagnation versus progress. And, above all, it was one sister's desperate attempt to save the other.